As soon as Gai Nie's words fell, everyone present instinctively restrained their auras. Although Gai Nie usually did not bother to manage affairs personally. Within the Shinwu Guard he possessed absolute authority, no one dared to disobey him. After the three visitors had finally caught their breath, Gai Nie did not continue speaking but instead turned his gaze toward Yi Tian, who was seated to the side. The meaning was obvious: the rest of the matter is yours to preside over, I will no longer intervene. Witnessing this scene, Yi Tian, as the deputy commander, understood at once. After all, he was an old monster who had lived for 100,000 years. He was more than capable of reading people's expressions and intentions. Moreover, Gai Nie was the chief commander. Trivial matters such as this truly did not require him to personally take charge. His mere presence here already showed great importance. Yi Tian first nodded slightly to Gai Nie, then turned his gaze toward the three visitors from another world. Honored guests, the reason we have invited you here is to learn about the world you come from. And about those who invaded your realm. What level of strength do they possess? Please describe everything to us in detail. Once we understand the situation clearly, we will be able to go and assist you. When they heard Yi Tian speak, the three from the Tianlan world were stunned once again. They could not help it. Yi Tian looked far too young. Judging from his appearance, he seemed at most 17 or 18, much younger than any of them. Yet judging from the seat he occupied and the attitude of the surrounding powerhouses, this youth's status was clearly anything but ordinary. Furthermore, from his body the three could not sense any oppressive aura at all. Instead, there was a gentle warmth about him like a spring breeze. This discovery made their hearts grow even more solemn. To hold a high position among this pack of tigers and wolves while maintaining such a tranquil aura, either his cultivation had reached the realm of returning to simplicity or his methods and mind far surpassed those of ordinary people. Whichever the case, he was by no means someone to be taken lightly. The three dared not be negligent. They hurriedly steadied their minds, bowed again, and respectfully saluted. We pay our respects to you, honored lord. Regarding our Tianlan world and the invading Blacksha realm, this junior will hold nothing back and conceal nothing. The young man among the three briefly organized his thoughts, then began to speak. Honored seniors, our Tianlan world is primarily devoted to the cultivation of alchemy, and the one who rules the Tianlan world is the Qin Imperial Dynasty. Beneath our Qin Dynasty there are three great alchemy sects as well as many smaller sects and noble clans. The strongest figures in our Tianlan world are the two ancestors of our Qin clan, both at the Heaven-Human realm, and each of the three great alchemy sects also has a Heaven-Human realm patriarch. However, the invasion of the Blacksha realm came far too suddenly, and coupled with their overwhelming strength, our Tianlan world was utterly unable to resist. When we fled, the people of the Blacksha realm had already assaulted the capital of our Qin dynasty. Only because our Qin dynasty possessed a grand formation left behind by an ancestor have we been able for the moment to withstand the Blacksha realm's onslaught. But that formation cannot hold for long. My royal father said that the Blacksha realm has experts at the earthly immortal realm. Perhaps by now our Tianlan world has already been. At this point, his voice could not help but choke, and the two young women beside him directly burst into tears of grief. Oh, only Heaven-Human realm experts. After hearing the young man's account, everyone present brightened. A mere world whose pinnacle was only the Heaven-Human realm, was that not something the Shinwu Guard could crush with ease? If they casually dispatched a few people, they would likely be able to sweep the enemy aside. For the current emperor to entrust this matter to them was practically handing them merit on a silver platter. As for the three's appearance of heartbroken despair, no one in the hall paid it any mind. In that case, the matter of the Tianlan world shall be entrusted to Deputy Commander Yi. After speaking, Gai Nie ignored everyone and rose to leave. A trifling world of the Heaven-Human realm was utterly unworthy of him personally taking action. Once Gai Nie departed, the hall instantly boiled over. Everyone turned toward Yi Tian with blazing eyes. Deputy Commander, allow your subordinate to take the vanguard in this assault on the Tianlan world. No sooner had Li Yuming spoken than the others in the Great Hall began voicing their own requests one after another. Deputy Commander, I also am willing to take the lead in the vanguard. Deputy Commander, better entrust it to me. I have already broken through to the mid-stage of the earthly immortal realm. Get lost. You dare to request the vanguard with merely a mid-stage earthly immortal cultivation. Deputy Commander, let me take the lead. I have already broken through to the late stage of the earthly immortal realm. Is latest stage earthly immortal so impressive? Have you forgotten that I stand at the very peak of the earthly immortal realm? While the Shinwu guards were scrambling to seize the vanguard position. On the other side, in the Tianlan world within the Imperial Palace of the Qin Dynasty, all the high-level figures of the Tianlan world's powers had gathered. These leaders were like ants on a hot pan, despair written across their faces. Although the great formation guarding the Imperial Palace had not yet been breached, everyone knew in their hearts that once the formation fell, their deaths would follow. It was only a matter of time. Across the entire Tianlan world many powers had already surrendered, for they could see no hope at all. At this moment the Qin Imperial Palace had become the final bastion of resistance in this world. In the Qin Royal Palace's council hall no one spoke, everyone remained silent. Even the few heaven-human realm ancestors wore expressions of utter despair. My Danding sect still has 3 soul-burning pills. An old man with white hair and beard, his Taoist robe somewhat tattered, finally broke the silence with his hoarse voice. If taken, they can briefly erupt with power, one major realm above one's own, at the price of complete annihilation of the soul. At his words everyone's bodies trembled. Yet no light of hope appeared in their eyes, only a deeper sorrow. The soul-burning pill. A final means of dragging the enemy down with oneself, even if it allowed them to slaughter a few more experts from the Blackshaw realm. What use would that be to the greater situation? Outside was an army like a boundless black tide, and those few mighty figures at the earthly immortal realm, these were the true sources of their despair. My Yaowang sect still has 2 bloodburst pills. After taking them we old fellows can temporarily step into the earthly immortal realm. The price is bleeding from all 7 orifices and exploding to one's death. At this moment Qin Wu, Emperor of the Qin Dynasty, slowly lifted his head. His gaze swept over everyone as he spoke in a dry, hoarse voice. My lords, it is my Qin Dynasty that is incompetent. It is my Qin clan that is incompetent, failing to protect the legacy of our ancestors and failing even more to protect our entire Tianlan world. Your Majesty, you must not blame yourself. A veteran general clad in battered armor, his body covered in blood, dropped to one knee, tigerish eyes brimming with tears. The Blackshaw realm's might is overwhelming. This is no fault of war. We can only blame the unjust heavens, which granted our realm talent in the Tao of alchemy yet bestowed no power to defend it. Yes, Your Majesty, we are willing to live and die with the capital. We will fight to the death and not let those demonic wretches have an easy time. Indeed, it is only death. Let us live and die with the dynasty. Within the great hall only a minority still retained a shred of blood and courage. The majority had already sunk into utter despair. After all, when confronting life and death, very few can truly remain calm. The fact that they had not surrendered at the first opportunity was already proof of considerable backbone. Just as this atmosphere of despair was about to devour everyone, rumble. A thunderous roar suddenly rang in everyone's ears. In recent days the powerhouses of the Haisha world had been launching attacks on the Grand Formation, protecting them at regular intervals. Yet this time, every assault came with a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. However, the sound just now was far more muffled and heavy than any noise made when the Haisha experts struck the array before. Yet when everyone rushed out of the main hall of the royal palace, the sight in the void above left them all frozen in place. Above the Grand Formation, the void looked as though it had been savagely torn open by an invisible giant hand. A colossal spatial rift stretching for several thousand meters across the firmament abruptly appeared before everyone's eyes. This sudden upheaval left everyone within the royal palace utterly stunned. Even the Haisha world army outside the formation was struck dumb. What is that? A gigantic spatial passageway, even larger than the one that appeared when the Haisha world descended. Could it be that yet another Haisha powerhouse is about to descend? It's over. It seems the heavens truly mean to annihilate our Tianlan world. As everyone indulged in wild speculation, the enormous spatial passage gradually stabilized. Yet to everyone's surprise, no loathsome aura seeped out from within. Instead, endless resplendent radiance poured forth from the passage. That light was sacred and majestic, filled with a sense of order and power utterly opposite to the filthy, chaotic, slaughter-filled aura of the Haisha world. Dozens of figures shrouded in terrifying auras stepped out from the spatial passageway one after another, their bearing domineering as they arrived under the gaze of all below. Without exception, every one of these figures was wreathed in a chilling, awe-inspiring presence. They did not deliberately release their pressure, yet the chi they naturally exuded seemed to resonate with the very laws of this heaven and earth, making every living being below tremble from the depths of their souls. Their robes were uniform and ancient in style, carrying an indescribable sense of authority and order, a stark contrast to the ferocious chaos of the Haisha world. And behind this group of figures that seemed like deities descending from the heavens, 3 weak aura silhouettes instantly struck the people of the Qin dynasty below as though they had been hit by lightning. Qin. Qin Yu. Qin Yu. Qin Wei. Qin Zhang lurched a step forward, almost unable to believe his own eyes. Those 3 silhouettes were none other than the children he had sent away through a teleportation array in order to preserve the royal bloodline. That is His Highness the Crown Prince. And the 2 princesses. How are they coming out from there? And those people beside them, heavens, that aura, it is countless times more terrifying than that of the Haisha world. Could these be reinforcements the Crown Prince brought back? After a brief deathly silence, everyone in the royal palace erupted into incredulous exclamations and wild joy. Hearts that had sunk into despair were as if injected with a powerful tonic and began to pound madly once more. Not only had the crown prince and princesses survived, they had even brought back such a fearsome group of experts. FFA. Father Emperor. It is Father Emperor and the others. This is wonderful. Father Emperor is still alive. The moment they stepped out of the spatial passage, Qin Yu and his two sisters also saw everything below, and when they caught sight of the people of the Qin dynasty they could not help but become overwhelmed with emotion. During the time they were gone they had constantly feared that the Qin dynasty would be annihilated by the Haisha world. Seeing Qin Yu and the others so emotional, Yi Tian merely cast them a faint glance before withdrawing his gaze. To him they were just three insignificant people unworthy of much attention. His gaze fell instead upon the Haisha army below, which had been thrown into fearful confusion by the appearance of the Shinwu Guard. In the end, Yi Tian's eyes locked onto the three figures floating above the army, whose auras were the most formidable of them all. 3 land immortal level experts, 2 at the early stage and 1 at the mid stage. Yet such strength in the eyes of Yi Tian and his companions was no different from that of weak chickens and stray dogs. Having already learned in advance of the levels of power in the Tianlan world and the Haisha world, Yi Tian had not even bothered to bring all of the Shinwu Guard this time. He had only brought 10 land immortal experts and 50 Heavenly Man experts, and in his view such strength was more than sufficient. After taking in the situation below, Yi Tian could not even be bothered to utter any formalities. He lifted his right hand slightly. His voice was not loud, yet it rang clearly in the ears of every Shinwu Guard behind him and spread across the entire battlefield below. Kill. Leave none alive. Before the last syllable of alive had even fallen, his raised right hand had already swept downward with a light wave. The Shinwu Guard behind him, who had long been unable to contain themselves, let out a roar of excitement the instant they received the order. Kill. The earth-shaking cry of slaughter resounded across all of heaven and earth in an instant. Behind Yi Tian, the 10 land immortal level figures moved almost simultaneously. They did not employ any ostentatious movement techniques. With a single simple step their bodies vanished from where they stood. In the next heartbeat, they appeared like ghosts around the 3 Haisha land immortal experts. Terrifying power of laws unfurled in an instant, sealing the void and cutting off all hope of escape. Who are you people? Courting death. The mid-stage land immortal demon general in the lead was both shocked and enraged. He bellowed furiously as demonic chi surged around him, condensing into a massive jet-black demonic claw that grabbed toward the nearest Shinwu commander. The Shinwu commander, his features cold and stern, merely answered the incoming claw with a straightforward punch. His fist carried no dazzling light, no ornamentation, only a pure force capable of shattering mountains and splitting seas. Where the fist passed, space itself groaned under the strain. The seemingly ferocious black demonic claw was pierced through and shattered as easily as if it were made of paper. Puff. Crack. Clear sounds of bones breaking rang out. The demon general let out a blood-curdling scream as both his arms twisted and deformed. His massive demonic body was smashed away like a meteor, hurtling backward as black demonic blood spurted madly from his mouth. With just a single punch, the outcome was decided. The other 2 demon generals, seeing this, were so terrified that their souls felt as if they had flown from their bodies. Their will to fight vanished, and they frantically drove their demonic energy, attempting to flee in different directions. However, how could the Shinwu commanders encircling them possibly give them a chance? At this moment, this was no time to speak of chivalry. All 10 land immortal level Shinwu Guards struck together, their terrifying attacks engulfing the 2 demon generals in an instant. The 2 dignified demon generals at the land immortal level did not even manage a single meaningful struggle before they were reduced directly to ash. At the same time, the 50 Heaven and Man level Shinwu Guards moved as well. Those at the Heaven and Man realm who commanded the power of heaven and earth wielded immense might with every gesture in motion. Aside from existences of the same level who could barely hold out against them, anyone below the Heaven and Man realm had no right to resist at all. This was not a war in any real sense. It was a one-sided slaughter. Below, within the Qin dynasty's royal palace, everyone was already completely dumbstruck. They watched those demon generals they had once viewed as invincible, who had driven them to despair, being cut down as easily as chickens or dogs. They watched the vast mountain-covering Haisha world army, whose ferocity had seemed boundless, collapse and vanish like an avalanche under the impact of merely a few dozen men. Shock and indescribable boundless shock. Ecstasy, the wild joy of finding life at the very brink of death. And above all, what they felt most keenly was a reverence rising from the very depths of their souls. In the realm of heaven and earth, a thick, unyielding stench of blood enveloped the entire Imperial city like a viscous liquid. On the ground, the once densely packed army of the Black Sha realm had vanished without a trace. In its place was a blinding dark red and scattered severed limbs. In just a few short hours, millions of troops from the Black Sha realm had been turned to ash. All had been obliterated. Inside the Qin palace below it was eerily silent. Everyone's faces were pale, their hearts shaken to the core. They didn't even dare to breathe deeply as the thick scent of blood and the aura of death left them trembling in fear. Even though they knew that the formidable divine martial guards had come to rescue them. However, having witnessed the merciless slaughter akin to divine punishment, a sense of terror born from the disparity of life and absolute power had been indelibly etched into their souls. This had nothing to do with good or evil. It was purely the instinctive shudder of an ant gazing up at a dragon. As warriors they had all taken lives, even many lives. But killing a few or even dozens was fundamentally different from slaughtering tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Witnessing the massacre of millions, that kind of dread that seeped into their bones was something very few could endure. The protective formation of the Qin palace, which was already on the verge of collapse, was almost shattered by the terrifying aftermath of the clash between the two sides. Fortunately, the emperor of the Qin dynasty noticed in time and immediately ordered the formation to be shut down. Otherwise, the protective array that had safeguarded their dynasty for thousands of years would have likely been rendered useless. As the remaining survivors of the Tianlan world trembled in fear, dozens of figures radiating a terrifying aura descended from the void. In an instant, the air in the entire palace square seemed to solidify. Thud. 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 The footsteps were light. Yet they struck each person's heart like a heavy hammer. Leading them was Yi Tian with the divine martial guards lined up behind him. Their divine martial guard attire remained pristine, as if the slaughter that had just occurred had not sullied them in the slightest. However, the terrifying aura that had yet to fully subside around them, along with the condensed murderous intent, left all the high-ranking officials of the Tianlan realm feeling breathless. Yi Tian and the others looked on with indifference, as if observing weeds by the roadside devoid of any emotional fluctuations. That kind of apathy, viewing all as mere fodder, was more chilling than any fierce gaze. Xinwu took a deep breath. He suppressed the nearly overwhelming impulse to kneel, knowing that at this moment he must represent the Tianlan world and respond. He took a step forward, first bowing respectfully to Yi Tian and the others, then spoke. "I, Qinwu, monarch of the Qin dynasty of the Tianlan world, on behalf of all survivors, thank you, esteemed seniors, for your life-saving grace. Your divine might has saved us from the brink of annihilation. This kindness will be remembered by the Tianlan for eternity." He lowered his posture significantly. He even used honorifics like esteemed seniors and thank you, placing himself and the entire Tianlan world in the dust. However, Yi Tian's response directly extinguished the flicker of relief and fantasy in Qinwu's heart. Yi Tian's gaze barely lingered on Qinwu's face, his tone flat, as if stating an obvious fact. "From this moment on, the Tianlan world shall submit to my Tianxian empire. Do you have any objections?" Qinwu, upon hearing these words, instantly lost all color from his face, his body swaying imperceptibly. The others were the same. They were all stunned by Yi Tian's words. Submit to the Tianxian empire. Could it be that these terrifying beings were not allies sent by the crown prince, but rather another batch of conquerors? This thought flashed through everyone's minds in an instant, replacing the joy and hope that had just arisen with boundless despair. Just out of the wolf's den only to enter the tiger's mouth. Moreover, this tiger was far more terrifying than that wolf by countless times. Qinwu's throat felt dry. He wanted to ask to clarify what exactly this Tianxian empire was. He wanted to inquire why they must submit and what their fate would be after submission. But under the calm yet overwhelming gaze that could determine their lives and deaths with a single thought, all questions were lodged in his throat, unable to be uttered. Objections. What objections could there be? Did they dare? Did they have the right? Looking at the lingering scent of blood around them, feeling the aura emanating from this group of people that was several times more terrifying than the Black Sha realm's demon generals, and thinking of the millions of demon troops who had turned to ash in just a few short hours. Did they dare to have objections? Did the Tianlan world have any other choices? Qinwu's lips trembled, and ultimately, under countless gazes filled with despair and fear, this one sovereign ruler of a world slowly bent his knee. The Tianlan world, the Qin dynasty, is willing to submit to the Tianxian empire. Just as the atmosphere reached its most oppressive point, everyone was about to kneel to signify their submission when suddenly a hoarse yet probing voice filled with reluctance rang out. Everyone turned in astonishment. They saw that the speaker was an elderly man with white hair and a gaunt face. It was none other than one of the last two surviving celestial elders of the Qin dynasty. At this moment he trembled as he stepped forward, his murky old eyes fixed on Yi Tian and the others, a glimmer of hope and reluctance hidden deep within. In his view, perhaps it was possible to leverage this submission to negotiate better conditions for the Tianlan world, even if it was just a shred of assurance or respect. He took a few steps forward, first respectfully cupping his hands to Yi Tian and the others, then cautiously spoke. Esteemed emissaries, I am Qin Lion, elder of the Qin clan. Our Tianlan world has encountered great calamity and we will forever remember your righteous assistance. However, the matter of submission concerns the future of billions of lives. I dare to ask, how will the Tianxian Empire treat our Tianlan people after accepting us? What position will the people of the Tianlan world occupy? And what about me? His words carried a tone of inquiry, seemingly trying to maintain a shred of dignity or perhaps testing the bottom line and demeanor of the Tianxian Empire. However, before he could finish speaking, Yi Tian had already taken action. He casually raised his right hand, pointing his index finger towards the direction of the elder, giving it a light tap. The movement was so casual as if brushing off a speck of dust from his clothing. Noisy. Accompanied by these two faint words. A dull sound that was not deafening yet resonated deeply within each person's soul suddenly erupted. There was no earth-shattering explosion of energy. Nor was there any dazzling light shining forth. All that everyone saw was the elder of the dynasty, who had just been cupping his hands and maintaining a speaking posture, his entire body suddenly exploding under Yi Tian's distant finger like a fragile clay figurine struck by an invisible giant hammer without any warning. To have you submit to the empire is to offer you a chance for survival. It is not a discussion with you. You do not have the qualification to negotiate conditions. Yi Tian's words struck like heavy hammers, ruthlessly shattering the last remnants of hope and unwillingness in everyone's hearts. Absolute might. What followed was absolute dominion. Here there was no rationale to discuss nor conditions to negotiate. Only obedience, or to turn to dust like the ancestors of the Qin dynasty. Respected seniors, our Tianlan world has no objections. We are willing to pledge allegiance to the Tianxian Empire for eternity with unwavering loyalty. This time, no one dared to voice doubts anymore. Thud. 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 At this moment, in the square, all the surviving high-ranking officials of the Tianlan world knelt down in the most humble manner. It was at this moment. Far away in the Xintian continent, Wang Chen felt it immediately. The fate energy belonging to the Tianlan world had already transcended time and space, merging into the auspicious golden dragon of the empire. At the same time, Wang Chen's strength experienced another breakthrough. However, as his power increased, assimilating a small world like Tianlan was no longer significantly beneficial to him. This time it merely helped Wang Chen open two realms within his body. If all went as expected, the next time he assimilated such a small world, it likely wouldn't enable him to break through again. Of course, Wang Chen wasn't worried about this. There were still many small worlds near the Xintian continent. Once his strength grew even more formidable, the empire's reach could extend to even farther places. In the entire star domain, Wang Chen didn't even know how many worlds there were. But one thing was certain. That is, if he assimilated all the worlds surrounding the Xintian continent, it would still be possible for him to break through to the one with everything realm. After dealing with the Tianlan world, Yi Tian and the divine martial guards directly returned to the Xintian continent through the spatial passage. In the following days, similar to how he merged the barbarian world before, Wang Chen directly integrated the Tianlan world into the Xintian continent. And because the Tianlan world focused on alchemy, Wang Chen established a hall of alchemy within the empire. He welcomed all the alchemy masters from the Tianlan world into the Hall of Alchemy and sent many to the Empire's various academies to specifically teach alchemy subjects. Meanwhile, in the Divine Martial Guards base, Yi Tian hesitated for a long time, ultimately seeming to make a certain decision and walked directly towards the location of Gainia. The Star Skeleton Hall he encountered in the barbarian world had in fact been in contact with him before his rebirth. However, he truly did not want to revisit the memories of his past life, and coupled with an instinctive fear of Wang Chen, he chose not to report it. But this time, encountering people from the Black Fiend realm and the Tianlan world made him somewhat uneasy. Because before his rebirth, he had some understanding of both the Star Skeleton Hall and the Black Fiend realm. Neither of these factions were ordinary forces, they belonged to the pinnacle of powers in this star domain. The most critical point was that their range of power was not confined to this area. Now they had extended their reach to this remote place, which in his view was no mere coincidence. However, to directly meet Wang Chen, he felt a bit apprehensive. The last time he met Wang Chen, not only did he lose the treasure in his mind, but he almost lost his life. Even now thinking about it still sent chills down his spine. Therefore, after much thought, he ultimately chose to seek out his direct superior, the commander of the Divine Martial Guards, Gainia. Reporting what he knew to Gainia, whether Gainia would inform Wang Chen was no longer his concern. In any case, he would absolutely not go looking for Wang Chen. Not even if it meant death. In the central hall of the Divine Martial Guards, Gai Nye was meditating with his eyes closed. The moment Yi Tian arrived, he had already sensed it in advance. "Commander Yi, what brings you here?" Gai Nye's voice was cold like the edge of a drawn sword. Yi Tian steadied himself, then cupped his hands and spoke solemnly. "Reporting to the commander, I have urgent matters to report. It concerns the Star Skeleton Hall we encountered in the Barbarian world, as well as the Black Fiend realm we encountered this time in the Tianlan world. Both factions are extraordinary. I have some understanding of them and specifically came to report to the commander." He was preparing to express his doubts and some scattered rumors he heard in his past life, hoping to garner Gai Nye's attention and have him convey it to Wang Chen. However, the development of events completely exceeded his expectations. He had barely started his words, not even having the chance to describe in detail, when Gai Nye decisively interrupted him. Gai Nye looked at Yi Tian, his gaze sharp as if it could pierce through the heart. In fact, Wang Chen had previously revealed some details about Yi Tian's situation to him, so he could roughly guess what Yi Tian wanted to say. "Yi Tian. Since it is an important matter that may involve external threats, it should be presented directly to His Majesty. His Majesty sees through everything and will make the holy judgment. This commander is only responsible for leading the Divine Martial Guards, executing His Majesty's orders and vanquishing invading enemies. Matters of intelligence assessment and strategic decision-making are not within my responsibilities, and I am not interested in them. Since you know something, you should speak directly to His Majesty." Gai Nye's meaning was clear. He was saying he would not concern himself with this matter. If Yi Tian wanted to speak, he should report it to His Majesty himself. "I am merely a blade in His Majesty's hand. I will strike down whomever His Majesty commands. I do not consider anything else." After hearing Gai Nye's words, Yi Tian was left stunned in place, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He never expected Gai Nye would refuse so directly, even lacking the willingness to listen further. It seemed he would have to seek Wang Chen himself. What the hell is this about? How did he encounter such an unreliable person? If it were anyone else, they would be eager to showcase their presence before their leader if given the chance, yet he didn't even cherish the opportunity. Truly lacking ambition. Though Yi Tian harbored complaints in his heart, he dared not show a hint of it on his face. Still maintaining a respectful demeanor, he bowed to Gai Nye once more. "Yes. I understand, Commander." After leaving Gai Nye's room, Wang Chen did not head straight to the palace. After all, it's already been so long, there's no rush at this moment. I should go home and take a look first. Ever since the family moved to the Imperial city and settled down, I haven't been back yet. Upon thinking of his family, a rare warmth could not help but appear on Yi Tian's face. Now the Yi family was settled in the eastern district of the Imperial city, where most residents were officials of the empire. After determining the direction, Yi Tian moved and transformed into a streak of light, zipping towards the eastern district of the Imperial city. Before long, he arrived at the most bustling street in the eastern district. The mansions on both sides of the street stood tall. Though they were not extravagantly luxurious, they were quite imposing. Following the address, Yi Tian stopped in front of a residence with a plaque hanging above the door inscribed with the words "Yi Residence." The plaque was new and the characters were strong and vigorous. When Yi Tian revealed himself, 2 guards at the entrance were initially taken aback, but their faces quickly revealed excited expressions. It's the young master, he's back. Ah, the young master has returned. Quickly report to the family head, the young master is back. Rich and returning home." The startled exclamations of the gatekeeper. In an instant it spread throughout the entire Yi family estate. There was no need for a report. Within just a few breaths, hurried footsteps echoed from all directions in the grand courtyard of the Yi family. "Did I hear that the young master has returned? I heard it too. Quick! Let's go take a look. Is it really true? Is it really the young master who has returned?" Many figures came rushing in. The first to dash out were some younger members of the Yi family playing in the courtyard, their faces filled with excitement. "You must understand. Currently Yi Tian is the most powerful person in the Yi family. Their move from a small city on the fringes of the dynasty to the Imperial city was entirely due to Yi Tian. What do they hear the most right now? It is their parents constantly nagging them to learn from Yi Tian. In the future they might become powerful like Yi Tian." Such words they must have heard countless times in a single day. Especially when they saw Yi Tian adorned in his iconic divine martial guard attire, their footsteps instinctively slowed and awe filled their eyes. Everyone timidly called out to Yi Tian. We have seen you, brother Tian." After the appearance of these children, following them were Yi Tian's peers, who also appeared one by one. Upon seeing Yi Tian, their faces likewise could not hide their excitement. However, more so was a sense of pride and cautious respect as they all bowed in greeting. "We have seen you, young master. We have seen you, young master." In the past, many would directly call Yi Tian by his name, at most addressing him as young master. But now, no one dared to directly call Yi Tian's name anymore. The least they would do is refer to him as young master, with many directly changing it to young lord. Of course, Yi Tian did not act aloof and responded to them all politely. Just as a crowd surrounded Yi Tian heading towards the inner courtyard, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps appeared right before them. Yi Tian lifted his gaze. The newcomers were none other than his father Yi Jianan and several influential uncles from the clan. They hurriedly emerged from the inner residence, surrounded by a group of guards and servants. Upon seeing Yi Tian, Yi Zinan's eyes burst with uncontrollable joy and relief, with even a hint of tears glistening. After experiencing Yi Tian being taken away by Wang Chen from afar, until now the Yi family had undergone significant ups and downs. Until now, seeing Yi Tian in person finally allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. He quickly stepped forward, his voice trembling as he spoke. "Tian-er. You have finally returned. It's good that you're safe, it's good that you're safe." He looked Yi Tian up and down as if confirming whether his son was truly unharmed. Beside him, several of Yi Tian's uncles also smiled broadly and said, "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Tian-er has brought great honor to our Yi family." Yi Tian looked at his relatives before him and warmth surged in his heart. "You must understand. After his rebirth, he had not had a chance to reminisce with his family before being seized by Wang Chen. In other words, it had been 100,000 years since he last saw these relatives, and now being able to see them again after having died once, it would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. However, just as he was about to respond to his father and the elders, the grand elder of the Yi family, standing slightly behind Yi Jianan, suddenly stepped forward, his expression extremely solemn as he interrupted the conversation. The grand elder took a deep breath and, facing Yi Tian, bowed deeply, his voice clear and respectful, carrying an undeniable solemnity. "Members of the Yi family pay respects to the vice commander of the Divine Martial Guard." His action seemed to be a clear signal. The other Yi family elders, who had originally been smiling, including Yi Jianan, all suddenly turned serious. Everyone instantly reined in their familial casualness and excitement, replacing it with the respect and restraint appropriate when facing someone of higher status. Without any hesitation, they followed the grand elder and bowed in unison to Yi Tian. "We pay our respects to the commander. We pay our respects to the commander." This sudden scene also caused the younger members of the Yi family and the servants to react sharply. Indeed, the person standing before them is not just the young master of the Yi family. He is also the vice commander of the Divine Martial Guard, a position of great power and influence in the Xuan Dynasty. He is a true big shot. "We pay our respects to the commander. We pay our respects to the commander." In the courtyard, apart from Yi Tian, everyone else bent their waists and lowered their heads, their voices merging with genuine awe. In an instant, the courtyard, once filled with warmth and the atmosphere of reunion, became solemn and quiet, leaving only the respectful voices of the crowd echoing. Yi Tian stood in place, watching his relatives, elders and siblings bowing before him, feeling a complex mix of emotions. After all, he is not a true youth. His soul is that of a being who has lived for 100,000 years. He fully understands the intentions of the grand elder and the others. In this world where strength is paramount and hierarchy is strict, especially in the Imperial city where rules are stringent and experts abound, the familial bonds and hierarchy must yield to absolute strength and status. He can cherish familial ties and be lenient, but the Yi family cannot afford to be ignorant. If their casualness causes a breach of etiquette, angering the now high-ranking and powerful Yi Tian, or if outsiders witness it, thinking that the Yi family is arrogant due to favoritism, the consequences would be far beyond what these people could bear. They are using this method to tell Yi Tian. The Yi family will always remember Yi Tian's grace and support and will never overstep due to blood relations. Yi Tian is the pillar that the Yi family needs to look up to treat with respect and to serve wholeheartedly. As long as Yi Tian is still willing to acknowledge that he is a member of the Yi family and is willing to return to this home, it is the greatest fortune and honor for them. Yi Tian let out a gentle sigh, then stepped forward, first helping his father up and then the grand elder. "Father Grand Elder, please rise. There is no need for such formality at home. I am still Yi Tian of the Yi family." His words were both a declaration and a tone-setting. He maintained his dignity, while also considering the familial bond. Upon hearing this, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Tian knew. From this moment on, his standing in the Yi family had completely changed. Yi Tian had become so powerful and Yi Jianan was overjoyed in his heart. He waved his hand and instructed the steward beside him. Quick! Inform everyone that today the young master has returned home, a great event for our Yi family. Immediately prepare a banquet. Notify all the Yi family members to return and welcome Tian'er. We must celebrate properly. Yes. We must hold a grand banquet. The young master's glorious return should be a celebration for all. The others echoed, all eager to spread this honor throughout the imperial city. However, upon hearing this, Yi Tian. Others may not be aware, but does Yi Tian himself not understand? He is registered with Wang Chen and is considered an unstable factor. He is more than eager to avoid any trouble. If he were to heed Yi Zinan's words and hold an extravagant banquet at home, it could attract Wang Chen's attention, which would lead to trouble. The people around him displayed expressions of confusion after hearing Yi Tian's words. Tian'er. What's wrong? Yi Tian first glanced at his father, then surveyed the surrounding crowd before slowly speaking up. I appreciate the sentiment behind the celebration, but I believe a grand affair is unnecessary. Yi Jianan was taken aback, asking with some confusion. Why is that, Tian'er? Now that you hold the esteemed position of vice commander of the Divine Martial Guard, having brought such glory to our Yi family, what is wrong with celebrating it? Let the other families in the Imperial city see that our Yi family is now. Father. Yi Tian interrupted Yi Jianan, his tone slightly more forceful and his gaze turned particularly serious. Precisely because I am now the vice commander of the Divine Martial Guard, I must be all the more cautious. He paused, lowering his voice, deliberately glancing toward the direction of the Imperial Palace, the implication sending a chill down Yi Jianan and the others' spines. His Majesty's will is profound and the laws of the dynasty are strict. The Divine Martial Guard, being the Emperor's personal army, must lead by example, adhere to their duties and act with discretion. My return is merely a routine break after a mission. If I were to make a grand spectacle and host a banquet, it would inevitably draw attention and invite criticism. The taller the tree, the more it will be uprooted. Our Yi family's foundation is still shallow. Sudden elevation in status requires us to tread carefully and act with prudence. His Majesty despises nothing more than a minister's arrogance and ostentation. This last statement struck like a thunderclap, instantly waking up Yi Jianan and the others, who had been caught up in excitement as cold sweat broke out on their backs. They were so busy celebrating and boasting that they forgot the true ruler of this imperial city, who held the power of life and death, was the inscrutable emperor residing in the palace. Yi Tian's position in the Divine Martial Guard was a tremendous opportunity, but it also came with immense risks. As the saying goes, serving the sovereign is like walking with a tiger. If he were to offend His Majesty, life and death would be a matter of a mere blink. Thinking of Wang Chen's terrifying power to decide the fate of countless lives with a mere gesture, the vanity and excitement in the hearts of the Yi family were abruptly replaced by boundless respect and fear. The elder was the first to react, quickly bowing and saying, what Tian'er said is absolutely correct. It was our oversight that nearly led to a grave mistake. Tian'er's achievements today are entirely due to His Majesty's grace. We family members must always remember our duties, act with discretion and never be ostentatious. Right. The elder is absolutely right. Yi Jianan quickly agreed, subconsciously wiping the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. It was my foolishness. Tian'er has considered things thoroughly. As for the celebration, let's just have a simple meal among ourselves, no need to make a fuss. No fuss. The other uncles also nodded in agreement, abandoning any thought of hosting a grand banquet. They all understood in their hearts. Whether or not to hold a celebration entirely depended on Yi Tian. If Yi Tian said to celebrate, they would. If he said not to, no matter the reason, it simply wouldn't happen. Seeing the reactions of the crowd, Yi Tian slightly nodded, his tone softening. It is good that my father and uncles understand. A cozy reunion among family is enough. As night deepened, the Yi family residence remained brightly lit. Although Yi Tian had cancelled the grand banquet. In the evening, however, the Yi family still held a simple family gathering in their residence. Yi Tian and the senior members of the Yi family sat at the same table. According to custom, he, as the younger generation, should have stood to toast his father and the elders. However, the reality was that aside from his father, the other elders all stood up, cautiously holding their cups with both hands and respectfully toasting him. Tian'er is young and accomplished. He is indeed a blessing for our Yi family. Tian'er, the family will need your support in the future. With Tian'er around, how can our Yi family not prosper? Yi Tian could only return each toast, all the while feeling a myriad of emotions. This is a world where strength reigns supreme and the hierarchy appears very pale and powerless in the face of absolute power and status. As the banquet progressed to its midpoint, Yi Tian keenly noticed that the elder sitting across from him had his gaze drifting toward him multiple times, his lips moving as if he wanted to say something. Yet for some reason he hesitated to speak. His demeanor clearly indicated that he had important matters to discuss, but due to Yi Tian's current status he found it difficult to voice. Yi Tian set down his cup and actively broke the subtle silence. "Elder, it seems you have something to say. There are no outsiders here. I, Yi Tian, am also a member of the Yi family. Feel free to share any difficulties or thoughts you may have." Upon hearing this, the noise at the table instantly quieted down. All eyes turned toward the elder. A flash of embarrassment crossed the elder's face as he was caught off guard, but he quickly steadied himself. He glanced at Yi Tian, then at Yi Jianan, who was seated in the main position, before finally speaking up. "Since Tianer has encouraged me to speak directly, I shall not beat around the bush. Tianer, you must know that our Yi family had its own enterprises in the Qiyan ancient city, but since our whole clan moved to this Imperial city." At this point the elder paused, unable to suppress a sigh before continuing. "Living in the Imperial city is not easy. The prices here are exorbitant and the strong abound. The forces are deeply intertwined. As our Yi family has just arrived, aside from the residence and some relocation funds bestowed by His Majesty, we truly have no enterprises to rely on." This statement resonated deeply with all senior members of the Yi family. During this time they had been quite troubled by this matter. "Although the family still has some savings from the past, we cannot continuously live off our past wealth. To truly establish ourselves in the Imperial city, we must find suitable enterprises quickly and establish stable income sources to support the disciples' cultivation. Otherwise, even with you, Tianer, the Yi family would be like a rootless floating weed, unable to endure for long." Yi Tian nodded in agreement after hearing this. Every word spoken by the elder made sense. Family development depends on wealth, and wealth comes first. Without a stable economic foundation, everything is just empty talk. What the elder said is indeed crucial. "I wonder, do you have any specific plans? Or is there any way I can assist?" He understood that the elder's choice to raise this issue at this time was not merely to complain, but was certainly due to difficulties that needed his status and strength to resolve. Sure enough, a glint of excitement flashed in the elder's eyes as he lowered his voice. "To be frank, not long ago a few of us elders indeed set our sights on several shops in the bustling area of South Street which have excellent locations. We had already negotiated with the owners of those shops and were just waiting for the handover, but in the end we were intercepted." Intercepted. Yi Tian also realized at this moment. They were already at the handover stage and could still be intercepted. It seemed the opposing party was not to be underestimated. But in the entire dynasty, how many could have greater influence than the vice commander of the Divine Martial Guard? How interesting. How very interesting. During this time Yi Tian has not been idle. As the deputy commander of the Divine Martial Guard, he has become quite familiar with the entire Imperial dynasty. There is no other choice. He knows very well the situation he is in. Everything must be approached with utmost caution. Others might have a chance even if they make a mistake. However, if he makes a mistake, he fears that Wang Chen will directly kill him. Based on his understanding, there are 3 people in the current dynasty whom he absolutely cannot offend. The first is the head of the civil officials, the current prime minister of the dynasty, Zhuge Dali. Since Wang Chen primarily focuses on cultivation, most of the affairs of the dynasty are entrusted to Prime Minister Zhuge. One could say that Zhuge Dali has truly reached a position just below 1 person and above 10,000 in the dynasty. The second is the head of the military officials, the Grand Marshal of the current dynasty, Zhu Badian. As the Grand Marshal who controls the armies of the world, it can be said that only a direct descendant of the emperor can hold such a position. Moreover, Zhu Badian is not only the Grand Marshal but also possesses strength that has reached the pinnacle of the earthly immortal realm. Like Zhuge Dali, they both have reached the pinnacle of their respective positions in the dynasty. The third is his immediate superior, Guanya. The Divine Martial Guard was personally established by Wang Chen, making it Wang Chen's direct force. As the commander of the Divine Martial Guard, Guanya is naturally one of Wang Chen's most trusted individuals. Aside from this reason, the most important reason is Guanya's strength. Others might not know, but Yi Tian certainly does. Did he really think that his 10,000 years of experience was for nothing? His power in the law manifestation realm is a whole major realm above him. Even with his various trump cards, he currently cannot contend with the existence of the law manifestation realm. These 3 individuals are the most untouchable existences in the current dynasty. Of course, besides these 3, there are other people he cannot offend. For instance, the maniacs of the Jinyui. Especially the commander of the Jinyui, Ji Gang, who is also a trusted confidant of Wang Chen. After mentally reviewing the people he cannot offend, Yi Tian finally turned to the Grand Elder and asked a question. I assume the Grand Elder knows who the other party is. Please tell me and I will see if I can help. Yi Tian did not make his words too absolute. He had to first see who the other party was before making a decision. If the other party is difficult to deal with, then he can only persuade the Yi family to give up. After hearing Yi Tian's words, the several elders of the Yi family all displayed excitement on their faces. Tian. We have already found out that the other party is one of the 3 former chancellors of the previous dynasty, but he has now been dismissed by the emperor. Do you think this matter can be handled well? If it truly cannot, it's fine, we can find another shop. The most important thing is that it must not affect you. Yes, Tianer, do not feel pressured. Your current position is the most important for our Yi family, and we cannot let this small matter affect you. Indeed, at worst we can find another shop. The other party is after all a former chancellor of the dynasty, and his connections must be extensive, so we cannot take risks. After hearing the statements of the Yi family elders, Yi Jianan, who had been sitting quietly, finally spoke. Tianer. Do not feel pressured. If it can be done, do it. If it truly is difficult, it's fine. Our Yi family has not reached the point of desperation. As a clan leader, he certainly hopes the family can thrive. However, as a father, he does not want his child to be put in a difficult position. Compared to his child's future, the family's welfare seems less important. Upon hearing that the other party was merely a dismissed individual, Yi Tian felt relieved. Regarding the recent developments in the dynasty, Yi Tian is aware that after Wang Chen ascended the throne, all the officials who were dismissed are all individuals who committed grave mistakes. If they had not been relatively obedient and turned over all their assets, they would have likely been eradicated by Wang Chen long ago. Now being able to preserve their lives is already a fortunate occurrence. Unexpectedly, it has not been long and they have started to act up again. The key point is, if they want to stir trouble, can't they at least investigate beforehand? Or do they think that as the deputy commander of the Divine Martial Guard he is nothing in their eyes? One must know that the Yi family was personally brought to the Imperial city by the emperor through the Jinui, and he has not deliberately concealed his position as deputy commander of the Divine Martial Guard. With a little investigation they would naturally be aware of it. Yet under such circumstances they still dared to intercept the shop that originally belonged to the Yi family. Could it be that they have some backing? If that is the case, he must investigate thoroughly. He cannot allow himself to be caught off guard. Father, you all should not act rashly. Let me investigate first. After pondering for a moment, Yi Tian increasingly felt that this matter was suspicious. Since the other party had served as the chancellor of the dynasty, he surely cannot be a foolish person. Since they dared to openly intercept the Yi family's shop, it seems they must have some backing. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, the joy that had just risen on the faces of Yi Jianan and several elders gradually faded. They understood that there might be hidden circumstances, and so they all spoke to comfort him, stating that the shop could be abandoned and that they must not take risks because of this matter. Looking at the concerned expressions of those around him, Yi Tian felt a warm current surging in his heart. Perhaps because he is a reborn individual, he has always been cautious to avoid raising Wang Chen's suspicions. However, now looking at the concerned faces of his family, he felt a hint of guilt within himself. As the deputy commander of the Divine Martial Guard, he can be said to hold a high position of power, yet when hearing that the family is facing injustice, the first thing he thinks of is not seeking justice for the family but rather his own safety. This seems somewhat unreasonable. Father and all my uncles, please rest assured I will handle this matter. Yi Tian spoke with a steady tone, and at that moment his eyes also became sharp. Since the other party dares to do this, they must have some backing. Of course, no matter who the other party's backing is, since they dare to intercept the Yi family's shop, they must give me an explanation. Yi Tian spoke very domineeringly. He is cautious, but that does not mean that as the deputy commander of the Divine Martial Guard in existence at the earthly immortal realm he lacks temper. He must clarify whether the former chancellor's backing truly includes individuals whom even he must regard with caution. If so, he can only endure for the time being and plan for the long term. But if not... Poof. A fallen old minister dares to provoke the tiger whiskers of the deputy commander of the Divine Martial Guard. But if not... Poof. A fallen old minister dares to provoke the tiger whiskers of the deputy commander of the Divine Martial Guard. Upon returning to the Divine Martial Guard, Yi Tian did not go back to his quarters but instead turned his steps and directly went to Li Yuming's residence. Regarding the investigation into whether there were any forces backing the former chancellor, he did not plan to investigate personally. After all, he is the high-ranking deputy commander of the Divine Martial Guard. With a multitude of strong subordinates, why should he take matters into his own hands? Yi Tian did not conceal his aura. When he appeared at Li Yuming's residence, Li Yuming was already respectfully waiting at the door. His demeanor was simply like a stone of longing for a husband, excessively flattering. I, Li Yuming, pay my respects to Commander Yi. Welcome, Commander Yi, to my humble abode. Seeing Li Yuming's face, which was smiling broadly, Yi Tian felt utterly speechless. Even with his 100,000 years of life experience, encountering someone as shameless and clever as Li Yuming was a first for. As a martial artist, everyone possesses their own dignity and pride. However, such dignity and pride were utterly absent in Li Yuming. Yi Tian paid him no mind and directly walked into his residence. Once inside, Yi Tian had just taken a seat when Li Yuming, with a face full of flattery, spoke up. He. Commander, is there something you wish to arrange for me at this late hour? Please command and I will ensure it is done beautifully. As a clever man, how could he not understand? In the dead of night, Yi Tian, the vice commander of the Divine Martial Guard, and a big man suddenly seeking him must surely have a reason, otherwise would they be discussing ideals? Upon hearing Li Yuming's words, Yi Tian could not be bothered to waste words with him and directly said, I have a personal matter and would like your help, not sure if you are willing. Ah. Commander, what you say is not the case. Your personal matter is in fact my task. Regarding tasks assigned by my superiors, I will definitely complete them at all costs. Please issue the task quickly, I cannot wait any longer. Though he already knew how thick-skinned the other was, hearing his words still left Yi Tian momentarily at a loss for words. This is an exceptionally thick skin. However, once Yi Tian reacted, he couldn't help but reveal a smile. He had to admit. It truly echoed that saying flattery is never out of style. Two subordinates of equal ability. One who speaks well and flatters and another who only knows how to follow orders. Everyone would surely prefer the one who speaks well. Pleasant words are more endearing. Anyone with emotions cannot avoid this, and Yi Tian is no exception. All right. You help me secretly investigate Li Galao, one of the 3 prime ministers of the original dynasty. Who has he been in contact with recently? Yi Tian did not make his words too clear. However, he believed that with Li Yuming's cleverness he would not be able to conceal the matters regarding the Yi family and the shop. Once he learns about the shop, he will naturally understand the purpose behind Yi Tian's request. Rest assured, Commander. You go back to sleep, and by tomorrow morning I will prepare all information regarding Li Galao and his family for you. Yi Tian had never doubted Li Yuming's ability to handle affairs. After all, his strength was evident. Thus, he believed Li Yuming would not let him down. After Yi Tian left, the flattering smile on Li Yuming's face instantly vanished, replaced by a shrewd and profound demeanor. He did not waste any time. With a movement, he vanished like a ghost from his room. When he reappeared, he was already at another residence of the Divine Martial Guard. This area was more densely populated, serving as the main residential area for members of the Divine Martial Guard at the Celestial Realm. Li Yuming's identity here, aside from being part of the Divine Martial Guard, also included another identity as the former ancestor of the Nine Nether Sect. After finding the former members of the Nine Nether Sect, he wasted no words and simply said, everyone gather in my room. After saying this, he directly vanished. In just a moment, dozens of figures converged into Li Yuming's room. Fortunately, as a member of the Divine Martial Guard at the Land Immortal Realm, Li Yuming's room was very spacious, otherwise it would have been difficult to accommodate so many people. Seeing Li Yuming summon them at such a late hour in his own residence, everyone felt both puzzled and somewhat excited. Ancestor, summoning us at this late hour, is there an urgent task? Yes, Ancestor, whatever orders you have we will follow without hesitation, even if it means facing mountains of knives or seas of flames. Indeed, Ancestor. Without you, how would we have our current cultivation? So please do not be polite with us. Whatever you need, just arrange it. Others also chimed in after hearing this. They understood that their achievements today were entirely due to Li Yuming's earlier decisions. They held great respect and admiration for Li Yuming, knowing he would never harm them. Seeing the reactions of the people before him, Li Yuming felt very satisfied. The reason for gathering you this time is that a tremendous opportunity has befallen us. Opportunity. Everyone looked at each other somewhat confused. Ancestor, what opportunity is it? Please do not keep us in suspense. Yes, Ancestor, please tell us quickly, we are all eager to know, haha. Seeing everyone's impatient expressions, Li Yuming decided not to beat around the bush and spoke directly. Just now Vice Commander Yi personally came to find me. Vice Commander Yi. Upon hearing this, everyone's spirits lifted. Yi Tian holds a special position within the Divine Martial Guard, as he was appointed Vice Commander by the Emperor himself. Furthermore, everyone now knows that Yi Tian has already broken through to the Land Immortal Realm. Although there are still many individuals within the Divine Martial Guard who are stronger than Yi Tian, no one can compare with him in terms of talent and potential. It is worth noting that Yi Tian is not yet 20 years old. Moreover, when he first arrived, everyone could tell he was only at the innate realm. But now, he has leaped to become a super powerhouse at the Land Immortal Realm. Everyone is clear. It won't be long before Yi Tian surpasses everyone within the Divine Martial Guard except for Gainia, becoming the true second in command in terms of strength. If they can befriend Yi Tian, it would be an enormous blessing for them. I tell you. This matter is Vice Commander Yes personal affair, but precisely because it is Vice Commander Yes personal matter, we must handle it well. Remember this. Handling public matters is expected, it's no big deal. Handling personal matters well is the true favor. This task is to investigate Li Gulao, one of the 3 prime ministers of the original dynasty. From my judgment, he must have offended Vice Commander Yi. This time I will personally lead the team. No matter the method, we must uncover everything about Li Gulao and his family before dawn. Understood. Understood. We will uncover everything. We will uncover everything. Seeing the excited expressions of the crowd, Li Yuming wasted no more time. With a wave of his hand, let's go. Follow me out. Li Yuming and others. Even the weakest among them possesses mid-level human transformation realm cultivation. Such power, if placed within the Divine Martial Guard, may not seem very strong. However, outside the Divine Martial Guard, they are undoubtedly a force of invincibility, sweeping all in their path. Moreover, they were originally part of the 9 Nether cult. While they may not be considered a demonic sect, they certainly cannot be regarded as righteous. In terms of their methods, they are quite adaptable. Because they place great importance on this mission, their actions during the investigation became somewhat rough. Intimidation. Threats. Kidnapping. They can be said to have used every means at their disposal. For one night it was nothing short of a torment for the family of that Li Gulao. All the direct descendants of Li Gulao's family were thoroughly interrogated by Li Yuming and his companions. It can be said that all the secrets of Li Gulao's family were extracted. Even the fact that Li Gulao's several sons were not his biological offspring was revealed. Of course, the most unfortunate one was still Li Gulao. After all, he is the decision-maker of the Li family, and the greatest secrets of the Li family must be in his hands. If the Li family truly had a backing, he would undoubtedly be the most aware of it. Since Yi Tian instructed them to investigate secretly, Li Yuming and his companions were all dressed in black and masked, appearing as a group of masked bandits at first glance. For Li Yuming and his companions, this skill was something they were very familiar with. In their youth, these individuals had done such things many times. The investigation continued throughout most of the night, and just before dawn, Li Yuming and others left the Li family with satisfaction. Li Gulao's residence. This once illustrious mansion bustling with visitors was now filled with an air of surviving a calamity. After the last black-clad figure departed, everyone in the Li residence felt their taut nerves suddenly relax. The suppressed sounds of crying and groaning began to intermittently emerge from every corner of the main hall. The lights were rekindled, illuminating a group of disheveled figures. The family head Li Gulao had long lost the imposing demeanor he once had in the court. Slumped in the Grand Master's chair, disheveled robes, his face bruised and battered with dried blood at the corners of his mouth. Upon closer inspection, one could notice that he seemed to be missing 2 teeth. The meticulously arranged hairstyle was now a chaotic mess, with strands of white hair falling across his face. The man had completely lost his previous vitality. His sons and all the core members of the family looked just as battered, with swollen faces and disheveled clothing. For them, this night was nothing short of a hellish experience. In the first half of the night they were still dreaming sweetly in their beds, but in the latter half they were dragged from their beds by a group of wolf-like, fearsomely powerful black-clad figures who immediately unleashed a flurry of punches. In an instant they were beaten to the point of crying out for their parents, stripped of all dignity. Although the Li family had already fallen from grace, they were once a well-respected family of the empire. Accustomed to living in luxury and authority, they had never endured such treatment. Most importantly, the physical pain was secondary. The fear of having their lives completely out of their control, like fish on a cutting board, utterly shattered their psychological defenses. Moreover, Li Yuming and his companions' interrogations were brutally direct, devoid of any finesse, relying solely on raw threats and violence. Whenever they hesitated or did not respond quickly enough, they would immediately be met with a barrage of fists and kicks, and even some methods that inflicted unbearable pain without being lethal. In the presence of these professionals, the little cunning and restraint of the Li family members were as fragile as thin paper. To avoid additional suffering and to preserve their lives, the members of the Li family almost rushed to disclose everything they knew, even wild speculations all at once. From who had an affair with whom, to who had cheated on which young master, to which young master was born of the madam and the steward. Various secrets were all laid bare. Especially concerning the several newborn young masters of the Li family, it was revealed that none of them were actually Li Gulao's. Upon being confronted with such disgraceful truths, Li Gulao was so furious that he spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood on the spot. If it weren't for the presence of Li Yuming and others nearby, it is likely that those who had deceived him would have been skinned alive right then and there. At this moment Li Yuming and his companions had already left, yet the scene was filled with silence. Everyone, including the usually arrogant and overbearing young scions, now averted their gazes and remained silent. As scions of a prominent family, one could doubt their character, but their intelligence must never be questioned. They were not fools. The strength and reckless demeanor displayed by the other party had surpassed their comprehension. Li Gulao's expression darkened. As someone at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, he understood more clearly than anyone else that group of black-clad figures. Although each concealed their aura, the sense of dread they emanated could not be hidden. He was certain that those individuals were far stronger than him, and vastly so. In today's world, who could gather so many powerful individuals at once? Moreover, these people dared to act so brazenly within the Imperial city, clearly indicating they possessed extraordinary identities. With that thought, he already had an answer in his heart. Aside from the Imperial court, no other force could possess such strength and audacity. Since it was the actions of the Imperial court, it was already good enough that they had not directly killed them. He dared not say anything more. Only to accept. However, while he could not offend the Imperial court, he still had the final say over his own family matters. Come here. With Li Gulao's furious roar, a team of guards rushed directly into the room. When Li Yuming and others were present, it was not that these guards did not want to protect their master, but rather they were completely powerless to do so. A terrifying force of heaven and earth had directly suppressed them, rendering them incapable of moving a single finger, let alone protecting their master. It was only after Li Yuming and others had completely departed that the oppressive force on them dissipated, allowing them to regain their ability to move. I pay my respects to the Lord. Detain these bastards and those shameless bitches and wait for me to decide their fate. Ah. Father, you can't do this. Please spare my life, my lord. I have made a mistake. I will never dare again. Shut up. Seeing the kneeling and pleading individuals, Li Gulao was not only not appeased, but he felt an overwhelming anger rising to his head. He never expected that after dominating the court for so many years, believing himself to be incredibly powerful, he would discover that half of his sons were not even his biological offspring. If this were to get out, how could he still have the face to live? Who the hell are you to claim to be my father? Don't try to associate with me. Take them away immediately and throw them into the family's dungeon. While Li Gulao was busy clearing the green grass above his head, Li Yuming and others had already returned to the Divine Martial Guard. After dispersing everyone else, Li Yuming went alone to Yi Tian's residence. However, he did not rashly knock on the door to disturb Yi Tian, but respectfully stood to the side at the door. And thus, he quietly waited. In fact, when Li Yuming arrived at the door, Yi Tian had already noticed. Li Yuming did not conceal his aura as a subordinate. He stood at the door after completing his task, afraid of disturbing his leader's rest. Such dedication must be acknowledged by the leader. If the leader knows, then his efforts will hold significance. If the leader is unaware, then what difference does it make if his efforts are akin to feeding a dog? If he wishes to progress, therefore anything he contributes to the leader must be known by the leader. If the leader is unaware, he must find a way to ensure the leader knows. Li Yuming, being such a clever individual, naturally understood this principle. Thus, when he came to Yi Tian's residence, he never considered hiding his aura. Of course, Yi Tian would not deliberately ignore him. After all, Li Yuming was a loyal subordinate handling matters for him, and Yi Tian had a good impression of this trait. The reason he was not allowed into the room was that after several days of cultivation, his strength had reached a critical point. Since their return from the Tianlan world, although Wang Chen had not specifically rewarded them, he had not treated them poorly either. Each had received a boost of fortune. Though it was not as substantial as the rewards from their previous conquest of the wild world, it saved them years of arduous training. As time passed, Yi Tian's aura fluctuated like the tides, and ultimately, with a faint hum, an even more powerful aura emanated from him. Mid-stage Earth Immortal. It was achieved. Though it was merely a minor breakthrough, each step forward at the Earth Immortal level signified a notable increase in strength. Most importantly, only with formidable strength can he be worthy of the position of Vice Commander. It must be noted, within the Divine Martial Guard there are still many beings stronger than him. If his realm cannot far surpass others, how could he feel justified in occupying the Vice Commander position? After slowly opening his eyes, Yi Tian casually called out to the door, "Come in." Upon hearing this, Li Yuming immediately put on a smile, first straightening his robe before gently pushing the door open. Subordinate pays respects to the commander. Congratulations on your advancement, Commander. The path ahead is promising. Yi Tian waved his hand, indicating that he need not be overly formal. What have you found out? Upon hearing Yi Tian's inquiry, Li Yuming quickly retracted his smile and adopted a serious demeanor. Reporting to the commander, according to our investigation, since Elder Li was dismissed from office, the Li family has indeed fallen on hard times. Maintaining the facade of prosperity has become a struggle. Internal livelihood has become the primary concern. If it weren't for the special allowance granted by Prime Minister Zhuge at the time of his dismissal, they might have starved long ago. However, relying on mere existence is not a sustainable strategy. The Li family has been attempting to find new sources of income, but progress has been minimal due to a lack of funds. As for their backing, Li Yuming paused for a moment before affirmatively stating, after repeated verification since Elder Li's fall from power, no influential figures have maintained close ties with them. Hearing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but furrow his brow, feeling quite puzzled. Since they had no backing, why did they dare to openly intercept the shop favored by the Yi family? Or is it that they truly do not regard him, the vice commander of the Divine Martial Guard, at all? Do they think so little of him? Upon seeing Yi Tian's bewildered expression, Li Yuming revealed a strange yet helpless smile and then explained to Yi Tian, "Commander, do not be angry. This matter actually has some misunderstandings. After investigation, the interception of your family's shop was not done at the behest of Elder Li himself. He was even unaware beforehand. It was entirely the doing of his third son, a young wastrel named Li Mao, acting on his own." Li Mao. Precisely. This individual is uneducated and relies on the former favor of the Li family and some old connections mingling in the lower merchant circles of the Imperial city. He inadvertently learned that there were several shops on South Street up for transfer which had considerable profits, and he became interested. However, his funds were limited, and wanting to impress his father, he resorted to some underhanded tactics, half threatening and half enticing, forcing the shop owner to breach the contract and leave the shop to him. As for your family, according to our inquiry with Li Mao himself, he only knows that the Yi family moved to the Imperial city from a small place. He is entirely unaware of the specific background, let alone your identity as commander. In his eyes, bullying a country bumpkin family from outside poses no risk whatsoever. Yi Tian. After listening to Li Yuming's explanation, Yi Tian was left speechless. So it turns out it was a farce triggered by information asymmetry. Here he was, the vice commander of the Divine Martial Guard, being reborn for 100,000 years, had actually been frightened by a good-for-nothing young wastrel. If this were to get out, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? Thinking of this, Yi Tian felt a heat rise on his face, feeling both angry and amused. This is truly outrageous. Almost capsized in a shallow ditch, although this ditch is somewhat pathetic. Noticing Yi Tian's changing expressions, Li Yuming cautiously added, "Commander, how should we deal with Li Mao?" Upon hearing Li Yuming's words, Yi Tian pondered seriously. This matter not only concerns the reputation of the Yi family but also his own dignity, and it absolutely cannot be let go lightly. Li Yuming, you will go on my behalf. Please instruct me, Commander. You will meet that young master Li Mao and the shop owner and resolve the shop issue. But remember, our Divine Martial Guard is the sharp blade wielded by His Majesty. In doing things we must be fair and just and never bully others with our power. He paused. Then with deep meaning he said to Li Yuming, "Remember, you must persuade with reason." Li Yuming, being an astute person, immediately grasped the underlying intention behind Yi Tian's words. This meant he was to administer justice, reclaim the shop, and also make the Li family admit their wrongs, all while avoiding the pretext of bullying. The so-called persuading with reason naturally requires demonstrating the strength behind the reason. Of course, this reason could also be of a physical nature. Rest assured, Commander. A flattering yet shrewd smile appeared on Li Yuming's face as he patted his chest, assuring, "I understand. I will handle this matter properly." Yi Tian nodded. He was still confident in Li Yuming's capabilities. For matters requiring a sense of balance, entrusting it to this cunning old fox is quite fitting. Go. After finishing, just inform my father of the outcome. There's no need to report back to me. Yes. Subordinate takes his leave. After bowing and saluting, Li Yuming exited the room with a beaming smile. Li Yuming felt extremely pleased inside. He knew that handling such personal matters for the leader must be done by trusted individuals. This also showcased the leader's trust in him. After Li Yuming left, Yi Tian also directly departed from the Divine Martial Guard. Subsequently, he did not hesitate any longer and walked straight towards the direction of the Imperial Palace. He was very reluctant to meet Wang Chen, as the terrifying sense of uncontrollable crisis he felt when facing Wang Chen truly frightened him. However, he had no choice. Originally, he thought that he only needed to report the matters of the Star Skeleton Palace and Black Fiend Realm to Gai Nya. Who would have thought that Gai Nya couldn't even be bothered to listen, directly instructing him to report to Wang Chen himself, which put him in a difficult position. If only he had acted as if he knew nothing from the very beginning, it would have been fine. But now he had already told Gai Nya that he had some understanding of those two worlds. If he disregarded Gai Nya's words and reported to Wang Chen, he would be guilty of deceiving the emperor. For someone like him who had been reborn and was an uncertain factor, Wang Chen might be waiting for him to make a mistake. If he truly did not report, he might be caught by Wang Chen. Perhaps the next moment a void palm print like last time could suddenly appear above his head. When that time came, it might not be as simple as him being captured. The greatest possibility was that he would be slapped to death. The Imperial Palace loomed majestically, its golden dragon of fortune coiling in the sky, an invisible pressure enveloping every inch of space. Yi Tian took a deep breath, suppressing the agitation that arose from the depths of his soul, carefully adjusting his divine martial guard attire before stepping towards the palace entrance. The golden armored guards at the palace gate clearly recognized Yi Tian, so they did not stop him and even courteously bowed to him. Passing through layers of palace gates, Yi Tian was finally led by a eunuch to the nurturing heart palace where Wang Chen usually resided. This was not a formal court meeting place, it was more spacious and quiet, and it felt even more oppressive. Your servant Yi Tian, Deputy Commander of the Divine Martial Guard, pays his respects to your majesty. Upon hearing Yi Tian's voice, Wang Chen did not respond immediately, merely glancing at him with indifference. In that moment, Yi Tian felt as if he were being scrutinized by the entire universe, with no secrets left within or without, and even his thoughts seemed to freeze. He forcibly steadied his mind, maintaining his kneeling position, not daring to move a muscle. This was why he was reluctant to meet Wang Chen. As a reborn individual who had lived for 100,000 years, he truly disliked the feeling of life being out of his control. Until a moment later, Wang Chen slowly spoke, his voice calm, yet it resonated like the sound of heaven. Now that you have come to find me, what matter do you wish to report? After rising, Yi Tian still maintained a slightly lowered head, organizing his words before he spoke. Your Majesty, I have come to report an important matter. I have heard about the Star Skeleton Palace invading the Wild World and the Black Fiend Realm invading the Tianlan World. These two are not ordinary small world forces nearby, but rather two powerful organizations from the very center of this star domain. Yi Tian paused briefly at this point, seeing that Wang Chen did not interrupt him, and continued, before my rebirth, although I had not directly encountered these two forces, I had heard of them. Both of these forces have domain realm experts stationed within, and not just one. However, their usual activity areas are extremely distant from us. This time their influence has reached our neighboring worlds, and the specific reason is unclear, but perhaps it is not a coincidence. Once Yi Tian finished speaking, he quietly stood below, waiting. After all, he had said everything that needed to be said. He truly did not have much knowledge about those two worlds. If Wang Chen had further opinions, he would be powerless. In truth, under normal circumstances, he would not have disclosed this matter. After all, it involved his rebirth, and for someone like him who was an unstable factor, it would easily arouse Wang Chen's suspicion. Thus it was wisest to avoid meddling in affairs and minimize his presence as much as possible. But why did he choose to report this matter actively? This is the power of the path of fortune. As long as he accepted the fortune of the dynasty, he would naturally be influenced by the power of fortune. Anything detrimental to the dynasty he would subconsciously avoid doing. Perhaps he himself was not even aware that unknowingly he had become a staunch supporter of the dynasty. This is also why Wang Chen did not directly eliminate him as an unstable factor. After Wang Chen listened to Yi Tian's explanation, his expression remained calm without showing much fluctuation. Domain realm. Are they really that strong? Perhaps he indeed cannot currently contend with domain realm experts, but do not forget, he is a person with a system, a cheat. How long did it take him to rise from the body refinement realm to his current cave heaven realm? Moreover, it is not that Wang Chen looks down on them in this edge of the star domain, which expert would even regard it. If he were a domain realm expert without a system, he would also not look upon this desolate area of the star domain. After some time, once the Tianxian dynasty devours all the small worlds nearby, his strength would at least elevate to the unity realm. When those domain realm experts gaze his focus on them, perhaps his strength would have already surpassed theirs. Therefore, he is not afraid at all. What he lacks is time. As long as he is given enough time, not to mention mere domain realm, even the legendary eternal realm does not scare him. I have already learned of this matter. The information you provided, though not detailed, shows your sincerity. Wang Chen glanced at Yi Tian, a hint of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. You may leave now. After returning, prepare well. It is time for the star domain surrounding the dynasty to usher in great unification. Yes. I will immediately return to reorganize the Divine Martial Guard, ready to await your Majesty's orders. Yi Tian first gave a determined assurance, then slowly exited the nurturing heart palace. Only after walking far out of the palace gate did he finally recover from that pervasive, terrifying pressure. Unknowingly, his back was already soaked with cold sweat. Although this meeting was brief, it cost him more mental energy than experiencing a fierce battle. Fortunately, he had passed this time. Meanwhile, in a courtyard on the south street of the Imperial city, the bruised and battered scion of the Li family, Li Mao, was leading a group of guards, showing off his power. Even though he had been beaten up last night to Li Mao, that scene was not entirely a bad thing. Because half of his brothers were fake. In other words, the number of people competing with him for the family fortune suddenly decreased by half. This was undoubtedly a huge blessing for him. At the very least, he felt that last night's beating was worth it. In the courtyard, apart from Li Mao and others, there was also an elderly man accompanied by a few timid servants. The old man's name was Zhao Qingshan. Originally, the Zhao family was considered a powerful family in the Imperial city. Otherwise, they wouldn't occupy several shops on the busiest street in the city. It is said that during the height of their prosperity, the Zhao family had 5 Grandmaster-level experts, and a third of the shops on the busiest street of the Imperial city belonged to them. However, as time passed, the Zhao family fell into decline and the shops on this street gradually changed hands. By the time of Zhao Qingshan's generation, he was the only one left in the family. In his youth, he had married, for despite the family's decline, they still had some wealth and he had no worries about finding a wife. Even if he couldn't marry a noble lady, marrying a girl from an ordinary family would be more than sufficient. Yet fate had other plans. He sought 3 wives, all of whom died from illness, and none bore him any children. Perhaps he had developed a psychological shadow. Who could blame him? Under such circumstances, who wouldn't feel apprehensive? Each wife he found perished. Finding one wife only to lose another. With 3 wives dead, he truly felt like a cursed soul. In his heart, he thought it might be better to live alone. Of course, the main reason was that his reputation had become tarnished. Whenever his name was mentioned, no families dared to marry their daughters to him. Even when he couldn't resist and visited brothels, the girls there were afraid to do business with him, fearing they might meet the same fate as his wives. Such was the situation. Did he still wish to marry? That was simply a dream. Because of this, the entire Zhao family had been reduced to just him. Moreover, his talent for cultivation was not particularly strong. He had only reached the master level. In a small remote town, such cultivation might allow him to reign supreme, or at least enjoy a carefree life. However, in the Imperial city, his level of cultivation was utterly insufficient. Old man. Quickly hand over the deeds to your few shops, don't waste my time. Li Mao arrogantly pointed at Zhao Qingshan, completely disregarding him. He had already gathered information. The entire Zhao family consisted solely of Zhao Qingshan, and with his weak strength, the Li family could easily overpower him. Once they acquired those few shops, the Li family would have means to make a living. More importantly, through this matter, he could prove to his father that he was not just a playboy but had real ability. Young Master Li. I had already arranged for those shops with the Yi family on South Street. If you suddenly act this way, I fear the Yi family will not be pleased. Not pleased? Ha ha ha. Are you going senile? What can they do if they are unwilling? Do they have the strength to confront this young master? Li Mao laughed as if he had heard the greatest joke, laughing uproariously, pointing at Zhao Qingshan with disdain and mockery in his eyes. Old man, you are getting more and more backward. The Imperial guards escorting you. Why don't you say that the Emperor personally carries the sedan chair for the Yi family? What kind of existence are the Imperial guards? They are the sharpest blade in the Emperor's hand, responsible for supervising officials, capturing criminals, and annihilating clans. You think they would protect a family of bumpkins from a remote countryside? Ask around in this Imperial city who would believe your nonsense. After Li Mao finished speaking, the group of guards behind him burst into laughter, pointing at Zhao Qingshan, completely disregarding the lonely old man. This Zhao old man must be out of his mind, believing anything others say. Perhaps he is getting old and losing his wits, haha. Even if he is losing his wits, he shouldn't provoke the Imperial guards. Is that something a person can imagine? If the Imperial guards knew, they would surely strip him alive. Hearing the surrounding laughter, Zhao Qingshan's face was so dark it could almost drip water. He indeed only heard rumors and could not verify the truth about the Yi family. However, having lived long, he vaguely felt that allowing such rumors to circulate indicated that the Yi family was not ordinary. Furthermore, the people sent by the Yi family to contact him did not speak or behave like those from an ordinary small family. He initially wanted to use this rumor to make Li Mao worry, even if just to verify it. After all, it was wise to be cautious in such matters. But unexpectedly, the other party did not believe him at all and instead mocked him even more. Young Master Li, I only heard rumors, but where there is smoke there is fire. Why don't you go back and consult with Elder Li? Or inquire further? What if? Zhao Qingshan was so earnest in his persuasion. Mainly because he did not want to get involved in what could be a troublesome fight between powerful factions. What if the Yi family truly had backing? He did not know what might happen to the Li family then. However, he knew that this lonely old man would not have an easy time either. What if, you big-head ghost? Li Mao impatiently interrupted him, shouting with annoyance. Old man, this young master sees that you are asking for trouble. My father is extremely busy. Cough cough. Although my father has no official position now, he is still someone who can easily be stirred up. I declare here today I will take those few shabby shops. If any problems arise, let that so-called Yi family come find me, Li Mao. I want to see in this imperial city who dares to disregard our Li family's reputation. He grew increasingly pleased with himself, as if he could already see himself boasting after acquiring the shops in front of his father and relatives. Thus he spoke even more arrogantly. Don't say that the Yi family might not have any background. Even if they do, how strong can they be? Even a strong dragon cannot repress a local snake. In this South Street, if I, Li Mao, have set my sights on something, no one dares to snatch it. He stepped forward, his finger almost poking Zhao Qingshan's nose. Stop wasting words. Hand over the deeds now. This young master can still pay you the previously agreed price. If you delay, do you believe I can ensure you leave with nothing and roll out of the imperial city? Zhao Qingshan was forced to retreat repeatedly, his old face filled with bitterness and despair. He knew that he would likely not be able to keep the deeds today. Though the Li family had fallen from power, even a starving camel is bigger than a horse. They were far from something this lonely man could contend with. Alas, perhaps he had truly overthought the Yi family. Just as a triumphant sneer appeared on Li Mao's face, and as Zhao Qingshan trembled and reached out to retrieve the deeds from his bosom, a voice that was calm yet carried a hint of coldness, as if it could freeze one's soul, suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Oh! Young Master Li! What great power you wield! The sudden voice was not very loud. However, it carried a peculiar penetrating power, as if it could reach deep into a person's heart. In just an instant, all the noise in the courtyard came to an abrupt halt. Everyone instinctively turned their heads and discovered that not far from them a person had quietly appeared without them noticing. This person was dressed in a plain grey robe with grey hair and beard and a face that seemed somewhat withered. If he hadn't spoken, they probably wouldn't have even noticed him. As the one in charge, Li Mao was indeed startled by the sudden voice. However, upon seeing that the newcomer was just a shabby-looking old man, the anger in his heart was instantly ignited. Just when his plan was about to succeed, it was interrupted by this old man who appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, he dared to speak rudely to him. Wasn't that akin to an old man on the verge of death seeking to prolong his life? Who the hell are you, old man? Did your eyes grow on your butt? How dare you meddle in this young master's affairs? Are you tired of living? Li Mao didn't even think about how the other party could appear silently. He just felt that his good fortune had been interrupted. He had to suppress this immediately to save face. Thus, without even thinking, he charged directly in front of Li Yoming, pointing at his nose, and started cursing. This was truly outrageous. The sudden appearance of Li Yoming stunned Zhao Qingshan for a moment, as he didn't recognize the old man in front of him at all. However, as a master-level warrior, although his cultivation wasn't high, his insight and perception were much stronger than Li Mao the playboy. This person appeared too mysteriously. He had not sensed a thing. Such a situation could only mean two possibilities: either the other party's movement technique had reached perfection, or the other party's cultivation was far beyond his own. In either case, neither was a good sign. He wisely closed his mouth, merely watching the other person without rashly speaking. Li Yoming faced Li Mao's insults, and the finger pointed at his nose without showing any anger. In fact, a slight sneer played at the corners of his mouth, as if he were watching a clown's performance. He couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids, simply using a calm yet chilling voice to say, "You are not qualified to know who I am. Now I am giving you a chance to live. Take your people and roll out of here immediately. Otherwise, you may not be able to leave." His words were delivered lightly yet carried an undeniable coldness, as if he were merely stating a fact. After hearing this, Li Mao laughed instead of getting angry. Moreover, he laughed even more arrogantly. Ha ha ha. You want this young master to roll? You think I can't leave? Old man, do you know who I am? Open your dog eyes and take a look. You are the first in this imperial city to dare speak to me like this. I think you are getting old and tired of living. Due to the vast difference in strength, Li Mao felt no powerful aura emanating from Li Yoming. He considered him merely an arrogant, perhaps somewhat skilled wanderer. Although the Li family had fallen from power, their influence still lingered. Li Mao had been reckless for so many years and had never feared anyone, especially within this imperial city. Although the Li family had fallen from power, their influence still lingered. Li Mao had been reckless for so many years and had never feared anyone, especially the other party was either a wandering cultivator or from a small family posing no threat to him whatsoever. The group of guards behind him naturally began to make a racket, jeering at Li Yoming, eagerly waiting for Li Mao's command to take action. Old man, where did you crawl out from? Do you know who you are facing? Exactly. You dare tell young Master Li to roll. I think you are tired of living. Young Master, why waste words with this old fool? Just break his legs and throw him out. Right. Young Master, just give the order and we will make sure he understands what happens to those who meddle in others' affairs. Look at his pitiful appearance, he must be trying to gain some advantage from old Zhao. He should take a good look at himself. The foul language was unbearable. A group of people rolled up their sleeves, their eyes filled with malice, just waiting for Li Mao's command to take care of this old man who couldn't grasp reality. Seeing this situation, Zhao Qingshan first cupped his hands towards Li Yoming, then politely said, "This elder, this is young Master Li. You should leave quickly to avoid trouble." Although he didn't know Li Yoming's background, his instincts told him that this old man was not simple. He didn't want any more complications for his shop, and it also served as a warning to Li Yoming. Upon hearing this, Li Mao immediately became even more smug, grinning at Li Yoming and saying, "Did you hear that? Old man, even old Zhao wants you to leave. If you are smart, quickly kowtow and admit your mistakes, then leave with your tail between your legs. If this young master is in a good mood, perhaps I will spare your life." Facing the surrounding mockery threats and the approaching guards, Li Yoming finally slowly lifted his eyelids. His seemingly murky old eyes at that moment of lifting suddenly became incomprehensibly deep, as if they were two unfathomable cold pools or like a void filled with endless darkness. He did not look at the clamoring guards, his gaze directly fell upon Li Mao's twisted face, which was contorted from arrogance. The Li family. Li Yoming lightly repeated, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion, only an icy mockery. Before the people around him could react, in the next moment Li Yoming moved. There was no earth-shattering aura erupting nor dazzling movement techniques. He simply appeared to take a casual small step forward. Buzz. A terrifying pressure heavy as a mountain erupted from Li Yoming, radiating outward. At that moment the air seemed to freeze, even the light distorted and dimmed slightly. Thud. 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 The guards of the Li family, who had been so aggressive just moments ago and were ready to strike, now turned pale, unable to even let out a scream, and spurted blood from their mouths. Their bodies all knelt to the ground in unison, their eyes filled with boundless terror, lacking even the courage to look up. Li Mao was at the forefront. He felt as if he had been thrown into the depths of an ocean with immense pressure squeezing from all directions. His organs felt like they were shifting, and breathing became extremely difficult, every bone in his body creaking. Ugh! He groaned, his knees buckling, and with a thud he heavily knelt on the ground. He looked up in horror. He gazed at the old man in grey, who still stood in place as if he had done nothing. At this moment in his eyes he was no longer an ordinary shabby old man, but a deity exuding endless majesty and terrifying aura. Just a glance from him made Li Mao's soul tremble, leaving no thought of resistance. A powerful being. How is this possible? Feeling the horrific pressure, Zhao Qingshan was equally horrified. This aura far exceeds that of a grand master. He looked at Li Yoming with eyes filled with awe and disbelief. Absolutely a being above the Tianran. Li Yoming slowly walked up to Li Mao, looking down at him from above, his voice still calm but like a cold wind from the depths of hell. "Now can you listen to me properly, young Master Li?" A terrifying aura emanated from Li Yoming, though it struck Li Mao with paralyzing dread. His blind confidence in his family prevented him from surrendering outright. Pain and terror instead ignited the brute ferocity and sheer folly buried deep in his bones. Gritting his teeth against the crushing pressure threatening to pulverize him, he forced his head upward with great difficulty and roared, his voice raw and hoarse. Old man. Do you even know who I am? I am the son of Elder Li. Dare you lay a hand on me, and the Li clan will never let you go unpunished. If you know your place, kneel now and beg forgiveness." Alas, his words were cut short. Slap. A sharp ringing slap echoed through the courtyard. Li Yoming did not even shift his feet. With a mere flick of his palm through the air, so swift no one present could trace its path, he delivered the blow. Li Mao felt an irresistible force slam violently across his face. His body shot upward like a severed kite, spinning wildly midair before crashing down several meters away with a heavy, sickening thud. Ugh! A blood-curdling shriek tore from Li Mao's throat. His skull rang with a hollow buzz, golden stars burst before his eyes. But this was only the beginning. Like a wraith, Li Yoming vanished and reappeared instantly beside Li Mao, his expression utterly devoid of emotion. He raised his foot and unleashed a merciless barrage of kicks. Thud. 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 No more. Merciful Senior. Spare me. Spare me. Arg. My ribs, they're broken. Broken. Father. Mother. Save me. It hurts, I'm dying. Li Yuming struck with surgical precision, targeting thick-skinned pain-sensitive areas that inflicted excruciating agony without mortal risk. In that moment, the courtyard fell silent save for Li Mao's shrill desperate cries and the dull meaty thuds of impact. Zhao Qingshan watching from the side stood dumbfounded, then a fierce uncontainable surge of exhilaration rose within him. This arrogant bullying scion had long deserved such chastisement. Watching Li Mao writhe on the ground like a beaten cur, wailing for his parents, sobbing for mercy, he felt a long-suppressed bitterness finally surge forth and dissipate. Had he not feared the Li clan's power, how could he, a grandmaster cultivator, ever have endured such humiliation? As the beating continued, a note of stunned disbelief crept into Li Mao's screams. You're the one from last night. Cowering and shielding his head, he cried out in a tear-choked voice. This technique. This force. Even this artistry. Why did each blow feel increasingly familiar? Good heavens, it was exactly the same as last night's masked black-robed assailant. Even the rhythm and placement of the pain matched perfectly. At Li Mao's cry, Li Yuming paused, just slightly, his eyes flickering with faint surprise. Oh. So this brat had developed reflexes under punishment. He'd actually made the connection. Coincidentally, or perhaps not, the black-robed figure who disciplined him last night was Li Yuming himself. Yet, what difference did recognition make? His hands didn't cease, not even for a breath. Instead, his blows grew heavier, delivered with casual indifference as he spoke. What, last night? This is our first meeting. Cease your baseless slander, do not dare implicate an elder. No more. Senior, I beg you. I was wrong. Truly wrong. I yield. Li Mao could bear it no longer. Worse still, he now knew this terrifying elder was almost certainly one of last night's mysterious masters. If even his own father had been subdued into silence, what was he, a mere pup, to stand against? To persist would mean certain death. At that thought, the last shreds of his arrogance and illusion dissolved, replaced only by bottomless terror and a primal will to survive. You admit your error. Then tell me, why do you think I am here today? Dazed and throbbing with agony, Li Mao shook his head blankly. I don't know, please senior, enlighten me. You don't know? Li Yuming arched a brow. Then why have you brought so many men here? I came to. Instinctively he nearly blurted, collect the shops, but at the sight of Li Yuming's fathomless glacial gaze he jolted awake. I hear these Zhao family shops have already entered an agreement with the Yi clan of South Street. Think carefully, what precisely did you come here to do? Li Mao. His mind stalled. If not to seize the shops, then what? Tourism. A quick-witted guard kneeling nearby, seeing his master's foolishness, whispered urgently, young master, we're just passing through. Yes, passing through. Li Mao seized the lifeline like divine revelation and nodded frantically. Yes. Senior, we're passing through. Exactly. Passing through, we got lost and came in, to ask directions. Hearing this, Li Yuming's face finally softened into a look of quiet satisfaction. Ah, you're asking for directions. Have you found your way? Yes. Yes, senior, we have. Li Mao hastened to reply. Then be off. Are you waiting for me to host you for dinner? We're gone. Immediately. Right now. Li Mao bolted toward the gate, heedless of his battered body scrambling like a man reborn. Yet, as Li Mao and his guards reached the courtyard gate, their escape seemingly assured. Wait. Li Yuming's calm voice rang behind them like a binding incantation. Their bodies froze, rigid as stone. Cold sweat erupted across their brows. Trembling, Li Mao turned back, twisting his features into a smile more ghastly than tears. Senior. Is there anything else? Li Yuming gestured toward Li Mao's mottled bruises and grotesquely swollen face, his tone laced with feigned concern. Nothing urgent, merely curious, how did these injuries occur? Li Mao blinked, instinctively ready to shout, you did this. But meeting Li Yuming's half-smile, knowing, enlightenment struck like lightning. I fell. It was my own clumsiness, I tripped on the way here. Yes. While walking, not watching where I stepped. He even puffed out his chest, strangely proud of his lie. Li Yuming nodded, satisfied. Good. Remember, you fell. Now, be gone. Yes. Thank you, senior. Thank you. Li Mao fled without pause, dragging his pack of humiliated dog-like guards behind him, vanishing down the alley at breakneck speed. Silence settled over the courtyard once more. Zhao Qingshan watched the scene unfold, his heart a tumult of emotions, glee at Li Mao's downfall, profound awe and burning curiosity about Li Yoming's true identity. He drew a slow deep breath and bowed deeply. Many thanks, Senior, for your timely intervention, relieving this dire emergency. Might I ask your honored name and your connection to the Yi clan? Li Yuming turned, his countenance returning to its placid, unruffled stillness. He glanced at Zhao Qingshan and replied quietly. My surname is Li. As for the Yi clan, ask no further. Simply honor the original price and terms agreed upon with them for those shops. With that he offered no farewell, vanishing into thin air before Zhao Qingshan could respond. Moments later, Zhao Qingshan bowed again, deeply reverently, to the empty courtyard. On the other side, after leaving the Zhao family estate, Li Yuming went directly to the Yi family. All the core members of the Yi family came out to welcome him, which could be considered a very high standard of reception. Although Li Yuming was very polite to them and openly stated that he was under Yi Tian, this did not hinder the Yi family's emphasis on him. As family of Yi Tian, they had naturally learned about the strength of the divine martial guards from him. While they did not know Li Yuming's cultivation level, there was one thing they were very clear about. That is, Li Yuming's strength was definitely someone they could not afford to offend. Although they were treated with courtesy due to their relationship with Yi Tian. But they knew in their hearts that Yi Tian was Yi Tian and they were the Yi family, the two could not be confused. If they were to rely on their connection with Yi Tian, if they dared to show disrespect to powerful beings above the heavenly human realm, then the Yi family would certainly not have a good outcome. Anyone with a bit of sense would not do such a thing. Of course, Li Yuming did not stay long at the Yi family. After informing them about the shop matters, he hurried back to the divine martial guards to report to Yi Tian. Meanwhile in the palace, Wang Chen slowly withdrew from deep cultivation. As he opened and closed his eyes, it seemed as if stars were flickering and the illusion of the cycle of all things flashed and vanished. He gently exhaled a breath of turbid air. The breath coalesced yet did not disperse, subtly exuding the imagery of a dragon and tiger converging, dissipating only after a moment. Since his physique had been transformed into the Imperial Tao sacred body by the system, his talent had already reached its peak. For Wang Chen, cultivation was no longer a tedious chore but rather an unparalleled enjoyment. The feeling of power within him growing every moment and the deepening understanding of the laws of heaven and earth, felt as if he was constantly approaching the source of the universe, truly intoxicating. Were it not for being the ruler of the dynasty with various matters needing his decision, he would have wished to immerse himself in cultivation at all times. Just moments ago, he distinctly sensed that the last ripple of the imperial fortune generated from merging with the Tianlan world had completely calmed down. This meant that the newly incorporated territories and population had begun to stabilize, and the overall fortune of the dynasty had undergone a consolidation and elevation, making its foundation even more robust. It is time to take another step forward. Wang Chen's gaze was profound as he looked towards the void outside the hall. The information about the Star Skeleton Palace and Black Fiend Realm reported by Yi Tian, while it did not instill fear in him, brought a subtle sense of urgency. This star domain was not as simple as he initially imagined. Beyond the edges lay an even broader and more powerful world. If the Tianxian dynasty wished to truly stand tall and face potential challenges from the center of the star domain in the future, it must seize every moment to grow itself at a faster pace. The target for the next expedition. Wang Chen already had several candidate coordinates for small worlds in mind. These worlds were similar to the Tianlan world and not particularly strong. Just as he was preparing to issue the command to initiate another cross-border expedition, the familiar and mechanical notification sound of the system unexpectedly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a sign-in opportunity. May I ask if the host would like to sign in? Wang Chen was slightly taken aback, then suddenly understood. Recently he had been immersed in cultivation and had not noticed the passage of time. He did not expect that a month had already gone by. Time seemed to pass particularly quickly for him now. System sign in. Wang Chen silently thought, unable to suppress a hint of anticipation. It is known. The items obtained from the system sign-in are often just right, either solving urgent needs or supplementing the dynasty's shortcomings. Ding! Starting sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the character Guzhin. Guzhin. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow. In the past, the characters obtained from sign-ins such as Gainye Ji Gang or the Imperial Guards could more or less be found in his past lives' memories. But this name Guzhin was unheard of. System, please provide detailed information about Guzhin. Ding! Responding to the host, the data for Guzhin is being generated. Guzhin, a peerless genius from the formation world possessing an unparalleled understanding of formations. Cultivation level Cave Heaven Realm successfully opened 7 Cave Heavens technique Heavenly Formation Ancient Classic A top tier inheritance technique that can reach the domain realm weapon World Formation Disc a treasure containing the source power of World Formation's loyalty 100 absolute loyalty. After reading the information provided by the system, even Wang Chen with his current state of mind could not help but show a hint of surprise in his eyes. Cave Heaven Realm. A strong individual who has already opened 7 Cave Heavens. This cultivation level is 2 small tiers higher than that of him the host. More importantly, this person is a genius specialized in formations. From a world centered around formations. The Heavenly Formation Ancient Classic he mastered is a top-notch technique that can directly reach the domain realm, and the World Formation Disc also sounds like an incredible treasure of formations. Formation World. Genius. Numerous thoughts flashed through Wang Chen's mind in an instant. Previously, when he annexed the Tianlan world, he obtained the inheritance of the Pill Path, compensating the dynasty's shortcomings in pill refining, and established the Pill God Palace with it. Now this Guzhen who came from the Sinan is precisely the solution to the dynasty's deficiencies in the field of formations. With alchemy and formations covered, the dynasty now just lacks a master of weapon forging. The level of consideration from this system has once again exceeded Wang Chen's expectations. Just as he was feeling emotional. Buzz, the void before him unexpectedly rippled without warning, and then a profound spatial crack silently opened. Following that, a slightly thin young figure dressed in a simple blue robe stepped out from the crack. This person appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old with an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were clear and bright as if they could reflect the most fundamental laws of the universe. His aura was harmonious and natural, resonating faintly with the surrounding space. If not seen with one's own eyes, it would be nearly impossible to feel his presence. He stood firm, his gaze immediately landing on Wang Chen. In those clear eyes an indescribable reverence, fervor, and absolute loyalty erupted in an instant. Without any hesitation, he bowed deeply to Wang Chen with the most standard and respectful gesture of a subject. "I, Guzhen, pay my respects to your majesty." Wang Chen looked at the profound cultivator before him, who was also extremely respectful, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "You may rise." Wang Chen's voice carried the majesty of an emperor with a touch of warmth. "Guzhen, I wish to establish the Heavenly Formation Palace. You will serve as the first master of the Heavenly Formation Palace, reporting directly to me." Guzhen complied and rose, standing with his hands at his sides, his posture extremely respectful. "It is the greatest fortune of Guzhen to serve His Majesty. In the way of formations, I shall be your sword expanding territories for the dynasty, and I shall be your shield protecting the dynasty's peace for eternity." Wang Chen nodded slightly. With Guzhen's addition, not only had the dynasty gained another top-tier combat force. More importantly, the establishment and enhancement of the formation system would provide immeasurable benefits for the dynasty's future conquests of other realms. "Come. Summon Zhuge Dali, Cultivation, and Gai Nia to meet me." With Wang Chen's command issued. In just a moment, Zhuge Dali and the others arrived at the Imperial Palace. Upon entering the Yangxin Hall, they made no unnecessary movements and immediately bowed respectfully to Wang Chen. "We pay our respects to your majesty. You may rise." Wang Chen said softly. "Thank you, your majesty." The three of them performed another bow before respectfully looking at Wang Chen. However, when the three of them noticed the ancient formation master standing beside them, they were all taken aback. Because before seeing him they had not sensed his presence at all. This was somewhat frightening. It should be noted that the three of them were not weak. Zhuge Dali and Chu Badian were both at the peak of the earth immortal realm, while Gai Nia had even broken through to the lawform realm. In such circumstances, the fact that they could not sense the presence of the other party hinted at just how powerful he must be. "I have decided to establish the Tianjin Hall in addition to the Divine Martial Guards and the Alchemy Hall under my direct command. The first hall master of the Tianjin Hall will be this ancient formation master beside you. Whatever requirements the ancient formation master has, you three must cooperate with him fully, leaving no room for error." "Yes, we will obey." Despite their surprise, the three of them did not say much. They were all individuals who had signed on with Wang Chen and were fiercely loyal to him. They would follow his commands without any dissent. "The reason I summoned you today is that I have decided the Imperial Dynasty has completed its rest, its fortunes are stable, and it is time to initiate another campaign to expand our territory." Wang Chen's voice was grand, echoing in the Yangxin Hall with an undeniable determination. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Dali, Cultivation, and Gai Nia all felt invigorated. They had long anticipated that Wang Chen would not halt his expansion, but they did not expect it to happen so quickly. Yet their faces bore no signs of fear, rather they were filled with a rising battle spirit. Expanding territory was precisely the time for military generals to achieve merit, as well as a stage for civil officials to demonstrate their governance capabilities. Originally my plan was to advance steadily, gradually annexing the surrounding small worlds to solidify the foundation of the dynasty. At this point, Wang Chen's gaze fell upon the ancient formation master and his tone suddenly shifted. However, with the arrival of the master of the ancient formation, I have changed my mind. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, the ancient formation master slightly bowed, his demeanor showing great humility, yet his eyes shimmered with unwavering confidence. The master of the ancient formation is proficient in formation techniques and possesses profound cultivation. With him here our dynasty can take larger strides. After Wang Chen finished speaking, he gently flipped his palm and a jade slip shimmering with faint starlight appeared in his hand. He then lightly sent it forth and the jade slip floated before the ancient formation master. This contains the detailed coordinates of dozens of small worlds surrounding the Xiantian continent that I have grasped. Ancient Formation Master, I command you to thoroughly study these world coordinates in the shortest time possible and begin constructing spatial passages to ensure that our dynasty's army can arrive at any selected world with precision at any time. The Ancient Formation Master respectfully accepted the jade slip, briefly scanning it with his divine sense, and his eyes instantly erupted with brilliant light. Your Majesty, rest assured. With this coordinate guidance I can establish a stable spatial passage at any time. Very well. Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction upon hearing the Ancient Formation Master's assurance. Cultivation, you need to fully cooperate with the Ancient Formation Master, readying the troops for deployment. The subordinate obeys. Zhuge Dali. You will oversee logistics, personnel allocation and governance strategies for the new territories. Once the Ancient Formation Master opens the passage, the speed of the army's occupation will greatly increase. You need to prepare in advance to ensure that the territories captured can be swiftly integrated and converted into the strength of the dynasty. I understand, Your Majesty. Zhuge Dali replied with a bow, his mind already racing to devise a more efficient administrative governance and resource allocation system. Gai Nia. Wang Chen finally turned his gaze to Gai Nia, the commander of the Divine Martial Guards. As the spearhead, the Divine Martial Guards must play a decisive role. At the same time, you must coordinate with Chu Badian to clear any potential enemy high-end forces we might encounter while crossing realms. How you coordinate is up to you to discuss. Yes, Your Majesty. Gai Ni's response was concise, but the sword intent in his gaze conveyed everything. As for which world to conquer first, when to deploy, how to allocate forces, and how to connect post-governance, I shall not inquire into these details one by one. You four may discuss and decide together, draft a detailed strategy and report it to me for approval. I have but one requirement. Wang Chen's voice suddenly turned sharp, imperial power surging. Move swiftly. With the might of thunder, sweep through the surroundings. I want to quickly establish an unbreakable foundation at the edge of this star domain, a colossal entity that will make any force think twice. We will faithfully obey the edict of Your Majesty. The four of them responded in unison, their voices firm and filled with confidence. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Within these 3 days a detailed plan had already been drafted and received the king's approval. Dong! A grand resounding sound as if from the ancient primordial past suddenly echoed from deep within the palace. In an instant it spread throughout the entire Xiantian Empire. As the bell tolls, all the people are astonished, followed by a surge of excitement. Your Majesty is about to initiate another war beyond the realms. Heaven bless the Empire. Your Majesty is mighty. Brothers, it's time to serve the Empire. And the true eye of the storm lies outside the capital in the 4 great training grounds and the station of the Divine Martial Guards. Swish! 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 Within the station of the Divine Martial Guards, figures exuding formidable auras soared into the sky. Nearly 1,000 elite members of the Divine Martial Guards took to the air in just 10 breaths. Especially the leading figures among them, their auras as deep as the ocean, merely floating there seemed to compress the entire void. Meanwhile, in the 4 great training grounds of the Imperial City, the millions of troops of the Empire already lined up let out earth-shaking roars. Roar! 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 Looking out, the flags were like a forest, the sound waves crashing against the heavens like a tangible tsunami. The blood battle intent and killing aura of millions gathered together, forming a visible majestic column of energy that shot straight into the clouds. The terrifying momentum resonated with the fortune golden dragon above the capital, causing the heavens and earth to change color in an instant. By the decree of the Emperor, the Imperial Dynasty has completed its rest and its fortunes are flourishing. Today we initiate another campaign beyond the realms. Cultivation's voice was filled with undeniable strength and iron-blooded killing intent. Target the foreign realms. Anyone who obstructs our Imperial army shall be regarded as a rebel and shall be killed. Without mercy. Kill. 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 Millions of troops roared in unison, their voices rising once more, shaking the earth slightly as if the air was filled with the resonant sounds of metal clashing. The great emperor watches over you. The glory of the empire awaits your rising. Warriors, Chubatian took a deep breath, almost exhausting all his strength, letting out a final battle cry that ignited all their blood and ambition. To achieve merit, it is this very day. Fight for your majesty. Fight for the empire. Kill. 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 As Chubation's voice fell, the millions of troops in the royal city's training grounds instantly erupted in fervor. It must be understood that among these millions of troops, the vast majority are composed of ordinary martial artists. For ordinary martial artists without opportunities or resources, it is extremely difficult to achieve anything in the martial path. Unless they take a dark path, it is very hard for ordinary individuals to find a way out, even if they risk their lives. But now things are different. Since the dynasty began the war beyond the realm, every soldier who participated in the war has been able to receive the rewards of Wang Chen's fortune. If they kill more enemies and achieve greater merits, the fortune they receive will be even greater. Soldiers who were originally only at the body refining stage have now all broken through to the innate stage. Such a realm is something many ordinary soldiers would not have dared to even dream of before. In the past, these soldiers could not find ways to enhance their strength and could only rely on gradual accumulation, seeing no hope at all. Now that a way to enhance their strength has been found, as long as they achieve merits and fight hard, there is an opportunity for improvement. This is not an illusory promise but a tangible shortcut to power. It is a chance to change one's fate using swords and heat-blooded efforts. Which ambitious martial artist trapped by reality could resist such madness? At the height of the soldiers' excitement. Boom! For thunderous sounds that seemed to split the heavens erupted simultaneously around the royal city, shaking the entire city as if it were trembling. Everyone looked up in shock. Above the four main training grounds of the royal city, the originally calm sky seemed to be violently torn apart by four invisible giant hands. The space was violently twisting and collapsing. Four enormous spatial passages were rapidly forming at a visible speed. Each passage had a diameter of over a kilometer. Silver-white runes flowed along the edges, and the depths of the passages were unfathomably dark, subtly revealing a completely different aura and seen from the opposite world. There were ethereal ancient trees that seemed to be dripping with greenery and heavy stable yellow earth pulsating. There were ice crystals shimmering in extreme cold winds, as well as the scorching waves of dark red lava flowing. Four massive passages several kilometers long and majestic appeared like four divine gateways stretching across the heavens above the royal city. Heavens! What is that? 4. Four spatial passages. Four spatial passages opened simultaneously. What kind of great power is this? This is too incredible. The scene was so shocking that everyone within 1,000 miles was left in awe. When they previously invaded the wilds and the Tianlan worlds, the passages Wang Chen opened were also remarkable, but their scale was far less than this, not to mention that 4 doors opened at once. This has surpassed their conventional understanding of power. Of course, it is not that Wang Chen lacked the ability to open such formidable spatial passages at once, it was simply not necessary at the time. The awe-inspiring spectacle was the work of the ancient formation. He floated in the void beside the royal city, holding a seemingly ancient yet fundamentally powerful treasure that contained the essence of the supreme formation. The formation disk slowly rotated, radiating incomprehensible waves resonating with the 4 passages. His expression was calm, his gaze focused. With his own strength utilizing the power of the treasure, he simultaneously anchored 4 coordinates from other realms, opening such large-scale spatial passages. His mastery of formation and cultivation could be described as astonishing. As time passed, the edges of the 4 passages gradually stabilized and the turbulent internal space had calmed, solidifying the interdimensional bridge. At this moment, the clear and steady voice of the ancient formation resonated in the ears of everyone present. The passage has been formed, the space is stable, and transdimensional travel can commence. As soon as the voice fell, Gainiev, who had been quietly standing at the forefront of the divine martial guard with his sword, slowly raised his eyes. His gaze seemed to penetrate space, locking onto the unknown world at the other end of the passage. Divine martial guard, Gaini's voice was not loud, yet it carried a chilling coldness and absolute authority. As per the plan, march. Understood. Nearly 1,000 elite members of the Divine Martial Guard responded in unison, their voices echoing through the skies. Without any hesitation, the 4 teams they had already divided moved simultaneously. Whoosh! 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 For streams of dark energy composed of earthly immortals and powerful beings from the celestial realm surged forth like 4 swords of destruction brought to life. With a sharp momentum piercing the heavens and a concentrated intent to kill, they each shot towards the 4 spatial passages. In the blink of an eye they vanished into the deep portals. They are the sharpest spearheads of the dynasty, the first to pierce the heart of the other realm. The mobilization of the Divine Martial Guard signifies that the war beyond the realm has officially begun. On the command platform, Chu Badian took a deep breath, raised the military flag high and swung it down fiercely. The entire army heed my orders. His roar was like a battle drum, instantly igniting the fighting spirit of millions. March! Kill! 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 The accumulated fighting spirit and murderous intent erupted with great force. The four main training grounds. Millions of soldiers clad in dark armor and wielding sharp blades transformed into four torrents of iron, surging directly into the four great spatial passages. One of these spatial passages connects to a world called Qingmu Realm. This world is quite special. It is not dominated by any powerful forces in this world, but is instead managed collectively by countless sects. In the central location of the Qingmu Realm stands a gigantic city extravagantly decorated. The owner of the city is named Zhou Mingho. Originally, Zhou Mingho was just a disciple of a small sect in the Qingmu Realm. With average talent, after over 30 years of cultivation, he barely reached the innate stage. One night 3 years ago, while he was cultivating in the back mountain of his sect, he inadvertently found a very special stone which completely changed his life. Because it was not an ordinary stone but the core of the realm of the Qingmu Realm, containing the primal power of the Qingmu Realm. Whoever masters the core of the realm can freely manipulate the primal power of this world. Zhou Mingho was quite clever. After obtaining the core of the realm, he did not make it known but waited until he could skillfully utilize the primal power before daring to reveal it. Originally just a small pawn at the innate stage, he suddenly acquired the ability to manipulate the world's primal power, becoming the most powerful person in this realm. In the face of such circumstances, to be honest, very few people could maintain their composure. Zhou Mingho was no exception. After feeling invincible, the first thing he did was to charge directly into the strongest sect in the Qingmu Realm. He stole their saintus. The Qingmu Realm. Just a very small world. In terms of comparison, it is quite similar to the Tianlan world. Therefore, the number of powerful beings in the Qingmu Realm is also very limited. The most apparent strongest beings are merely at the Celestial Realm, with only a few ancestral figures at the Land Immortal Realm residing in the Holy Lands. Zhou Mingho stood outside the most luxurious palace in the Qingmu Realm, overlooking the vast city centered around him, filled with profound emotions. The innate disciple who had been diligently cultivating in the sect's back mountain 3 years ago, meticulously calculating every bit of cultivation resources, had long since vanished. In his place now stood this realm master who could manipulate the very essence of the world with a mere thought, causing the entire Qingmu Realm to tremble with a stump. He still vividly remembered the caution and ecstasy he felt when he first obtained the core of the realm source. He recalled the shuddering and expansion he experienced the first time he attempted to harness the power of the source. Of course, he remembered even more vividly the first significant event he undertook after becoming invincible. That was when he directly invaded the Qingyun Holy Land, the pinnacle of righteousness in the Qingmu Realm, and brazenly abducted the maiden revered as the #1 fairy of the Qingmu Realm in front of thousands of disciples and elders. At that time, even the ancestral figure of the Land Immortal Realm, who had been in seclusion for hundreds of years and had long ceased to concern himself with worldly matters, was stirred and attacked him in anger. Sword energy crisscrossed for 3,000 miles, trying to slay him directly. Unfortunately, Zhou Mingho merely focused his thoughts and drew upon a wisp of the Qingmu Realm's source power. He then effortlessly slapped that ancestral figure into the depths of the mountain, leaving his fate unknown. The Holy Land's great formation. It was as fragile as paper in the face of the source power. That battle solidified Zhou Mingho's reputation of invincibility. Naturally, it also unleashed the desires and ambitions he had suppressed for many years. Having become invincible, he naturally needed a residence that matched his status. His previous humble cave abode was no longer suitable. He then set his sights on the most prosperous Wanku city in the center of the Qingmu Realm. There was no reason needed. Nor did he require any justification. He directly forced his way to take control and expelled all other forces within the city, even renaming the city to Mingho City. This was merely the beginning. After acquiring supreme power and authority, beauty became one of his greatest pursuits. Needless to say, it was not just Zhou Mingho, any man given the condition, who could resist the allure of beauty. So in the subsequent year, dozens of women with some beauty or slight fame in the Qingmu Realm, be they sect prodigies or gems among rogue cultivators, were forcibly brought back to Mingho City. For a time, the Qingmu Realm was filled with alarm, and those forces with cherished daughters were all on edge. Ultimately, all major sects in the Qingmu Realm could no longer tolerate it. In a moment, all the sects set aside past grievances and united to form a demon extermination alliance. Gathering over 90% of the Celestial Realm and several hidden Land Immortal Realm powerhouses, they marched towards Mingho City in a grand formation. They swore to eliminate Zhou Mingho, the disaster of the world. That battle was the largest and highest-level decisive battle in the history of the Qingmu realm. Outside Mingho City, powerful beings gathered like clouds, treasures shining brightly in the sky, and the cries of battle shook the four corners. However, the outcome left all participants feeling despair. Faced with an army that nearly gathered the power of the entire realm, Zhou Mingho didn't even step out of the palace. He simply lounged on his throne, using the core of the realm source to draw upon the overwhelming source power of the Qingmu realm. On that day, a blue vortex appeared in the sky above Mingho City with endless source power transforming into towering blue pillars of light. All attacks from the alliance seemed pale and ridiculous in the face of such immense power. After that battle, the Demon Extermination Alliance collapsed and no one dared to challenge Zhou Mingho's authority again. Zhou Mingho's identity as the strongest in the Qingmu realm and Supreme Realm Master was no longer questioned. The next 2 years were 2 years of extravagant enjoyment for Zhou Mingho. All forces in the Qingmu realm to express their respect and submission to this invincible realm master presented him with rare treasures. They even pooled resources together to expand Mingho City. Zhou Mingho's harem, which initially started with forced abductions, transformed into countless women willingly offering themselves. With the aura of the strongest in the Qingmu realm and the supreme authority to manipulate the world's essence, even with an ordinary appearance, he could not stop women from flocking to him like moths to a flame. Zhou Mingho lived a life of revelry every night, becoming a groom daily, enjoying the blessings of many. Over these 3 years, he utilized the source power of the world to forcefully raise his cultivation to the peak of the land immortal realm. Even without relying on the core of the realm source, with his current cultivation, he had already surpassed everyone in the Qingmu realm. At this moment, he rubbed his slightly sore lower back, gazing at the flowing clouds in the sky, yet a rare sense of emptiness and curiosity arose in his heart. Sigh, doing this every day. Although it is enjoyable, my back truly can't take it anymore. I wonder what kind of scenery lies beyond the Qingmu realm. Are there broader skies, more powerful beings, and even more stunning beauties? This thought had not been the first time to appear in his mind. Having reached his level of cultivation and with the core of the realm source in hand, he could vaguely sense the vast and boundless void beyond the world's barriers. He had pondered more than once whether he should leave the Qingmu realm and venture outside. With his peak cultivation at the land immortal realm, he could surely find a place for himself out there, right? However, every time this thought arose, he felt an unsettling sensation in his heart. Moreover, he truly could not bear to part with his current lifestyle nor the hundreds of charming beauties in his harem who catered to his every whim. He could not relinquish the sense of absolute power where the world responded to his every thought. Leaving the Qingmu realm meant giving up everything he had now to start anew in an unknown, potentially dangerous world. What if there are even more powerful beings outside? The risks and uncertainties made this realm master, who was accustomed to comfort and control, unable to make up his mind. Forget it, no matter how good it is outside, can it compare to my current carefree and enjoyable life? Zhou Mingho shook his head, suppressing that curiosity about the outside world once again, and turned to walk back into the palace. Their carefully dressed maidens and beautiful concubines were already waiting to serve him. Perhaps when I truly get tired of this, or when my strength advances further, I will consider it. He once again immersed himself in the intoxication brought by tenderness and power. Unbeknownst to him, a massive spatial passage had already connected to their world. Moreover, countless powerful beings had already invaded the Qingmu realm in less than half a day. Almost a third of the entire Qingmu realm had fallen. Many sects were hastily rushing towards the Mingho City in the very center of the Qingmu realm, and Zhou Mingho, as the strongest in the Qingmu realm, had become the last hope for all sects to resist the invasion. Just don't know if this hope is strong enough. In the northern part of the Qingmu realm lies the Qingyun Sacred Place. As one of the 4 sacred places in the Qingmu realm, it governs an area of tens of thousands of miles. It holds an unparalleled position. However, at this moment, the high-ranking members of the Qingyun Sacred Place gathered together with grave expressions. Several elders of the sect, after contemplating for a while, began to report to the sect master. The powerful beings from another world are about to step into our Qingyun Sacred Place's territory. Indeed, Master, now in the vast northern region, only our Qingyun Sacred Place remains. It's ruthless. In just 1 day's time, aside from us, the entire northern region has fallen. The strength of those people is too formidable, we simply cannot withstand them. Master, please prepare as soon as possible. As the words of the elders faded, the atmosphere in the great hall sank to an all-time low. There was no other choice. Those beings from another world were simply too powerful, instilling fear in them. It must be noted that the entire northern region of the Qingmu realm was home to many great sects that had stood for hundreds of years. But now, in just 1 day's time, only their Qingyun Sacred Place remains. Such overwhelming strength was simply beyond their capacity to contend with. Within the hall of the sacred place, the sect master of Qingyun Sacred Place exchanged glances with their land immortal ancestor. Their expressions were extremely grim. They were not foolish. Those beings from another world all wore standardized armor. This indicated that these terrifying existences who pillaged and conquered their world with ease were part of an organized army. This speculation weighed heavily on their hearts. If the army was this powerful, then what terrifying force was behind such a formidable army? All right. I have already discussed with the ancestor, since we cannot resist, we can only choose to retreat. Upon hearing the sect master's words, everyone present was taken aback. Retreat? Where? Where do we retreat to? Where else can we go? How could those beings from another world possibly let us go? Seeing the reactions of the crowd, the sect master of Qingyun Sacred Place did not waste words and directly announced, notify everyone above the Grandmaster level in the Sacred Place to follow me to Mingho City immediately. Although their Qingyun Sacred Place had decent strength, they all knew in their hearts that when compared to those beings from another world, they were simply not enough. At this point they had only one option left. That was to seek the help of the strongest person in the Qingmu realm. They were well aware of Zhou Mingho's strength. He could easily suppress all the powerful beings in their world. In their eyes, Zhou Mingho was an invincible existence. Although those beings from another world were strong, they might not be Zhou Mingho's match. Moreover, their sacred maiden from Qingyun Sacred Place as Zhou Mingho's woman seeking his support was only natural and not disgraceful. Soon within the Qingyun Sacred Place, dozens of figures soared into the sky. They transformed into streaks of light and flew directly towards the center of the Qingmu realm. Those who flew away were all key figures of their Qingyun Sacred Place. As long as they remained, the Qingyun Sacred Place would endure. As for those weak disciples and the mortals who depended on them for survival, they could only say they were sorry. Meanwhile, reporting to the commander, the high-ranking members of this sect have all fled towards the center of this world. A member of the Divine Martial Guard was respectfully reporting to Yi Tian. Oh. Interesting. I am increasingly curious about that so-called strongest person in the Qingmu realm. Since they entered this world, they had already heard the name of that so-called strongest person in the Qingmu realm more than once. Someone who was revered by the entire world. It was easy to guess that this person was certainly not ordinary. Even a sacred place with landing mortals was rushing to seek refuge with him. It was not hard to deduce that the existence of that strongest person in the Qingmu realm must have reached the realm above landing mortals. As for whether he had broken through to the Dharma aspect realm, he was not certain. Of course, even if the other party had broken through to the Dharma aspect realm, he was not afraid. After all, he had the entire Tianxian dynasty backing him. Not to mention the emperor of that high and mighty dynasty. Even their Divine Martial Guard's Grand Commander Gainye was a presence of the Dharma aspect realm. The Divine Martial Guard will not be restrained. After Yi Tian finished speaking, he led the hundreds of members of the Divine Martial Guard directly towards the very center of the Qingmu realm. The high-ranking members of all the forces in the northern region had already been swept away, and it was time to meet that so-called strongest person in the Qingmu realm. At this moment, in the center of the Qingmu realm, in Mingho City, the 7 landing mortals of the Qingmu realm and nearly 100 powerful beings at the celestial realm gathered together. There was no other choice. In just one day, the entire northern region had fallen. This made them feel a sense of panic in their hearts. Even those who were not in the northern region could not remain calm. They all came to Mingho City wanting to ask Zhou Mingho, the strongest person in the Qingmu realm, to take action and eliminate those beings from another world. But, faced with a group of anxious people, Zhou Mingho appeared very calm. What's the hurry? It's just a group of beings from another world. They all have 2 shoulders and 1 head. Look how scared you all are. This was not Zhou Mingho trying to show off. But he was indeed not in a hurry. In his heart, he was an invincible existence. He lay back in his rocking chair, taking a light sip of the tea in his cup with a disdainful expression. Not to mention that he already possessed the peak strength of a land immortal. If necessary, he could also use the world source core to mobilize the world's source power. Once he exerted all his strength, based on his estimates, even those above land immortals would not intimidate him. Furthermore, he had always harbored a hint of curiosity about the outside world. Now was a good opportunity to learn about the situation in the outside world from these beings from another world. No wonder he is the strongest person in the Qingmu realm. He remains so composed in the face of powerful beings from another world. Zhou Senior's cultivation is truly becoming more unfathomable. Standing before Zhou Senior, I feel as if I am facing the entire Qingmu realm itself. It's truly frightening. Ha ha. Good, with Zhou Senior around we can rest easy. Indeed, let those beings from another world see the style of our strongest person in the Qingmu realm and scare them to death. The group of powerful beings from the Qingmu realm who were originally a bit worried felt completely at ease upon seeing Zhou Mingho's calm demeanor. As time passed, when all the powerful beings in the Qingmu realm finally let their guard down, a series of powerful auras suddenly surged from the distant horizon, rushing straight towards Mingho City. Boom! Hundreds of figures descended like shattered voids, appearing in an instant above the skies of Mingho City. Dressed in unified dark attire, they exuded a terrifying aura. The weakest among them had reached the peak of the human realm, and dozens emanated the overwhelming pressure of the earth immortal realm. Like dozens of blazing suns hanging in the sky, they enveloped the entire Mingho City in a suffocating and terrifying atmosphere. Especially the young man at the forefront. Although he was merely at the midstage of the earth immortal realm, his deep-set eyes swept across, seemingly carrying a coldness and scrutiny that could pierce through the ages. This sent a tremor through the hearts of all the powerful beings in the Qingmu realm, a chill rising involuntarily from the depths of their souls. Is this what those beings from another realm are like? How can there be so many beings in the earth immortal realm? What a terrifying aura! What do we do now? It's over. How do we fight? What do we fight with? Despair spread like a plague throughout Mingho City. Although they had heard before that beings from another realm were incredibly strong, not seeing it firsthand left their feelings of shock rather vague. However, upon witnessing it with their own eyes, they were all dumbfounded. The slight confidence that had just risen due to Zhou Mingho was instantly shattered. The earth immortal realm was already a pinnacle existence in the Qingmu realm, with only 7 or 8 such beings in total. Yet now, there appeared dozens at once. What are you panicking for? A cold snort suddenly calmed the turbulent hearts of the crowd. Zhou Mingho continued to lazily recline in his rocking chair, casually waving his sleeve. In an instant, a profound and overwhelming force like the gentle spring rain silently dissipated the terrifying pressure that Yi Tian and others had deliberately released. The people within Mingho City felt the pressure lift, taking deep breaths while their hearts also eased. As expected of the number one in our Qingmu realm. So powerful. With just a wave, he dispelled the enemy's pressure. With Senior Zhou here, we will surely be safe. At that moment, Zhou Mingho slowly stood up, first brushing off non-existent dust from his body. Then he raised his eyes to gaze at Yi Tian and others in the void outside the city. His gaze carried a sense of scrutiny and amusement, as if observing a group of chickens and dogs that had intruded into his backyard. Beings from beyond, state your names. Upon hearing Zhou Mingho's words, Yi Tian's gaze tightened slightly. Zhou Mingho's casual display of power made him even more certain of his judgment. This person was not simple. Of course, no matter how extraordinary the other party was, he could not weaken his own momentum. I am Yi Tian, the deputy commander of the Divine Martial Guard of the Tianxian Empire. Under the decree of the Emperor, I have come to take control of this realm. Where my Imperial army passes, those who comply will prosper and those who resist will perish. If you recognize the situation, surrender immediately to ensure your safety. Those who resist will be executed without mercy. Ha ha ha. Zhou Mingho seemed to hear the greatest joke in the world, bursting into laughter filled with disdain. You truly crack me up. Tianxian Empire. What is that? I've never even heard of it. You want to take over our Qingmu realm? Do you think you can do that with a bunch of miscellaneous fish? Are you dreaming? Ha ha ha. Kid, listen carefully. In this Qingmu realm, I am the law. Your so-called empire is nothing before me. Upon hearing the other party's arrogance, Yi Tian knew there was no room for negotiation, so he decided not to waste more words. A frog in a well knows nothing of the vast river. Since that is the case, let this commander see just how capable this so-called number one in the Qingmu realm truly is. Ha ha ha. Overestimating yourselves. One move is all I need to deal with you. Before Zhou Mingho's words fell, he directly began to communicate with the core of the realm on him. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color. The sky over a radius of thousands of miles around Mingho City suddenly darkened. A gigantic hand formed entirely from the power of the Qingmu realm's origin appeared above Yi Tian and the others. This hand was enormous, its fingers like pillars supporting the heavens, exuding a terrifying aura that suppressed all things and obliterated everything. It seemed to represent the will of this realm, intent on completely erasing these invaders. Senior Zhou is mighty. Senior Zhou is invincible. The people of the Qingmu realm below trembled with excitement. They had never witnessed such powerful strength before. This was truly a divine method. Yi Tian's pupils constricted, then he shouted sharply, everyone attack together. Hundreds of divine martial guards behind him reacted swiftly, launching their strongest powers to confront the gigantic hand. Boom! The two forces collided, immediately erupting into a colossal sound that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The space collapsed in chunks, energy storms swept in all directions, and those within Mingho City with slightly weaker cultivation were directly shaken to the point of spitting blood and fainting. The divine martial guards, being the elite of the empire, managed to withstand the giant hand containing the power of an entire realm. But everyone felt pressure like a mountain, their blood boiling within, and the slightly weaker divine martial guards began to bleed from their mouths. They were not fighting Zhou Mingho but rather the power of the heavens and the earth of the entire Qingmu realm. Zhou Mingho, seeing this, also displayed a hint of surprise in his eyes. There is indeed some skill here, let's see how long you can hold on. He then increased the urging of the core of the realm. Yi Tian's forehead bulged with veins, secretly shocked. Zhou Mingho was indeed mysterious, he could actually mobilize the origin power of the world. Just as the divine martial guards felt the pressure intensifying and were about to be suppressed. Sigh. A sigh barely audible, as if it had traversed endless time and space, suddenly resonated throughout this realm. The sigh was very light, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears, even overpowering the roar of the energy collision. With this sigh, the gigantic hand formed from the origin power of the Qingmu realm suddenly froze. Then, before the incredulous gazes of everyone, the gigantic hand, which seemed capable of suppressing the heavens and the earth, began to disintegrate inch by inch from its fingertips, ultimately transforming into the most primitive green light points and then silently dissipating into the air, leaving no trace behind. As if it had never existed. The chaotic energy currents between heaven and earth also calmed down. Everything happened too quickly and too airily. Zhou Mingho's smile abruptly froze, his pupils narrowing to pinpoints, and an unprecedented chill originating from the depths of his soul instantly engulfed his entire being. He could clearly feel that the connection between himself and the core of the realm had been forcibly severed by an indescribable higher-level power in that fleeting moment. No. Not severed. Rather, ignored. The power of the realm he prided himself on was utterly insignificant in the face of that sigh. Who? Zhou Mingho suddenly looked up frantically, trying to reconnect with the core of the realm, only to find that his sensing of the origin of the Qingmu realm seemed to be blocked by an insurmountable barrier. He could no longer freely mobilize the origin power of this world. At this moment the void was silent. Only that sigh, seemingly coming from the heavens above, continued to resonate in everyone's hearts. At that moment, as everyone was shaken to the core by the sighs echoing in their ears, a ripple suddenly emerged in the void above Mingho City. Immediately under everyone's gaze, a dark and terrifying spatial passage began to slowly take shape. As the passage formed, everyone could see a blurred figure slowly walking towards them from the other end of the spatial passage. Faintly, people began to perceive that behind that terrifying figure there were 7 indistinct phantoms rising and falling. These phantoms were not mere illusions but actual shadows from real worlds. As if he alone bore the power of 7 worlds. Even though there was a spatial passage in between, upon seeing the figure everyone's souls felt as if they were about to shatter. Puff. Ugh. Below, whether it was Zhou Mingho or the land immortals and heavenly realm cultivators from the Qingmu realm. Anyone who tried to lift their gaze to see clearly the figure in the passage immediately felt their eyes prick with pain, their souls violently shaking. It was as if countless worlds were simultaneously crushing through their fragile consciousness. Those with slightly weaker strength directly spewed blood and fainted. Even those slightly stronger turned pale, their spirits languid as waves of tearing pain resonated at the soul level, causing them to no longer dare to look up and face the figure. Strong. So powerful that it exceeded the limits of their understanding. Powerful enough that they felt unworthy to even cast a glance at him. This was not merely a suppression of realms but a fundamental disparity in the essence of life itself. Like ants gazing at the galaxy, like tiny insects trying to glimpse a giant tree. At this moment everyone felt a shiver in humility rising from the depths of their souls. Finally that figure took a step forward, completely exiting the spatial passage, his true form directly descending into their world. The newcomer was dressed in a simple grey-blue robe, plain in style with no excessive embellishments, appearing to be only in his 20s. However, this seemingly ordinary young man, when he stood still, emanated a horrifying aura that unmistakably signified that he was an incredibly powerful being. He merely stood there, seemingly not deliberately releasing any pressure, yet he appeared to be the absolute center of this world. Even the primordial power of the Qingmu realm actively retreated upon his appearance. We pay our respects to Guzhen, my lord. Indeed, the newcomer was Guzhen. Led by Yi Tian, all members of the Divine Martial Guard immediately bowed in unison upon seeing Guzhen. Their voices were filled with genuine awe and respect. They all knew that this seemingly young and gentle formation master was personally appointed by the emperor the head of the Tianjin Hall. He was truly one of the towering figures standing at the pinnacle of the empire's martial power with an unfathomable cultivation level. Upon seeing Yi Tian and the others, Guzhen revealed a slight warm smile, and with a gentle wave of his hand a soft yet irresistible force lifted everyone up. Captain Yi, there's no need for such formalities. Gu Zhen's voice carried an astonishingly strange power, instantly calming the slightest tension in the hearts of all the Divine Martial Guard. We are all subjects of the Emperor serving the Empire, and our duties are the same without distinction. His attitude was exceedingly polite, especially towards Yi Tian, his gaze carrying an almost imperceptible hint of approval and importance. Though he had been summoned by Wang Chen not long ago, he naturally understood the important figures and situations within the Empire. Yi Tian, as the vice-captain of the Divine Martial Guard, was someone the Emperor had personally paid attention to and deserved to be treated with respect. Inside Mingho City, Zhou Mingho's face turned ashen and the last shred of hope was completely shattered. When Gu Zhen appeared and the terrifying phenomenon of the sevenfold world shadows manifested. Upon hearing Yi Tian and the others' respectful titles, he understood. This was not a contest of the same level at all. The mere natural release of the other's aura made the core of his realm tremble incessantly. How could he possibly contend with that? The other cultivators of the Qingmu realm had long been numbed by this series of terrifying presences, left only with boundless fear and confusion. No one was foolish. In the current situation, anyone with discernment could see it. Their number one in the Qingmu realm could not withstand the other. With just a sigh, the opponent shattered all their support. Gu Zhen's gaze finally slowly turned downwards. His eyes swept across the devastated Mingho City, the despairing Zhou Mingho, and the terrified beings of the Qingmu realm. His expression remained gentle yet carried a tranquil insight that seemed to understand everything. This time, the initiation of the extraterritorial war. Wang Chen had entrusted them with full responsibility, and although he was one of the responsible parties, he had not directly participated in the battle. Nonetheless, his gaze had been observing from across the spatial passage. When Yi Tian and the others encountered danger, he naturally saw it at the first moment. He also did not expect that within a small world there would be a being capable of mobilizing the primordial forces of the world, which piqued his curiosity. It wasn't until he saw Zhou Mingho that he suddenly understood what was going on. The core of the realm choosing its master is a great fortune. To gain the recognition of this item even in the vast world, one could be considered a person of great luck. Gu Zhen's tone was calm, as if stating an objective fact. What a pity, though restless in heart-seeking pleasure, possessing a supreme treasure yet failing to contemplate the profound truths of heaven and earth. A pearl covered in dust, a treasured artifact. Shame, such behavior is akin to squandering a precious gift, wasting this fortune in vain. Gu Zhen's words were not severe, even carrying a hint of admonition. However, to Zhou Mingho's ears they were more piercing than the most vicious curse. They directly crushed the last remnants of his pride deep within. No, that's not it. I am the lord of the Qingmu realm. Zhou Mingho was still thinking of rebutting. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any words to counter. The other party was right. Over the past 3 years he had indeed only indulged in pleasure. Gu Zhen said no more, simply raising his right hand, fingers directed at the below Zhou Mingho, and with a gentle grasp from afar. This grasp seemed casual, devoid of any trace of fire. However, the laws of heaven and earth seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand at that moment. Buzz. The space around Zhou Mingho suddenly froze and he couldn't even move a finger. A vast power of laws, ignoring the barriers of his physical body and the resistance of his soul, directly invaded his being. It precisely locked onto the core of his realm that had already fused with his Dantian, the realm source core. Ugh! An indescribable pain instantly engulfed Zhou Mingho's entire body. It was not just the pain of separation in his physical body, but the agony of his soul being forcibly torn apart and the essence being violently extracted. He let out a shriek that was more inhuman than human, his body convulsing violently. Stop! That's mine. It's my thing. Give it back to me. He screamed, his voice distorting, filled with unwillingness and madness. He even attempted to mobilize the remaining power to resist. Unfortunately, in the face of Gu Zhen's absolute power and mastery of the laws, all of this was as futile as an ant trying to stop a chariot. In just a moment he collapsed to the ground like a dead pig. The once proud lord who had only enjoyed glory for 3 years had come to an end. Commander Yi. This individual is no longer a threat. What remains is now in your hands. Upon finishing these words, Gu Zhen raised his hand. Instantly a spatial rift materialized before him. Then with a single stride he vanished into the rift. We respectfully bid farewell to Lord Gu Zhen. Across the entire Qingmu realm, only Zhou Mingho's unexpected emergence had posed any obstacle, otherwise Commander Yi Tian and the Divine Martial Guards would have encountered no resistance whatsoever. And now, Zhou Mingho's realm origin core had already been extracted. At present he was little more than a terrestrial immortal cultivator. Moreover, his entire cultivation foundation had been artificially elevated through the primordial energy drawn from the realm origin core. Now that the realm origin core was gone, his true combat prowess likely fell short even of a newly ascended terrestrial immortal among the Divine Martial Guards. Such strength posed no concern whatsoever within the Imperial dynasty. As for Gu Zhen's hasty departure, it was partly motivated by that very realm origin core. Zhou Minghe failed to recognize its worth. In truth, even across the entire starfield, the realm origin core ranked among the rarest and most treasured artifacts. Its formation conditions were extraordinarily stringent, not every world could give birth to one. Indeed, across countless realms and eons spanning millions of years, perhaps only a single core might emerge. It was not a remnant of a world's destruction, but rather a crystalline manifestation, forged during an extraordinary irreproducible metamorphosis of a world wherein its fundamental laws coalesced into tangible form. In essence, a single realm origin core embodied the very rules governing a world. Its functions were nothing short of miraculous beyond empowering cultivators like Zhou Minghe to command a world's primordial energies. Most crucially, it bore the deepest imprints of a world's foundational laws, and held within it the latent potential for evolutionary transcendence. For cultivators, especially those who had entered the hollow heaven realm and begun probing the essence of reality while constructing their own inner hollow heavens, the realm origin core was an incalculable treasure. Meditating upon it unveiled the architecture of worlds and revealed the profound mysteries behind the operation of cosmic laws. It could profoundly fortify the foundations of one's hollow heaven and even illuminate pathways toward higher realms of attainment. Legend held that perfect refinement and fusion with a realm origin core harmonious to one's Tao would grant early mastery over certain aspects of the domain realm, effectively serving as a golden passkey to that exalted threshold. Though no guarantee existed, any cultivator who successfully established a deep resonance with such a core and avoided untimely demise was virtually destined to ascend to the domain realm, the ultimate aspiration of countless practitioners, thereby becoming a sovereign titan who reigned supreme across entire starfields. This was precisely why Gu Zhen's gaze softened with regret upon beholding the realm origin core in Zhou Minghe's possession. To entrust such a peerless treasure to one whose character was unworthy, whose sole use of it was reckless squandering of its superficial power, was the gravest waste imaginable. Had it fallen instead into the hands of a cultivator of unshakable will, luminous Tao heart and unwavering pursuit of the great Tao, it could well forge a future domain sovereign, or even one who soared far beyond. Gu Zhen himself stood at the seventh heaven of the hollow heaven realm, poised at a critical juncture on his ascent toward loftier heights. Though the Qingmu realm's realm origin core did not perfectly align with his primary cultivation path, focused on formations and spatial arts, its underlying principles of world formation resonated deeply with his own understanding. While Gu Zhen carried the realm origin core to report to Wang Chen across the Nine Abyss world, the Imperial dynasty's forces swept across the realm with overwhelming, unstoppable force. Compared to the Qingmu realm, the slaughter inflicted upon the Nine Abyss world was vastly greater, because the divine martial guards leading the assault were commanded by none other than Li Yuming. Crucially, this detachment also included every surviving member of the former Joyo sect. As the saying goes, proximity to vermilion stains one red, proximity to ink stains one black. Who among Li Yuming's associates could possibly be deemed virtuous? Thus the contingent under his command comprised not only the original Joyo sect members, but also those divine martial guards whose moral compass hovered between light and shadow. These individuals possessed far greater bloodlust than their peers within the divine martial guards. During this campaign across the Nine Abyss world, those who knelt and surrendered immediately were granted reluctant mercy by Li Yuming and his cohort. Yet anyone whose submission came a moment too late was struck down without hesitation. Meanwhile, deep within a remote corner of the Nine Abyss world, in the perilous mountains perpetually shrouded by thick ashen miasma, stood two figures, an elder and a youth. The elder wore a flowing azure robe, his frame slender and face gaunt, yet his eyes blazed with startling clarity and depth, as if capable of piercing illusion itself. His mere presence evoked the immovable weight of a mountain. The youth, 15 or 16 years old, wore an exquisitely tailored moon-white brocade robe. His features were refined, his brow still bearing traces of unshed boyhood. His lips pressed into a thin line as his gaze pierced the thinning miasma toward the distant horizon. "Grandfather Mo, should we aid this world?" Young Master the elder, called Grandfather Mo, also gazed into the distance. Yet upon hearing the youth's words, he gently shook his head, his voice hoarse as he replied, "Do not act rashly, young master. This matter runs far deeper than appearances suggest." He paused briefly, then pointed toward the colossal spatial rift shimmering in the distant void. "Observe that channel, young master. Behind it, two terrifying gazes are fixed upon this realm. Their owners, their aura is so vast, so unfathomably profound that even I feel my heart tremble." "What?" The youth's face paled instantly. He whirled toward the elder, disbelief and shock flooding his eyes. Could there truly exist being stronger than Grandfather Mo, beyond the rift itself? He knew full well the elder's true standing. Mo Wendian, third strongest cultivator in his ancestral clan, surpassed only by his grandfather and father, and a hollow heaven realm master for decades. That the elder should speak of trembling at their gaze meant their power likely eclipsed all imagination. "Both surpass me, indeed one feels even more formidable than your grandfather. Young master, have you forgotten why we fled to this desolate barbaric fringe of the starfield? Beyond lies a boundless cosmos teeming with titans. This invading force moves with ruthless efficiency and iron discipline, no ordinary faction. The entity backing it remains incalculable. He laid a hand upon the youth's shoulder and spoke gravely. We are fugitives, our survival precarious. We must not entangle ourselves in unknown whirlpools. Observing quietly is our wisest course. Should this power prove truly formidable, and its methods, tolerable, perhaps. His words trailed off, yet the youth understood his meaning. Perhaps, these rootless wanderers with nowhere left to turn might cautiously seek contact. Or even, allegiance. The youth fell silent. Lifting his gaze toward the immense spatial rift, a quiet dawning light kindled within his eyes. The war initiated by the Xuan Dynasty soon came to an end. Apart from a slight setback in the Qingmu realm, the other three worlds proceeded as expected. They were smoothly taken over by the Imperial army. Subsequently, Wang Chen methodically began to merge the four worlds with the Xintian continent. Since then, the area of the Xintian continent increased by 6 to 7 times compared to its initial size. Coupled with the effects of the cultivation method Wang Chen practiced. Throughout the dynasty, the cultivation speed of all martial artists increased at least tenfold. Yet this was not the most important aspect. In the past, most people had limited aptitude. Ordinary martial artists mostly lingered around the body refinement stage, and those who could break through to the postnatal stage were considered geniuses. But now, with the expansion of the world, the source power of the entire realm also increased by many times. This indirectly led to a significant enhancement in people's aptitude. Currently, as long as one is not exceptionally foolish, they can basically cultivate to the postnatal stage, and with a bit of effort, breaking through to the innate stage is not impossible. As for Wang Chen, he directly broke through to the 6th level of the cave heaven realm the moment the four worlds merged into the Xintian continent. Although he only opened one cave, Wang Chen was still very satisfied. After all, he merely annexed 4 small worlds, and every bit of progress in the cave heaven realm requires immense luck and power. If one could easily absorb a few small worlds to enhance their cultivation level by several tiers, wouldn't that mean he could become invincible before unifying the entire star domain? Clearly that was impossible. Moreover, given his current strength, he was already invincible in the borderlands of the entire star domain. At the instant the four worlds merged, the elderly man and young boy originally in the Zhouyuan world were left dumbfounded. Especially the elder, named Mo Wentian. As a powerful being of the cave heaven realm, the changes in the world could not escape his keen eyes. It was precisely because of this that he felt even more shocked and horrified. In his perception, the original Zhouyuan world was forcibly merged and devoured by someone with great magical power. Such a situation. This was the first time he had heard of. It is known that even legendary beings of the domain realm find it difficult to perfectly merge 2 completely different worlds in a short time. While it might not be hard to forcibly piece 2 worlds together, a unification realm expert could do that. However, making the combined worlds not reject each other while also transforming into a stronger new world after integration is not something that ordinary means can achieve. At the very least, in his understanding, he had never heard of anyone being able to do it. Young master, how about we join the Xuan Dynasty? Only by doing so do we have a chance to take revenge for our family. Grandpa Mo, can the Xuan Dynasty really help us? Mo Xiaozong asked, somewhat uncertain. Originally, he thought the Xuan Dynasty was a major power from the center of the star domain. However, upon hearing Mo Wentian say that it was merely a force in the borderlands of the star domain, he felt uncertain. In the face of a mere borderland force, how powerful could it be? Young master, you must not underestimate this dynasty in the borderlands of the star domain. Its strength definitely exceeds your imagination. Moreover, young master, do we have any other choice? With just the 2 of us, how long will it take to take revenge for our family? Mo Xiaozong fell silent. Every word of Mo Wentian struck deep into his heart, bringing forth his deepest pain and helplessness. He was well aware of his aptitude and was unsure if he could ever break through to the cave heaven realm. And what about Mo Wentian? Although he was already in the cave heaven realm, his potential was mostly exhausted. Without significant opportunities, it would be challenging for him to break through again. With just the 2 of them, the hope of reaching a level capable of contending with or even annihilating their enemies was extremely slim, if not entirely unattainable. And time. It was the one thing they could not afford to waste. After a long silence, Mo Xiaozong slowly raised his head, the last trace of hesitation fading, replaced by a resolute determination. I understand now, Grandpa Mo. We will join the Xuan Dynasty. Good. Mo Wentian nodded heavily, a look of relief flashing in his eyes. Since young master has decided, let us go directly to the imperial city of the Xuan Dynasty. After discussing, the 2 no longer lingered. After determining the direction, they transformed into two streaks of light speeding toward the center of the Xiantian continent, the direction of the imperial capital. On the way, they made a point to gather intelligence. To establish a foothold in the Tianxian dynasty, obtaining sufficient resources and recognition, joining its most powerful core departments was undoubtedly the best choice. Soon they learned about several of the most prominent institutions within the dynasty. The first was the Divine Military Guard led by Guy directly under the command of the current emperor. The second was the Brocade Guard overseen by Ji Gang, responsible for monitoring officials and intimidating the world. The third was the massive regular army commanded by Chu Badian. These three departments were the strongest institutions of the Tianxian dynasty today. Anyone who joined any one of them would have limitless achievements in the future. As individuals from a prominent family in the center of the star domain, their aspirations were naturally high. If they were to join, it would certainly be the most powerful and formidable department. The Divine Military Guard. A hint of desire flashed in Mo Shaokan's eyes. As a direct descendant of the emperor, if we could join, we would surely access the core of the dynasty quickly and gain the most resources. Indeed. Young master is absolutely right. Mo Wentian nodded in agreement. Though the Divine Military Guard has a very high threshold requiring at least heavenly human realm cultivation and passing strict assessments, your current cultivation is still shallow. Mo Wentian's tone paused slightly here, but soon a glimmer of confidence shone in his eyes. However, rules are rigid and people are flexible. Though I am not as brave as in my youth, my cultivation in the Cave Heaven realm is still present. As a being of the Cave Heaven realm, I can request to bring an exceptionally gifted junior to join the Divine Military Guard. Surely. The Tianxian dynasty would grant me this favor, right? If not, we can join first and discuss later. With me around to support young master, your growth speed will surely accelerate significantly. After they came to an agreement, they felt a sense of assurance. Their pace quickened as they headed towards the Imperial city, symbolizing supreme authority. What they did not know was the regulations of the Divine Military Guard were far stricter than they imagined, and their idea of using connections was bound to be unfeasible. The Imperial city stood majestically, its aura resembling that of a dragon. The station of the Divine Martial Guard was the most heavily guarded and lethal area within the Imperial city. The towering black iron gates remained tightly shut. The guards at the gate were all formidable beings of the celestial realm, their eyes sharp and focused. Mo Wentian and his companion hurried to this place. Although they felt a hint of caution upon seeing the stern gate, they did not overly concern themselves. The two did not linger. They walked directly toward the gates of the Divine Martial Guard. Halt! This is the territory of the Divine Martial Guard, no entry for idle folk. A guard captain stepped forward and spoke coldly. Mo Wentian stopped in his tracks, forcing a smile he deemed warm, and clasped his hands as he spoke. My lord, I am Mo Wentian, here with my young master to join the Divine Martial Guard. The guard captain frowned slightly. His gaze fell upon Mo Shaoxong, who had only attained the master realm, and then he spoke in a bureaucratic tone. To join the Divine Martial Guard, one must have at least the cultivation of the celestial realm, undergo strict assessments, verify one's identity and background, and receive personal approval from the commander. This young master does not meet the standards for entry. Please leave. His tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Mo Wentian's smile froze. He did not expect the other party to be so direct, refusing entry without any consideration. Suppressing a hint of displeasure, he attempted to explain. My lord, please wait. I understand the rules. However, I am a cultivator of the Cave Heaven realm. Although my young master is still inexperienced, he possesses exceptional talent and a resolute character. Could you perhaps make an exception? Or could you inform Commander Guy? I would be grateful to present my case in person. He emphasized the words Cave Heaven realm, hoping to draw the other party's attention. However, the guard captain's expression remained unchanged, even growing colder. The rules of the Divine Martial Guard are set by His Majesty and Commander Guy, and no one can break them. If the cultivation does not meet the standards, then it does not meet the standards. Whether you are of the Cave Heaven realm or a higher realm, rules are rules. Do not linger here, leave quickly. Mo Shaokan's expression turned sour as he felt the unmasked rejection and contempt. Meanwhile, Mo Wentian felt a bit embarrassed. As a dignified cultivator of the Cave Heaven realm, how could he not even be allowed through the gate? Wasn't that a bit excessive? A surge of pride and anger welled up in him. He forgot that this was the core of the Tianxian Empire, forgot the shock brought by the previous world merging, and even forgot the trepidation towards the unknown powerful figure. Oof! What an unyielding and unjust Divine Martial Guard! He exclaimed, I sincerely wish to contribute, yet you are so unreasonable. Do you think my cultivation of the cave heaven realm is not worthy of your attention? As he spoke, he unleashed the overwhelming aura of his cave heaven realm cultivation. In an instant, a weighty pressure as heavy as a mountain enveloped the area around him. Mo Wendian did not genuinely wish to engage in conflict, he only intended to exert pressure to compel them to take him seriously. Or rather, to salvage a bit of his dignity. However, he was gravely mistaken. At the very moment his cave heaven aura erupted. Presumptuous! A thunderous voice filled with boundless authority suddenly echoed in the sky above the Imperial city. With this bellow, a terrifying force slammed down onto Mo Wendian. Puff! Mo Wendian did not even have time to react. He felt as if he had been struck heated by a rapidly approaching star. A mouthful of blood containing primal energy spewed forth as he crashed to the ground like a kite with its string cut. His aura plummeted to its lowest point, his eyes filled with boundless shock and fear. Only at this moment did his mind, clouded by rage, clear up. It was over. He realized he had acted foolishly. What had he done? How could he dare to release his aura to intimidate at the gates of the Divine Martial Guard, the core of the Tianqian Empire? That was akin to lighting a lamp in a toilet. Seeking death. Endless regret and fear overwhelmed his heart. Senior, please spare me. I understand my mistake. I was just momentarily confused and had no intention of offending. I truly wish to join the Divine Martial Guard and serve the Empire. Mo Wendian struggled to rise regardless of his injuries and dignity, bowing repeatedly toward the void, his voice hoarse and filled with pleading. He was indeed capable of bending and stretching, fully aware that any hint of stubbornness at this moment would lead to his demise. Mo Xiaozong beside him had already turned pale with fear, collapsing to the ground. At that moment a calm yet supremely authoritative voice akin to heavenly edicts resonated in the ears of the two. Considering it is your first offense and that you sincerely wish to contribute, I will spare you this once. The Divine Martial Guard has its iron rules you cannot overstep. If there is a next time, you will face utter destruction. As the voice faded, it felt as though it had never existed. Along with it dissipated that terrifying aura. Only the bloodstains at the corner of Mo Wendian's mouth and his waning aura proved that the horrific scene was not an illusion. The ancient formation. The master of the Heavenly Formation Palace. He had not even shown himself, merely unleashing a voice from afar, yet he had severely injured a cultivator of the cave heaven realm without any means of resistance. Such strength, such methods extinguished the last flicker of hope in Mo Wendian's heart, leaving only boundless awe and fear. He dared not voice any grievance and quickly helped the dazed Mo Xiaozong to his feet, staggering away from the gates of the Divine Martial Guard, not even daring to look back. The two wandered through the Imperial city like stray dogs, filled with unwillingness and humiliation. Ultimately, they turned their gaze toward another prominent institution within the empire, the Jinui. Perhaps the threshold for the Jinui would be lower. Or might the commander Ji Gang consider his cave heaven cultivation and offer an opportunity? However, reality dealt them another heavy blow. The Jinui's office allowed them entry and they met with Commander Ji Gang. Yet upon hearing their intentions, Ji Gang did not immediately agree. Instead, he displayed a troubled expression and said, I am aware of your strengths, but unfortunately you have come at the wrong time. Our Jinui is currently not expanding its ranks or recruiting new members. So I can only express my apologies to you both. However, rest assured, should our Jinui need to expand, I will contact you both at the first opportunity. The reasoning was grandiose, the attitude polite yet distant, but the refusal was even more thorough than that of the Divine Martial Guard. At least the Divine Martial Guard clearly stated it was due to insufficient cultivation, while Ji Gang outright refused them with the reasoning of not recruiting, denying them even the chance to try. This could not be blamed on Ji Gang. Anyone in his position would be unwilling to take in Mo Wendian and his companion. One must know. Ji Gang was currently only at the peak of the Earth Immortal realm. If he were to recruit a cultivator of the Cave Heaven realm, it would be akin to inviting a supreme emperor to take a seat beside him. Ji Gang, being as shrewd as a ghost, would never engage in such foolishness that could undermine his authority. Thus the two left the Jinui office in despair. Standing on the bustling streets of the Imperial city, Mo Wendian and Mo Xiaozong were filled with an unprecedented sense of defeat. As members of a prominent family from the Central Star Domain, with Mo Wendian being a dignified cultivator of the Cave Heaven realm, how had they ever experienced such cold treatment and humiliation? They had come to contribute willingly, yet this was the outcome they received. As for Mo Wendian and his companion Wang Chen, naturally took notice of them. While Mo Xiaozong was not worth mentioning, Mo Wendian as a being of the Cave Heaven realm certainly deserved his attention. Whether it was the events occurring at the entrance of the Divine Martial Guard or their encounters with the Imperial Guard, Wang Chen did not interfere. He could see clearly. These two individuals had remarkable backgrounds and a sense of pride within them. However, in the Tianqian Empire, Wang Chen would not allow such arrogance to exist. Even Yi Tian, a reborn powerhouse of the realm, had to bow down and show submission. How much more so for them? It was only fitting for the Divine Martial Guard and the Imperial Guard to temper their arrogance. Of course, since a strong person of the Cave Heaven realm had come to him, Wang Chen certainly would not waste the opportunity. He would take them in. At that moment, as Mo Wentian and his companion walked dejectedly down the street questioning their existence, a general clad in armor suddenly appeared before them. "You too, my commander requests your presence. Follow me." After saying this, the general completely ignored them and turned to leave. This, Mo Wentian realized and was about to ask who wanted to see them. However, before he could speak, he found that the other party had already turned and left, giving them no chance to question. "Young master, we must go." Although they were unsure of who wanted to meet them at that moment, they had no choice. If this had been before arriving at the Imperial City, Mo Wentian felt that with his strength in the Cave Heaven realm he would not have been completely powerless. But now, at the very least, he should have been able to navigate social situations and earn the respect of others. But now, they had not only failed to gain the most basic respect but had also been humiliated. Though they had suffered a severe blow, the two were not foolish. The person before them was clearly a true soul. Daring to summon them even after being rejected by both the Divine Martial Guard and the Imperial Guard made it easy to guess the other party's identity. Aside from the commander of the military, the Grand Marshal of the Empire Cultivation, there would be no one else. Moreover, others didn't have the guts. Mo Xiaozong did not waste words. After hearing Mo Wentian, he directly nodded in agreement. As a young master of a prominent family, he was not useless and knew their current situation. Obedience was their only way out. The Imperial Guard was the barrier guarding the Imperial City, and Chu Badian usually worked here. When the ancient formation suppressed Mo Wentian, the sound echoed throughout the entire Imperial City, naturally not escaping his notice. However, he did not pay it any mind. As a soldier, the only thing he could do was obey Wang Chen's orders and follow his commands. As for other matters, they were not his concern. Yet he initially thought this had nothing to do with him until he suddenly received Wang Chen's orders to recruit those two into the military. Moreover, Wang Chen specifically instructed that there was no need to provide special treatment for those two and that he needed to understand their identity information. It was precisely for this reason that the earlier scene unfolded. The moment they stepped through the gates of the guard camp, Mo Wentian and Mo Xiaozong, especially the latter, were utterly stunned by the sight before them. Even their footsteps involuntarily halted. As they looked around, they saw soldiers training in the vast training ground. There was no noise, only the synchronized shots, the sound of weapons slicing through the air, and the heart-pounding footfalls of soldiers moving in formation. What made the two feel most unnerved, however, was the cultivation level of these soldiers. Everywhere they looked, there was not a single trace of a postnatal realm. Even the ordinary soldiers on the outer perimeter responsible for guarding and relaying orders had reached the peak of the innate realm, while those in the core training formations were all master realm. There were even many grandmasters among them, as well as formidable beings of the celestial realm capable of harnessing the power of heaven and earth. Truly, it was remarkable. In the innate realm, they were everywhere. Masters were as common as dogs. Grandmasters were found everywhere, and celestial realm experts were not rare either. Is this really an army? This was simply a monstrous army composed of mid to high-level martial artists. Mo Xiaozong found it difficult to breathe. He came from a prominent family in the Central Star region. Even at the peak of their family's power, their most elite private army's average cultivation level could not reach this level. While there might be many in the innate realm, the master realm was definitely the backbone. Officers and grandmasters were considered high-ranking leaders. As for celestial realm, they were commanding figures. Yet here, the presence of masters was merely ordinary soldiers, and grandmasters were just middle-tier officers. This seemed like a mere gap in realms, yet in reality it was a chasm. At this moment, a chilling sensation mixed with an indescribable sense of absurdity surged from his feet to the crown of his head. The small pride within him was completely crushed by this terrifying army before his eyes. Mo Xiaozong sadly realized that with his cultivation in the master realm, if thrown into this army, he would likely only barely manage to be a squad leader. And it would have to be one of the bottom-tier squads. In a slightly capable squad, he wouldn't even qualify for squad leader. It hurt. It truly hurt. Meanwhile, the shock in Mo Wentian's heart was no less than that of Mo Xiaozong, and perhaps even more. As a being of the Cave Heaven realm, his perspective was broader. He saw not only the cultivation levels but also the unified military spirit and the rhythmic battle formations. This was an iron army with faith, discipline, and terrifying combat power. Their overall combat strength likely far exceeded their imagination. In this state of mental shock and daze, the two were led by the general through layers of heavily guarded camp areas. They finally arrived at the most core area of the guard camp in front of a massive military tent. At the entrance of the tent, two guards had the terrifying cultivation of the earth immortal realm. They stood like two deities. Their sharp eyes swept over Mo Wentian and his companion, carrying an unhidden scrutiny and a hint of warning. The leading general stepped forward to report in a low voice before gesturing for Mo Wentian and his companion to enter. The moment they stepped into the military tent, a heavier and more intense aura of bloodshed and killing swept over them. The interior of the tent was extremely spacious, yet the furnishings were simple and practical. In the center of the military tent, at a huge table made from the bones of some demonic beast, sat a middle-aged man clad in silver heavy armor with a rugged and imposing demeanor. He did not lift his head, focusing intently on a military report in his hands. However, just by sitting there he exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure akin to a dormant ancient ferocious beast. This person was none other than the Grand Marshal of the Tianqian Empire, Cultivation. The moment Mo Wentian laid eyes on Cultivation, his pupils involuntarily contracted sharply. Despite his cultivation at the Dongtian realm, his senses were unparalleled. In an instant he ascertained that this legendary marshal, famed throughout the Imperial court, had indeed attained the apex of the mortal immortal realm as widely rumored. Yet what truly sent shockwaves through his spirit was the overwhelming torrent of vital energy surging within Cultivation's body, fierce as molten lava, and the terrifying aura of slaughter so dense it seemed nearly solid. This aura of slaughter and vital energy fused seamlessly, enveloping him in an invisible force field that made even souls tremble with dread. More chilling still were his eyes, rarely lifting from the briefing scroll in his hand, piercing frigid and radiating absolute unshakable confidence, the sovereign authority to command battlefields and decree life or death. Mo Wentian harbored no doubt whatsoever this Marshal Chu possessed genuine combat prowess, capable of confronting, and even defeating, a typical early-stage Falxiang realm expert Heaton. He was a peerless commander forged in blood and fireborn for war, a transcendent genius who could slay beyond his realm. "Marshal, the two have arrived," reported the guiding general, bowing low. Only then did Cultivation slowly lower the briefing scroll he held. He raised his head, and those eyes, seeming to hold mountains of corpses and seas of blood, settled upon Mo Wentian and Mo Xiaozong. His gaze was calm, yet possessed the power to pierce straight into the soul. With but a single glance, both men instinctively held their breath, their hearts hammered violently. Even Mo Wentian, a master of the Dongtian realm, was no exception. "State your names, origins, cultivation realms, and explain why you seek to join the Tianqian Imperial court." Cultivation spoke, his voice deep, resonant like distant thunder. Each word carried irrefutable authority, striking directly at the heart of the matter. No pleasantries, no formalities. A quintessential soldier's demeanor, decisive, unadorned, ruthlessly efficient. Cultivation's blunt, uncompromising interrogation caught Mo Wentian and Mo Xiaozong off guard, their minds still reeling from awe. They had expected at least perfunctory courtesies, never imagined such stark directness. The fleeting thought of concealment or deception flashed once in Mo Wentian's mind, then vanished, forcibly suppressed. After enduring the cold rejection of the Xinwu Guard in the Jin Yiwei, witnessing the terrifying depth of the Imperial capital garrison's might, and especially after personally experiencing the ancient formation's overwhelming power, which subdued him with a single spoken word across vast distances, he had become acutely aware concealment would be utterly meaningless. What then did they possess worth pride or secrecy? Beyond the cultivation techniques they practiced, they possessed virtually nothing. Mo Wentian drew a slow, steadying breath, suppressed his humiliation and sorrow, and bowed deeply before Cultivation. "Respectfully reporting, Your Excellency, I am Mo Wentian, formerly elder of the Mo clan of the Golden Realm central to the Stellar Expanse. Approximately 2 years ago our clan incurred the wrath of the Xianming sect during a contest over an ancient ruin. The Xianming sect wields immense power. Its ranks include at least 2 venerable elders of the Giyi realm, who launched a surprise assault upon our clan." His voice trembled. Beside him, Mo Xiaozong's eyes reddened, fists clenched tight, his frame trembling faintly. "After many twists and turns we chanced upon this land." Mo Wentian recounted the annihilation of his clan and their subsequent flight, concise, lucid, unembellished. He neither exaggerated nor pleaded pathos, only stated facts. Finally he lifted his gaze to meet Cultivation's, his eyes holding a quiet, earnest plea. "Your Excellency, we swear upon the heavenly Tao to pledge unwavering loyalty to the Imperial court and to His Majesty the Emperor." His words were fervent, his posture profoundly humble. Even a trace of supplication colored his tone. After a brief silence, Cultivation spoke again, his voice unchanged, serene and uninflected. "Since you have pledged allegiance, this commander shall assign you accordingly. You too shall temporarily join the Imperial capital garrison's reserve corps. Mo Wentian, you shall instruct new recruits in foundational battle formations. Mo Xiaozong, you are a master realm cultivator. Enter the new recruit camp as a common soldier and advance solely by merit and battlefield achievements." The assignment was stark, unequivocal. Indeed, it bordered on austerity. A Dongtian realm master granted only the nominal title of reserve officer and assigned to basic instruction a role of little strategic weight. and the scion of a great fallen clan, cast directly into the ranks as an ordinary foot soldier. This treatment fell far short of Mo Wentian's expectations for a Dongtian realm expert, worse even than his gravest fears. Yet neither man now possessed the standing to negotiate, nor dared voice dissent. Yes. We thank His Excellency the Grand Commander for his mercy. Mo Wentian swiftly pulled Mo Xiaozong into a deep bow. At the very least, they had secured temporary refuge and acceptance. Chu Badian waved a hand and aide stepped forward to escort them for registration and housing. Yet just as the two had accepted their orders, and before they had even crossed the threshold of the command tent, a sudden anomaly erupted. The previously bright sky beyond the tent darkened without warning. Then countless delicate droplets, softly radiant with sacred divine light, began drifting down from the ninth heaven. These were no ordinary rains, each droplet pulsed with supreme cosmic order and boundless auspicious blessing. This is the mandate of heaven. Mo Wentian jerked his head upward. Gazing at the golden rain cascading across the heavens, his pupils contracted violently, he gasped aloud, stunned. He had lived for countless eons. Witnessed celestial anomalies, spiritual energy tides, even the resonance of heavenly laws stirred by great sages' discourses. Yet never before had he beheld such a vast benevolent descent of the mandate itself, manifested as sacred rain. It was as if the Empire's supreme mandate had been physically incarnated, showering grace upon all its people. Mo Xiaozong stood frozen. The entire garrison, and indeed the whole Imperial capital, now bathed beneath this miraculous golden downpour. Soldiers halted drills, awestruck as the mandate seeped into their bodies, nourishing them. Civilians poured from their homes, gazing upward to receive this heaven-sent grace, their jubilant cries soaring to the heavens. Chu Badian rose and walked to the tent's entrance, observing the golden rainfall. His expression remained impassive, but in his eyes flickered quiet understanding. The Empire's mandate surged anew. His Majesty was redistributing part of this abundant fortune directly among his subjects, not merely as a gift but to further anchor the loyalty of newly integrated territories and fortify the Empire's foundations. He turned, glanced at the motionless Mo Wentian and Mo Xiaozong and said simply, "This is His Majesty's grace, the mandate's reciprocal blessing. All subjects of the Empire may receive it." Mo Wentian and Mo Xiaozong stood at the tent's threshold, letting the golden motes, brimming with infinite creative power, settle upon them and merge into their beings. Their eyes met, and in each other's gaze bloomed an indescribable profound shock. Is there any justice left in this world? After years of arduous cultivation, he had barely broken through to the Master Realm. And now, drenched in golden rain, he broke through instantly. So what then was the point of cultivation henceforth? Sensing the changes within his body, Mo Xiaozong's expression was nothing short of captivating. It is important to note that he had devoted over 20 years to relentless cultivation. To this day he had only reached the initial stage of the Master Realm. But now within just a few breaths his cultivation had surged to the midstage of the Master Realm. In comparison, what did his 20-plus years of hard work amount to? Was it a mere joke? Every bit of progress he once treasured now appeared so cheap in the face of this heavenly blessing. What truly stirred his heart was, as far as his eyes could see, the entire guard camp had seemingly transformed into a joyous carnival of collective breakthrough. Moreover, he could clearly see that the golden rain of light descending from the void seemed to possess a spirit of its own. The amount of light falling on each person varied, some received more, others less. It was evident that the amount of light falling upon them was the least. Even so, it had allowed him to break through from the initial stage of the Master Realm to the midstage. One can only imagine the tremendous breakthroughs the soldiers around him would achieve. This time, by simultaneously annexing 4 worlds, the Imperial fortune's power had increased several-fold. For someone like Wang Chen, who was at the cave heaven realm, this level of fortune might not yield a significant breakthrough. Achieving even a small realm increase would be commendable. However, for these soldiers who were not particularly strong, the fortune bestowed by Wang Chen was already quite substantial. Soldiers who were initially at the peak of the innate realm all broke through to the Master Realm the moment the fortune entered their bodies. Furthermore, after breaking through to the Master Realm, their journey did not immediately halt. It continued until they reached the midstage of the Master Realm before gradually coming to a stop. Many of those who were already in the Master Realm also directly advanced to the Grand Master Realm. Even those who did not reach the Grand Master Realm were generally at the peak of the Master Realm. As for the generals in the Celestial and Earth Immortal realms, their numbers increased significantly and the overall strength of the guard camp surged several-fold in that instant. This army, which had already left Mo Xiaozong in awe, had become even more terrifying. Even the ordinary soldiers received such substantial benefits. As their supreme commander, Cultivation's situation was even more noteworthy. He stood at the entrance of the military tent, hands clasped behind his back, quietly feeling the baptism of fortune. At a certain moment, the aura surrounding him underwent a tremendous transformation. His peak Earth immortal aura, nourished by the power of fortune, began to rise rapidly at a pace so steady it was almost alarming. There was no overwhelming energy explosion, no chaotic laws or inner demons often seen during breakthroughs to higher realms. He didn't even take any auxiliary pills or set up any spirit-gathering formations. Everything felt so natural, so logical. It was like water overflowing from a filled vessel. Buzz. A deep grand Tao sound resonated within Chu Batian. Behind him the void began to twist slightly, and faintly a vague figure clad in heavy armor appeared and vanished. Though the figure was blurry, it emanated an unparalleled will and majesty that seemed capable of sweeping through armies. Then his aura broke through an invisible limit, and a pressure far greater than that of the Earth immortal realm slowly spread forth. He was at the Law Avatar realm. Moreover, he was at the peak of the initial stage, just a step away from the midstage. Cultivation, under the gaze of countless eyes, effortlessly completed a leap into a realm that countless martial artists yearn for. How is this possible? This defies logic. The Law Avatar realm cannot be breached so easily. Mo Wentian stared at Cultivation, his eyes nearly popping out. His emaciated body trembled slightly from extreme shock, with every wrinkle on his face conveying disbelief. It is important to note that, as a strong practitioner of the Cave Heaven realm, he understood very well what the leap from Earth Immortal to Law Avatar truly signified. This was not simply a matter of energy accumulation. It represented a significant leap in the realm of life. It was the first deep integration and manifestation of one's martial will with the laws of the universe. It was a mark of genuinely stepping onto the path of high-level practitioners. Normally, to break through to the Law Avatar realm, one must meet exceedingly stringent conditions. In addition to requiring a solid accumulation, a deep understanding of the laws of the universe, it also necessitates a suitable opportunity. Most importantly, that is, one needs a sufficiently powerful and stable world origin as support. The laws and origins of small worlds are too weak to support the birth of the Law Avatar realm. This is also why the strongest practitioners of these small worlds often only reach the Earth Immortal realm. To break through to the Law Avatar realm, one must venture to mid-sized or even large worlds with more robust origins. Even in the resource-rich large worlds at the center of the star domain, the Law Avatar realm is by no means common. Any practitioner of the Law Avatar realm is a key force that major factions strive to recruit, capable of establishing their own sects and leading regions. Even at the peak of the Mo family, there were only a few dozen Law Avatar elders, each a true pillar of the family. But now what did he witness? Right before his eyes, a person at the Earth Immortal realm casually and effortlessly broke through to the Law Avatar realm as if it were as easy as eating and drinking. Moreover, the process of breaking through was so smooth it was almost alarming. There were no inner demons to interfere, no backlash from the laws, and even the fluctuations in aura were minimal. This completely overturned Mo Wentian's understanding of martial cultivation. Back then, when he broke through to the Law Avatar realm, he spent decades just preparing. Even then, he was almost overtaken by inner demons and only managed to succeed by a stroke of luck. Compared to Cultivation's breakthrough, which was as smooth as a gentle rain, his own experience felt like a joke. Of course, Mo Wentian himself did not leave empty-handed this time. Although the fortune he received was pitifully little, its essence was incredibly high, containing immense vitality and creation. The strands of golden light that merged into his body acted like a miraculous elixir, gently and continuously healing the old wounds within him. He could clearly feel that those long-standing wounds that had entangled him for years were being healed at a slow yet determined pace. This added a layer of indescribable complexity to his shock. It turned out that within the Xuan Dynasty, the enhancement of cultivation and the breakthrough of realms could be this simple. As long as one served loyally. By achieving merit, one could receive the Emperor's favor. Cultivation's breakthrough, along with the earth-shattering changes in the entire guard camp, struck Mo Wentian and Mo Xiaozong like a heavy hammer. They gazed at the fortune slowly dissipating in the void. They looked upon Cultivation, whose aura was as deep as the ocean, and at the countless soldiers in the training ground whose auras surged, their morale soaring. In their hearts, only one incredibly clear and fervent thought remained. The Xuan Dynasty. Perhaps it truly was the place they were destined to arrive. Here there were opportunities they had long dreamed of, as well as the hope of revenge. What they did not know was that the guard camp was merely the tip of the iceberg. Just moments ago, the fortune had covered the entire Xuan Dynasty. In just this short period, the strength of the Xuan Dynasty had become incomparable. A significant increase in power naturally requires time to adapt. Therefore, Wang Chen did not immediately resume the interstellar war, but allowed everyone time to acclimate. Of course, even Wang Chen himself needed a little time to sort out the fortune and power of the dynasty. As the world expanded and the strength of the dynasty's citizens grew, the Golden Dragon of Fortune also underwent tremendous changes, all of which he needed to understand and adapt to. What he did not know was that in the endless void outside their Xiantian continent a sudden tremendous tearing sound echoed in the dead silence and darkness. Immediately following that, a massive spatial rift stretching thousands of meters and seemingly leading to an unknown abyss suddenly tore open. Violent spatial turbulence surged forth, shattering everything nearby. Amidst the chaos and destruction, a colossal shadow like a primordial beast breaking free from its cage suddenly squeezed out from the depths of the rift. It was a flying vessel. Just a glance was enough to determine that it was undoubtedly a highly advanced craft. The craft was streamlined and shuttle-shaped, over 1,000 meters long and 100 meters high, resembling a small mountain suspended in the void. The hull was not made of wood or ordinary metal but forged from a special material that shimmered with a dark silver hue, neither metal nor jade. Most importantly, its surface was engraved with countless intricate and profound runes which were not static but pulsed like breathing, emanating powerful energy fluctuations. The entire flying vessel was enveloped in a layer of semi-transparent light blue shield. Above the shield, more complex three-dimensional array patterns flickered. It was evident that it was thanks to this powerful protective array that the vessel could forcibly traverse the unstable spatial rift and appear here. However, at this moment this behemoth seemed to have gone through some turbulence, with the light blue shield flickering erratically and even several huge cracks had appeared on it. Some non-critical areas of the hull's runes also showed signs of dimming and damage. After the flying vessel emerged from the spatial rift, the protective shield flickered a few times before finally extinguishing completely. The deck was as wide as a plaza. At this moment a group of figures was gathering there, looking somewhat disheveled, about 20 to 30 young men and women. Their cultivation was impressive, with the lowest being at the Grand Master level and several had even reached the Celestial level. At the forefront, surrounded by the others, was a young man who appeared to be around 27 or 28. This person had sword-like brows and starry eyes, a handsome face and a calm demeanor. Having reached the Earth Immortal realm, it was evident he was the leader of the group. A slightly younger man, still looking somewhat shaken, couldn't help but ask, "Elder brother, where exactly are we? Why do I feel that the power of the laws here is so thin and fragile? It's not even 1/10 of our Xingyuan continent." The young man referred to as elder brother was Lin Xiao, who was surrounded by the crowd. He frowned slightly. His powerful divine sense had already spread out like a web, and after careful sensing, a glimmer of realization and helplessness flashed in his eyes. "If I am not mistaken, we likely deviated during the spatial jump and inadvertently arrived at the edge of the star domain." "What? The edge of the star domain? How? How is that possible? How could we end up in such a desolate place?" Lin Xiao's words immediately caused an uproar. Everyone's faces were filled with shock and disbelief. The edge of the star domain. For these young elites hailing from the mid-level world of Xingyuan continent, this place was merely hearsay. It was said to be a resource-poor area lacking complete laws and having few strong individuals. It was truly a wild land and a desert of cultivation. Lin Xiao raised his hand to suppress the commotion among the crowd, his expression somewhat grim. However, as the elder brother, he had to remain calm. Now is not the time to complain. Our vessel is severely damaged. The core-breaking barrier array and some defensive formations have malfunctioned, rendering us temporarily unable to perform long-distance spatial jumps, and even maintaining high-speed flight is difficult. He pointed to several visibly dim and even charred areas on the deck's runes and continued, "Our immediate priority is to find a location that may have basic repair conditions for temporary maintenance, to see if we can repair some key formations, at least to allow us to leave this edge of the wild area or send a distress signal." The formations on our vessel were set up by at least a Dharma Image Realm Formation Master, and the core-breaking void array was crafted by a Cave Heaven Realm. The formations on our vessel were set up by at least a Dharma Image Realm Formation Master, and the core-breaking void array was crafted by a Cave Heaven Realm Formation Elder from our sect. In the edge of the star domain. Not to mention a Cave Heaven Realm Formation Master, even a Dharma Image Realm Formation Master might not be present. As for finding a master capable of repairing the core formations, that's just wishful thinking. Indeed, elder brother, rather than hoping that someone in this wild area can repair our vessel, we might as well think of other solutions. Exactly. A bunch of natives, we can't count on them. But it might be quite interesting to go to these small worlds and guide them in their cultivation. Ha ha. Well said. I also want to experience what it's like to be a local emperor. After hearing this, several people couldn't help but nod in agreement. They came from privileged backgrounds with high standards and held a deeply ingrained perception of the backwardness of the star domain's edge. In their view, in such a wild place, the strongest individuals were likely only at the Earth Immortal level, and the Dharma Image Realm might be a legend. As for the Cave Heaven Realm, that absolutely could not exist. Finding someone who could repair the work of a Cave Heaven Realm Formation Master would be akin to a pipe dream. Lin Xiao naturally understood this point as well. He was even more aware of the intricacies and difficulties of the sex formations than his junior brothers and sisters. However, as the leader, he had to consider all possibilities even if hope was slim. In any case, let's first look for a nearby world that seems somewhat developed and may have civilization to settle in. We need to understand the specific conditions of this wild area and require a relatively stable environment to attempt self-repair. As for finding a master to repair the formations, we'll have to take it one step at a time. Hopefully, this wild land can give us a pleasant surprise. His tone carried a hint of barely perceptible bitterness. The vessel was damaged, stranded in the wild with an uncertain future. This group of prodigies from the mid-level world now had no choice but to place their hopes on this wild land they once looked down upon. After adjusting its direction, the massive flying vessel slowly sailed towards the world sensed by Lin Xiao, trailing a slightly sluggish glow. And that direction was the Xiantian continent, where the Tianxian dynasty was located. How intriguing that the very moment the starship from the Xingyuan continent appeared near the Xiantian continent, and Wang Chen sensed it instantly. Yet he paid it little heed, for his perception revealed that none aboard possessed formidable cultivation. And they were hardly worthy of his personal attention. Though indifferent, he did not dismiss it entirely. And the intricate formation arrays embedded within the vessel were unmistakable and certainly not native to such minor realms. Moreover, a starship capable of traversing the void was an artifact of unparalleled sophistication, none the Tianxian Imperial dynasty had yet to possess. And as the dynasty absorbed more and more worlds, the Xiantian continent itself continued to expand in scale. In time, interregional travel across vast distances would pose considerable hardship for cultivators of lower realm. Possessing such a starship would greatly alleviate such difficulties. An old adage holds true: to grow wealthy first build roads. And but why build roads at all? Precisely to facilitate seamless movement across all directions in the future. And guided by this very rationale, Wang Chen issued an imperial edict entrusting the entire matter to Guzhen. The starship bristled with formation arrays, an area perfectly aligned with Guzhen's expertise. And no one else could have been more suited to the task. And upon receiving the imperial decree, Guzhen hesitated not a moment. In a flash of light, he materialized in the void beyond the Xiantian continent. And as a cultivator of the Dongtian realm, crossing the void unaided was but child's play. Meanwhile, aboard the starship, a cohort of prodigies from the Xingyuan continent, having recovered from their initial panic, had settled into calm. And many now wore expressions of eager anticipation. Had they journeyed to a grand realm, they might well have trembled, aware as they were of its abundance of peerless masters, and thus restrained themselves accordingly. Yet the reverse held true. Entering a minor realm altered everything. Though their own strength was modest, their knowledge assured them that even the strongest cultivators in the remote stellar borderlands, the so-called minor realms, reached no higher than the celestial immortal realm. By comparison, this assembled group, though not transcendent, certainly rivaled if not surpassed the native cultivators of such realms. Further bolstered by their status as denizens of a mid-tier world, they would reign over these minor realms as sovereigns, untouchable, supreme. After all, they were but youths, pride and vanity still burned fiercely within them. And the thought of being revered as celestial overlords ignited their hearts with fervent excitement. As the starship pressed onward, a colossal silhouette of a world gradually emerged upon the horizon. And look, what is that? A minor realm. Let us hope it is not too feeble, and indeed, if it proves barren, repairing our starship will grow ever more difficult. Ha! If it is truly weak, we shall take the time to guide its cultivators, surely a meritorious deed and well said. I am already impatient. How astonishingly frail must such a realm be? And the atmosphere aboard grew suddenly animated. Naviri, I like with curiosity. Wait, something is wrong. Just as the group eagerly debated how best to instruct the realm's cultivators, a voice pierced the air, sudden, commanding. And Lin Xiao, their senior brother and foremost disciple, stood gazing greatly toward the distant world. What is it, senior brother? What's amiss? Others turned to him, puzzled, none comprehending why their normally unflappable leader had grown so tense. Observe closely, that cannot possibly be an ordinary minor realm. And do minor realms sprawl so vastly? And feel carefully, the ambient laws of the Tao grow denser with every league we draw nearer. If the Daoic resonance here at such distance is already so potent and vibrant, imagine its intensity within that world's very core. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, and their expressions hardened in unison. And these were brilliant young prodigies, none lacked intellect. Their initial oversight stemmed not from ignorance but from ingrained assumptions about the stellar borderlands. As senior brother, you're right. This cannot be a minor realm, the scale is all wrong. Nor is it merely scale, the Daoic resonance's density and vitality are equally anomalous. It rivals our own Xingyuan continent. Then what do we do? Turn course and seek another realm? And no. Lin Xiao immediately rejected the notion. Our starship is critically damaged, it may cease functioning at any moment. And should that happen before we locate another realm, and we shall be stranded forever in the boundless void. This realm is extraordinary, and perhaps not wholly adverse to us. And might we not find those capable of repairing our vessel? His companions fell silent, for deep down they knew Lin Xiao spoke truth. Should the starship fail mid-journey and cast them adrift in the infinite void, and death would be inevitable. And so young, they dared not risk it. Yet as their hearts fluttered with trepidation, and suddenly without warning, the void ahead of their starship began to warp. And then at the epicenter of that distortion, a hand, beyond description in its immensity, slowly emerged. Forged entirely from Daoic law, its span eclipsed the entire forward field of vision. And beside it, their 1,000-meter-long starship shrank to the size of a child's toy resting in a palm. And what is this? A sky-obscuring hand, forged purely from Daoic law. Heavens, this is unspeakably terrifying. Activate defenses, maximum output, and too late, it's grasping us, and no, I don't want to die. I'm still so young, and senior brother. Save us, and shrieks, cries, and desperate wails erupted across the deck in chaotic unison. Null were paralyzed by the sheer overwhelming horror before them. Celestial immortals, prodigy pride, Null crumbled like guttering candles before this hand that seemed to embody heaven and earth itself. The sky-obscuring hand unfurled its 5 fingers and then closed gently, inexorably upon the starship. No cataclysmic explosion rent the air. And no thunderous clash of energies echoed forth. Only a low resonant hum, the sound of space itself utterly sealed. Lin Xiao's face had gone deathly pale, and his eyes held only bottomless terror and utter bewilderment. This, the legendary desolate feeble borderlands. And preposterous. NIS, this what they call feeble. And then what, pray tell, are we? Were he given the chance, nay, would tear the tongues from every liar who spread such falsehoods. And damn it, rumors kill. The giant hand grasped the flying boat. Instead of crushing it, it slowly withdrew as if nearly picking up a trivial object. As the giant hand moved, ripples spread through the surrounding void. Immediately after, a stable spatial passage quietly opened behind the giant hand. Then the giant hand, along with the already paralyzed Lin Xiao and others on the flying boat, vanished without a trace. At the base of the Tianjin Hall, a vast plaza constructed from complex array bases and peculiar crystals opened up, revealing a gigantic spatial passage over several hundred meters in diameter. Then the massive hand holding the toy-like flying boat slowly emerged from the passage. Boom! A low muffled sound echoed. As the flying boat made contact with the ground, it stirred up a fine cloud of dust. Meanwhile, the prodigies from the Xingyuan continent lay limp on the deck. It didn't break. We are still alive. It's the ground. We landed on the ground. Great. I thought I was definitely going to die. After a brief silence, overwhelming joy and loss of control erupted. Many even cried out a primal reaction following their fear. Even the leading Lin Xiao felt his legs weaken. This was not cowardice. It was a primal response in the face of death. Just then a voice resonated in the minds of each one of them. Come down, everyone. As the voice fell before Lin Xiao and the others could react, the scenery before them suddenly blurred. In the next instant they were unceremoniously transported from the high deck of the flying boat to the ground below. No trace of smoke or fire. Not even a hint of spatial fluctuation could be felt. Lin Xiao and the others looked up in shock and saw a young man in a simple blue robe, appearing to be only in his 20s, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. The man exuded no oppressive aura, nor could they feel strong energy fluctuations, but standing there he seemed perfectly integrated with the laws of this world. A Dongtian realm. He was definitely a super powerhouse of the Dongtian realm. And not simply a novice in the Dongtian realm. Lin Xiao instantly made this judgment, feeling even more awed. To know such an existence even within their Xingyuan continent sex was an exalted being rarely seen, like a dragon whose head cannot be glimpsed. He dared not show the slightest negligence, forcibly suppressing his shock. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the ancient formation. I am Lin Xiao, a disciple of the Xianyan sect from the Xingyuan continent. I pay my respects to you, senior. His fellow disciples quickly followed suit, bowing in unison. We pay our respects, senior. Their attitude was unprecedentedly respectful, even more cautious than when facing their own sect elders. The ancient formation merely glanced at them lightly without further indication. To him these people were far less interesting than the flying boat before them. All right, you will wait here, someone will come to take you shortly. The ancient formation spoke in a flat tone devoid of emotion. After finishing, he turned his gaze toward the massive flying boat nearby. He casually waved his hand, and that colossal object stretching over 1,000 meters vanished like it had no weight, transforming into a beam of light and disappearing from sight. inside the Dongtian capable of storing all things. This is the power of the Dongtian realm. After stowing the flying boat, the ancient formation showed no intention of lingering, his figure flickering slightly, and he vanished from the spot. Only Lin Xiao and the others remained standing in place, exchanging glances. Although the ancient formation had left and the surroundings appeared empty, Lin Xiao and the others felt as though countless eyes were watching them, the intimidation from a higher existence lingering. They stood like punished schoolchildren, obediently remaining in place, not even daring to whisper to each other. They had encountered a power from the Dongtian realm right at the start. Heaven knows how many terrifying existences were hidden in this place. Just as they felt time dragging on, a figure appeared before them without warning. The newcomer wore dark martial attire, standing tall like a pine tree. Most importantly, his gaze was sharp like a peerless sword unsheathed, exuding a chilling sword intent that could sever the void. This man was no other than the supreme commander of the Divine Martial Guard, Gainia. "You all follow me." Gainia spoke, his voice devoid of emotion. Lin Xiao and the others felt a chill in their hearts, not daring to ask further, quickly replying yes. They stood in line like obedient sheep, following Gainia towards the direction of the Divine Martial Guard's base. Along the way, although Gainia remained silent, the invisible pressure he exuded made the group of prodigies feel as if they were walking on the edge of a blade. Another powerful figure. His aura is terrifying, definitely beyond the late stage of the dermic form realm. At least at the peak of the dermic form realm, or even. Lin Xiao observed Gainis back, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves. The peak of the dermic form realm. Even within their Xian Yun sect, such a person could easily hold the position of a powerful elder. What kind of world is this? How could such strong figures appear consecutively in the borderlands? This is utterly unreasonable. If you told him this was a large world, he would believe it. However, even more shocking, making their souls tremble and their perceptions completely collapse, was yet to come. As Gainia led them through the gates of the Divine Martial Guard's base. Buzz. An indescribable, terrifying pressure surged towards them like a tsunami. Lin Xiao and the others instinctively looked up, only to be dumbfounded in an instant. Within the base there was a massive martial arts arena. At this moment, nearly 1,000 Divine Martial Guards in uniform were either meditating to recuperate, practicing martial skills, or sparring. What sent Lin Xiao and the others' souls flying was that among these nearly 1,000 individuals, the lowest cultivation level was actually at the Earth Immortal realm. Moreover, their auras were firm and stable, not the result of drugs or secret methods forcibly enhanced. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. The most terrifying thing was that among these individuals, at least 100 had indistinct dermic form phantoms flickering around them, clearly a characteristic of those in the dermic form realm. 100 dermic form realm experts. Lin Xiao and the others felt their brains go blank, nearly ceasing to think. Their Xianyun sect, as one of the top forces in the Xingyuan continent with a legacy spanning tens of thousands of years, had only a little over 100 publicly recognized elders in the dermic form realm. This was enough to intimidate an entire star region, instilling awe in countless forces. But now, in this world they deemed barbaric, in what seemed to be a military camp, they gazed upon nearly 100 dermic form experts at a glance. And this was merely what they could see. Who knew how many more were hidden deep within this base, or even in the entire world? This was no longer a disruption of their understanding, it was as if their cognition was being ground into the dirt. They had previously thought of guiding others in cultivation. They had even thought of being the supreme emperor to others. Reflecting on it now, it seemed utterly ridiculous. Pitiful. Tragically absurd. This group of so-called prodigies from a mid-level world might not even qualify to be ordinary soldiers here. After the ultimate fear came a chilling despair that pierced to the bone. They finally understood that they had not arrived at a barbaric place where they could flaunt their power. Instead, they had mistakenly barged into a heavenly family, arriving in a vast world disguised as a small world. Lin Xiao and the others from the Xingyuan continent felt utterly hopeless. Their identity as beings from a mid-level world not only failed to provide them safety but could very well bring them harm. It is known that the stronger the world, the more aggressive it tends to be. Expanding through conquest and plunder of other worlds is the norm. Moreover, the principle of the strong bullying the weak has been an unchanging truth since ancient times. Although they had just arrived in this realm, they were still uncertain about its true strength. However, from a small glimpse one can infer the whole picture. Just from the people they had encountered, one could roughly guess about this world. It is undoubtedly a super world far beyond their Xingyuan continent. After Gainia personally brought them to a side hall of the Divine Military Guard, he wasted no time and directly asked. State your detailed origins, affiliated powers, and the purpose of your visit. His tone was flat yet carried an undeniable authority. However, the next scene directly exceeded Gainis' expectations. There was no hesitation or struggle, nor any attempts to conceal or fabricate. As soon as Gainia finished speaking, the leader Lin Xiao stepped forward without hesitation and began to explain. Senior, allow me to report. I am Lin Xiao, a true disciple of the inner sect of the Xianyun sect from the Xingyuan continent. The Xingyuan continent is a mid-sized world located closer to the center of the star domain. Our sect is one of the 3 top sects of the Xingyuan continent, and our sect leader Master Yunhe is a superpower of the Return to One realm. Within the sect there are several elders at the Cave Heaven realm, over 100 elders at the Dharma Manifestation realm, and thousands of disciples at the Land Immortal and Celestial Being realms. His words flowed rapidly. Moreover, his explanations were very clear. Furthermore, he even took the initiative to narrate the relationships among various powers on the Xingyuan continent. His fellow disciples behind him were not idle either. They all turned into supplements, continuously filling in the gaps in Lin Xiao's narrative, revealing many secrets that had been heard from others. There was no way around it. They were simply too frightened. They feared that even a hint of concealment or hesitation would lead to being directly exterminated by this terrifying figure who commanded countless powerful beings. It must be understood that in the face of absolute strength, any concealment appears weak and futile. If the other party wished, they wouldn't even need to ask, they could directly search their souls. But if that were to happen, they would essentially be ruined. Even if they didn't die, they would become idiots. It was precisely because of this reason that they were so cooperative. After all, only by surviving is there hope. Gainia listened expressionlessly, but a trace of barely perceptible surprise flashed in his eyes. He had initially thought he would need to use some means to pry open these people's mouths, but he did not expect them to be so cooperative. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Gainia had gained a relatively clear understanding of the Xingyuan continent. Although the details might not be entirely accurate, he had grasped enough of the larger framework and basic information. After the questioning concluded, Gainia did not handle them on the spot, merely coldly stating, "You will wait here and must not leave without permission." Upon finishing, he vanished from the hall in a flash. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao and the others felt as if a great reprieve had been granted. At least it indicated they had temporarily preserved their lives. After Gainia left the side hall, he headed straight to the royal palace. He needed to immediately report this information to Wang Chen. As for how to deal with the people from the Xingyuan continent, that was not something he needed to consider. In the royal palace, after Wang Chen listened to Gaini's report, there was little surprise displayed on his face. He commanded the fortune of the dynasty. Anything occurring within the dynasty could not escape his eye. He had been paying attention to that group of beings from another world. When Gainia questioned them, he had heard everything. The Xingyuan continent is after all a mid-level world. For now, there is no need to concern ourselves with it. What we need to do now is to unify all the surrounding worlds as quickly as possible. As for those people, let them stay with the Divine Military Guard for now. When we confront the Xingyuan continent, those people might still have some value. Yes, Your Majesty. After hearing Wang Chen's words, Gainia immediately bowed and accepted the command. Wang Chen's gaze passed through the hall, directly looking at the Luck Golden Dragon above the royal palace. At this moment, the Luck Golden Dragon had already grown to a size of several thousand meters, its massive body nearly filling the entire sky above the royal palace. It had been many days since the last time 4 realms were simultaneously devoured. Throughout the entire dynasty, under Wang Chen's purifying influence of fortune, their strength had undergone another qualitative leap. The elite Divine Military Guard now all started at the Land Immortal realm. Among them, nearly 100 had broken through to the Dharma Manifestation realm. As the Grand Commander, Gainia, under Wang Chen's intentional arrangements, had also stepped into the peak of the Dharma Manifestation realm. His combat power was strong enough to challenge those who had just entered the Cave Heaven realm. The regular army, commanded by Chu Badian, had its celestial beings as the backbone, with Land Immortal generals in abundance, and the overall combat power had soared by more than tenfold. The current Tianxian dynasty was no longer the force that needed to proceed carefully breaking through small worlds one by one. Their wings had already grown. Their fangs were sharp. It was time to reveal their true edge. Convey my decree. Wang Chen's voice rose majestically, carrying supreme imperial might instantly resonating throughout the entire hall. From this day forth, initiate the Tianzhong plan. Target, cleanse all known small worlds on the borders of the star domain and incorporate them into the territory of our Tianxian dynasty. The time limit is 1 year. As soon as Wang Chen's words fell, the void suddenly burst into golden light. Under the golden glow, 5 edicts filled with immense fortune power began to take shape. As soon as the edict was formed, one fell directly into Gaini's hands in the center of the hall, while the other 4 tore through the void and flew outside. One fell directly into the hands of the Chancellor Zhu Vidali. It must be noted that attacking beings from other worlds is not merely about winning. After the world merges, the implementation of the dynasty's various policies and logistical support will require someone to handle it. As the Chancellor of the dynasty, this responsibility naturally fell upon him. Two others fell into the hands of the Grand Marshal Chu Badian and the commander of the Imperial Guard Ji Gang. As for the final edict, it flew directly towards the Heaven Array Hall, ultimately landing in the hands of Guzhan. It must be noted that Wang Chen's command this time is to unify the entire star domain's borderlands. Among this there are dozens of small worlds existing. And within the current dynasty, apart from Wang Chen, only Guzhan can leverage the power of the Supreme Treasure to simultaneously open dozens of spatial passages to other worlds. After receiving the edicts, all of them immediately stood up, respectfully bowing towards the direction where Wang Chen was. I, your subject, shall diligently obey your majesty's decree. The decree of Wang Chen soon spread throughout the entire world. At this moment everyone was in a frenzy. Since Wang Chen cultivated the Tao of the Emperor, every time the dynasty annexed a world he would bestow a portion of fortune to nourish the people. It is precisely for this reason that everyone in the Xiantian continent has not only significantly improved their strength but also enhanced their talents. The most obvious among them were those who originally belonged to the Tianqian dynasty. They received the fortune the most often, naturally reaping the greatest benefits. Of course, they were the old guard of the dynasty, and compared to those who had just been annexed, they were naturally treated with more distinction. Just like in Wang Chen's past life, some people were born in the Imperial City while others struggled their entire lives and never made it there. The people of the Imperial City carried an inherent sense of superiority, even if many of them owned nothing except for a small dilapidated house. However, just by virtue of their identity as citizens of the Imperial City, they felt entitled to pride. Now that Wang Chen had become the emperor, he did not treat anyone differently. But wherever there are people, comparisons and competitions arise. It is said that all men are created equal, yet in any world true equality is impossible. Take the current Xiantian continent as an example. People subconsciously divided the inhabitants of this world into three tiers. This refers to ordinary people who do not hold any positions within the dynasty. The highest status belongs to those living in the Imperial City, as it is the closest place to Wang Chen. Next are those who originally belonged to the Tianqian dynasty. Following them are those who came from other merged worlds. Those who originally belonged to the dynasty, after receiving multiple blessings of fortune, can now easily cultivate to the innate realm. Those with slightly better talent can even break through to the master realm without much difficulty. Even those ordinary people who had just integrated into the Xiantian continent are now stepping into martial arts under the dynasty's policies. Moreover, under the blessing of fortune, everyone has made significant progress. No one is foolish. After tasting the sweetness of fortune, who wouldn't want to gain more? To gain more fortune, the only way is to achieve merits. In the external wars initiated by the dynasty, those who can kill enemies and achieve merit will surely receive the emperor's gift of fortune. Have you not seen how strong the soldiers who participated in the external wars have become? Even the most ordinary soldier of the dynasty has become a powerful figure that ordinary people cannot aspire to. Such achievements who would not envy? Now that the dynasty is about to initiate external wars again, do you think these ordinary people will not be excited? Even if they do not have the opportunity to achieve merit, as long as the Imperial City annexes other worlds, Wang Chen will bestow fortune and they will also reap substantial benefits. In such a situation, who would not be thrilled? Just as everyone in the Xiantian continent was filled with anticipation, suddenly a piece of good news spread from the Imperial City. The Ministry of War issued a new order to urgently summon a batch of soldiers from the various cities of the dynasty to reinforce the expeditionary forces. Summoning criteria: cultivation level no less than master realm proficiency in basic battle formations, and priority will be given to those with practical combat experience. Quota tentatively set at 50 million. This order was a routine military reinforcement decision made by Chu Badian based on the needs of the military situation. However, he underestimated the impact of this order. This order was a routine military reinforcement decision made by Chu Badian based on the needs of the military situation. However, the news spread like it had grown wings. Faster than the decree of Wang Chen, it quickly reached every city across the land. It's a summons. A summons issued personally by General Chu. Reinforcing the expeditionary forces. There's a chance to participate in the external wars. Conditions above master realm. Proficient in battle formations. Limited slots, first come first served. No, it's selective admission. In an instant, the entire Xiantian continent, especially those worlds newly integrated into it, was in an uproar. They were originally outsiders. Their strength was vastly different from the native people of the Tianqian dynasty. Moreover, the time was too short. The dynasty had not yet conducted large-scale conscription. Again, those from other worlds that later merged into the Xiantian continent had no opportunity to enlist. They had long envied those native individuals who could participate in external wars and receive fortune rewards. Watching others' strength soar while they only received a meager amount of fortune, the disparity was simply enormous. Now the opportunity has finally arrived. The dynasty's general has personally issued the summons. As long as one is selected, they can step onto the battlefield of another world, have the chance to kill enemies and achieve merit and bask in the fortune bestowed by the current emperor, realizing a leap in life. Faced with such an opportunity, anyone who isn't foolish must give their all. Each city was instantly surrounded by a tide of people. Whether they were loose cultivators or retired veterans, even many clan leaders came. Anyone with strength reaching the master realm could not resist this temptation. Everyone acted swiftly, trying every means to squeeze into the list of summons. The assessment site was packed, the atmosphere heated to near madness. At the cultivation test area, people exerted their utmost to showcase their strongest aura, fearing the examiner would undervalue them. In the battle formation practice area, coordinated formations were transformed into fierce charges. In the practical combat section, punches were thrown fiercely, strikes were ruthless, and for a chance to perform, colleagues who usually got along well ended up bruised and battered. Let me in. I'm in the mid-master realm. Proficient in 3 basic battle formations. I've hunted bandits on the borders, personally killed 3 bandit leaders of the same rank. Although I'm only at the early master realm, my stamina is exceptional, I can travel day and night. Choose me. My whole family supports the dynasty. I am willing to shed my last drop of blood for the emperor. Choose me. I can eat a lot. Everyone step aside, I am at the heavenly human realm, who dares to compete with me? Poof. A mere early heavenly human ant who gave you the courage to act recklessly here. Get out of my way. Don't waste my time with registration. Roars, please, and even excited cries echoed at every recruitment point. Even the officers responsible for selection felt immense pressure. No one expected that such a simple summons would attract so many extraordinary individuals. The original requirement was anyone above the master realm. Now it seems that being at the master realm is already commendable, and only those at the grand master realm might be chosen. Chu Baishan's ordinary conscription order inadvertently ignited a nationwide fervor for military service and merit. It profoundly reflects how, under the motivation of fortune, blessings, and clear avenues for advancement, the entire Tianxian dynasty's war potential and public morale have reached a terrifying level. It can be said that as long as Wang Chen issues an order, the entire Xiantian continent can mobilize all its citizens as soldiers. Let us not speak of the state of the empire's various regions for now. Even within the Divine Martial Guard, chaos has erupted, not due to anything else but because of the enormous disagreement over who should remain to guard the Divine Martial Guard. In the past, with a single command from Gainia, all members of the Divine Martial Guard would not have to consider anything. However, this time is different. Because the people from the Xingyuan continent are still within their encampment, Wang Chen has instructed them to keep watch over each other. They cannot be left unattended. After Gainia returned from the palace to the Divine Martial Guard's encampment, he immediately announced the decree regarding Wang Chen's heavenly expedition plan. As expected. After hearing the content of the decree, everyone present was filled with excitement. However, before they could revel in their enthusiasm for too long, Guinea's next sentence felt like a bucket of ice water poured over their heads. Deputy Commander Yi. His Majesty has decreed that the group from the Xingyuan continent shall remain under the supervision of the Divine Martial Guard. With the expedition imminent, a team must remain to guard the encampment, responsible for overseeing and daily defense. This matter is to be arranged by you. The order was concise and the responsibilities were clear. Deputy Commander Yi Tian was tasked with arranging a team to stay behind at the Divine Martial Guard's encampment. Due to this order, the atmosphere within the Divine Martial Guard instantly became strange. 1,000 pairs of eyes. All stared intensely at Yi Tian. Then they quickly exchanged glances, their eyes filled with vigilance, evasion, and a hint of barely noticeable fear. Stay behind. What kind of international joke is this? Doesn't that equate to losing their lives? One must understand. The Divine Martial Guard is the group that has benefited the most directly and abundantly from the Empire's expansion. There is no exception. Just look at their current cultivation. Those who were originally only at the Grandmaster level, after experiencing the wilderness Tianlan and the numerous battles of the Four Realms along with the subsequent rewards of fortune, have all now reached the realm of land immortals. Among them, nearly 100 have broken through to the law manifestation realm. And the 10 beast ancestors who joined earlier are now terrifying existences in the mid to late stage of the law manifestation realm. What has enabled such a rocket-like improvement in cultivation? It is not through arduous training. It is because they acted as the vanguard in the various wars beyond the realms, slaying generals and capturing flags, thus earning the emperor's exceptionally generous rewards of fortune. That pure and powerful energy of fortune not only directly enhanced their cultivation but also improved their foundational roots and broadened their future paths. For these top warriors, what could be more tempting than enhancing their strength? And if one wishes to rapidly enhance their strength, in the current empire, the most effective and direct path is to achieve merit in the wars beyond the realms. Now a new round of unprecedented conquest wars is about to unfold, with dozens of worlds awaiting their conquest. What does this signify? It signifies countless merits, endless opportunities, and the unimaginable rewards of fortune that follow. At such a time, who would want to be left behind to guard? As the saying goes, to cut off a person's path is like killing their parents. Matters concerning one's cultivation prospects are something no one wants to concede. Once they concede, it means directly forfeiting an opportunity to soar to great heights. A single misstep could lead to a chain of setbacks. Watching their comrades bathe in blood and achieve great feats in other realms, returning with an explosive surge in cultivation while they are left to guard a bunch of ants in anticipation. This feeling is enough to drive one to despair. Thus, when the option of staying behind appeared, everyone's hearts rose to their throats. They were not afraid of death, nor were they afraid of injury. They were just afraid of missing the opportunity to enhance their cultivation. The scene fell into silence where a pin dropping could be heard. No one spoke. Yet all gazes silently screamed, "Don't choose me. Please don't choose me." Yi Tian looked at this group of usually decisive and fearless elite warriors now appearing evasive. Some looked up at the sky while others stared at their own shoes. Some pretended to quietly discuss tactics with their companions while others simply sat in meditative contemplation. He also understood the thoughts of these fellows. Moreover, did he not wish to lead the team personally in charge across those dozens of battlefields? But military orders are military orders. The encampment must have someone to guard it, and those from the Xingyuan continent must also be overseen. Just as Yi Tian frowned and prepared to force a selection, someone suddenly stepped forward. It was none other than his sycophant, Li Yuming. After stepping forward, he first bowed to Gainia, then to Yi Tian, and finally spoke with a sincere expression. "Deputy Commander Yi, I understand deeply that the responsibility of staying behind is significant and should be taken on without hesitation. However," he changed the subject. "Unfortunately, last night I had a dream in which an old man with a white beard told me that in order to break through to the mid-law manifestation realm, a life and death battle was required. Therefore, I cannot assist you in guarding the Divine Martial Guard this time. I hope you grant me the opportunity to battle, and I assure you I will not bring disgrace to our Divine Martial Guard." Everyone. How shameless. You, a preliminary law manifestation realm warrior, still have the audacity to dream. Furthermore, with your poor talent without the Emperor's fortune, how could you have broken through your realm? How thick-skinned can one be? Before everyone could react, the 10 beast ancestors could not sit still any longer. One of them, whose true form was that of a mountain-moving giant ape, spoke with a voice like thunder, deep and resonant. "Commander, I, the old ape, am a rough man, not understanding all those twists and turns. You want me to guard? Absolutely not. With my temper, I fear that I might inadvertently slap those weaklings into a pulp, so I cannot do this job." Other beast ancestors also echoed, stating that they were rough and clumsy, only adept at charging into battle, not at watching over people. In summary, it was one sentence: stay behind. No way. With a leader stepping forward, others began to perform as well. "Commander Yi, I have recently mastered a killing move and wish to verify its power on the battlefield. Staying behind would be a waste. Deputy Commander, I have been feeling a bit irritable lately and must vent on the battlefield, otherwise I might easily go into a state of demonic deviation. I have experienced heartbreak and do not want to stay in this sorrowful place. I want to go out and take a walk. I feel dizzy at the encampment. Staying here too long makes me uncomfortable. Only the battlefield can relieve me. Last night I dreamt that the Emperor instructed me to charge forward, not to slack off. This is heaven's will." The reasons were bizarre and varied. In any case, it was one sentence: they didn't want to stay behind, they wanted to kill enemies and achieve merit. Looking at these subordinates who usually acted decisively and fearlessly, now racking their brains to escape staying behind, Yi Tian felt both amused and exasperated. He knew that at such a time he could only force a selection, there was no other way. But whom to select? This is also crucial, one cannot just select anyone. Just as Yi Tian contemplated whom to assign, Gainia suddenly spoke up, his straightforward nature not liking to waste time on such trivial matters. "Everyone be quiet, you and you too. Stay behind at the Divine Martial Guard encampment." As Gainia pointed, several people at the front were immediately dumbfounded. Guess who Gainia pointed at? Li Yuming never expected that the first person Gainia would point to was him. Moreover, he realized that Gainia had merely pointed casually without any special intent. Because he pointed at those standing at the very front of the group. If one were to say what was special about these few people, it would be that they were the first to step forward to find excuses to avoid staying behind. At this moment Li Yuming truly understood the saying, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. He wished he could slap himself hard. His own personality, which was known for being cautious, why did he act so impulsively this time? He pondered over it. Li Yuming finally understood why. It was because his strength had increased too rapidly recently, and within the Divine Martial Guard he had also climbed up to the position of Deputy Commander Yi Tian. This led to him inadvertently becoming arrogant, losing his cautious nature. He had been careless. It shouldn't have happened. However, since Gainia had already made his choice, they had no option but to accept their fate. If it were Yi Tian, he might have dared to voice another opinion, but faced with Gainia, even with 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to say a word. Of course, the most frustrated was not Li Yuming but the other few individuals pointed out by Gainia. What wrong had they done? They were merely following in the footsteps of their ancestor. As the original core members of the Joyo sect, their accomplishments today could all be attributed to Li Yuming. Thus in their hearts Li Yuming was their guiding star. As long as they followed their ancestor, they would never go wrong. However, their ancestor was notoriously skilled at socializing and flattering. Within the Divine Martial Guard, while others were still ordinary members, their ancestor had already become a sycophant to the deputy commander. Though just a sycophant, one must consider whose sycophant he is. When beside Yi Tian, he wouldn't mind being called that. However, when Yi Tian was absent, one had to respectfully address him as lordly. Otherwise one would definitely face repercussions. Never underestimate the temperament of a notorious cult leader. For this reason, when a group of disciples saw Li Yuming seeking excuses to avoid staying behind, they all followed suit without a second thought. But what they never expected was that this time their ancestor not only gained no benefits but instead put himself in jeopardy, and they were not spared either. The 6 people pointed out by Gainia aside from Li Yuming were all former members of the Joyo sect. Li Yuming ignored the resentful glances from the few people behind him. At this moment his face was solemn, a being of the law manifestation realm, yet at this moment beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He understood well that Gainia, as the supreme commander of the Divine Martial Guard, possessed immense strength, and every one of his actions bore profound meaning. What seemed like a casual arrangement. But why was it so coincidental that all 6 people were former members of the Joyo sect? As a meticulous thinker, this made him ponder deeply. Reflecting on his recent actions within the Divine Martial Guard, a surge of horror rushed to his heart, nearly causing him to crumble to the ground. Faction building. These 4 words thundered in his mind like a clap of lightning. In any organization, especially in a place that emphasizes absolute obedience and unified will, faction building and forming cliques are the greatest taboos for those in power. The more Li Yuming thought about it, the more terrified he became. He believed he had been discreet, showing utmost respect to Yi Tian, immense awe towards Gainia, and unwavering loyalty to the dynasty and the emperor. He merely wanted to help his old subordinates establish themselves better in this new environment of the Tianxian dynasty. Was that wrong? It now seemed that in the eyes of a powerhouse like Gainia, such trivial thoughts of his could hardly be concealed. It's over. This time staying behind is likely more than just missing a chance for merit. It's a warning to us. I've been cautious my whole life. Could it be that I'm going to face disaster? Li Yuming's face turned pale, his hands and feet cold. He felt as if his future was bleak and even his life might be threatened. However, just as Li Yuming was lost in his thoughts and terrified, he suddenly realized that Gainia hadn't even glanced at them and had simply left. There were no reprimands as he had imagined, no cold warnings, and not even a sword aimed at them. Gainia seemed to have simply pointed casually and departed after arranging the personnel. In truth, this was purely Li Yuming overthinking. For Gainia there were not so many trivial thoughts. If he truly disliked Li Yuming, he would either directly voice it or simply kill him with a sword. Why waste time on such petty tricks? Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye 3 days had gone by. During these 3 days, the entire Xintian continent was abuzz, and the warriors in every city battled fiercely for the qualification to enter the Imperial army. Even brothers would fight until their heads were bloodied. This was a struggle for the path. No one would back down, and anyone with the slightest opportunity would give their all. 3 days later, on the 4th day at dawn, when the first ray of morning light pierced through the darkness and illuminated the towering Imperial city, an epic scene that would be recorded in history slowly unfolded. The Imperial city, the heart of the Tianxian dynasty, was now surrounded by an endless sea of people. No, it was not a sea of people. It was an ocean of steel and murderous intent. Centered around the Imperial city, radiating outwards for hundreds of miles as far as the eye could see, were dense ranks of the Imperial army arranged in orderly formations. The dark armor reflected a cold light. Flags obscured the sky. The scale of this gathered army far surpassed any previous occasions. In addition to the original tens of millions of elite troops, there were an additional 50 million newly recruited fresh forces. The total military strength exceeded 100 million. 100 million troops. What kind of concept is this? They simply stood there quietly, requiring no shouts or movements, merely the overwhelming aura gathered was enough. It dispersed the clouds in the sky and the earth seemed to tremble incessantly. What was most shocking was their cultivation levels. Whether it was the veteran legions or the newly expanded recruits, the peak of the Master Realm was merely the basic level of soldiers, and among them the Grand Master Realm soldiers were abundant. Those serving as basic military officers were all beings of the Celestial Realm, and only those of the Earth Immortal Realm were qualified to become high-ranking generals. Among them, one could even vaguely sense the powerful auras of many law manifestation realm experts stationed within each main legion. Such an army, don't even mention being in a small world. Even placed in any intermediate world, it would be a tremendously explosive presence. Buzz. 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 Just as everyone felt awed by the billions of troops outside the Imperial City, an even more shocking scene appeared, a sight that would leave all beings with an unforgettable memory for eternity. The new year is approaching. It's already the 15th day of the 12th month. What? What is that? In and around the Imperial City, everyone stared in shock. Above the Imperial City, dozens of brilliant light points suddenly illuminated the void. As those light points expanded rapidly under the gaze of the crowd, they finally transformed into gigantic spatial portals with diameters exceeding a kilometer, exuding the aura of different worlds. Dozens of portals opened simultaneously. Like a myriad of radiant divine eyes spanning the heavens, they simultaneously gazed upon this world. The immense spatial power converged, causing the spatial laws of the entire Xiantian continent to tremble slightly. Rays of light glimmered. 1,000 auspicious energies. The brilliance of the spatial portals and the golden dragon of the Imperial Dynasty complemented each other, rendering the entire Imperial City even more sacred and majestic. Heavens! What is that? So many. So many spatial portals. So powerful. Is this the work of the ancient formation master? Hiss. Opening dozens of interdimensional portals at once. Such great power unheard of before. Ha ha ha. The Imperial Dynasty is mighty. Once we conquer the worlds behind these portals, the foundation of our Xiantian continent will surely surge. At that time our strength will increase tremendously. He well said. Perhaps after this I can also become a master. No, becoming a Grand Master is also possible. If the Imperial Dynasty is strong, then we are strong. Following His Majesty, following the Imperial Dynasty, the future is limitless. Ha ha ha. Well said. The Imperial Dynasty is mighty. His Majesty is mighty. The Imperial Dynasty is mighty. His Majesty is mighty. In and around the Imperial City, countless martial artists looked up at the sky, shocked by this unprecedented, magnificent spectacle. At the same time, everyone became excited, knowing full well, the more powerful the Imperial Dynasty, the more benefits they would receive. Recently, the Imperial Dynasty had only annexed a few worlds, and they had already gained such great benefits. It's hard to imagine. If we manage to annex all the worlds behind the spatial portals this time, to what heights will their strength rise? Perhaps by then even the ordinary martial artists of the Imperial Dynasty will be able to break through to the Master Realm. Divine Martial Guards. Depart. As the backbone of the Imperial Dynasty, the existence akin to a sharp blade, the Divine Martial Guards naturally took the lead. At the very moment the spatial portals took shape, Gainia waved his hand, leading the members of the Divine Martial Guards directly into the dozens of spatial portals in the void. Even he himself. This time he did not choose to stay behind, but instead charged directly into the largest of the spatial portals. The Sword God personally led the charge. Wherever his blade pointed, demons and gods fled. The mobilization of the Divine Martial Guards sounded the horn of an all-out assault. Following closely behind were the Imperial Army, already on high alert around the Imperial City. On the command platform, Cultivation, clad in silver general's armor, stood like a mountain. Without a single extra word, he simply roared at the army outside the city. All troops heed the command, march. Roar. 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 Nearly 100 million soldiers responded in unison, their voices booming like a million thunders erupting simultaneously, shaking the earth and changing the skies. Rumble. The army set out. The momentum was deafening. Billions of soldiers transformed into dozens of torrents of steel, charging directly into the spatial portals in the void. May the Imperial Army triumph. Warriors. Slay more enemies. Achieve more merit. Bring glory to His Majesty. Must come back safely. The Imperial dynasty will triumph. His Majesty will triumph. The army's expedition to another world is not for sightseeing. Although there are merits to be gained, it also comes with danger. Death is quite a normal occurrence. As for the families of those soldiers, as long as they had the means, they naturally came to see them off. Watching their loved ones charge into the spatial portals, they felt more than just worry but also blessings. Fighting for the Imperial dynasty. It is the highest honor. On the other side, in a place unimaginably far from the Xiantian continent, there exists a world called Tianyan. This world is very special. To say it is a mid-level world, it is still at the edge of the star domain. To say it is a small world, it possesses the strength that completely surpasses that of a small world. The unique status of the Tianyan world largely stems from one person, Zhang Tianhao. This name is synonymous with legend and invincibility in the Tianyan world. He was born 100 years ago. He did not come from a prominent family but was merely the son of an ordinary farmer. However, his rise to power is nothing short of legendary. At the age of 20 he entered the Master Realm. At 30 he achieved Grand Master. At 50 he broke into the earthly immortal realm. Most astonishingly, at the age of 100 he shattered the barrier of the Law Phase realm, a feat unattainable by countless martial artists in their entire lives. At the age of 100 reaching the Law Phase realm. Even in a resource-rich, long-established mid-level world, this can definitely be considered an extraordinary genius. In a realm where the laws are relatively weak and resources are far inferior to the central area, this is simply a miracle. Even more astonishing is, not only did Zhang Tianhao possess unparalleled personal strength, but his means and determination were equally impressive. About 10 years ago he swept through the major powers of the Tianyan world with the overwhelming strength of having just broken into the Law Phase realm, defeating or subjugating all dissenters, and ultimately unified the Tianyan world. He established the only ruling order and was revered as the Master of Tianyan. His rise to power can be described as filled with legendary colors. He is an idol admired and pursued by countless young martial artists in the Tianyan world. At this moment, in the most core area of the Tianyan world stands a grand palace with ancient and magnificent style, the Yantian Palace. Zhang Tianhao was sitting alone in a meditation room filled with gathering spirit formations and calming runes. He appeared to be in his 30s with a resolute face. His deep-set eyes opening and closing revealed a wisdom and experience far beyond his appearance. Dressed in an elegant white robe, his aura was restrained. If one did not sense carefully, they might think he was merely an ordinary scholar. However, only true masters could perceive the tremendous and terrifying power hidden beneath his calm exterior. As the acknowledged supreme ruler of the Tianyan world, he possessed absolute authority that could easily determine the fate of billions of lives. However, Zhang Tianhao himself had little interest in worldly power and pleasures. Since unifying the Tianyan world, he had delegated most mundane affairs to others. He himself remained mostly in seclusion, dedicating the majority of his energy to cultivation. To outsiders, this was the diligence and discipline of a genius. But only Zhang Tianhao knew that his relentless pursuit of strength stemmed not only from a martial artist's quest for power. Deeper within there lay a sense of urgency rooted in his soul and a tremendous secret. To be honest, his talent was not as monstrous as others imagined. In fact, it could be said that initially his aptitude was merely above average, belonging to the category of being better than some but not as good as others. Without special opportunities, reaching the earthly immortal realm in this life would likely be his limit. As for the Law Phase realm, that was even more unimaginable. His achievements today were entirely due to a fortuitous encounter he had in his youth. When Zhang Tianhao was young, he ventured deep into an ancient forest behind his village to gather herbs for his sick mother. At the bottom of a cliff covered in moss, he inadvertently discovered a narrow cave concealed by vines just wide enough for a single person to pass through. Driven by curiosity, he mustered his courage and crawled inside. The interior of the cave was a hidden world filled with an ancient aura that sent shivers down his spine. Deep within the cave, on a smooth giant stone, sat an elderly figure radiating light. What struck him as odd was that the old man's body appeared to be transparent. As Zhang Tianhao approached, the old man transformed into a stream of light and instantly entered his forehead. Ah! Zhang Tianhao felt a chill at his brow, and then an overwhelming torrent of information and a gentle yet mighty soul force surged into his mind like a flood breaking a dam. Excruciating pain. Dizziness. It felt as if his entire head was about to explode. Just when he thought he was going to die, the soul force that surged in turned incredibly gentle, like the finest spring rain beginning to nurture and repair his fragile spirit that had been damaged by the impact. It also began to sort and reposition the chaotic stream of information. An ancient yet supremely authoritative voice resonated deep within his soul. After countless years, I never expected that the last remnant of my soul would find a fated person in this desolate land. Little one, do not be afraid. I am Dan Shenzi, an elder of the inner sect of the Lingyao sect in the Central Star Domain, and I was once. As the voice narrated, scenes of blurry yet magnificent images flashed in Zhang Tianha's consciousness. It turned out that this elder named Dan Shenzi was a prominent elder of the super sect Lingyao sect in the Central Star Domain. Moreover, he was the strongest genius within the Lingyao sect and a leading candidate for the sect leader. However, within the super sect the competition was fierce. Just as the sect leader candidates were about to be confirmed, he was deceived and ambushed by his fellow sect members. In the end, he could only escape with a wisp of his remnant soul. However, due to the great consumption of the remnant soul after fleeing to the Tianyan world, he fell into a deep slumber until he encountered Zhang Tianhao. The following tale was rather cliched. Zhang Tianhao became the disciple of the elder and with his help gradually reached the pinnacle of unifying the Tianyan world. Master, my strength has already stabilized at the midstage of the Dharma aspect realm in the Tianyan world. Seems to have reached its limits for me. Inside the Tianyan palace, Zhang Tianhao opened his eyes and spoke to the empty quiet room as if to himself. In the next moment, an ancient voice resonated directly within his soul. Midstage of the Dharma aspect realm foundation stable. The Qingdi eternal life technique has been cultivated to the 3rd level, and the 100 herbs elixir technique has also been mastered, allowing you to refine 5-grade spirit pills. Not bad, not bad. Dan Shenzi's voice carried a hint of satisfaction, clearly pleased with Zhang Tianha's performance. Disciple, your progress is even faster than I anticipated. Now in this Tianyan world the laws are shallow and resources are limited. It is indeed difficult to support your faster cultivation. After the Dharma aspect realm, every step requires a deeper comprehension of the laws. Staying here truly holds little significance for your cultivation. He paused, his tone becoming much more serious. In the midstage of the Dharma aspect realm, in an average middle world, as long as you act cautiously, self-preservation is no longer a problem. It's time to leave. Yes, master. Disciple understands. A glimmer of anticipation and determination flashed in Zhang Tianha's eyes. To be honest, he had waited a long time for this day. In the following days, Zhang Tianhao summoned several followers who had always supported him and informed them of his impending departure from the Tianyan world. Once the news spread, the entire Tianyan world was shaken. Zhang Tianhao, the legendary figure who unified the entire world, was actually leaving. This was not good news for many. It should be noted that before the unification, the Tianyan world was extremely chaotic, especially for ordinary people who lived in great difficulty. Only after Zhang Tianhao unified the Tianyan world did the entire world have a unified set of rules and people's lives began to improve. Everyone was worried. What if the world fell into chaos again after Zhang Tianhao left? This was the biggest concern for all. Time quickly arrived on the day Zhang Tianhao was about to depart. Within the Yintian Imperial city, it was already packed with people coming to see him off, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Lord of the Tianyan, take care on your journey. Your Majesty, return soon. The Tianyan world will always be your home. Your Majesty, thank you for the elixirs that saved my family. The sounds of cheers and blessings merged into one. The grandeur and sincerity of the scene far exceeded Zhang Tianha's expectations. Looking at the endless emotionally charged crowd below, Zhang Tianhao couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth and pride in his heart. He stood atop the highest terrace of the Yintian palace, dressed in a simple white robe that fluttered in the wind, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. He raised his hand and pressed down. An invisible pressure and gentle force spread out, gradually calming the frenzied scene. People of the Tianyan world. Zhang Tianha's voice was not loud, yet it clearly resonated throughout every corner of the square, carrying the unique soul resonance power of a Dharma aspect realm expert. Today, this parting is not a farewell. My journey is to pursue a higher martial path, to explore broader realms, and to seek a brighter future for our Tianyan world. I gaze upon the present, stepping towards the heavens. When I return, I shall let the myriad worlds know the name of our Tianyan. With his words falling, the crowd erupted once more with deafening cheers and shouts. Lord of the Tianyan, martial path reaches the sky. Farewell, Your Majesty. Ascend the great path soon. A smile played on Zhang Tianha's lips, clearly satisfied with his farewell speech. He no longer hesitated, slowly raising both arms, he gently drew through the void before him. With a tearing sound, the void was forcefully ripped apart by his supreme power. Everyone take care. Zhang Tianhao took one last glance at the tumultuous crowd below and the familiar palace, then turned and prepared to step straight into the spatial rift. However, just as his right foot was about to step into the edge of the rift, boom! A terrifying explosion, seemingly originating from the very depths of the world's source, suddenly erupted at the zenith of the Tianyan world. This sound was not merely a sound wave, it was a terrifying shockwave directly affecting the world's laws and resonating within the souls of all people. What left Jiang Tianhao horrified was that the spatial rift he had personally torn apart actually vanished with a bang under that thunderous sound. Just as he was stunned, an urgent voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Disciple, hurry. A powerful being has descended upon this world. I have naming difficulties and find it particularly hard to name things. I can't go on." Jiang Tianha's voice trembled. He wasn't foolish. There was no need for reminders, he realized at the moment the tearing space rift shattered. He reacted immediately. After all, he was a person who had lived for over 100 years and was a master of this world, so his sense of danger was quite keen. Without any hesitation, he immediately summoned all his strength, attempting once more to tear the void. Buzz, the anticipated sensation of the space tearing did not occur. Where his fingertips passed, the void merely rippled slightly before quickly returning to calm. Not only did he fail to tear the void, but he didn't even leave a white mark. What? Jiang Tianha's pupils constricted as he even employed a secret technique taught by Dan Xinzi, yet the space remained utterly still. The space of this world seemed to be cast with an invisible yet indestructible shackle. With his mid-stage Dharma aspect strength, he should have easily torn apart the spatial barrier, yet at this moment he couldn't even stir it. This situation, completely beyond his control and with no way to escape, caused Jiang Tianha's heart to plummet to the depths. Not just him. The millions of people gathered below in the square were also bewildered. First came a sound like the heavens collapsing, causing countless people to cough up blood and fall. Immediately after, the space channel torn open by their revered Lord Tianyan bizarrely shattered. Now even the sky began to undergo dramatic changes. The originally clear sky suddenly darkened. Then at the highest point of the dim sky, the void violently caved in and twisted before with a loud crack a monstrous gash opened. At first this gash was only about 100 meters long. But in an instant it began to rapidly expand and stretch. 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 3,000 meters. Finally, under the gaze of countless horrified eyes, that fissure completely stabilized, transforming into a gigantic space channel over 5,000 meters in diameter. The moment the channel took shape, an indescribable aura of terror surged forth from the depths of that passage. In an instant it enveloped the entire Yintian Palace area and even much of the Tianyan world. This aura was vast, sharp, and filled with a murderous intent. Within it there was an extreme sword intent that seemed capable of severing all things and piercing through the void. As the remnants of this aura, swept by countless lower-level warriors in the square, felt as if they were being held at knife point by countless invisible blades. Even those masters, grandmasters, and the few who had reached the earth immortal realm felt a prickling sensation on their backs. "Disciple, be careful." Dan Kensi's urgent voice echoed in Jiang Tianha's mind, once again filled with seriousness. The incoming presence is extremely powerful. Judging solely by this aura, they were at least at the peak of the Dharma aspect realm, and they were a sword cultivator with astonishing attacking power and lethality. Their true combat strength probably approached the threshold of the cave heaven realm. Jiang Tianhao was completely stunned at this moment. All his attention was firmly locked onto the enormous opening of the space channel. "Master, why would such a powerful being suddenly descend upon my Tianyan world? Could it be that some great world has set its sights on here? Or..." He dared not think further as a terrifying thought surfaced in his mind. Could it be that the enemies of Master, the people from Lingyao sect, have come knocking? If that were the case, he wouldn't need to think of anything else, he could just wait for death. "No way." Dan Xinzi replied decisively without a hint of hesitation. "Is this little Tianyan world even worthy of their attention? Moreover, back when the Master fled, he used the sect's forbidden technique Wanhua Qingmu escape, which can confuse the heavenly secrets. Unless a powerful being at the domain realm goes to great lengths to conduct a time reversal deduction, it is impossible to trace to such a remote corner. And the existence at the domain realm, would they really go to such lengths for my remnant soul? They are not worthy." Dan Kensi's words, though harsh, highlighted the reality. In the eyes of the colossal entities in the central star domain, the Tianyan world is indeed insignificant. Just as the master and disciple were exchanging thoughts, the multitude below trembled in fear. Step, step, step. Clear and steady footsteps emanated from the massive space channel above, gradually approaching. With each step it felt as if they were stepping on the nodes of space, causing a resonance of the surrounding laws. A domineering sword intent. As the footsteps drew closer, a tide surged out from the channel, making the entire world seem to quiet down for a moment. Then, under everyone's watch, a figure stepped out from that space channel. The newcomer merely stood there. The terrifying sword intent emanating from around them made countless people below feel a sharp pain in their eyes. A sword cultivator. And one that was overwhelmingly powerful. Their aura was so strong that it had reached the peak of the Dharma aspect realm. They were even faintly touching the threshold of a higher level. And it didn't end there. Following this terrifying figure, dozens of figures poured out from the channel. These individuals were similarly dressed in standard dark clothing. Although their auras were not as terrifying as that of the leading figure, each was formidable, with the lowest being at the peak of the earth immortal realm. Among them there were even 7 or 8 individuals who had already reached the Dharma aspect realm. Although they were only in the early or mid-Dharma aspect realm, their sheer number was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Dozens of figures stood in the air. Like a cloud radiating a sense of destruction, they coldly looked down upon the multitude below. The uniform clothing and the shared murderous aura emanating from them all indicated that they came from a powerful organization with a strict hierarchy. How could this be? Zhang Tianhao stood frozen, gazing at the dozens of figures in the sky, radiating a terrifying aura, feeling a chill surge from his feet straight to the top of his head, as if all the blood in his body had frozen. At least peak Earth Immortal. 7 or 8 Dharma aspect realm. A leader at the peak of the Dharma aspect realm. This lineup. Not to mention sweeping the Tianyan world, even sweeping all the small worlds at the edge of the star domain would be more than enough. He had always believed that with the help of Master Dan Qinzi, the Tianyan world had developed over the years to become a top-tier existence among the small worlds in the borderlands. Aside from himself, the mid-stage Dharma aspect world master, he had dozens of Earth Immortal realm grandmasters and countless masters. He had thought that the Tianyan world was the most powerful force in the borderlands of the star domain. But now it seemed, he had truly been arrogant and ignorant. Not to mention anything else. Just this sudden force before him, the high-end combat power they exhibited, had already completely crushed their Tianyan world. An inexplicable sense of absurdity and deep helplessness instantly engulfed Zhang Tianhao. Just a moment ago he had been filled with ambition, thinking of venturing into broader worlds, dreaming of avenging his master and wanting the name of Tianyan to resonate across the heavens. Now it seemed he, and even the entire Tianyan world in the face of truly powerful forces, might truly just be a frog at the bottom of a well. He, and even the entire Tianyan world in the face of truly powerful forces might truly just be a frog at the bottom of a well. The terrifying sword cultivator spoke, their voice booming and resonating throughout the entire Tianyan world. By the decree of His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor of the Xuan Dynasty, I have come to take control of this realm. Those who comply shall prosper, and those who resist shall perish. What? To take over this realm. These 4 brief words struck like thunder in the calm of the plains, echoing violently in the hearts of countless citizens of the Tianyan world below. After a brief silence, disbelief erupted into a tumultuous uproar, accompanied by an uncontrollable wave of fear and anger. Tyranny. It is too tyrannical. It was sheer audacity taken to the extreme. They appeared out of nowhere, first sealing the realm without a word and then declaring their terrifying intentions, with the first sentence being to take over this realm. What do they take the Tianyan world for? A lawless land to plunder at will? Or a soft persimmon to squeeze as they please? However, anger aside, dissatisfaction aside, the harsh reality stood cruelly before their eyes. In the sky, dozens of figures exuding a terrifying aura were present, especially the cold and stern man at the forefront, resembling an unparalleled fierce sword. The overwhelming pressure was enough to extinguish any rebellious thoughts in the hearts of rational individuals. The wrath of mere ants. In the eyes of giants, it might not even cause a ripple. At this moment, everyone's gaze involuntarily turned towards their mainstay, the master of Tenyan, Zhang Tianhao. He was the strongest in this world, their king. Moreover, he was the only one qualified and capable of conversing with these uninvited guests at this moment. Zhang Tianhao felt the countless expectant gazes from below, and his heart was under immense pressure. He understood better than anyone the gap in strength between the two sides and what the word takeover might imply. Just as his thoughts raced, weighing the pros and cons, the aged and solemn voice of his master Dan Qinzi echoed in his mind once again. Disciple. Although my soul power has not fully recovered, forcibly taking you away from this realm is still possible. You just need to decide what to do. Just as Zhang Tianhao was about to speak, Dan Qinzi's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. I understand, master. Zhang Tianhao quickly responded in his mind, his voice filled with gratitude and a hint of barely detectable trembling. However, he did not immediately provide an answer. He raised his head to gaze at the cold sword cultivator in the void. The other party remained expressionless, as if that earth-shattering declaration was merely a statement of an established fact. At this moment, the other party was quietly awaiting his response, or perhaps rebellion. He forcibly suppressed all chaotic emotions and his master's advice, striding to maintain calmness and respect, and solemnly bowed to the figure in the void. Gainia. This bow was very formal, with a low posture. Esteemed friend. I am the master of this world. I do not understand what you mean by taking over this realm. As a native of the Tianyan world, he truly could not bring himself to abandon this world and flee alone. Moreover, he understood his master Dan Shenzi well. Although his soul power had recovered considerably, forcibly taking him away under the other's watchful eyes would require a significant price. Most importantly, he clearly heard the other party's words. They had come to take over the Tianyan world by order. By order. By whose order? Given the strength of these individuals before him, how powerful must the one who commands them be? Is it the Cave Heaven realm? Or the Unity realm? Or perhaps an even stronger existence? Who knows if there are stronger beings watching them from the shadows? He dared not take that risk. Because once he decided to escape, there would be no turning back. Perhaps in the next moment they would be crushed by the people behind them. To take over means to end. Guinea's voice struck like a heavy hammer in everyone's hearts. From this day forth the name of this realm shall cease to exist. This world along with all living beings within it will merge into my Xuan Dynasty's domain, subject to the dynasty's laws, serving my emperor as their master. In other words, from now on there will be no Tianyan world. You will no longer be Tianyan people but subjects of the Xuan Dynasty. Boom. This statement was clearer and more brutal than the previous brief word take over. This is a complete annexation. It is the erasure of civilization and existence. It aims to completely wipe the name Tianyan world from the map of the starry wilderness, branding all its essence with the imprint of Tianxian dynasty. From now on their homeland where they were born and raised will be renamed Tianxian. Their proud cultural heritage will thus vanish. The order and lifestyle they have adhered to for generations will be completely replaced by unfamiliar imperial laws. This is not a slave of a fallen country, this is a slave of a fallen realm. It is the most thorough conquest, one that even uproots their roots. No. This is too much. How is this different from annihilating us? We can't even keep our name. How ruthless. Let's fight them. Better to die standing than live on our knees. Yes. I swear to never submit. The name of Tianyan shall live on in my heart. After a brief silence there were even more intense and desperate roars and howls. Especially those who had harbored a glimmer of hope, thinking the worst would only be to submit and pay tribute, now had their eyes bloodshot. Guinea's words touched the deepest limits of their hearts. On the spot several hot-headed experts from the earth immortal realm could no longer contain their fury, glaring angrily at Guinea and the others in the sky. Damn Tianxian dynasty. If you want to annihilate our Tianyan world you must step over our corpses first. How dare mere invaders be so audacious? Do you truly believe there are no warriors in Tianyan? Friends. Life and death are at stake today. Let's fight them. Their shouts ignited the last fuse. In the crowd below many began to respond. Even some of Jiang Tianhao's generals and confidants had red eyes, all looking towards Jiang Tianhao. As long as he gave the order they would charge forward without hesitation. Jiang Tianhao's expression changed drastically, wanting to shout and stop them, but it was already too late. Guinea's cold face showed not even a ripple of emotion. He didn't even draw his sword. He simply raised his right hand casually and waved lightly. The motion was so nonchalant as if brushing off dust from his sleeve. However, buzz. Shoo. In the void it seemed as if countless invisible and intangible sharp sword energies had suddenly materialized. These sword energies were not physical, yet they contained the terrifying will to sever laws and obliterate all things. They appeared to exist in every corner of space, instantaneously locking onto their targets with Guinea's intent. Then, crossing the distance of space, they directly appeared around those rebels. Puff. 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 Shoo. There were no earth-shattering collisions, no dazzling bursts of energy. Just a series of chilling, tearing sounds. Those few Earth Immortal Realm experts who had leapt into the air along with their followers, totaling hundreds, all suddenly froze in place at the same instant. Immediately after, countless densely packed bloodlines inexplicably appeared on their bodies. In the next second these bloodlines rapidly enlarged and their bodies seemed to have been thrown into a high-speed blender. Under the horrified gazes of everyone they instantly disintegrated, vanishing. They transformed into a mist of bright red blood mixed with indistinguishable remnants of flesh and bone drifting down. During this time no one even managed to let out a complete scream. Silence. A deathly stillness. It's done. Today is only the 5th and I've already taken all the leave for this month. The world is vast. With countless beings it never lacks those with unyielding spirits who declare their resolve with blood. After a brief silence boundless fury instantly drowned the reason of many. When they saw Guy Nya wave his hand and crush hundreds of rebels into a mist of blood, the majority of warriors from the Tianyan world were indeed terrified. It was a kind of pressure stemming from the essence of life, an absolute power akin to the instinctive fear of an ant facing a collapsing mountain. Yet, there will always be a portion of people whose bones are harder, whose blood runs hotter, and whose beliefs and pride transcend the instinctual fear of death. Therefore, after the brief silence, a cacophony of desperate roars suddenly erupted on the scene. Damn it! This is too much. Do they think Tianyan has no one, just a bunch of cowards? They seek to obliterate my Dao lineage and extinguish my civilization. Such great hatred cannot coexist under the heavens. Let's fight them. Yes. If my head falls, I'll have a scar the size of a bowl. In 18 years I will still be a good man. I've had enough of this humiliation. Kill. 1 for 1, 2 for profit. Avenge our fallen brothers. Tianyan will not perish. We fight to the end. This time thousands of strong individuals stood up together, the weakest among them being grandmasters, while the strongest reached the pinnacle of earthly immortals. Facing Guinea's unfathomable and terrifying methods, those who dared to stand up now were all true warriors with unwavering resolve, having already seen life and death as trivial. They knew this was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They also understood their actions were like moths flying into a flame, leading to their own demise. But they knew that some things were more important than life itself. Poof. Stubborn and unyielding, Guinea did not even furrow his brows at this situation. To him the task was to clear all obstacles and incorporate the Tianyan world into the Imperial domain. These rebels, no matter how many or how tragic, were merely obstacles that he needed to eliminate. His sword only inquired about the task, not the reasons. He would not be moved by the so-called spirit. After a cold snort, he prepared to strike down all the rebels with overwhelming force. Wait. Just as Guinea was about to attack, a voice suddenly rang out. For others, upon hearing someone blocking them, they might choose to halt. However, Guinea was not an ordinary person. Guinea's movement did not even pause for a moment. In his perception, the only person who could make him say wait was one. The one reigning in the Imperial court, the master of the Imperial fortune, His Majesty Wang Chen. As for others, even the so-called master of this world was in his eyes no different from the ants he was about to erase, unworthy of making him. His right hand had already swung down. However, this time his attack did not directly land on the thousands of rebels, because a figure suddenly appeared within the range of Guinea's attack. It was none other than the master of the Tianyan world, Zhang Tianhao. In the end, he still could not bear to watch as the people of his world were slaughtered meaninglessly. Even knowing this might be futile, even knowing it could provoke the opponent and put himself in danger. But at that critical moment he made a choice. Seeing the terrifying sword energy rushing towards him, he chose not to resist but to defend with all his might. He activated the technique passed down from Danshinzi to its utmost limit. The immense power of the laws instantly coalesced around him, forming an enormous barrier of laws. The barrier of laws was incredibly thick, emanating a rich vitality and a robust defensive aura. This was the strongest defensive measure he could unleash. However, when Guinea's casually waved invisible sword energy came into contact with Zhang Tianha's barrier of laws, there was no earth-shattering explosion, nor was there an energy-filled stalemate. That seemingly casual sword energy contained sharpness and a terrifying sword intent capable of severing all far beyond Zhang Tianha's imagination. The barrier of laws he had gathered with all his effort could barely withstand for less than a tenth of a second against Guinea's sword energy. Like a sharp paper cutter slicing through the most fragile paper, Zhang Tianha's barrier of laws was effortlessly split in two, instantly obliterated. The residual sword energy showed no signs of diminishing. It directly struck Zhang Tianha's crossed arms, which he had raised in defense, as well as the multiple layers of protective spiritual light he had hurriedly established. Puff! Zhang Tianhao felt as if he had been struck hidden by a swiftly passing star, his complexion instantly turning as pale as paper. A mouthful of blood containing immense vitality spurted out wildly. He felt an excruciating pain in his arms, as if they were fracturing, his organs violently churning and the protective spiritual light shattering layer by layer. His body, like a kite with a broken string, he was ruthlessly sent flying by this incomprehensible immense force. Whoosh, boom. A series of sonic booms resounded as Zhang Tianha's figure traced a tragic parabolic arc in the air, directly flying out several thousand meters. Silence. A deathly silence once again enveloped the entire scene. Thousands of rebels who had just been ready to fight to the death now stood frozen in place. It was as if a cold bucket of water had been poured over their heads, instantly freezing their blood. What did they see? Their invincible world master in their hearts, the strongest of the Tianyan world, had exhausted all his strength to intercept the opponent. However, He couldn't even completely withstand a single blow. He didn't even manage to make the opponent's attack pause for even a moment. What? What kind of gap is this? The recently ignited sense of tragic determination faced with this suffocatingly desperate reality was like a bubble in the sunlight instantly shattering, leaving only boundless cold. It was terrifying beyond measure. Luckily Jiang Tianhao had blocked this strike for them, otherwise they might have all died. Jiang Tianhao was hurled backward by Gaia but sustained no serious injury. After all, he was a mid-stage law embodiment realm expert and Gaia had not even unleashed his full power. Thus he suffered only a minor wound. Yet the moment he staggered to his feet from the rubble, his gaze fell upon Gaia, mercilessly eradicating those who dared resist. Confronted with this spectacle, Jiang Tianhao, the sovereign of the Tianyan world, chose not to intervene again. Not because he lacked the will, but because he lacked the ability. Such is the unyielding law of the Xuanhuan realm: the strong devour the weak. To wield power is to hold dominion over life and death itself. Most critically, he possessed no means to halt it. Disciple, cease your resistance. Just now your master sensed an overwhelming gaze emanating from that spatial rift, fleeting as lightning yet unmistakable. A supreme cultivator has been observing this world, and not just one. What? There truly are others behind him. Upon hearing his master's words, Jiang Tianhao's face paled instantly. This was no favorable omen, for them it was calamity incarnate. Though Gaia's strength was formidable, Jiang Tianhao had never truly feared him. After all, could Gaia possibly watch him every moment? Given any opening, he could vanish into the starfields at will, where across the boundless cosmos pursuit would be utterly futile. But now everything had changed. The worst had come to pass. Behind Gaia stood even greater powers, silently observing their world with unwavering vigilance. And beings deemed supreme by his master, such entities must at the very least have attained the hollow heaven realm, perhaps even the return to oneness realm. To flee beneath the gaze of such existences was near impossible, his last path of escape severed irrevocably. Before him now lay only one choice: temporary submission. As despair and terror gripped Jiang Tianhao and the denizens of the Tianyan world, a thunderous boom erupted from the spatial rift suspended in the void. Then, under the stunned gazes of all present, countless armored soldiers, radiating overwhelming martial aura, marched forth in disciplined formation from the rift. Grandmaster. Peak Grandmaster. Are these mere foot soldiers? A venerable Grandmaster of the Tianyan world stammered, lips trembling. His divine sense confirmed that every soldier emerging from the rift possessed cultivation at the peak of the Grandmaster realm at minimum. And such foot soldiers stretched endlessly, horizon to horizon. Yet this was not the most horrifying revelation. As more troops poured forth, onlookers recoiled in dread, realizing that peak Grandmaster cultivation was merely the baseline threshold here. Within that colossal battle array, the vast majority of soldiers had already ascended to the great Grandmaster realm. Moreover, at the head of each formation stood a figure radiating terrifying celestial and terrestrial force, a heaven-ascendant realm sovereign terrifying beyond measure. In the Tianyan world, a Grandmaster could found a sect and command reverence from 10,000 disciples. A great Grandmaster ranked among the elders of great sects or patriarchs of ancient clans, figures of unparalleled prestige unreachable for ordinary cultivators across lifetimes. Yet here, great Grandmasters marched as rank-and-file soldiers. Absurd. Such utter absurdity birthed bone-deep frost and paralyzing dread. What kind of army is this? Demons, are they demons? Millions, every single one a Grandmaster or higher. Can our entire Tianyan world muster even 100,000 great Grandmasters? Are they merely the vanguard? Earlier Gaia's individual might could be rationalized as proof of extraordinary talent nurtured by a deeply rooted world. But this endless host represented something far more profound: the collective civilizational zenith of an entire world. Individual supremacy might be endured or evaded. Yet this legion, capable of leveling stars and reshaping heaven and earth, signified absolute conquest, a chasm of civilizational hierarchy so vast it defied comprehension. As sovereign of his world, Jiang Tianhao perceived the legion's horror more acutely than any other. It was no rabble but a war machine forged in relentless discipline. The faint resonance of millions of warriors coalesced into a single suffocating aura, so thick with slaughter energy that it condensed into a blood-red war cloud spanning 10,000 li across the heavens. One glance at such martial might send tremors through Jiang Tianhao's very heart, even though he himself stood at the law embodiment realm. And within his mind, Dan Shenzi's voice trembled too. How is this possible? An army of such magnitude I witnessed only in certain overlord-tier mid-tier worlds during my youth. Ordinary mid-tier worlds could never cultivate legions of this scale. Even among vast-tier worlds, such forces would still be considered formidable. Disciple, we have truly struck an unyielding iron plate. Dan Shenzi's words shattered the last vestige of Jiang Tianhao's lingering hope. He stood frozen, face drained of all color, lips parting soundlessly. Their power transcended his very conception of strength. It was no longer a matter of facing a formidable foe. We submit. The Tianyan world pledges fealty, henceforth the Tianyan world ceases to exist. Jiang Tianhao's voice rang out, suddenly resonating across the entire world. If resistance was futile, then submission, unflinching and absolute, was the sole path of wisdom. As the old saying goes, better to live humbly than die nobly. Meanwhile, in the Xiantian continent, Wang Chen closely observed the interworld campaign launched by the Imperial Dynasty. After all, simultaneous assaults on dozens of minor realms carried unpredictable risks. What if a hidden powerhouse dwelled in one of those realms? As a seasoned transmigrator, he well knew the tropes of classic cultivation novels. Many authors loved such plot devices, so Wang Chen remained vigilantly attuned. Just as he scrutinized events unfolding across each realm, a voice echoed sharply within his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have earned one sign-in opportunity. Proceed with sign-in. Sign in. Frankly, Wang Chen held little expectation for this sign-in reward. Ding. Sign-in initiated. Congratulations, host, sign-in successful. You have obtained a one-time use item domain realm peak cultivation experience card. An experience card, explain its function. Ding. Response to host: this card is a consumable item, it vanishes upon use. Upon activation you shall instantly attain peak domain realm cultivation for exactly 1 hour. Peak domain realm cultivation. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Wang Chen understood immediately this was an invaluable asset. With it, the Tianxian Imperial Dynasty finally possessed credible leverage to confront Central Starfield powers direct. Granted, its duration was limited to 1 hour, but for a peak domain realm sovereign, an hour was an eternity of decisive action. Though his own cultivation advanced swiftly, he lacked a true trump card, leaving him subtly uneasy. Now that anxiety dissolved. With this domain realm experience card, he need fear no challenger. Should anyone prove reckless enough to provoke him, he would gladly deliver annihilation point blank. Within this Starfield, peak domain realm sovereignty represents the apex of existence. Within this Starfield, peak domain realm sovereignty represents the apex of existence. Time flies swiftly. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days have passed. The war initiated by the Empire sweeping across the entire border wasteland is nearing its end. During this period there were no unexpected events. There may have been minor setbacks, but they were all flattened by the powerful strength of the Empire. Of course, conquering a world cannot solely rely on brute force. After all, every world has its own civilization. When different civilizations merge, a process of adjustment is inevitably required. This process is the most troublesome. It requires the Empire's strong intervention. Regardless of their previous state, once integrated into the Empire, they must adhere to its rules. If the Empire instructs them to stand while urinating, they cannot squat. If the Empire allows them one meal, they cannot have two. This is the rule. During this time, Wang Chen also became busy. Whenever the Empire completely occupied a world, he would immediately control its world consciousness, allowing it to traverse the endless void and merge into the Xiantian continent. It can be said that the Xiantian continent has been continuously expanding, with the Empire's fortune increasing at an unprecedented rate. Buzz. Wang Chen slowly opened his eyes, and in his gaze countless worlds were born and destroyed. He could clearly sense this. With dozens of small worlds in the border wasteland consecutively submitting, the essence of the Xiantian continent is expanding at an unprecedented speed. The golden dragon of fortune coiled in the sky, its body having already surpassed 30,000 zhang in size. Each breath it took exhaled vast amounts of fortune's radiant light, which continuously transformed into his cultivation foundation. Just one last step remains. Wang Chen gazed into the depths of the void, his eyes penetrating endless distances, landing on those newly submitted small worlds that have not yet completed their integration. At this moment, Wang Chen's strength had also reached the peak of the cave heaven realm. The 10 great cave heavens within him resembled 10 enormous suns, each radiating terrifying power. Once all worlds are integrated and the 10 great cave heavens resonate in harmony, it will be the time of all laws returning to one. Based on Wang Chen's predictions, as long as all the worlds in the border wasteland are fused into the Xiantian continent, he will not only break through the threshold of the unification realm, but may also take another significant step within the unification realm due to this unprecedented accumulation. Meanwhile, as the Tianxian Empire was fervently devouring other worlds far away from the border wasteland, lay the Starsource continent. Within the Xianyun sect, a heavy gloom enveloped the place. As a top sect on the Starsource continent, it has a legacy spanning hundreds of thousands of years. It can be said that the Xianyun sect is one of the leading existences across the entire Starsource continent. In the conference hall of the Xianyun sect, the sect master Master Yun, he sat in the main seat. His expression is dark as water. On either side below, 12 inner door elders and 36 outer door deacons gathered, each with a furrowed brow. It's already the 16th day. The law enforcement elder Qi Yangzi spoke in a low voice filled with anger. Our Xianyun sect's senior brother and the most elite disciples of the inner door. A total of 138 people have still not been found. We have used all communication jade talismans, bloodline tracking techniques, and even called upon the spirit hounds of the tracking department, yet we can't capture even a trace of their presence. Hearing this, the others in the hall also looked grim, and a female elder said worriedly, those disciples are the future hope of our sect. If anything happens to them, our Xianyun sect will face 100 years of decline. But this is not the most important part. The key is our sect's reputation. An elder with a fiery temper slammed the table and stood up. Our Xianyun sect is the top sect of the entire Starsource continent. Now the most outstanding disciples have gone missing in groups without a trace of life or death. People outside are already spreading rumors saying we have offended someone we shouldn't have and that we have been secretly targeted. If we cannot uncover the truth, our sect's reputation will plummet. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone in the hall, including the sect master sitting at the head, changed. Reputation. The weight of these two words is not trivial. Especially for a large sect like theirs, sometimes reputation is considered more important than life. Do you think this could be the work of the Blood Knife sect? In this world, the only ones qualified to provoke our Xianyun sect are them, the Blood Knife sect. Impossible. Although the Blood Knife sect's strength is comparable to ours, they are not fools. Provoking us brings no benefits to them. Who says it brings them no benefits? Weakening our Xianyun sect's power is a benefit to them, isn't it? I also believe it's the work of the Blood Knife sect. Only they have the strength to challenge me. I agree. I oppose without evidence. It's too early to draw conclusions. Early, my ass. I see you're just cowardly. You bastard, who are you calling cowardly? Do you want to spar? Let's spar then. Who's afraid of whom? Sect master. Just when the people in the hall were on the verge of an uproar, the usually silent Grand Elder slowly spoke up. This matter is beyond our usual means to resolve. The disappearance of the disciples is too strange, as if an invisible hand has erased all traces of their existence. If we want to investigate, we may need to rely on special powers. Special powers. Master Yunhe's gaze sharpened, not immediately understanding the meaning behind the Grand Elder's words. Precisely. After a slight pause, Grand Elder Xian Jing continued, the Heavenly Mechanism sect. Although it costs a fortune to enlist their help right now, this may be our only lead. The Heavenly Mechanism sect. The words of the Grand Elder left everyone present in shock. It should be noted that the Heavenly Mechanism sect is one of the most mysterious top forces on the Starsource continent. They are above worldly matters and rarely intervene in secular disputes. Their disciples are few, but each is well versed in the I Ching and astrology, and it is rumored that they can glimpse into the ripples of fate. Enlisting their help not only requires an astonishing cost of resources, but may also entangle one in unknown karma. For cultivators like them, karma is a terrifying thing. The stronger the individual, the less they wish to be entangled with karma. Once a top force on the Starsource continent fell into decline because they let the Heavenly Mechanism sect help them deduce the whereabouts of a treasured artifact, and thus became entangled in karma. Not long after, that top sect fell into ruin. The powerful members of the sect either perished unexpectedly or fell into madness, and within a few decades the entire sect vanished from the annals of history. It is precisely because of that incident that everyone has come to recognize the terrifying nature of karma. And since then, the Heavenly Mechanism sect has slowly withdrawn from everyone's sight, and now very few people mention them. Master Yunhe pondered for a long time, glancing around the hall before saying firmly, I will personally go to the Heavenly Mechanism sect. No matter what, we must find the living or learn the dead. Know where they died and why they perished. The disciples of our Xianyun sect cannot die without clarity. Just as Master Yunhe finished speaking and prepared to stand up and leave, a voice suddenly rang out in the hall. Wait. A slightly hoarse yet exceptionally clear voice halted the footsteps of Master Yunhe in midair, drawing all eyes in the hall to the speaker. The second elder of the Xianyun sect, Master Yunshan. Master Yunshan, with his white hair and beard, had a gaunt face that always bore a gentle smile. However, at this moment his expression was grave and his eyes shone with unwavering resolve. Sect Master, the Tenji sect should not be taken lightly. He slowly rose, scanning the gathered crowd, finally fixing his gaze upon Master Yunhe. It is not that I doubt the sect master's intention to rescue the disciples, but this matter carries too much weight. Have you all forgotten the fate of the Tianlei sect? The mention of the Tianlei sect instantly chilled the atmosphere in the hall. Everyone present knew that the Tianlai sect in its heyday was perhaps much stronger than their Xianyun sect. It was precisely because they got involved with the Tianji sect that they became entangled in karma, leading to the complete annihilation of their once mighty sect. Sect Master, I know you care deeply for your disciples. But the missing ones are merely over 100 young disciples. Though some are elite, our Xianyun sect has a heritage spanning hundreds of thousands of years, deeply rooted with talented individuals emerging in every generation. Even if this batch of disciples truly encounters misfortune, it would indeed be a tremendous loss to our sect, yet it should not shake the foundation of our sect. Given time, a new generation of prodigies will surely rise within 100 years. He swept his gaze over several elders who showed agreement, his voice deepening. But if we become entangled in unpredictable karma, the cost may be something our entire Xianyun sect cannot bear. For the sake of 100 disciples, are we willing to gamble the foundation of our sect that has lasted for tens of thousands of years and the lives of tens of thousands of disciples? Is this wager not too great? His words were compelling and rational. Many elders and officials who were originally neutral or afraid to express their stance began to show flickers of uncertainty in their eyes. Indeed, disciples can be cultivated anew, but if the sect falls, then nothing remains. Those who have reached their level of cultivation have endured countless hardships. Who does not seek a stable and long life? Is it worth it for a group of inconsequential disciples? As long as one has not lost their mind, everyone knows what choice to make. The second elder speaks truly. A stern-looking elder in black robes also chimed in support, saying, Sect Master, this matter requires careful deliberation. While finding the disciples is indeed important, the safety of the sect is more fundamental. We need not take the perilous path of the Tenji sect. Indeed. I also feel it is inappropriate. The Tianji sect is unpredictable and karma is difficult to entangle. While it is regrettable to lose over 100 disciples, the sect master should clearly discern what is light and what is heavy. I second this. I also believe the second elder has considered this more thoroughly. In a moment, over a third of the elders and officials explicitly expressed support for the second elder's opinion. Among the remaining, most showed hesitation and remained silent. Only a few individuals who had close ties to the missing disciples continued to support Master Yunhe. Master Yunhe stood at the head of the assembly, his complexion shifting unpredictably. His hands clasped behind his back were slightly white from the pressure of his grip. Although his heart seethed with anger, he had to forcibly suppress it. He could not possibly be unaware of the stakes involved. As the leader of a sect, he understood the details of the Tianlai sect's demise better than anyone present. However, his gaze seemed to pierce through the dome of the hall, looking toward an unknown distance. The missing inner sect senior disciple Lin Xiao, the young man upon whom everyone had high hopes, was ostensibly the son of the third elder. But in reality, he was Master Yun's own flesh and blood. It is known that the stronger the individual, the lower the chance of them having offspring. Master Yunhe had lived for nearly 10,000 years, yet publicly he had no offspring. Now, with Lin Xiao's fate uncertain, how could he as a father sit idly by? The guilt and concern almost pierced through his heart and lungs. Yet he could not express these thoughts aloud. He needed to find a grand and noble reason, one that could outweigh the risk of karma. Taking a deep breath, all his struggles and anger vanished from Master Yun's face, replaced by a heavy and resolute solemnity. He slowly turned his gaze deep as he scanned every elder and official present. How could I be unaware of what the elders have said? His voice was not loud, yet it echoed clearly and powerfully in every corner of the grand hall. The past of the Tianlai sect still haunts me. Who among cultivators does not fear the terror of karma? As he spoke to this point, his tone suddenly shifted, becoming resolute. Have you all considered, if today our Xianyun sect out of fear of karma turns a blind eye to the unexplained disappearance of over 100 elite disciples, how will the outside world regard our Xianyun sect? Especially those young disciples who see the sect as their refuge, what thoughts will they harbor? Indeed, disciples can be cultivated anew. Yet if hearts scatter, the spirit of the sect is lost. No matter how many resources or how much time can they be cultivated back. He stepped forward, declaring with an air of righteousness. Our Xianyun sect has stood for hundreds of thousands of years on the Xingyuan continent, not only relying on strength but also on this commitment and affection for our disciples. If we abandon these 138 disciples today, will we also abandon more people if we face even greater dangers in the future? In the long run, will our sect still be a sect? What difference is there between us and those cold-hearted executioners? As for karma. As he spoke, a glint of determination flashed in Master Yun's eyes, and he added with remarkable openness. The path of cultivation has always been one of defiance against the heavens. Where can one avoid karma? To give up for fear of choking, is that something we should do? This time when I go to the Tianji sect, I will act in my personal capacity and utilize resources from my private treasury to minimize direct ties to the sect. If karma truly retaliates, I am willing to bear it all. His words rang out resolutely, carrying a sense of righteousness. Especially the last four words, willing to bear it all, coupled with Master Yun's resolute and tragic expression, instantly moved many people. Even Master Yun Shan, who had previously opposed him most vehemently after seeing the sect master's determined gaze, merely sighed longingly without further rebuttal. Several elders who had originally supported him were particularly excited, praising the sect master's noble righteousness repeatedly. Meanwhile, those who were neutral were mostly swayed by this rhetoric for the dignity and future of the sect, finding it quite reasonable. The sect master's righteousness. We have been narrow-minded. If so, let us follow the sect master's words. May the sect master have a smooth journey and return safely with news of the disciples. Seeing that the momentum was set, Master Yunha felt a slight relief in his heart. He said nothing more, nodded slightly to the crowd, and transformed into a streak of light, departing directly. Inside the hall, the previously flattering expressions vanished in an instant. After all, they were all foxes seasoned by 1,000 years. How could they truly be swayed by a few impassioned words? Master Yunshan gazed at the disappearing streak of light, his brows furrowed deeply. Private treasury resources. Willing to bear it all. Sect master, oh sect master, if karma were truly that easy to sever and bear, the Tianlai sect would not have perished. What exactly are you hiding? A sense of unease quietly crawled up the heart of this second elder. Not investigating is better. Once investigated, it will be troublesome. Although the Tianji sect belongs to a hidden sect, it is nearly impossible for ordinary people to find them. However, for a top-tier force like the Xianyun sect, locating them is not difficult at all. When Master Yun he arrived at the Tianji sect, the sect leader Tianji Zi personally received him, and the two quickly reached an agreement. After Master Yun he paid a certain price, Tianji Zi immediately began to perform divination for him. As the leader of the Tianji sect, Tianji Zi's strength is undoubtedly formidable. He had already reached the later stage of the Unity Realm many years ago. Moreover, based on Master Yun he's description, he was not too serious about it. As the leader of the prestigious Tianji sect, divining the whereabouts of a few individuals should be a piece of cake for him. It was precisely because of this thought that he didn't prepare much and began the divination right there. His divine sense followed the invisible threads of causality flowing against the current, penetrating layers of spatial fog and tracing back to the unknown distance. After just a short while, his brow began to furrow. He had thought it would be an easy task, but unexpectedly he encountered trouble right at the start. His divine sense seemed to plunge into a thick fog where the previously clear causality lines became exceptionally blurry. Suddenly, Tianji Zi's body shook violently. Within his divine sense, amidst the chaotic fog, an endless and newly born land appeared. On this land, luck surged like a dragon, vast and majestic. An indescribably towering figure stood in the center of the land, emanating a terrifying aura that suppressed the heavens and commanded all laws merely from a blurred outline. Moreover, a luck golden dragon whose length spanned tens of thousands of zhang coiled around the heavens. With each blink of its eyes, golden light pierced through the fog of fate. Just when Tianji Zi's divine sense tried to discern that figure or capture any traces possibly left by the missing disciples. Buzz. A sound only audible to Tianji Zi's soul suddenly rang out. This sound was overwhelmingly terrifying. Not only did it instantly sever all his probing, but it also generated a terrifying backlash surging towards him along the thread of fate. Puff. In reality, Tianji Zi was struck as if by lightning, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood. His aura instantly wilted, and most critically, his lifespan evaporated by several thousand years. Tianji Dao Yu. Master Yun he was greatly shocked and hurried to support him. I was careless. I didn't dodge. Tianji Zi weakly waved his hand. After catching his breath for a moment, he raised his eyes, looking helplessly at Master Yun he. His eyes were filled with unprecedented shock and a hint of fear. Master Yun he. Your disciples. I'm afraid. Their chances of survival are slim, and this involves much more. Tianji Zi's voice was hoarse, and as he spoke, fear flickered in his eyes. What did you see, Dao Yu? Where are they exactly? Who harmed them? Master Yun he asked anxiously, his ominous premonition growing stronger. However, Tianji Zi shook his head and said with a wry smile. I can't see clearly. Fate has been forcibly obscured and the Tianji is shrouded in chaos. I only vaguely glimpsed a vast land that had recently been born, where luck was at its peak, far surpassing an ordinary intermediate world. And there was an indescribable, unobservable supreme figure presiding over it. Just attempting to peer into it triggered an irresistible backlash. The force of that backlash did not come from that figure actively attacking, but rather seemed to be the rules naturally existing around him. Any probing would be automatically blocked and rebounded. At this point, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with lingering fear. To naturally shield and rebound Tianji divination such a level of existence. I have never heard of it. Master Yun, heed my advice, this matter should be dropped. Your disciples most likely stumbled into that land and angered that indescribable existence. Drop it. Master Yun, he turned pale upon hearing this. Lin Xiao. His son. Could it be that he just disappeared without a trace? Not even knowing who the enemy was or where he died. He had already felt guilty towards that son he couldn't recognize, and now being told to let it go, he absolutely could not do it. Tianji Zidao, you please tell me, where is that world? I will not give up on any of my sect's disciple. Seeing Master Yun, his serious expression, Tianji's face revealed a strange look. They were both leaders of top sects in the Xingyuan continent and were somewhat familiar with each other. From his understanding, although this Master Yun, he was not a selfish and narrow-minded person. He was certainly not a good person who would willingly take risks for a few disciples. There must be hidden reasons that he did not understand. Master Yun, are you sure you want to do this? It's not worth it. Tianji Daoyu, my mind is made up, please tell me. All right. I can only tell you that the world is located in the edge of the star domain. As for the rest, I really couldn't see clearly. Take care of yourself. Edge of the star domain. After hearing Tianji's words, Master Yun, he was momentarily stunned. Immediately after, he bid farewell and left. On the other side, after some time, all the worlds conquered by the dynasty and the entire edge of the star domain had been merged into the Xiantian continent. At this moment, the Xiantian continent was no longer what it used to be. Due to Wang Chen, the merged Xiantian continent had not only increased in size by over 100 times, but the source power of the world had also been enhanced countless times. Although he did not know what an intermediate world looked like, Wang Chen felt that the source power of the Xiantian continent at this moment was definitely not inferior to that of an intermediate world. It must be known that the strength of the source power relates to the upper limit of a world. Ordinary small worlds can at most give birth to beings at the earth immortal realm. In contrast, the highest level of an intermediate world can cultivate beings of the unity realm. After Wang Chen merged all the worlds in the edge of the star domain, his realm also unsurprisingly broke through to the unity realm. Moreover, it was not merely the initial unity realm. Possibly due to merging too many small worlds, a special reaction occurred, resulting in a qualitative change in the power of luck. This directly pushed his cultivation to the peak of the unity realm. In this situation, even Wang Chen was stunned. It is known that the further one progresses in cultivation, the more difficult it becomes. Not to mention anything else, every existence that reaches the cave heaven realm has spent countless years in cultivation. Let alone the unity realm. A unity realm powerhouse, even in a great world, is someone who has the qualifications to dominate a region. Just as Wang Chen was adapting to the immense power within him, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Returning to the host, the system has detected an unknown force targeting the host, and the system has forcibly shielded it. Special power. Elaborate system. And hearing the system's words, Wang Chen remained utterly unconcerned. In the past, he might have given it some weight, but not anymore. Yet ever since acquiring the Domain Realm Experience Talisman during his last sign-in, he felt fully justified in abstaining from beef. In his understanding, the strongest cultivator within this star region had only reached the peak of the Domain Realm. Thus his confidence had swollen beyond measure. He feared no mishap whatsoever. Ding! The system has just detected a powerful cultivator attempting to divine your whereabouts through fate manipulation techniques. The system immediately and forcibly severed the divination attempt. Divining the threads of fate. They've found me. A flash of sharp brilliance flickered across Wang Chen's eyes. It must be that sect from Xingyuan continent searching for their missing disciple. In truth, the deduction was straightforward. Among all forces hostile to the Tianqian Imperial Dynasty, only two stood out: the Xinghai Hall and the Haisha realm, both encountered during the unification of the Savage Wasteland world and the Tianlan world. However, if either of those two factions were responsible, they would not have waited this long to strike. Eliminating them left only Xingyuan continent, the one they had just defended by detaining its envoys. It was only natural they'd seek retribution, and the timing aligned perfectly. Still, now that the frontier wastelands of the star region have fallen entirely under my dominion, it is time to cast my gaze upon the broader mid-tier realms. Since adversaries were already preparing to come knocking, Wang Chen would certainly not sit idly by. Moreover, only the Tianqian Imperial Dynasty invaded others. It never waited for enemies to arrive at its gates. To strike first, to seize the initiative, was his very nature. The worlds have fully merged. It is time to elevate the dynasty's strength once more. Having spoken, he slowly raised his right hand palm upward and gently lifted it. High above, suspended in the void, the auspicious dragon of imperial fortune, its colossal form stretching tens of thousands of zhang, let loose a thunderous heaven-shaking dragon roar. With that roar, the vast oceanic tide of imperial fortune, pure and potent beyond measure, surged forth instantly. An endless torrent of fortune energy coalesced into golden rain, enveloping the entire Xuantiang continent. The golden rain descended like poetry from the heavens, blanketing every inch of the Xuantiang continent. To the dynasty's original subjects, this spectacle was no longer unfamiliar. Ha ha ha. His Majesty bestows another blessing of imperial fortune. Brother, seize this moment to cultivate, do not squander His Majesty's boundless grace. We thank His Majesty for this boon. I feel myself on the verge of breakthrough. This surge of fortune energy feels denser and vaster than any before. Undoubtedly, His Majesty's sweeping conquest of the frontier wastelands, His unification of dozens of realms, has filled the dragon heart with immense joy, prompting such an extraordinary benediction. Long live our sagacious Emperor. Ah! I can't bear it, I'm breaking through. Ha ha ha. Long live His Majesty. I've ascended to Grand Master, glorious. Across the entire dynasty. From the resplendent imperial capital to the most remote hamlets, every soul was immersed in this overwhelming rapture. Yet, for the inhabitants of newly integrated realms, now part of the Xuantiang continent, the sight before them evoked only bewilderment and awe. Heavens! What is this? Golden rain. No idea, could this be some new method of control? This is the legendary fortune replenishment. A celestial blessing. What? Fortune replenishment. Impossible. It is His Majesty. The auspicious fortune of the Tianqian Imperial Dynasty. We newly subjugated subjects are granted such profound cultivation blessings. His Majesty's magnanimity truly rivals the boundless cosmos. Their homeworlds had been absorbed by the dynasty. Many harbored deep anxiety, uncertain how the dynasty would treat them henceforth. Most in truth bore bitter resentment toward the dynasty, for it had annihilated their civilizations. Yet as the tide of fortune energy washed over them, their hatred dissolved in an instant. Ah, we were blind mice measuring inches. We thought absorption meant doom. Yet now we see, this is true destiny. To join the Xuantiang Imperial Dynasty yields such unparalleled benefits. 30 years of arduous cultivation pales beside this single moment's gain. Long live His Majesty. Had I known such cosmic scale blessings awaited, why resist at all? I'd have rushed to become a subject of the dynasty. From now on, whoever dares speak ill of the dynasty, even one word ill, confront them first. His Majesty is my reborn parent. Well said. From today onward I am the foremost lackey of His Majesty of the Tianqian Imperial Dynasty. Get lost. Do you think you're worthy to be the top lackey? Save your breath, you're hardly qualified. I stand a far better chance. Every newly integrated soul underwent a seismic shift in mindset. That fleeting negligible sense of humiliation born from conquest crumbled into absurdity before tangible overwhelming power enhancement. Loyalty and belonging took root and flourished across the continent at unprecedented speed. Amidst this continent-wide fortune baptism, those who gained most astonishingly were undoubtedly the dynasty's core elite and elite forces. Within the imperial capital's Heaven Array Hall, Guzhen, who had been studying formation arrays aboard a flying vessel, instinctively manifested intricate formation runes across his body the moment the torrential fortune energy flooded in, resonating spontaneously with the laws of heaven and earth. With a thunderous surge, the barrier that had plagued him for years shattered effortlessly, unleashing an arcane aura surpassing even the Void Heaven realm. Initially Unity Realm. He opened his eyes, galaxy swirling within his irises, as his mastery of formation arts leapt forward in a single bound. Elsewhere, Gaia of the Divine Martial Guard broke through to the Void Heaven realm the instant fortune energy entered his body, and did not stop there. One Void Heaven after another bloomed within him. Ultimately his cultivation stabilized at the 8th layer of the Void Heaven realm. His aura grew profoundly restrained, like a peerless divine blade sheathed in silence. Within the Imperial Guard barracks, Chu Baitian's bulging muscles pulsed with draconic chi, while behind him loomed the towering phantom of the Overlord, now fracturing into countless world phantoms. He too broke through, directly ascending to the Void Heaven realm with 6 Void Heavens blazing into existence within his body. Others, Juga Dali Ji Gang Etian, likewise surged into the Void Heaven realm in that very instant. Within moments the Divine Martial Guard gained over 20 new Void Heaven realm experts ranging from the 1st to 5th layers, catapulting its elite combat strength to unprecedented heights. Across the military, 9 other battle-hardened martial-level generals, besides Chu Baitian, successfully forged Void Heavens and attained the Void Heaven realm. Experts of the Dharmakaya realm emerged like spring bamboo shoots. Benefiting from profound foundations and preferential resource allocation, every member of the Divine Martial Guard attained the Dharmakaya realm. Meanwhile, over 100 generals across the armed forces likewise ascended to the Dharmakaya realm. The dynasty's martial prowess soared, not by one tier but by leaps and bounds. What is happening? How did they suddenly grow so powerful? What was that golden rain? Why did it not fall upon us? Too terrifying, their current auras are simply terrifying. Within the Divine Martial Guard, a group of captives from Xingyuan continent stood utterly petrified. In their eyes, the already fearsome Divine Martial Guard had collectively broken through, not gradually but explosively, like torrents cascading down a cliff. What was happening? What kind of world had they stumbled into, so terrifying, so incomprehensible? So utterly horrifying. We just want to go home. No one cares about the feelings of the outstanding individuals from the Xingyuan continent. To the Tianxian Empire, they are merely inconsequential people. If it weren't for Wang Chen wanting to keep them, the Divine Martial Guards would have long forgotten about them. As time passed, many days had gone since the last event of fortune baptism, and the empire had once again returned to tranquility. Wang Chen sensed slightly. He had already grasped the overall strength of the empire. This is the current Tianxian Empire. The overall strength still has some gaps compared to mid-level worlds. The most obvious gap is the number of return to Unity Realm powerhouses. According to the descriptions of those outstanding individuals from the Xingyuan continent, there are no less than a dozen return to Unity Realm powerhouses within the Xingyuan continent. Although the vast majority are at the early or mid stages of return to Unity Realm, there are indeed peak powerhouses at return to Unity Realm. In this regard, the Tianxian Empire is still lacking quite a bit. After all, within the empire at this time, only Wang Chen and Guzhen are at return to Unity Realm, and Guzhen is only at the early stage. Of course, the empire is not without other advantages. Although the number of return to Unity Realm powerhouses is small, there are many powerhouses below return to Unity Realm, even more than in the Xingyuan continent. All of this has been nurtured by Wang Chen using the power of fortune. Faced with this situation, Wang Chen is not worried, for what he lacks is time. As long as he is given enough time through the signing system, he believes he can quickly change the situation. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Just as Wang Chen was contemplating the signing system, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a signing opportunity. Would you like to sign? Sign. Wang Chen did not hesitate and immediately activated the signing opportunity. Ding! Congratulations, host, signing successful, you have obtained the character 5 Elements Dharma King. Sign. Wang Chen did not hesitate and immediately activated the signing opportunity. Ding! Congratulations, host, signing successful, you have... Ding! The 5 Elements Dharma King is one of the 5 supreme beings in the 5 Elements world, corresponding to the 5 powers of gold, wood, water, fire and earth. Race human. Cultivation peak, return to Unity Realm. Technique 5 Elements Classic Domain Level Technique. The 5 Dharma Kings can jointly cast the 5 Elements Law Fusion Technique, possessing strength comparable to that of a Domain Realm powerhouse. What the heck? So powerful. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Wang Chen couldn't help but curse. At first he thought he was signing a character who practiced the 5 Elements technique, but it turned out to be 5. Moreover, they are all peak existences of return to Unity Realm. Together they can even counter a Domain Realm powerhouse. This surprise is simply too great, instantly filling the gap in the Tianxian Empire's peak strength. Wang Chen knows that sooner or later he will sign characters of return to Unity Realm, and as long as he is given time, it won't be long before the Empire will definitely not lack return to Unity Realm powerhouses. However, he did not expect the system to be so generous, not giving him a chance to wait but instead providing him with everything at once. In this way, the Xingyuan continent is no longer a concern. Not to mention anything else, just these 5 Dharma Kings could probably sweep the entire Xingyuan continent. Just as Wang Chen was feeling excited, a huge spatial rift suddenly appeared before him. Immediately after, 5 figures bathed in their respective law glows walked out from the spatial rift. Although the 5 individuals looked different, each of them exuded an incredibly rich power of laws. Upon seeing Wang Chen, they immediately bowed to him. Your subject pays respects to your majesty. Wang Chen's gaze slowly swept over the 5 individuals, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. In his perception, these 5 Dharma Kings are like walking embodiments of the 5 Elements laws. They not only reach the peak of return to Unity Realm, but more importantly, their comprehension and application of their respective laws are nearly at the peak. Standing together, the 5 elemental auras are distinct yet subtly form a perfect cycle, endlessly circulating, exuding an immense power. Rise. Wang Chen said with a smile. He was very satisfied with the 5 individuals before him. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wang Chen pondered for a moment before immediately issuing an order. You 5 for now go to the Divine Martial Guards and take on the role of guest elders. Do not concern yourselves with worldly matters, just focus on your cultivation. Understood. The 5 replied in unison without any dissent. Then their figures flickered and silently vanished as if merging into their respective 5 elements laws. After the 5 elements Dharma Kings left, the joy on Wang Chen's face had not faded. The addition of these 5 powerhouses is of great significance, not only filling the gap in the Empire's top combat power but also giving him absolute confidence in the impending expansion. Summon Guzhen to meet me. After Wang Chen's order was given, it was but a moment before a weary yet spirited Guzhen hurriedly arrived. For these past days he had been researching the ship from the Xingyuan continent. Your Majesty. After bowing, Guzhen's face bore a trace of uncontrollable excitement. I have lived up to your expectations. I have basically understood the core formation of that flying ship and have repaired the damaged portions. This ship not only can traverse the void but more critically the star map formation inscribed on it records extremely detailed star domain coordinates including the exact location of the Xingyuan continent. He paused, his eyes sparkling with the unique fervor of a formation master. Moreover, based on the principles of the core formation of the flying ship combined with my understanding of spatial formations, I can create a temporary but relatively stable directional spatial passageway. Although the consumption is immense and cannot be maintained long-term, it is enough to support the deployment of a large-scale army. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen raised an eyebrow. Isn't this exactly what the Empire needs at this moment? Good. Guzhen has accomplished a great deed. Wang Chen nodded in approval, then stood up, exuding an aura of dominance over all. Since preparations are complete, there is no need to wait further. Guzhen, obey my command. Your subject is here. I command you to immediately begin constructing the temporary spatial passageway. Just as the dynasty entered a state of emergency preparation for war, the commander of the Jinyui Ji gang suddenly sought out Wang Chen. Wang Chen was somewhat surprised. Everyone was busy preparing to attack the Xingyuan continent. The Jinyui played a crucial role and logically Ji gang should have been very busy at this time. Now he suddenly came to find him. Clearly something significant had occurred that required his attention. Ji gang. Speak, what brings you to me? Wang Chen's tone was quite casual and gentle. After all, Ji gang was the first person he summoned, having followed him for the longest time, making him much closer than others. Your Majesty. The Jinyui has discovered that several princes' households seem to have encountered some issues. Whom? Are you referring to my brothers? Upon hearing Ji gang's words, Wang Chen paused for a moment before realizing. Ever since he ascended the throne, he had almost forgotten about his siblings. Although only a few months had passed, it felt as if he and those people were no longer in the same world. Wang Chen had shown them mercy by not exterminating them. Could it be that they still dared to stir up trouble? Ji gang, please elaborate on what my brothers are up to. Wang Chen was curious. Given the current situation of the dynasty, as long as they weren't insane, they shouldn't be engaging in self-destructive behavior. They should just be content to live peacefully. Your Majesty, since your ascension, the princes have remained subdued for a time, but over the past 2 months unusual happenings have emerged from their residences. Through the Jinyui's covert investigation, it was discovered that several princes have been secretly abducting and imprisoning female martial artists from the common folk, leading to the deaths of dozens of them. Tortured to death. Dozens. Upon hearing Ji gang's report, Wang Chen did not immediately erupt in anger but instead began to probe further. In the next moment, the vast and formless aura of the dynasty's fortune was stirred by his divine sense, transforming into countless invisible threads that instantaneously crossed space, descending upon the residences of those princes like the eye of heaven. Then vivid scenes unfolded clearly before his eyes. In the depths of the ornate mansions and hidden cellars, chains, torture devices, and bloodstained garments lay scattered, shocking to behold. Several pale-faced female martial artists with hollow eyes were confined in a corner, their bodies covered in injuries, some barely holding on to life. Meanwhile, in different secret chambers or luxurious rooms, his former brothers, the Crown Prince, the Third Prince, the Fourth Prince, and the Seventh Prince, were reveling with a group of sycophants, drinking and making merry. Each of their faces bore twisted excitement and cruelty, long devoid of the dignified demeanor expected of princes, leaving only the extreme distortion of desire and brutality after being stripped of power. Fragments of their conversations reached Wang Chen's ears. Ha, it's still you, seventh brother, who knows how to have fun. This lowly mate actually lasted 3 days. Oomph, without power one must find some entertainment. This is much more satisfying than scheming against eldest brother in court. Keep your voice down. I hear the Jinyui has keen noses like mad dogs. What are we afraid of? We are after all the emperor's own brothers. He wouldn't dare kill us over a few lowly commoners, right? Hell, just scold us a bit. Precisely, we are of royal blood. What's the harm in toying with a few lowly martial artists? Ha ha. Well said. Regardless, we are still of royal lineage. Wang Chen's divine sense retracted, and as he opened his eyes a cold light filled his gaze, no longer bearing any warmth. He truly did not expect this. After all, they were princes. How could they be so foolish? Did they truly believe he would still consider their brotherly bond? He had spared their lives last time. It was already a mercy on his part. Had it not been for the fact that they posed no threat to him, he would have undoubtedly not let them off. Since they had narrowly escaped death, why were they so oblivious to cherishing it? One had to admit they truly were a bunch of fools. Ji Gang. Your servant is here. I give you an edict. You are to personally lead the Jinui bearing my decree and immediately proceed to the residences of those princes. Wang Chen paused, then spoke word by word. Capture all the princes involved in this matter, as well as those in their households who knew but did not report it, and the guards who aided and abetted. Bring them all to the Imperial prison. Any who resist, kill without mercy. Your servant will carry out the order. A glint of cold light flashed in Ji Gang's eyes, and without any hesitation he immediately clasped his fists and accepted the command. A quarter of an hour later, several formerly bustling princely mansions, now somewhat desolate, were simultaneously surrounded by the Jinui dressed in flying fish robes, brandishing embroidered spring knives. The Jinui are here on orders. All unauthorized personnel step back. Those who resist will be treated as accomplices. The cold proclamation reverberated through the air. Impudence. This is the Crown Prince's residence. Do you Jinui dare to rebel? A guard from within the mansion attempted to obstruct them. Clang. No words were exchanged. The only response was a flash of a shining blade. Ji Gang did not act personally. Instead, a thousand household officer behind him unsheathed his knife swift as lightning, and the guard felt a chill at his neck. Then his vision began to spin, and his final consciousness registered the sight of his headless body slowly collapsing. Those who defy the edict shall die. The thousand household officer flicked off the blood droplets from his blade, his expression devoid of emotion. The bloody scene and absolute show of force instantly stunned the other guards in the mansion. A few coins for a month. What kind of life is that? Everyone was not foolish. They all understood what the Jinui was there for. With people already being killed, no one was foolish enough to step in front. Then the Jinui surged into the mansion like a black tide, well trained and with clear assignments. Some swiftly secured various key points within the mansion, sealing the entrances and exits, while others headed directly for their targets. What are you doing? I am the Crown Prince. Do you dare to touch me? The Crown Prince, drinking in an inner chamber, was both shocked and furious upon seeing the Jinui breaking in. On the Emperor's orders, we are here to apprehend all the princes. Ji Gang looked at the Crown Prince before him, his face showing no fluctuations, treating him as if he were an ordinary person. After saying this, he waved his hand directly, saying, "Arrest him. I dare anyone to try." The Crown Prince still attempted to resist. But unfortunately, Ji Gang and the others would not give him any chance to resist. Moreover, he had no strength to fight back. Obstinate. Ji Gang could not be bothered to waste words, directly waving his hand, and a terrifying force crashed into the Crown Prince. One must know. At this moment, Ji Gang was a formidable figure of the cave heaven realm, while the Crown Prince merely reached the Grand Master realm. The gap between them was a chasm. Furthermore, Ji Gang was well aware that for Wang Chen these princes would be better off dead than alive. However, Wang Chen might find it inconvenient to kill them directly. Now that he finally found the opportunity, he would undoubtedly not let them off. It was the perfect time for Ji Gang to act. Thus he acted without any scruples. With just a casual wave of his hand, he directly crippled the Crown Prince's entire cultivation. Drag this fool away and take all within the mansion to the prison. The same scene was unfolding in the residences of the other princes. Wang Chen had almost forgotten about them. He never expected they would come out on their own seeking death. It is merely a matter of capturing a few powerless princes. For the Jinui, it is simply a matter of reaching out and taking them. Just a moment. All the princes that needed to be captured have already gathered in the Imperial prison. Moreover, at this moment, these princes share a common point: their cultivation has been completely abolished, making them among the few adult commoners in the empire. In truth, when Wang Chen first ascended to the throne, these princes did behave themselves for a while. After all, if they hadn't begged for mercy so quickly, they might have all been killed by Wang Chen. However, with Wang Chen's ascension, the empire immediately entered a phase of rapid development. Since then, although Wang Chen confiscated their powers, he did not further trouble them. As time passed, their reverence for Wang Chen gradually faded, believing that he still valued their brotherly bond. It is precisely for this reason that they have fallen to their current state. In the Imperial prison deep within the Heaven Death Row. There are no windows here, only a faint glimmer of light barely illuminating the narrow damp corridor. The air is filled with the stench of decayed blood and despair. Once immensely noble, the princes now curled up in various corners of their cells. Their splendid dragon robes have long been stripped away, replaced by coarse filthy prison garb. What terrifies them even more is, at this moment their dungeons are completely empty, their years of cultivation thoroughly extinguished, and an unprecedented sense of weakness envelopes their entire bodies. Let me out. I want to see His Majesty. I am his biological brother. He cannot treat me this way. Wrong. We know our mistakes. Royal brother, please spare us this time. Your Majesty. You have a cruel heart. We are blood relatives. How dare he? How could he really dare? We are of royal blood, we are brothers. I want to see His Majesty, please let me see him. At this moment the princes, no longer exhibiting their previous arrogance and luck, they are utterly frightened under the cold, unfeeling gaze of the Jinui. Seeing everything before them, they finally realize Wang Chen has never considered any absurd brotherly affection. The previous negligence was merely because they were like ants, not worthy of concern. Once they crossed that invisible red line violating the laws and dignity of the empire, the so-called royal blood means nothing in Wang Chen's eyes. Wails. Pleas for mercy. Regrets. Various voices echoed in the death row, merging into a grotesque and tragic scene. Within the palace, Wang Chen's divine sense had already taken in all of this. His face showed neither joy nor sorrow, as if watching a farcical drama unrelated to him. Blood ties. Familial love. They are nothing. He is originally a person from another world, having no emotional ties with these people. Moreover, is there such a thing as familial love in the royal family? In Wang Chen's view, he has already given them a chance, yet they did not cherish it. They cannot blame others. Still wanting to see him. What a delusion. However, after pondering for a moment, Wang Chen decided to take a look at them. Very well, since this body still has the last bit of connection with you, let us meet and put an end to this. With a thought, his figure instantly disappeared from the throne. This was the first time he had left the palace since his ascension. When he reappeared, he stood outside the gate of the Imperial prison. Dressed in a simple black dragon robe, he stood with his hands behind his back, exuding no imposing aura, yet naturally carrying a sense of indifference and authority above all. Your Majesty. The elite guards of the Jinui outside the door were first startled, then they all knelt down, burying their heads deep, not daring to look directly. They were immensely shocked, never expecting they would actually have a chance to see Wang Chen. It is important to note, only a few people in the entire empire are qualified to meet Wang Chen. They, the Jinui, although part of Wang Chen's faction apart from Ji Gang, none of the others have ever met him. Being able to meet Wang Chen is enough for them to boast for a lifetime. Wang Chen slightly nodded to them and then directly stepped into the prison. The sounds within the death row ceased the moment he stepped in. All the prisoners, including those princes, seemed to have their throats seized. They looked incredulously at the figure walking from the dark corridor, as if emanating a radiant glow. It is His Majesty. He has really come. After a brief silence, there was an even more frenzied commotion. Royal brother. Royal brother, save me. I know I was wrong. I truly know my mistakes. Your Majesty. Spare us. We were blinded by our own greed. For the sake of our deceased father, spare us this time. Your Majesty. You have finally come. Quickly release us. We are all brothers. Do you truly want to bear the infamous title of slaughtering your own kin? Your Majesty. Spare us, I will never dare again, please spare me this once. Wang Chen stopped in the middle of the corridor, calmly observing everything before him. Once before he obtained the system, these were the people he needed to guard against. But now he has become the one who can decide their lives and deaths with a single word. I heard you wanted to see me. Wang Chen's voice was not loud, yet it gave everyone a feeling as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. In just an instant, the once pleading voices abruptly ceased. It was not that they did not want to plead anymore, but they could not utter a word. The pressure emanating from Wang Chen was too overwhelming. In the face of such pressure, they could not even muster the courage to beg for mercy. I gave you a chance, it is you who did not cherish it, you cannot blame me. As for the infamy, do you think I care? Moreover, do you still not understand? Since I ascended to the throne, even you worthless ones have reached the Grand Master realm. Do you think your deaths will have any effect on me? Regardless, you are also princes of the Tianqian Empire. How can you be so foolish? Wang Chen's words completely extinguished the last glimmer of hope in the hearts of the princes. They finally understood. The person before them had long transcended the constraints of worldly norms. His strength determined everything, and his will could not be defied. No. No. Royal brother, spare me. Your Majesty. Please give us another chance, we beg you. Wang Chen paid no further attention to their pleas but turned and left, leaving behind a cold judgment. Rest in peace. If there is a next life, be a law-abiding commoner. As soon as his words fell, Wang Chen's figure had already disappeared from their sight. Meanwhile, the ancient formation had already been set up around the Imperial city. All that was left was for Wang Chen to give the command to activate the formation, opening the spatial passage to the Starsource continent. What did you eat on this small new year? Post the pictures. As the Imperial dynasty was fully prepared to open the spatial passage and forcefully descend upon the Starsource continent, on the other side lay the Starsource continent. Inside the Xianyun sect, after returning from the Tianji Gate, Master Yun he immediately summoned all the senior members of the sect and conveyed the words of Tianji Zi to them. However, he concealed part of the information, not revealing Tianji Zi's warning, only stating that their disciples were trapped in a world at the edge of the star domain. Upon hearing that their sect's disciples were trapped in a world at the edge of the star domain, the members of the Xianyun sect displayed expressions of relief. In their view, such a backward place as the edge of the star domain was incomparable to their sect. Sending an elder there would easily allow them to sweep away the opposition. Now that the location is confirmed, we must quickly bring back the disciples and punish that audacious world at the edge of the domain to uphold the reputation of our Xianyun sect. Master Yun, he stated in a steady voice, then made his decision. Great Elder. The Great Elder of the Xianyun sect, Master Yun Ming, opened his eyes upon hearing the sect master's voice. With white hair and an ancient visage, he was the most senior and powerful member of the sect aside from the sect master. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm for many years, only a step away from the unity realm. I am here. Master Yun Ming replied in a calm voice, first bowing slightly to Master Yun He before responding. This time I trouble you to personally go to the edge of the star domain to retrieve all the trapped disciples. If they are unharmed, bring them back. If anyone is harmed, or if that world is obstinate, then. As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in Master Yun He's eyes. Then we shall raise their realm and obliterate their lineage as a warning to others. As you decree, sect master. Master Yun Ming slightly nodded, saying no more. To him, going to the edge of the domain was as trivial as a tiger patrolling the mountains. With the Great Elder's involvement, success is assured. This will let those barbarians at the edge of the domain know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Ha ha. Indeed. The Great Elder can broaden their horizons. The others echoed in agreement, with no one finding any fault in this decision nor questioning Master Yun He's orders. In their eyes, this was the most prudent and suitable course of action. The meeting soon concluded and everyone departed, leaving only Master Yun He behind in the hall. The calm demeanor on his face gradually faded, replaced by an inexpressible worry and a hint of struggle. The terrified visage of Tianji Zi and his grave warning lingered in his mind like a nightmare. The new continent. The supreme figure. Naturally shielding the Tianji. He murmured to himself, unconsciously tightening his palm. Though the Great Elder is strong, if Tianji's foresight is true. He dared not ponder that possibility deeply. Yet he could never resign himself to abandoning the search for his own son. After a long contemplation, a glimmer of resolve flashed in Master Yun He's eyes. He swayed his figure and quietly left the council hall, reappearing deep within the back mountain of the Xianyun sect. He traversed layers of restrictions and finally arrived in a tranquil valley. In the valley stood a few simple stone houses, appearing ordinary yet subtly connected to the essence and foundation of the entire Xianyun sect, as if it were the final repository of the sect's fortunes and heritage. This place was the forbidden area of the Xianyun sect, where former sect masters went into seclusion. The Xianyun sect had a history spanning over hundreds of thousands of years with strict rules. When past sect masters felt their cultivation stagnating or sensed their advancing age, they would voluntarily resign and enter the forbidden area to meditate, hoping to break through their realms and extend their lives in their final years. However, time is merciless and the path is arduous. The majority of elder sect masters ultimately passed away here. To this day, only 3 remaining elder sect masters are still in seclusion within this forbidden area. Master Yun He arrived at a stone house, first adjusting his attire respectfully before knocking on the stone door. Knock. 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 The sound was not loud but seemed to carry a strange rhythm. After a moment of silence, the stone door slowly opened and an elderly yet calm voice emanated from within. Yun He. Come in. Upon hearing this, Master Yin He dared to step inside the stone house. He saw the interior was extremely simple with only a cushion and an incense burner. On the cushion sat an emaciated old man, his visage resembling the bark of an ancient tree. His eyes seemed half-closed and no powerful aura leaked from him, as if he were one with the stone house, the valley, and the heavens and earth. This person was the previous sect master of the Xianyun sect and also Master Yun He's mentor, Master Yunlan. Disciple Yun He pays respects to Master. Master Yun He deeply bowed. Rise. Master Yunlan slowly opened his eyes, and within those seemingly murky old eyes occasionally flashed a glimmer of insight into the world. You appear restless, harboring worries. What has happened in the sect that requires you to come here? Master Yin He did not dare conceal anything and recounted the disappearance of the sect's disciples and his request for the Tianji Gate to perform divination. Moreover, he also mentioned that he had sent the Great Elder to the edge of the domain. Of course, he still withheld the part that needed to be concealed. Finally, he raised his head, his eyes filled with hope and unease as he spoke. Master, the words of Tianji Z trouble my heart immensely. Though the Great Elder is strong, if there truly is something amiss in that world at the edge of the domain, I fear for his safety, and more so for the unimaginable calamity it may bring to our Xianyun sect. Thus I specifically came to seek your counsel, Master. How should we handle this matter? Master Yunlan listened quietly, not interrupting during the entire recounting. Only after Master Yin He finished speaking did he slowly open his mouth. I have some knowledge of the methods of the Tianji Gate. For Tianji Z to suffer backlash and utter the words, the causality is immense. It seems that something significant may truly emerge from that world at the edge of the domain. Of course, sending Yun Ming to investigate was not a grave error. With Yun Ming's cultivation at the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm, even if something were to happen, I believe he would still manage to escape without much trouble. As he spoke, Master Yun Lan's expression suddenly became very serious. Then he earnestly said to Master Yun He, Yun He, as the sect master of our Xianyun sect, your caution is commendable. However, you must not weaken the momentum of our Xianyun sect. You must know who stands behind our sect. That great person, even placed in the central world of the star domain, stands at the very pinnacle of existence. So remember, our Xianyun sect fears no one, no force. Master. You mean? Upon hearing his master's words, Yun Zenrun's heart trembled and his voice quivered. As the sect leader of Xianyun sect, he was intimately familiar with its origins. Legend has it, hundreds of thousands of years ago, a superlative powerhouse from the central great world of the Xingyu region once wandered the stars, and one day he arrived at the Xingyuan continent. There he took a disciple on the Xingyuan continent. The Xianyun sect was precisely the force established by that disciple. Although that disciple, the founder of Xianyun sect, had long since perished many years ago, his passing was not without consequence. At the time of his demise, he left a dying testament, a last will that had been orally transmitted from one sect leader to the next. The common disciples of the sect knew nothing of it. The testament was simple: should Xianyun sect ever face an irretrievable calamity of annihilation, that superlative powerhouse would manifest to shelter them. When Yunha Jinren succeeded to the leadership, his master Yunlan Jinren had once told him of this testament. He had not taken it all that seriously. After all, it was only rumor. No one had truly laid eyes upon that superlative powerhouse. And yet, now that his master had raised the matter again, a curious tug rose within him. Could it be that had his master actually met that superlative powerhouse? You brat, what fantasies are you indulging in? I do not possess such qualifications. Yunlan Jinren, seeing his disciple's expression, understood what Yunha was thinking. Before Yunha could speak, he was cut off. Hearing his master's words, Yunha inwardly protested. Master, you have not seen him either. How can you be so certain? This was no trifling matter, it concerned the very survival of their sect. Master, if you have not seen that man, how can you know whether this is true? We cannot gamble with the sect's fate. There is no if. Yunlan snapped. Yunha, mark my words, though I never met that venerable powerhouse in person, there is one thing I am absolutely certain of. That elder truly exists. If Xianyun sect ever faces annihilation, he will surely appear to protect us. You may set your mind at ease. Seeing his master's unshakable seriousness, Yunha had nothing more to say. After all, his master had once been the sect leader of Xianyun sect. Their fortunes rose and fell together. On such matters he would not jest. It followed that the superlative powerhouse must indeed be real, and that when the sect faces utter ruin, that elder would manifest to shelter them. Enough. Go back, the sky is not falling. Hearing his master's words, Yunhe bowed and took his leave, his heart somewhat more at ease than before. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder of Xianyun sect had already traversed the boundless void and descended upon the Xingyu frontier. Yet what he beheld left him utterly bewildered. What is this? Wasn't the Xingyu frontier filled with many minor worlds? Why is there nothing now? He had followed the general bearing taken from Tianji Gate, crossing long tedious stretches of void until he reached the edge of the Xingyu frontier. But the scene before him contradicted his memory and every common notion of the Xingyu frontier. In his perception and sight, the region that should have been dotted with numerous small worlds had become empty and utter void. Indeed, it was a blankness, nothing remained. There was no spiritual radiance emanating from worlds nor the stirring chi of gathered life. Only eternal darkness and the occasional lifeless shards of broken meteors drifting by. It was as if an invisible hand had swept every world from the cosmic board. How can this be? Yunming Daoran murmured and flung his divine sense outward with abandon, but he sensed nothing. The entire frontier was naught but void and deathly silence. Though I have not been here in person, I have sensed this place from afar. The frontier was barren, yes, but it still harbored scattered sparks of starfire. How could it come to this? A foreboding arose in his chest. Had the sect's intelligence erred? Had Tianji Gate's divinations failed? No. Given Tianji's prowess, even a deviation would not account for such a discrepancy. The only explanation was that the frontier had recently suffered an unimaginably cataclysmic upheaval. Yunming's expression turned grave. He did not linger with emotion. He rent the void and plunged toward the deepest reaches of the Xingyu frontier. The void was boundless, time itself blurred there. He crossed untold stretches of emptiness, traversing where many worlds should have been. Just as irritation swelled within him and he was on the verge of abandoning the search to report the anomaly back to the Xingyuan continent, something in the ancient darkness ahead stirred. A slender thread of light abruptly pierced his perception. It was not dazzling but gentle, nevertheless it contained a surging vitality and the steady fluctuation of a world's primordial essence. Like a lighthouse in the black, it instantly seized Yunming's full attention. Found it, he cried, and altered his course, accelerating toward the beacon. The nearer he drew, the deeper his astonishment. Indeed, it was a world, but its scale far exceeded his understanding of a frontier minor world. Even more terrifying was the world's fortune, condensed, majestic, almost animate, as if coalescing into a golden dragon whose full form could not be discerned, coiling beyond the world's bounds. Merely sensing it from afar set this peaked Dongtian powerhouse's heart racing with an inexplicable dread. Is this truly a frontier world? Such scale, such destiny, even the Xingyuan continent would likely pale before it. Any casual notion of extinguishing it with a flick of the hand had already vanished, replaced by a heavy, watchful caution. If this is so, our sect's disciples may well be inside this realm. We must enter and investigate. Yunming inhaled deeply as the 10 great Dongtian within him stirred to life. He prepared a clandestine technique to pierce the boundary unseen and slip into that mysterious, potent world. Just as he raised his hand and gathered a strand of boundary-breaking force at his fingertip, a cold voice suddenly sounded at his ear. At the same time, a hand quietly descended to cover the crown of his head. Old ghost. What are you doing? Who? The moment the voice sounded, a chilling sense of dread coursed through Yunming Daoist's body, making his hair stand on end as an icy sensation surged from his tailbone straight to his crown. He had lived for thousands of years, weathering countless storms, yet he had never felt such terror. It was utterly unfathomable. As a peak existence of the cave heaven stage, he could perceive everything within 1,000 miles. But what about now? The enemy's hand was already on his head and he hadn't even reacted. This was too horrifying. In the first moment he regained his senses. The 10 cave heavens within him instinctively prepared to unleash their strongest power in resistance. However, the hand resting on his crown simply exerted a slight force. Buzz. A power so immense it was beyond description, irresistible as it cascaded down like the Milky Way, instantly suppressing all the strength within him. In that moment even his soul felt as if it had been frozen, his thoughts became sluggish. Put. Yunming Daoist felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of reverse blood. The power within him felt as fragile as an infant before that hand. Peak of the unification realm. No. It's more than that. Yunming Daoist's heart surged with unprecedented tumult, fear coiling around his heart like a cold, venomous snake. He had felt the pressure of those at the unification realm. Both the current and previous leaders of their Xianyun sect were at this, yet even the formidable previous leader Yunlan could not so casually suppress a peak existence of the cave heaven state. The cultivation of the one who acted was undoubtedly beyond the ordinary unification realm. It was likely the peak of the unification realm. Or even. He dared not think further. That realm was absolutely beyond his reach. It represented a true existence standing at the pinnacle of this star domain. Speak. Who are you? What do you want sneaking around in my Imperial territory? The voice resounded again. It carried a tone of aloofness and scrutiny as if a deity looked down upon the ants beneath. Yunming Daoist struggled to turn his eyes, barely catching sight of the person behind him. It was a man with fiery red hair clad in a crimson robe. He emanated a scorching and vast aura that made Yunming Daoist's soul tremble, as if this individual were the very embodiment of the flame principle. This man was none other than the Fire King, one of the 5 Law Kings under Wang Chen. Yunming Daoist had no doubt. As long as the other party had a thought that terrifying magical power could instantly turn him and his soul into nothingness. This senior. Yunming Daoist could hardly muster any remnants of the arrogance expected of a great elder of the Xian Yun sect. He spoke with a dry voice, his face full of terror. Junior Yunming, a great elder of the Xian Yun sect of the Starsource continent, unintentionally stumbled into this place. Absolutely no ill intent. He dared not conceal anything, directly revealing his full identity. In front of such an incomprehensible powerhouse, any scheming would be tantamount to seeking death. His only hope was that the name of the Xian Yun sect behind him might cause the other party to exercise a modicum of caution. Even if this hope seemed incredibly slim. From the faint aura leaking from the other party, he could sense that even their Xian Yun sect's previous leader, Yunlan, that super-existence of the late unification realm, was likely far inferior. Before such a figure, their Xian Yun sect's name could very well be a joke. Oh. From the Star Source continent. The Xian Yun sect. Great Elder. So you came here for those young disciples, how interesting. After the Fire King finished speaking, a flicker of inscrutable meaning flashed in his eyes. It was known that under Wang Chen's command the Imperial Court had already prepared to launch an offensive against the Star Source continent. The formation for opening a long-distance spatial passage was ready. They were about to forcefully descend upon the Star Source continent. As a result, before they even set off, the other party had actively delivered themselves to the door. This was truly akin to an old man hanging himself, asking for death. After hearing the Fire King's words, Yunming Daoist's heart sank again. Since the other party had said so, there was no need to guess. Their sect's disciples must have been captured by the other side. Senior, please see clearly. I have come on orders to seek the sect disciples who may have inadvertently entered your territory, and I mean no offense. He hurriedly explained, lowering his posture significantly. Given the strength of the other party, he couldn't be sure if he would even be able to retreat unscathed. All right, no more nonsense. Since your identity has been confirmed, this will be easy. You will come with me. Come with you. Where to? Yunming Daoist felt a surge of intense unease. Their sect's disciples had been detained. As an elder, he clearly could not expect a favorable outcome. Naturally, to where you ought to go. The Fire King ceased further discussion and slightly lifted the hand pressing on the top of his head. Like lifting a chick, he directly picked this peak cave heaven elder of the Xian Yun sect who could shake the Star Source continent with a stump from the void. Senior, wait. We can talk. I am from the Xian Yun sect. At that moment, Yunming Daoist truly panicked. He attempted to struggle, only to find that the space around him was completely locked down, and even his voice was difficult to convey. The Fire King paid him no heed. With a casual wave of his other hand, a stable spatial passage formed right before him. Then the Fire King, holding the pale-faced Yunming Daoist, stepped into the passage. Light and shadow shifted. The space transformed. In the next instant, the two appeared within the garrison of the Divine Martial Guard, and Yunming Daoist was unceremoniously thrown onto the ground by the Fire King. When Yunming Daoist struggled to raise his head, the scene before his eyes left the seasoned elder of the Xian Yun sect utterly stunned. Before him lay an extremely vast drill ground. At that moment, the drill ground was densely packed with people. They did not intentionally exude any pressure, but the naturally coalesced aura bore down on him like a mountain, weighing heavily upon his body. At the very front stood 4 distinct figures, and most crucially, the auras they emitted were identical to that of the one who suppressed him. This meant that these 4 were at least 4 terrifying existences above the peak of the unification realm. Behind the 4 stood a group of Cave Heaven stage beings, and as a peak existence of the Cave Heaven stage, he could discern them at a glance. By rough estimate, there were at least 20 to 30 of them. But that was not the most terrifying part. The most terrifying part was that behind those Cave Heaven beings, there were nearly 1,000 people standing. And all of these nearly 1,000 beings were at the Dharma realm level. The scene was simply explosive. Yunming Daoist collapsed to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. He felt as if he were an ant that had accidentally wandered into a dragon's lair where even the slightest movement could crush him. 5 existences above the peak of the unification realm. Over 20 cave heaven beings. Nearly 1,000 Dharma realm beings. What concept was this? This power could not only sweep through their Xianyun sect but even conquer the entire Starsource continent. It was not impossible. What? What is this place? Is this still the edge of the star domain? No, wait. With such a situation, the master of the celestial mechanism sect could not possibly be unaware it must be the sect leader. Ah. Yun He. Damn it. You have put me in this situation. The Grand Elder of the Xianyun sect. At the moment of realization, his defenses were completely shattered. If he had been captured normally, even if it cost him his life, he would have had no complaints. However, the feeling of being backstabbed by his own people was something he could not accept. After all, he was the Grand Elder of the Xianyun sect, responsible for handling nearly all of its daily affairs. Unlike the ordinary world, in this world where strength reigns supreme, everyone is focused on improving their abilities and hardly anyone is willing to deal with mundane matters. If he hadn't been delayed by trivial matters for so long, perhaps by now he would have already broken through to the Unity realm. One could say that he willingly sacrificed a significant portion of his cultivation time for the sake of the sect. His talent was not inferior to that of the sect master Yun Hezhenren. Now, while Yun Hezhenren has already broken through to the Unity realm, he was still lingering at the peak of the Cave Heaven realm. Now, after all his sacrifices for the sect, he had been backstabbed by the sect master. Who could tolerate this? They were both cunning old foxes, no one was foolish. In this situation, he believed Yun Hezhenren must be aware of it. The calculations of the Tianji sect could not possibly miss the dangers of this venture. The reason Yun Hezhenren said nothing was merely to let himself probe the way. If there were no dangers, he would directly rescue the sect's disciples. If an accident truly occurred, it would only cost the loss of one person, and he could still calculate the danger level of the venture with his peak Cave Heaven realm cultivation. One could say that sending him was a win-win situation. Yun He. I misjudged you, you shameless scoundrel. I treated you like family, yet you treated me like a piece of clothing. You actually used me. If I die, I won't let you off even as a ghost. His voice trembled more and more as he spoke. It was not fear. It was anger, the indignation of thousands of years of effort being trampled into the mud. I have toiled for the Xianyun sect for half my life only to be treated as a stepping stone for your probe. Why should this be the case? Damn you! At that moment, Taoist Yun Ming completely fell into madness. His gaze shifted from initial desolation to a cold, almost frenzied intensity. Good. Since you are ungrateful, do not blame me for being unkind. If I can't have it easy, you won't either. I cannot swallow this anger. He took a deep breath, trembling as he rose from the ground. Then he walked directly in front of the King of Fire Law and bowed respectfully. Senior. I have a request. His voice was hoarse but carried a hint of reckless madness. Looking at the dejected Taoist Yun Ming before him, the King of Fire Law raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. A request. What is your request? Senior. I request to submit. I am willing to submit. Upon hearing Yun Ming's words, the King of Fire Law did not agree directly but turned to look at the side at Captain Gainia. Captain Gainia, this person is in your hands, I will not interfere. After saying this, the King of Fire Law immediately flashed back to the side of the other several Law Kings. These Law Kings, although they held an unmatched transcendent status within the Divine Martial Guard, after all, the strength of the Unity Realm peak was evident here. Nonetheless, the commander of the Divine Martial Guard is Gainia. It is only appropriate for such matters to be handled by Gainia. After hearing the words of the King of Fire Law, Gainia first bowed to him. Then he flashed in front of Yun Ming. You. Willing to submit. Gainia cut straight to the point without any small talk. Ah. Yes. Yes. I am willing to submit. Seeing Gainia standing before him, Yun Ming was momentarily taken aback. He could sense that Gaini's cultivation was not higher than his, only at the 8th level of the Cave Heaven realm. However, the pure and terrifying sword principle emanating from him left him feeling a bit frightened. Although he was at the peak of the Cave Heaven realm, he was not confident he could defeat the person before him. Just standing there made him feel a sense of fatal threat. Good. From today on, you are a member of my Divine Martial Guard. Then in the War of the Dynasty to conquer the Starsource continent, you will lead the charge. After Gainia spoke, he did not give Yun Ming a chance to react and directly flashed away. As for Taoist Yun Ming, he was completely stunned by Gaini's words. Conquer. Conquer the Star Source continent. Is it this thrilling? He was neither panicked nor worried. In the past, upon learning that a super powerful world was about to invade their Star Source continent, he would certainly have worried for his world. But not now. When a person's desire for revenge rises, nothing else matters. What he wanted most now was to trample Yun Hezhenren underfoot and demand to know why he had backstabbed him. They say that women's desire for revenge is strong. However, once a man's desire for revenge arises, it is no less than that of a woman. Just as Taoist Yun Ming was thinking about how to take revenge on Yun Hezhenren. Buzz. Suddenly a buzzing sound interrupted him. The sound was not harsh but struck deep within the soul of every living being. Taoist Yun Ming suddenly looked up. Above the Imperial city, a colossal spatial formation was erupting with blinding silver-white brilliance. Countless intricate array patterns swirled in the void like living creatures, ultimately coalescing into a deep, unfathomable circular vortex in the center of the formation. The spatial passage was completely formed. At the same time, the voice of the ancient formation resonated in everyone's ears. The spatial passage has been established. Cross-border operations can now be implemented. As soon as the ancient formation's words fell, countless figures surged into the sky both inside and outside the Imperial city. The first to soar into the sky were the 5 great Law Kings. There was no way around it. As the powerhouses of the dynasty, no one could match their speed. Next was Gainia. Then after there were Chu Badian and others. Wave after wave of flowing light surged into the sky from every corner of the Imperial city. The flowing light fell like rain, reversing the heavens. For the first time, the sky above the Imperial city was obscured by such dense escaping lights of powerhouses. The dazzling brilliance nearly outshone the sun at noon. Taoist Yun Ming stood there in a daze, looking up, completely stunned. He had thought the Divine Martial Guard was already quite impressive. He never expected that there were so many powerhouses in other places. Not to mention anything else, just the one who had spoken earlier he felt was even stronger than the Yun Hezhenren who had backstabbed him, definitely a Unity Realm powerhouse. This was just the openly known powerhouses in this world. Who knows how many strong ones were hidden behind the scenes. He had lived for thousands of years and witnessed countless magnificent scenes. But those scenes could not compare at all. Just days ago, this world had still been regarded as a barbaric wilderness by them. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a chill. This chill was not out of fear but a sense of belated horror. Hey! What are you standing there for? The sudden voice jolted Yun Ming from his reverie. It was Yi Tian who had spoken. As the deputy commander of the Shenwu Wei, in truth, he and Yun Ming shared certain similarities. The Shenwu Wei's affairs were largely overseen by this deputy. Gainia was the sort who appeared only for matters of true importance. Of course, Yi Tian had no objections. He understood his own circumstances. Surviving at all was already fortunate, so he dared not voice any complaint. More importantly, under the baptism of the Imperial Court's tide of destiny, his prowess had surged with incredible speed, far surpassing how quickly he had ever advanced in his former life. In merely a few months, his strength had already broken through to the Dongtian realm. This manner of effortless advancement was utterly intoxicating. After all, it was simply helping oversee the Shenwu Wei's affairs. It was nothing burdensome, and he accepted gladly. Precisely because of that, after watching the others depart, he had deliberately remained to give Taoist Yun Ming a reminder. Didn't you hear the Grand Commander? Aren't you going to move? Remember, the Grand Commander wants you to lead the vanguard. This is your chance, an opportunity the Shenwu Wei could never secure by mere numbers. Cherish it. Aren't you going to move? Remember, the Grand Commander wants you to lead the vanguard. This is your chance, an opportunity the Shenwu Wei could never secure by mere numbers. Cherish. Still, Yun Ming dared not tarry. After saluting Yi Tian, he transformed into a streak of light and shot into the void. Around the spatial conduit above the Imperial city, 1,000,000 troops had gathered at this moment, following consultations between Cultivation, Zhugadali and the others. This expedition to the Xingyuan continent had not called upon the Imperial Court's countless legions. Instead, it drew 1,000,000 elite cultivators of Lanshanxian realm or higher. One must understand the opposition was a powerful mid-level world. Those too weak would be of little use there. They were confident that with this 1,000,000-strong force of Lanshanxian cultivators, together with the Shenwu Wei, the Genie Wei, and the army's most powerful generals, taking the Xingyuan continent should pose no problem. When everyone was prepared, Gainia, commander of the Shenwu Wei, bowed toward the palace. Deep within the Imperial court, Wang Chen watched the void with unruffled calm. Seeing Gainia's gesture, he did not hesitate and spoke directly. Depart. I will watch over you here. Wang Chen's voice was not loud yet, like heavenly mandate. It instantly spread across the Xintian continent. At that instant every living being across the Xiantian continent understood the Imperial court had once again launched a war beyond its domain. And moreover this time the foe was likely a powerful mid-level world. As Wang Chen's words fell, Gainia lifted his eyes. He did not look back, did not bow again, nor utter any needless words. He only roared, "Kill!" At the instant that cry fell, Gainia's form exploded into a blade of supreme light and pierced into the spatial conduit. "Kill!" Close behind him came the 5 kings, stepping into the passage like 5 divine rainbows splitting the heavens. "Kill!" Following them surged the Shenwu Wei. Under Yi Tian's lead stood over 20 Dongtian realm masters. Nearly 1,000 Faxiang realm elites followed. They had no single command, no rehearsed formations, but when that thunderous cry of kill erupted from nearly 1,000 throats, the assembled killing intent condensed into a visible crimson war cloud. The war cloud rolled murderous chi pierced the heavens. Nearly 1,000 streaks of light like 1,000 unsheathed blades followed the 5-colored divine wheels and surged into the spatial conduit. Among them Taoist Yun Ming was conspicuous. Gainia had ordered him to take the vanguard. Though newly joined to the Shenwu Wei, he stood at the front beside Yi Tian, his demeanor eager and resolute. "Kill!" Close on the Shenwu Wei's heels came Chu Badian. Behind him marched the million elite cultivators of Lan Shenxian realm and above. In former extra-domain campaigns to minimize ordinary soldier casualties, they always allowed the Shenwu Wei to clear the way and secure victory before the main force entered as recipients. They never complained, for it was the emperor's strategy, wisdom, to win the greatest victory at minimal cost. But this time was different. This time they would not wait. "Generals and soldiers, charge with your general." Before his words had ended, Chu Badian had already become a silver lightning bolt wrapped in overwhelming killing intent and plunged headlong into the spatial conduit. "Charge! Kill!" There was no hesitation, no doubt. At that moment not a soul entertained the word danger. 1,000,000 troops became 1,000,000 streaking lights, all soaring at once. It was not merely a rain of light, it felt as if the vault of heaven were collapsing and the starstream overturned. For the first time the sky above the Imperial city was shrouded so completely. Though the spatial conduit measured only 1,000 zhang across, it now seemed like a bottomless abyss greedily swallowing the ceaseless surge of brilliant light. The first 10,000 vanished within. The second 20,000 followed. The third batch, the fourth. In mere moments everyone in the void had poured into the conduit. Meanwhile on the Xingyuan continent at the Xianyun sect, countless powerful elders and stewards abruptly ceased their movements. They glanced upward in puzzlement. Strange, the void seems to have torn open. No sooner had their confusion arisen than a tremendous roar split the heavens and the sky truly rent open with a vast fissure. What the? The sky has really split. What's happening? How can a spatial rift appear in the sky? The quickest to react were the Xianyun sect's elders. Their sect lord Yun Hezhenren led them all into the void at once. They stared at the rift before them with grave faces. The appearance of a spatial tear within their own sect was uncanny and demanded utmost caution. Not good. Yun Hezhenren's pupils contracted. As a Gigi realm expert, his instincts flared, warning him of imminent danger. "Retreat!" he ordered, and in the next moment he vanished. But not everyone possessed such lightning reflexes. Several short harrowing screams rang out simultaneously. A handful of Xianyun sect elders and stewards closest to the spatial conduit had no time to react. A titanic force from within the breach struck them hidden. At that same moment a voice all of them knew echoed from the conduit, laughing wildly. "Yun He. I'm back. Yun Ming. It is the voice of the Grand Elder. In the Xianyun sect. Many may not be familiar with the voice of the sect master, but almost no one is unfamiliar with the voice of Grand Elder Yun Ming. It is precisely because of this reason. When the voice of Yun Ming rang out, everyone in the Xianyun sect recognized it immediately. As for the sect master, real person Yun He. Upon hearing the voice of the Grand Elder, a bad thought arose in his heart. Especially after hearing that the other party did not address him as sect master but called him by his name directly, his heart trembled even more. When it comes to strength, as a sect master and a formidable figure in the Foundation establishment realm, he was not afraid of the Grand Elder at all. However, he knew in his heart that this matter regarding the rescue of the sect's disciples was after all a result of his betrayal of the Grand Elder. He had sent the Grand Elder to the edge of the star domain primarily to serve as bait and to scout the way. Although the Grand Elder's strength was inferior to his. In the sect, however, he held great prestige and many disciples and elders within the sect had benefited from him. If the matter of his betrayal of the Grand Elder were to be exposed, then his reputation would be completely ruined. This was what he feared the most. Just as the people of the Xianyun sect were in a state of confusion, Suddenly a flash of light appeared in the spatial passage in the void. A figure stepped directly out of that spatial passage. Cave Heaven Realm. Upon seeing the person who emerged from the passage, Guy instantly froze for a moment. This was not what he had imagined. He had originally thought that someone capable of opening such a large spatial passage would surely be a terrifying existence, at least not below the Foundation Establishment realm. Yet, the first one to emerge was just a Cave Heaven realm. He almost laughed out loud. If this was the helper that Yun Ming found, it could only be said that Yun Ming seemed to be a bit too extravagant. A mere Cave Heaven realm dares to cause trouble in his Xian Yun sect. Ha! Just as a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of Yun He's mouth, he hadn't even had the chance to say a word. The next second, the smile on his face instantly froze. Not good. The terrifying power that had just sent several elders flying, that kind of attack which even a Foundation Establishment realm expert like him instinctively avoided, absolutely could not be generated by a mere Cave Heaven realm. Yun He's pupils constricted, his gaze fixated on the spatial passage in the void. The Foundation Establishment power within him surged wildly, raising his vigilance to the highest level. Then, he saw 5 figures simultaneously stepped out of the spatial passage. 5 colored brilliance simultaneously blossomed. In that moment, the entire sky of the Xian Yun sect was completely illuminated by 5 kinds of light. As these 5 figures stepped out of the passage, an indescribable, irresistible, terrifying pressure like the collapse of the heavens descended instantly. Boom! That was the pressure of the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm. No. Not just one peak Foundation Establishment realm expert, but 5. 5 peak Foundation Establishment realm auras were released simultaneously. The terrifying pressure almost solidified into substance like an invisible mountain, heavily suppressing every person present. Thud. 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 The sound of countless knees striking the ground was dense as rain. In the entire Xian Yun sect except for Yun He, from elders to disciples, everyone had no power to resist in the face of this pressure from 5 peak Foundation Establishment realm experts. Some even attempted to resist. Unfortunately, those who tried to resist suffered severe backlash. The lightest were spitting blood and suffering damage to their meridians. The worst collapsed on the spot. In this moment, among the tens of thousands of disciples in the Xian Yun sect, apart from Sect Master Yun He, there was not a single person who could stand. As for Yun He himself, although he was still barely maintaining his standing position, not being pressed to the ground like the others, he was also enduring immense pressure. His early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivation was simply insufficient in the face of the pressure from 5 peak Foundation Establishment realm experts. Of course, the main issue was the psychological pressure. This is. His voice trembled, filled with horror. Foundation Establishment. Or rather, Peak Foundation Establishment. 5 peak Foundation Establishment realm experts. How is this possible? Yun Ming Daoist was a Cave Heaven realm. He could only sense that the 5 Law Kings were strong, but he couldn't determine their specific realms. However, Yun He was in the Foundation Establishment realm. Even though he was only in the early stage, his knowledge was still considerable. While the opposing strength was formidable, it still fell within the realm of Foundation Establishment. However, it was precisely because he had knowledge that he was even more horrified. One must know, peak Foundation Establishment realm experts in their star source continent were absolutely the pinnacle of existence. Even his master, real person Yun Lan, was only in the mid-Foundation Establishment realm. As far as he knew, the strongest expert in their Xian Yun sect, the previous sect master, seemed to be only in the late Foundation Establishment realm. But what was this before his eyes? 5 peak Foundation Establishment realm experts. So vividly they had directly descended upon his Xian Yun sect. How could they fight this? What could they use to fight? Even if they tied them together, it wouldn't be enough to fill the gaps of the 5 before him. Just as Yun He's mind went blank, his spirit almost collapsed in that instant. Deep within the spatial passage, ripples began to surge again. Following that, a figure they were all very familiar with stepped out from that spatial passage. Yun Ming. It is the Grand Elder, it really is the Grand Elder. Upon seeing Yun Ming, nearly everyone in the Xian Yun sect except for Yun He revealed expressions of delight. In their view, the Grand Elder appeared together with those people, and it seemed he should not be an enemy. However, the next moment, all the hopeful disciples of the Xian Yun sect were stunned. Because that Grand Elder, whom they were incredibly familiar with and trusted immensely, At this moment, did not pay attention to anyone else, and his face no longer bore the gentle smile from before, only a face full of anger and hatred. Yunming Taoist walked step by step towards real person Yunhe. That pace, that posture, that expression was completely different from before and no longer resembled that of a subordinate meeting a superior. It was more like going to collect a debt. Yunming stepped slowly, treading in the void. His steps were not fast, even somewhat slow, but each step seemed to tread on the heart of Yunhe. He did not look at those hopeful disciples, nor did he pay attention to the shouts of surprise. He only fixed his gaze on the pale-faced, cold-sweating figure ahead. Once the sect master. Once the fellow disciples. Once brothers. Yun Ming. Yun. You old fool. Yun Ming is someone you can call out to. As soon as Yunhe's words left his mouth, he was interrupted by Yunming Taoist. Moreover, Yunming Taoist without any warning directly swung a slap. Going home for the new year. A crisp slap echoed throughout the entire Xian Yun sect. At this moment the world fell into complete silence, especially among the people of the Xian Yun sect, who were left utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe their own eyes. What is happening? The dignified sect leader of the Xian Yun sect, a formidable figure at the Guiyi realm, was actually slapped by the Grand Elder. How dare the Grand Elder do that? Isn't this going against the heavens? Even more incomprehensible to the members of the Xianyan sect was why their sect leader did not dodge. As a being of the Guiyi realm, he shouldn't have been unable to evade an attack from the Dongtian realm. Could it be that their sect leader had a tendency for self-harm? Not only were the Xianyan sect members stunned, even the likes of Gai Nie were taken aback. They never expected Yun Ming to be so audacious, daring to slap a Guiyi realm existence. This is too reckless. Everyone else on the scene was bewildered, not to mention the party involved Master Yunhe. Under normal circumstances, as long as he did not wish for it, Yun Ming would not even have the chance to get close to him. However, he was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the 5 great Dharma kings, leaving him unresponsive. Moreover, when facing Yun Ming, he already felt some guilt in his heart, as it was he who had betrayed the other first, making it hard for him to look him in the eye. As a result, when Yun Ming suddenly made his move, he had no time to react and directly took the slap. Ah! Yun Ming! The now responsive Master Yun, he was furious. You're seeking death. A thunderous roar followed as his Guiyi realm power erupted instantly. At this moment he could no longer care about anything else. The strength of a peak Guiyi realm expert no longer mattered. The only thought in his mind was to tear Yun Ming apart. Die, sect leader. A terrifying aura surged into the sky, and then a gigantic hand of law came crashing down toward Yun Ming. This was the first time since Master Yun achieved the Guiyi realm that he unleashed his full power. The terrifying sound was deafening, instantly trapping Yun Ming in place. It was evident that there was an insurmountable chasm between the Dongtian and Guiyi realms. Under Master Yunhe's full power, Yun Ming had no ability to resist, merely awaiting his demise. However, in the face of this scene, Yun Ming was not the least bit flustered. As the giant hand was about to strike him, he made a decision that astonished everyone. He did not plead for mercy, but turned and shouted behind him, "Senior! Help me!" This unexpected turn of events shocked a large number of people around him. The disciples of the Xianyan sect who were kneeling on the ground nearly had their eyes pop out. What did they just witness? Their normally revered Grand Elder was actually shouting for help without hesitation at the brink of death. This is too shameless. Moreover, he shouted with such righteous fervor, clearly without any psychological burden. Is this really our Grand Elder? How could the Grand Elder, how could he? It's impossible. The Grand Elder could never be like this. Some murmured their words, trailing off mid-sentence. Because the scene before them had far exceeded their understanding of the Grand Elder, accumulated over decades or even centuries. Upon hearing Yun Ming's shameless plea for help, one of the 5 Dharma kings, the Fire King, could only shake his head in resignation. With Yun Ming's peak Dongtian realm cultivation taking on a furious strike from Master Yun, he would likely result in his obliteration. However, despite his shamelessness and a hint of triumph, almost as if he had the words "I have someone behind me" stamped on his forehead, it was hard to look at him without disdain. Nonetheless, regardless of his demeanor, he was now also a member of their divine martial guard. The Fire King could not simply watch as one of their own was killed right before his eyes. If word got out, where would the face of their divine martial guard go? Sigh. A barely audible sigh suddenly resonated in the void. In the next moment, the Fire King's gaze slightly lifted. That seemingly casual lift of the eyes felt like igniting the entire world. 2 beams of crimson fire blazing like the sun shot forth from the depths of his pupils. There was no dazzling brilliance. No earth-shattering roar. There was not even any excess pressure that leaked out. The two beams of fire were as thin as hair and as swift as lightning, merely sweeping through the air. Sizzle. The gigantic hand of law which Master Yun He had exerted all his strength to condense dissipated silently like snow under the blazing sun. Not even a trace of resistance was left behind. It was as if that strike had not been a full-powered blow from a Guai realm expert but merely a wisp of inconsequential smoke. Master Yun He's complexion drastically changed. He retreated, stumbling back 1,000 feet before managing to stabilize himself. Master Yun He's complexion drastically changed. He retreated, stumbling back 1,000 feet before managing to stabilize himself. Just a mere lift of the eyes could effortlessly negate his furious strike. He could even sense that the other party had not taken him seriously at all, treating him as casually as swatting away an annoying mosquito. At this moment Yun Ming's voice rang out again. Ha ha ha. Yun He, do you still want to kill me? Do you have the capability? After witnessing Master Yun He's attack being easily neutralized by the Fire King, the smugness and arrogance on his face were practically overflowing. Meanwhile, Master Yun He's face turned ashen, his lips trembling with rage. He wanted to retort. He also wanted to curse at the other. He even wanted to rush forward recklessly and tear Yun Ming to pieces. However, he did not dare, because those 5 divine-like figures stood silently behind Yun Ming. Their gazes didn't even look at Master Yun He, merely sweeping calmly across the entire Xianyun sect. Yet that barely discernible pressure felt like 5 mountains pressing down heavily on Master Yun He's heart. Dare he act? He did not dare. He couldn't even utter a harsh word. Because he knew. As long as he dared to make any move, any one of those 5 figures could instantly erase him from this world. The dignified sect leader of the Xianyun sect, a Guai realm expert, could only stand there like a clown receiving humiliation. As for Yun Ming, clearly he had no intention of letting this go. Since the other dared to betray him, he could not possibly forgive. Esteemed members of the Xianyun sect, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Yun Ming, currently one of the important members of the Divine Military Guard under the Xuan Dynasty of the Xian continent. The faces of all the members of the Xianyun sect were filled with confusion. Xian continent. Xuan Dynasty. Important member of the Divine Military Guard. What on earth does this mean? Why don't they understand anything? How can their Grand Elder have such a complicated identity? Most importantly, at this moment the appearance of Yun Ming was no longer what it used to be. The gaze he cast upon them was filled with cold indifference and detachment. This gaze sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Everyone. I joined the great Xuan Dynasty all thanks to Yun He. To be honest, I owe him my gratitude, otherwise how would I have had the opportunity to join this great dynasty? Yun Ming's words were laced with sarcasm. Not only did Yun He perceive the sarcasm, but everyone else present did as well. One could imagine that this sarcasm concealed secrets they were unaware of. Although the atmosphere was somewhat tense, the curiosity of the onlookers suppressed all feelings of anxiety. Everyone now looked at Yun Ming with curiosity, waiting for his next words. Yun Ming, how dare you speak such nonsense? As a traitor of our sect, what face do you have to appear here again? Do you think the members of the Xianyun sect would believe your nonsense? Just as Yun Ming was about to continue, Yun He, who was below, suddenly spoke up first. What Yun Ming intended to expose, others might not know. Could it be that Yun He, the real person, remained unaware? Having just been humiliated, if he allowed Yun Ming to reveal the concealed facts of his betrayal, he would truly lose all faith. At that point he would be completely finished. Oh dear. Everyone look, he's getting anxious. Ha ha ha. I haven't even said anything and he's already panicking. Yun Ming seemed completely unconcerned by Yun He's agitation. Instead he continued nonchalantly, everyone. By right, given my current status, I shouldn't be overly concerned about past matters. But I cannot bear the actions of this shameless scoundrel Yun He. Therefore I must expose him today. Upon hearing Yun Ming's words, everyone present looked meaningfully at Yun He. To be honest, for many of the younger disciples of the Xianyun sect, they were not very familiar with Yun He, the sect leader. Many were seeing him for the first time today. In contrast, Yun Ming, who had once been the Grand Elder of the Xianyun sect and had overseen its affairs for nearly 1,000 years, had benefited nearly all disciples of the sect. In this case it was needless to say whom they would be more inclined to believe. Utter nonsense. Yun Ming, how dare you slander the sect leader? Slander. Ha ha ha. You say I slander you? You think you are worthy? If it were in the past I could understand your words, but now that I have joined the great dynasty my status has undergone a tremendous change. Slander you? I have long since lost interest. You know full well the dangers lurking in the Star Domain wilderness. The people from the Tianji sect could not have failed to inform you. So tell everyone present why you concealed the facts. When you sent me to the Star Domain wilderness, why didn't you inform me of the dangers? What is your true intention? You claim I slander you. Do you dare swear by your Tao heart? Do you dare say you did not stab me in the back? Do you dare say you did not conceal the truth and deliberately sent me to scout? With each of Yun Ming's questions, Yunhe's face became extremely ugly, almost dripping with water. However, he could not voice a rebuttal. Because what Yun Ming said was the truth, he did not dare to swear. In this fantasy world, swearing by one's Tao heart was no trivial matter. If the content of the oath contradicted the truth or violated the oath itself, it would surely backlash against one's Tao heart. Moreover, the injuries from such a backlash were nearly irreversible. At worst, one could lose all their cultivation and at best face death. Even a powerful entity in the realm of unity would not dare to swear lightly. His reluctance to swear indicated that Yun Ming did not slander him. Is this true? How can the sect leader act in such a manner? It must be true. If it weren't true, how could the sect leader fail to swear by his Tao heart? Indeed. As long as the sect leader did not betray the Grand Elder, swearing by his Tao heart would have no adverse effects. Sigh. The Grand Elder has devoted himself to our Xianyun sect. The sect leader should not treat him this way. As they saw Yunhe's face turn ashen and remain silent, everyone around began to point and discuss. A dignified sect leader, a formidable being in the realm of unity, stood at the pinnacle of the Xingyuan continent. Having grown accustomed to being high above, when did he ever suffer such humiliation? Yun Ming, you shall die. Do you truly think our Xianyun sect is so easy to bully? I tell you, the foundation of our Xianyun sect exceeds your imagination. If you are wise, you will take your people and leave quickly, otherwise the consequences will be on your head. Before Yunhe finished speaking, Gai Nye, who was beside him, directly interjected. Oh. What consequences? I, the commander, would like to see. Just as Gai Nye's voice fell, a vast and majestic voice suddenly echoed from afar. Poof. Outsiders, you are too arrogant, thinking you can take down our Xianyun sect. The sudden voice belonged to none other than Yun Lan. He was in the forbidden area of the Xianyun sect, observing everything that transpired in the void. From the moment the spatial passage appeared, he had already awakened. As the former sect leader of the Xianyun sect, amidst its unity being his divine sense enveloped the entire mountain gate. All that transpired, including the suppressed disciples, the slapped Yunhe, and the traitor Yun Ming. He witnessed it all. 5 peak unity beings hold enough power to sweep across the entire Xingyuan continent. Such strength is not something our Xianyun sect can withstand. But he did not feel fear, for he knew that their Xianyun sect had a powerful backing. Stop your tricks and come out. The Fire King raised his eyes slightly. In the next moment. Boom. The void trembled. A gigantic hand entirely composed of fire laws appeared out of thin air. Then that giant hand reached directly towards the forbidden area of the Xianyun sect. In an instant, laws retreated and the void collapsed. The back mountain of the Xianyun sect. In that forbidden area that has been inherited for hundreds of thousands of years. Every place was covered with layers of prohibition strong enough to withstand attacks from the Unity realm. At this moment, in the face of that gigantic palm, it felt as fragile as paper. At the same time, in the deepest part of the forbidden area, the 3 stone chambers that had been silent for thousands of years exploded simultaneously. An elderly and terrified exclamation first echoed from the deepest stone chamber. Following that, a withered old man, nearly bald, rushed out from the ruins of the stone chamber. His eyes were wide open. Staring at the gigantic fiery hand that obscured the sky, he was utterly dazed. This person was none other than Yun Song, the former master of the Xianyun sect. Having been in seclusion for 20,000 years, indifferent to worldly affairs, he had only focused on breaking through to the peak of the Unity realm. As a result, he was just awakened and then saw that horrifying scene above him. What the hell is going on? Why is my house blown up? Soon after, another figure rushed out from a shattered stone chamber. This was also a withered old man. Although slightly younger than Yun Song, he was still an old monster who had lived for over 50,000 years. He was the former master of the Xianyun sect and also the mentor of Yun Lan, Yun Kong. He looked up at the sky and then his pupils shrank suddenly. The expression on his face transformed from confusion to shock and then from shock to fear. Yun Lan. He suddenly turned his head to look at the just arrived Yun Lan and immediately began to berate him. Damn you, Yun Lan. How could I have a disciple like you? What the hell did you provoke? The voice was filled with endless fury as if he wanted to tear Yunlan apart on the spot. At this moment Yunlan was also dumbfounded. I just wanted to show off a bit. Did you have to be this ruthless? Couldn't we at least have a verbal spar first, just some back and forth? Is there really someone who acts so directly and lethally? Truly there is not even a trace of the demeanor of a strong person. He wanted to explain something but found himself unable to say anything. Surely he couldn't say he was just showing off, right? That would just be slapping his own face. Besides, he hadn't done anything wrong. Sensing a powerful presence descending, he as the foundation of the sect came out to support and make some bold statements. Wasn't that expected? Unfortunately. He didn't manage to show off but ended up causing the heavens to collapse. Stop the damn chatter. Yun Song roared, his aura exploding wildly. He had been in seclusion for 20,000 years. Although he had not broken through to the peak of the Unity Realm, he was still firmly at the limit of the late Unity Realm. At this moment when he unleashed his full power, his momentum was indeed astonishing. If we don't attack now, we will be crushed to death. Let's attack together. Kill. 3 loud shouts almost simultaneously echoed. Yun Song formed seals with his hands and a massive pillar of law shot into the sky, representing the fundamental Tao he had comprehended over 2 decades. Yun Kong followed closely, wielding an ancient sword summoned from who knows where, its sword intent soaring to the sky, slicing towards that fiery giant hand. Yunlan gritted his teeth, also exerting all his strength as the power of law around him surged violently. In an instant it condensed into a massive shield of law, attempting to withstand the impending calamity from above. The full force attacks of 3 Unity Realm strongmen were enough to obliterate mountains and rivers within 1,000 miles. Capable of making the entire Starsource continent tremble. Enough! Boo! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the 3 attacks instantly collided with that gigantic fiery palm above. And then, there was nothing after that. The terrifying aftershock from the collision of the 2 attacks flattened the entire forbidden area of the Xianyun sect in an instant. Ancient trees turned to dust. Millennia-old stone chambers were reduced to ruins. Even the spirit veins buried deep beneath the forbidden area were shattered into powder at this moment. Ah! Damn! Why is it so strong? 3 cries of despair echoed almost simultaneously. The attacks of the 3 did not even cause the gigantic palm to pause for a moment. That giant palm still came crashing down with an unstoppable force. After shattering the 3 attacks, that gigantic palm directly grasped the 3 of them along with the surrounding void, all within its grip. Ah! The 3 of them. One was at the peak of the late Unity Realm, one was in the mid-Unity Realm, and one was in the early Unity Realm. Yet before this fiery giant palm they were like 3 ants, utterly powerless to resist. As the fiery palm slowly retracted, the 3 were brought directly before all the members of the Xianyun sect. However, at this moment the 3 looked as disheveled as could be. The Fire Law King would not show them any mercy. After capturing them, he not only sealed their powers but also casually tossed them onto the ground. 3 of you. Is this it? The voice of the Fire Law King was not loud, but it thundered in the hearts of everyone. Below, the entire Xianyun sect fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes widened and mouths gaped as if they had seen a ghost. Those were the foundations of their Xianyun sect. A dignified existence at the Unity Realm. Now they were casually thrown to the ground like garbage. Isn't that too exaggerated? Can't someone consider their feelings? Those were the foundations of their sect, their hope. Yet Taoist Yun Ming was smiling at this moment. He was laughing heartily, laughing recklessly, laughing madly. Ha 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 ha. Yun He, did you see that? Is this what you take pride in as your foundation? Are you kidding me? Are you trying to make me die of laughter and inherit my wealth? Ha ha ha. Unrestrained laughter instantly echoed throughout the entire void. Yun Ming's actions were akin to a slap in the face, an ultimate mockery that hardly anyone could endure. At the very least, Yun He couldn't endure it. His master Yun Lan couldn't endure it either. Yun Ming, you are too presumptuous. Don't forget you are also a member of our Xianyun sect. Your achievements today are all thanks to our Xianyun sect. Are you trying to rebel? Ha ha ha, rebel. I rebel against your grandfathers. I have dedicated myself to the Xianyun sect, yet I was backstabbed by that scoundrel Yun He. Why didn't I think I was also a member of the sect back then? Ah. As Yun He's master, I believe Yun He must have reported to you, right? Why the hell didn't you stop him? You are all cut from the same cloth, damn you all. Yun Ming's curses were too foul. For someone like Yunlan who was used to standing at the peak, how could he possibly endure it? Absolutely intolerable. Good, good, good. Yunming, you're bold. I hope you can still be this arrogant later. Yunlan said, then directly knelt on the ground and began to pray earnestly. As the sect is about to face destruction, the junior disciple Yunlan earnestly requests the senior to appear and protect our Xianyun sect. After seeing Yunlan's actions, Yunhe and the other two former masters also immediately knelt down respectfully. Senior, please appear and protect our Xianyun sect. Senior, please appear and protect our Xianyun sect. The others of the Xianyun sect stared blankly at the scene before them. Could it be that there are other powerful beings behind their sect? Though they did not understand, it did not affect their actions. With their sect leader and the former leader kneeling, they naturally had no reason to continue standing by and watching. At that moment everyone knelt down and began to pray. We humbly request the senior to reveal themselves and protect our Xianyun sect. We humbly request the senior to reveal themselves and protect our Xianyun sect. In an instant the sound of prayers resounded throughout the heavens and earth. If the divine martial guard was willing, people like Yunlan would not have the chance to pray at all. Just the 5 great law kings possessed the strength to crush the entire Xianyun sect if they did not wish to. Yunlan and the others would not even have a sliver of a chance to resist. However, just as the 5 great law kings were about to act to suppress them, Wang Chen's voice transcended time and space, directly appearing in their minds and halting their actions. Wang Chen's thought was simple. If his side lacked strength, he certainly could not give the other party a chance to summon help. He had to act decisively, crushing them at the first opportunity. However, things were different now. He had a trump card that made him unafraid of anything. If the other party truly had a backing, he would directly draw it out and deal with it all at once. His domain realm experience card had to be utilized well. Given the strength of the Xianyun sect, someone they considered a backing should at least possess domain realm strength. It was not a waste. For this reason, while the people of the Xianyun sect prayed sincerely, the members of the Divine Martial Guard did not interfere. They merely watched as if it were a performance. Not only the Divine Martial Guard, but even Wang Chen was attentively observing everything happening within the Xianyun sect from afar. Meanwhile, in a distant central star region there existed a vast world known as the Ancient World, stretching across the core area of the endless star sea. This world was so vast that it could contain hundreds of star source continents. This realm was so powerful that even a third-rate sect could sweep through a mid-level world. Here was the true cradle of the strong, the stage where domain realm powerhouses could claim respect, a legendary place that countless cultivators could not even touch throughout their lives. In the eastern region of the ancient world, deep within the Tsongshan mountain range, there stood an ancient palace entirely forged from star gold, majestically floating above the vast sea of clouds. Within the palace, a figure that had been seated for countless millennia suddenly opened its eyes. In that moment, the terrifying power of law erupted violently, and within the whole palace everything except that figure turned to nothingness, including the very space itself. The eyes of that figure were as deep as if they contained the entire starry sky, ancient as if they had witnessed the reincarnation of countless worlds. With just a slight raise of his gaze, the surrounding void began to twist and retreat as if even space itself did not dare to bear his scrutiny. This person was one of the few powerful beings in the eastern region of the ancient world, Xingshan Daozun, a formidable figure in the later stage of the domain realm. Several 100,000 years ago he had already stepped into the later stage of the domain realm and had made a remarkable name for himself in the ancient world. His current retreat was to comprehend a higher realm, attempting to break through to the peak of the domain realm and become a true existence standing at the pinnacle of this star region. However, his realm had yet to break through when he suddenly opened his eyes. Songshan Daozun slightly furrowed his brow, a glimmer of confusion flashing in his eyes. Who is praying to me? As a powerhouse of the domain realm. His divine sense had long been connected with the laws of the Tao in this star region. Within the entire star region, anyone who called to him with a sincere heart could faintly sense a ripple of causality. Otherwise, with countless beings across the heavens and myriad realms, if everyone's prayers could reach his ears, he would have long been driven crazy. Causal connection with him. Otherwise, with countless beings across the heavens and myriad realms, if everyone's prayers could reach his ears, he would have long been driven crazy. At this moment he indeed sensed it. That call came from an extremely distant border of the star region, from a place he had almost completely forgotten. Star Source Continent. Xianyun Sect. A flicker of bewilderment flashed in Songshan Daozun's eyes. It must be noted that several 100,000 years was an extremely long time. So long that he had nearly forgotten, so long that many of his former acquaintances had already turned to dust. However, the moment the word Xianyun Sect appeared, a vague silhouette immediately surfaced in his mind. It was a young man of mediocre talent but extremely diligent. Several 100,000 years ago, during his travels in the star region, he had casually accepted him as a disciple while passing through the Starsource continent. Although that disciple's talent was not outstanding, he excelled in diligence and sincerity. At that time he had merely given a few casual pointers and passed on a cultivation method he had created. Later, after leaving the Star Source continent and returning to the ancient world, he had completely forgotten about it. For a powerhouse of his caliber in the domain realm, this was merely a trivial episode in his long life, hardly worth his attention. Now several 100,000 years had passed. That disciple of his had probably already fallen. That disciple's name was Yun Ding. Song Xian Daozun murmured. The disciple he had nearly forgotten now clearly resurfaced in his mind. As a powerhouse of the domain realm, anything he had experienced he could easily retrieve from the depths of his memory. As he recalled, he understood everything about that disciple of his. The Xianyun sect which was praying to him at this moment was the very sect founded by his disciple Yun Ding back in the day. It seems that the legacy left by Yun Ding is facing a great crisis, otherwise they wouldn't be praying to me. Song Xian Daozun's expression remained calm and there was not much fluctuation in his eyes. It was merely the legacy of a disciple to him and was of little consequence. So many years had passed. Even that disciple of his had long turned to dust. Why should he care about a small sect that had little to do with him? However, after a brief pause he ultimately sighed and said, "Forget it. Although it is only a named disciple, he has still had a causal connection with me. Since they still remember me and sincerely pray, if I were to ignore them it would seem too cold-hearted." Moreover, his gaze pierced through the palace, through the Tsongshan mountain range, through the barriers of the ancient world, casting toward the infinitely distant depths of the star sea. I have been in closed-door cultivation for several 100,000 years. It is time to stretch my muscles and bones. Otherwise, many people must have forgotten my invincible reputation. As the words of Song Xian Daozun fell, his figure had already vanished from the palace. In the next moment, above the eastern region of the ancient world, a vast light as magnificent as the galaxy and radiant as the blazing sun suddenly tore through the void, appearing without warning. Within that light stood a figure clad in a dark blue robe, hands clasped behind his back. Though no aura leaked from him, he seemed to be the very center of heaven and earth. He was the sovereign of all things, the supreme existence that all beings could only look up to. Song Xian Daozun had appeared. At the moment of his appearance, in various directions of the ancient world, numerous pairs of eyes that had been in seclusion for countless eons suddenly opened. "What is happening?" An elderly and astonished voice echoed from an ancient cave in the eastern region. "Wasn't that madman in seclusion? Why has he suddenly emerged? Could it be he has already broken through to the peak of the domain realm?" Another shocked voice arose from deep within the northern region's ice fields. This individual was also an ancient monster who had lived for countless eons with an aura as vast as the sea, a terrifying existence at the late stage of the domain realm. "Not yet." At that moment another voice rang out. It came from a golden palace suspended high in the air in the western region, where a middle-aged man clad in golden robes with a stern visage stood. He too was a late-stage existence of the domain realm. Although his aura is significantly stronger than it was hundreds of thousands of years ago, he still remains at the late stage of the domain realm, just a hair's breadth away from the peak. But why is he making such a grand appearance? Who has provoked him? The elderly monster from the eastern region spoke with a grave tone tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Song Xian is an old scoundrel. Though he is a loose cultivator, his strength and ruthlessness are known throughout the ancient world. Back in the day he wiped out the Qixia sect, which had a latest-stage domain realm powerhouse, leaving only that one person alive. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. Indeed. Offending such a person is like provoking a ticking time bomb. Once he goes mad, no one can withstand it. The elderly monster from the northern region nodded in agreement. That's right. Those superpowers with peak domain realm protectors might not fear him, but no one desires to provoke such a reckless lunatic for no reason. After all, he is a loose cultivator without a home. If he is pushed to his limits, he could do anything. The middle-aged man in golden robes from the western region slightly squinted, his gaze piercing through endless voids, landing on Song Xian Daozun. He seems to be looking in a certain direction. That direction seems to be the edge of the star domain. What could there be? Just a bunch of insignificant little worlds. Indeed, a group of ants that don't even have the qualifications to offend Song Xian. Several divine senses exchanged speculations in the void, yet none dared to approach for inquiries, for that was Song Xian Daozun. He was a super powerhouse at the late stage of the domain realm. Most importantly, he was a madman, the kind that bites anyone he catches. At this moment Song Xian Daozun stood in the void, seemingly oblivious to the countless gazes of either fear, curiosity, or reverence. He simply stood quietly, yet his gaze pierced through the endless void, directly landing upon the Star Source continent. It also fell upon the skies above the Xianyun sect. The moment his gaze descended, the entire star source continent seemed to be gently pressed down by an invisible giant hand. Time stagnated. Space solidified. Every sound, every breath and heartbeat of all living beings came to a halt at that moment. It was the gaze of a super powerhouse at the late stage of the domain realm. It was a disdain akin to a god gazing down at mortals. There was no warning. And no room for resistance. At that moment, billions of living beings all simultaneously knelt down. It was not because they wished to. It was their bodies, their souls, their instincts that under that pressure could not conceive any thought of resistance. It was an instinctual submission of ants gazing up at a dragon. It was an awe that low-dimensional beings have in the face of high-dimensional existence. At this moment within the Xianyun sect, real person Yunlan knelt on the ground trembling all over, yet his eyes erupted with unparalleled ecstasy. Say, Senior. It is the Senior. The legendary Senior. The Senior has heard our prayers. The Senior truly has heard it. I never expected that our Xianyun sect's backing actually exists. Wait until the Senior descends and see how that traitor Yun Ming dies. And see how those who dare to invade our Xianyun sect perish. Ha 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 ha. However, in stark contrast to them were the members of the Divine Martial Guard and the million troops that had just crossed through the spatial pass. At the moment that terrifying pressure descended, they almost kneeled down on the spot just like the others of the Star Source continent. It was an irresistible oppression that came from the very essence of life. Even the 5 great law kings were no exception. It must be noted that the gap between the unification realm and the domain realm was simply too vast. So vast that it was like the difference between ants and dragons. So vast that it was like dust and stars. So vast that it was enough to prevent any unification realm existence from conceiving any thought of resistance. The faces of the 5 great law kings turned extremely grave, their 5 elemental laws operating wildly as they desperately resisted the terrifying pressure descending from the heavens. They were peak unification realm, just one step away from the domain realm. Because of this, they could feel more clearly than anyone else how terrifying the existence that was gazing at them was. That was the domain realm. And not just any ordinary early-stage domain realm, but definitely not even mid-stage. Guinea's face turned pale and his sword intent almost erupted uncontrollably. Yet he gritted his teeth, not retreating an inch. It was just that the hand that held the sword was slightly trembling. Yun Ming Dao Ren's face was even paler, his entire being swaying unsteadily. Just moments ago he was still laughing, maniacally mocking and proudly declaring his unattainable status. Yet now in the face of that terrifying pressure he nearly knelt directly. However, just as everyone was about to falter on the verge of kneeling beneath that irresistible pressure, a familiar, supremely dignified aura suddenly emerged. At the moment this aura appeared, the previously overwhelming pressure that almost crushed everyone instantly melted away like ice under the sun. In its place was a more vast, more dignified and even unmatched aura. This aura not only countered the terrifying pressure, but also instantly calmed the hearts of the Imperial subjects, stabilizing their wavering will. The 5 great law kings' bodies trembled simultaneously, their expressions of gravity and fear transforming into fervent reverence. At this moment all the Imperial subjects instantly straightened their backs. For it was their Majesty. It was their eternal God. It is His Majesty. His Majesty has made his move. At this moment in the void of the primordial realm, Dao Sovereign Sengxuan faintly furrowed his brows. He had sensed it, a terrifying aura stirring awake within that insignificant ant-like world. That aura was immensely powerful. Indeed, it even stirred within him a faint, unsettling tremor, dread. Tens of thousands of years had passed since he last felt such dread. Yet dread was dread. Retreat. That was inconceivable. After all, he was Dao Sovereign Sengxuan, the madman who had roamed the primordial realm for tens of thousands of years, a thorn in the side of countless great sects and powers. So, would he fear? Even if his opponent stood at the pinnacle of the domain establishment realm, he would still dare to test his might. If he could win, he would fight; if not, he would flee. A lone wanderer, unburdened and unbound, whom no one could possibly chase across star systems. Besides, even if someone did catch up to him, he possessed life-saving trump cards, guaranteeing his safe escape remained well within reach. Thus, he felt no fear whatsoever. To stir dread within this sovereign, you are worthy of my full attention. Dao Sovereign Sengxuan shed his flippant smile, his expression turning solemn and focused. He stood upright, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze piercing through infinite void to lock directly upon the Xingyuan continent. At this moment he had long forgotten the Xianyun sect, his vision held only the one being capable of evoking dread within him. Then, he moved. No flourish, no probing. He simply raised his right hand and gently struck a palm toward the Xingyuan continent. This strike appeared effortless. Yet the instant his palm descended, the very void of the primordial realm trembled. Countless divine senses secretly observing him from the shadows simultaneously drew sharp chilling breaths. That madman has truly unleashed his power. Is he aiming to obliterate that entire star domain with this strike? Who is this person worthy of such absolute unrestrained effort? Tao Sovereign Sangshuan paid no heed to those stunned divine senses. His entire consciousness was now wholly absorbed in that single palm strike. This palm strike was one of the ultimate killing techniques he had refined over tens of thousands of years of seclusion. The very foundation of his confidence to challenge any domain establishment realm sovereign at its apex. As his palm descended, the void fractured. A palm print of indescribable terror, woven with laws of annihilation, hurtled across infinite space, crashing down upon the Xingyuan continent. Where it passed, stars shattered and void collapsed. Even the laws of time and space flickered into disarray for but a single breath. That palm print already loomed above the Xingyuan continent. Boom! In that instant, mountains crumbled and rivers reversed their flow. The entire Xingyuan continent convulsed violently. The palm print was too terrifying, it manifested and instantly eclipsed the entire continent. Its oppressive aura dwarfed the earlier pressure of Sangshuan's gaze by 10,000-fold. This was not mere destruction, this was apocalypse. Within the Xian Yun sect, Yunlan and the others froze, ecstasy turning instantly to boundless terror. They had believed salvation had arrived with the descent of that legendary elder cultivator. Yet they never imagined the elder's arrival would herald their annihilation along with the entire Xingyuan continent. No! Master Yunlan screamed in despair, yet found himself utterly powerless to rise, kneeling helplessly as the sky-obscuring palm print crashed down. Master Yun, he fared even worse, collapsing onto the ground, his trousers soaked, paralyzed by sheer terror. He regretted, profoundly. Regretted sending Yun Ming on reconnaissance. Regretted ignoring Master Tianji's warnings. But now, regret came too late. The palm print was about to descend. Just as the Xingyuan continent teetered on the brink of shattering. A voice resonant with supreme authority thundered across the entire continent, outrageous. Immediately thereafter, a far more colossal, infinitely vaster palm materialized above the Xingyuan continent. At its appearance, the continent's violent trembling ceased entirely. Sangshuan's devastating palm print, capable of obliterating the world, shrank to insignificance before this new giant palm like an ant beneath a titan. Before the stunned, wide-eyed gazes of all observers. That colossal palm nearly closed its fingers. Crack! Sangshuan's utmost palm print, forged with absolute intent, shattered like brittle porcelain. SSSHH. Gasps of shock erupted simultaneously across the Xingyuan continent. Inside the Xian Yun sect, disciples prostrate upon the ground nearly burst their own eyes from their sockets. What had they just witnessed? That apocalyptic palm print, capable of annihilating the entire Xingyuan continent, had been crushed. Crushed just like that. Yet greater terror lay ahead. Having crushed the palm print, the colossal hand paused not a moment, as though guided by sentient will, it traced the path of the shattered palm print backward, surging upstream across the void toward the distant, unfathomable depths of space, and struck anew. Boom! A cataclysmic roar tore across infinite distances. Wherever the colossal palm passed, all resistance was pulverized without mercy. Stars pulverized. Asteroid belts pulverized. Void turbulence erased. In the blink of an eye, it descended upon the heavens of the primordial realm. VVVV. In that instant, the entire primordial realm quaked. The aura radiating from that palm was unspeakably terrifying. So terrifying that its mere emergence shattered the primordial realm's boundary barrier outright. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering echoed like the death god's decree in every living being's ears. What? The realm barrier is broken. The primordial realm's barrier is shattered. Impossible. This cannot be. The primordial realm's barrier could withstand the full-force assault of a domain establishment realm sovereign at its peak. How could a single palm strike shatter it so effortlessly? It must be a domain establishment realm sovereign. And not an ordinary one. That aura surpasses even the most terrifying domain establishment realm sovereign I have ever encountered, by countless magnitudes. At that moment, every powerhouse across the primordial realm stood stunned into silence. That fool Sangshuan, what being has he provoked? How dare he offend such a celestial terror? Does he seek to doom the entire primordial realm? Countless divine senses frantically interwove across the void. There was no choice. The sheer oppressive weight radiating from that colossal palm alone forced countless elites of the primordial realm to kneel as one. It was too terrifying. So terrifying that it extinguished all thought of resistance. And at this moment Tao Sovereign Sangchuan stood frozen in the void, face ashen, eyes wide with disbelief and raw primal fear. He was a madman, but not a fool. He knew the master of that colossal palm towered far beyond him in strength. This was no ordinary domain establishment realm sovereign. This was a being who could crush him without effort. Flee. I must flee. That was the sole thought in his mind. Without hesitation he turned, ready to tear open the void and vanish. Yet it was too late. The colossal palm moved. It merely flicked lightly in Sangchuan's direction. Pap. With a soft mocking sound, Tao Sovereign Sangchuan was sent hurtling away. The blow inflicted little injury. But its humiliation was absolute. Aha! Songshan Daozun let out a long howl towards the sky, his voice filled with boundless anger and madness. Wang Chen's previous strike did not inflict any real harm on him. Given his physical strength in the late stage of the domain realm, an attack of this magnitude could at most cause his blood to surge, and it couldn't even be considered a light injury. Mainly because the humiliation was too great. One must understand. He is Songshan Daozun. An existence that has dominated the ancient era for hundreds of thousands of years. Even among the entire star domain, he is an invincible powerhouse standing at the peak. Now he was unexpectedly swatted away like a fly. The most critical point is, it was all in front of all living beings in the ancient era. How could he bear this? Does he not care about his face? At this moment, Songshan Daozun stood in the void looking somewhat disheveled. However, the aura around him was surging wildly, and terrifying laws of power circulated around him as if they were solid. It made him appear like a frenzied ancient deity. Good. 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 Songshan Daozun repeatedly exclaimed 3 times. Each word resonated like thunder. This venerable one acknowledges that you are strong. But he suddenly lifted his head, his gaze fixed on the massive celestial hand in the void, his eyes burning with frenzied fighting spirit and determination. This venerable one is not a soft persimmon. Want to kill this venerable one? You are not worthy. As soon as the words fell, a layer of eerie transparent flame suddenly ignited on his body. That flame. It was not the fire of laws, nor was it the extraordinary fire of heaven and earth, but the fire of the soul. It was a mad act of burning his own soul to exchange for a brief burst of power. Inflicting 1,000 damage to the enemy yet harming oneself 800. No. It was inflicting 800 damage to the enemy and harming oneself 1,000. Because the damage caused by burning the soul is almost irreversible. At worst it could lead to a regression in cultivation, and at worst one could perish on the spot. Even more seriously, one could even obliterate their soul, leaving no chance for reincarnation. But at this moment, Songshan Daozun could no longer care about anything else. He was a madman. He was a ruthless person who rose from the bottom, killing his way to the late stage of the domain realm. His survival until today relied on this fierce determination to fight and kill, even if it meant biting off a piece of flesh from the enemy if he died. One must understand. The poor are always striving against the odds. Moreover, this is a world that respects strength, where people devour each other without spitting out bones. Its difficulty level is akin to hell. To achieve such accomplishments as an ordinary loose cultivator, one can imagine. Songshan Daozun is definitely a ruthless character. This venerable one has been in seclusion for hundreds of thousands of years, and although I have not broken through to the peak of the domain realm, I have comprehended an ultimate killing move. This killing move has never been used by this venerable one. Today, he suddenly raised both hands. A series of incomprehensible hand seals imbued with the laws of destruction began to condense in his palms. Let you witness the ultimate killing move that this venerable one has comprehended for hundreds of thousands of years. One thought to annihilation. Boom! As his last word fell, the entire ancient era was instantly engulfed in boundless darkness. That was not an ordinary darkness. It was a darkness where laws retreated and light was extinguished, so even divine senses could not penetrate the absolute void. The brilliance of the stars disappeared. The brilliance of the void also vanished. Even the laws of light circulating around the domain realm powerhouses within the ancient era were suppressed to the extreme in that instant. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire ancient era. Countless divine senses that had been secretly observing at that moment all let out horrified exclamations. What kind of power is this? So powerful. This Zhongxian fellow actually possesses such immense strength. This power has already surpassed the late stage of the domain realm, absolutely reaching the peak of the domain realm. And it is not even the kind that has just entered the peak. This Zhongxian guy. He has hidden himself so deeply. It seems that from now on our ancient era will have to follow Zhongxian Daozun. Having such power indeed deserves the title of respect in our ancient era. At this moment, countless divine senses were wildly intertwining in the darkness. Everyone. All turned their gazes toward the mad figure standing in the center of the darkness, surrounded by flames of the soul. In their eyes, filled with awe, envy, and even a hint of flattery. In their view, Zhongxian Daozun's position in this situation is secured. No matter how strong the master of that giant hand is, he is only at the peak of the domain realm. And the power that Zhongxian Daozun has unleashed at this moment also reaches the peak of the domain realm. Even if he cannot win, self-preservation should not be a problem, right? As long as Zhongxian Daozun can survive this tribulation, then in the future the people of the ancient era will have to respect him. Zhongxian Daozun is mighty. Zhongxian Daozun is invincible. The world has never lacked flatterers. After understanding the circumstances, many people couldn't wait to start complimenting Zhongxian Daozun. However, just as everyone thought the outcome was settled, the giant hand spanning across the sky of the ancient era suddenly glowed brilliantly. That glow was not an ordinary light of laws. It was golden light. A pure and supreme golden light, as if it contained the authority of all realms. Emperor Dao golden light. Buzz. As the golden light burst forth, the endless darkness enveloping the ancient era instantly dissolved. The ancient era saw light again. And what was even more terrifying was the aura contained within that golden light. That was the aura of the Emperor Dao. It was the supreme majesty that commands all laws and rules over the world. It was an absolute authority so overwhelming that all beings, including super strong ones in the domain realm, couldn't help but want to kneel before it. What is this? This is the aura of the Emperor Dao. How could anyone cultivate the Emperor Dao to such a level? A peak Emperor Dao powerhouse at the domain realm. How vast must their dominion be? Zhongxian Daozun is in danger. Upon discovering that the unfamiliar strong being was actually a powerhouse who cultivated the laws of the Emperor Dao, everyone, while being horrified, also understood that their own Zhongxian Daozun of the ancient era was in danger. Because those who cultivate the laws of the Emperor Dao walk the path of fortune, and with every move they can mobilize the entire fortune of their domain. Relative to other martial artists, they can basically achieve invincibility at the same level, and even fighting beyond their level is not difficult at all. However, the drawbacks are also very obvious. That is, the strength of the fortune of the domain is fundamentally dependent on the size of the domain's territory. Normally, the fortune of an entire mid-level world can at most allow someone to break through to the unity realm, and the fortune of a great world is not enough to allow someone to break through to the domain realm. According to the records of this star domain, no one who has ever cultivated the laws of the Emperor Dao has been able to break through to the domain realm solely relying on the power of fortune, let alone the peak of the domain realm. Now, this unknown powerhouse is actually someone who has cultivated the laws of the Emperor Dao to the peak of the domain realm. With that kind of ability to fight beyond their level, who in the entire star domain could be their opponent. And indeed, the giant hand effortlessly broke through Zhongxian Daozun's ultimate killing move. Then, the giant hand directly reached out to grab Zhongxian Daozun. Ah! It's time for the New Year's Eve dinner. With pictures included. The revered Zhongxian Daozun roared fiercely. Unfortunately, it was utterly meaningless. He never expected that the ultimate killing move he comprehended over hundreds of thousands of years would be shattered in a single encounter. He was struck down with such ease that it left him in despair. Did his hundreds of thousands of years of seclusion and hard training amount to nothing? He could not accept this, especially given his level of power. He had already reached the pinnacle of the entire star domain, able to have whatever he desired. Whether it was power or women, there were always people queuing up to offer him what he wanted. In such a situation, how could he be willing to be killed? Thus he fought desperately against his fate. However, the enormous hand in the void was simply too powerful. The power of his laws vanished without a trace the moment it came into contact with that giant hand. All his struggles were as fragile as the fists of a baby before that giant hand, utterly meaningless. Under countless shocked, terrified, and disbelieving gazes, that giant hand merely reached out gently towards Zhongxian Daozun. Immediately after, Song Xian Daozuan was firmly grasped in that palm as if holding onto an ant. How? How is this possible? Song Xian Daozuan. He is a latest-stage domain realm expert. He even burned his soul to unleash the pinnacle power of the domain realm. How could he be captured so easily? He didn't even have a shred of room to resist. Is this the terrifying aspect of an Emperor Dao cultivator? At this moment, everyone secretly watching in the entire ancient realm was dumbfounded. Fortunately, it wasn't me who provoked that existence. Indeed. Let the dead friends not die. Thank you, Song Xian Daozuan. Countless thoughts were frantically exchanging in the void. However, not a single thought dared to approach within millions of miles of that giant hand. The pressure emanating from that giant hand was simply too terrifying. With even the slightest misstep, their thoughts could be crushed. Because of this, even those domain realm experts who usually look down on the masses now had no desire to approach. What terrified them even more was what followed. After capturing Song Xian Daozuan, that giant hand did not immediately disappear. It merely hovered quietly in the void of the ancient realm, holding Song Xian Daozuan in its palm as if showcasing a trophy. This scene was clear to all sentient beings in the entire ancient realm. And what about Song Xian Daozuan, the one directly involved? At this moment, blood sprayed from his mouth as if it were free. His face reddened in humiliation. This was not due to severe injuries but purely from being humiliated. It was at this moment that a vast and supreme will suddenly descended upon the ancient realm. This will came from the master of that giant hand from a distant world they had never heard of, from the supreme being that made the entire ancient realm tremble. Buzz. As the magnificent will descended, the entire void of the ancient realm seemed to freeze. Countless forces of law actively retreated before that will. Countless souls of powerful beings trembled involuntarily before that will. Even those immensely powerful domain realm old monsters lowered their heads at this moment, not daring to directly gaze in the direction of that will's descent. For within that will was a power they had never experienced yet instinctively feared: Emperor Dao laws. It was the supreme authority that governed all laws, ruling over all realms. It was the absolute authority that made all beings, all laws, and all existence submit. Then, under countless gazes, myriad runes suddenly appeared on that giant hand. These runes were incomprehensibly profound and complex, each one emanating a terrifying Emperor Dao aura. Golden runes like living beings traveled along the limbs and bones of Song Xian Daozuan, drilling into his brow. Ah! Song Xian Daozuan let out a heartbreaking scream. It was not the pain of the flesh but the extreme agony of his soul being forcibly branded and enslaved. He struggled desperately, fought fiercely, attempting to burn his soul to perish together with the enemy. But it was futile. Before the Emperor Dao laws, all his resistance seemed so pale and powerless. His soul was entangled and penetrated by the golden runes, ultimately branded. His will was gradually crushed and reshaped by that irresistible power. Deep within his soul, the mark that belonged to him was being slowly erased. Subsequently, it was replaced by a brand new mark, slave seal. Once the slave seal was formed, it represented an absolute control from which one could never escape. Song Xian Daozuan's struggle ceased. His screams also stopped. The madness and unwillingness in his eyes dissipated, replaced by an eerie calmness and an absolute sense of awe and submission emanating from the depths of his soul. He raised his head, gazing into the depths of that giant hand, looking towards the distant world he once deemed ant-like, towards the vague figure that made his soul tremble. Then he slowly lowered his head. Master! Master! Song Xian Daozuan's voice was not loud, but to the billions of beings in the ancient realm it was louder than the thunder of the heavens. In an instant, the entire ancient realm fell into dead silence. No one spoke. No one moved. Even everyone held their breath at that moment. Those domain realm experts who usually looked down on the masses were now all curled up in their lairs, trembling. They witnessed the entire process. They saw that madman who had dominated the ancient realm for hundreds of thousands of years and struck fear into countless hearts being forcibly enslaved. They saw a terrifying method they had never heard of or seen. It was horrifying. It was incredibly terrifying. The stronger the individual, the greater their shock. To enslave a soul. What kind of heaven-defying method was this? So terrifying. A being of latest-stage domain realm was instantly enslaved and controlled. What about us? At this moment in the entire ancient realm, from ordinary warriors to domain realm powerhouses, everyone was dumbfounded. And this was precisely the result Wang Chen desired. Originally he intended to directly kill Song Xian Daozuan. However, in the end he changed his mind. Rather than killing him, it was better to forcibly enslave him. Fortunately, the Emperor Dao technique he practiced contained a method of enslaving souls. This way the intimidation factor was far greater than directly killing him. From the moment Wang Chen began to use the Domain Realm Experience card, it took him less than 15 minutes to successfully enslave Zhongxian Daozun. The validity of the Domain Realm Experience card, however, lasted for a full hour, and with more than half the time remaining, Wang Chen naturally would not waste it. At this moment the Taigu realm could be said to have become like a frightened bird as sensed by Wang Chen. The several powerful beings of the Domain Realm had all shrunk back, even cutting off the divine thoughts they were just exchanging, appearing utterly terrified. In the future, when the Imperial army descends upon the Taigu realm, Wang Chen would not even need to appear. As long as Zhongxian Daozun shows himself, they would naturally understand the significance behind this. After all, they all knew that Zhongxian Daozun had already become their servant. Although this world was powerful, it no longer posed a threat. Therefore Wang Chen's gaze did not linger too long on the Taigu realm as he vanished with Zhongxian Daozun in his enormous grasp. He is gone. Finally gone. That madman Zhongxian. Actually enslaved. Who is this person? So terrifying. As beings of the Domain Realm with divine senses that can communicate with the sources of star domains, why have we never sensed anyone residing in the Imperial Dao laws? To evade us Domain Realm powerhouses and silently cultivate to the peak of the Domain Realm that truly is the most frightening aspect. The massive hand that blotted out the sky had vanished. However, the terrifying impact it brought was just beginning. Those high and mighty beings looking down upon the myriad lives of the Domain Realm had all fallen into terror. Send out the order. From today on, seal the mountains for 100,000 years. Everyone shall enter closed-door cultivation and are forbidden to go out unless absolutely necessary. Those who violate the order shall be executed by the ancestors. The same command was simultaneously issued among the major forces of the Taigu realm. Those Domain Realm ancestors who were usually revered by countless beings had all retreated to their lairs. They all entered a state of closed-door cultivation, severing all ties with the outside world like a group of terrified rats hiding in the darkness. Shaking in fear in the darkness, praying that the terrifying existence would not return. On the other side, Wang Chen casually tossed Zhongxian Daozun to the Star Source continent. As for himself, he took his true form at the Tianshan dynasty, but his gaze traversed the endless void, focusing on the innermost depths of the star domain. Buzz. In an instant, in the center of the star domain, countless worlds and living beings felt a shiver that originated deep within their souls. It was a feeling of being watched. For just a moment everyone felt as if they were completely exposed, as if they were stripped bare, leaving them feeling cold all over. In the center of the star domain, it was not just the Taigu realm that existed. This place was the most prosperous, powerful, and core area of the entire star domain. Here there were hundreds of mid-level worlds, each possessing the strength to crush the Star Source continent. At the very center of these hundreds of mid-level worlds there were dozens of enormous worlds, among which the Taigu realm was one. In each of these great worlds there were powerful beings of the Domain Realm stationed. Among them there were 3 legendary super great worlds. They are Tiansu Realm, Xinyun Realm, and Wanfei Realm. Each of them is comparable in size to hundreds of Taigu realms, and each has a peak powerhouse of the Domain Realm stationed, and not just one, making them the true overlords of this star domain. At this moment these 3 super great worlds, along with the dozens of ordinary great worlds surrounding them, all simultaneously felt the terrifying gaze from an unknown direction. In the Tiansu realm, within an ancient temple floating in chaos, a figure that had been seated for unknown years suddenly opened his eyes. Those eyes contained endless vicissitudes and majesty, as if they had witnessed the rise and fall of countless worlds. Yet at this moment a hint of fear flashed across those eyes. Who is it? His voice was deep but like thunder, shaking the entire temple. Who is spying on my Tiansu realm? He suddenly stood up, his divine sense frantically expanding, trying to find the source of the gaze. However, he found nothing. That gaze seemed to come from a higher dimensional existence, from a different dimension, making it impossible for him to lock onto track or even resist. How is this possible? Could it be that the other party's realm has already surpassed the Domain Realm? As he spoke, his voice trembled, filled with disbelief. He was at the peak of the Domain Realm. He stood at the very top of the entire star domain. He was a super powerhouse capable of making countless worlds and beings bow in submission. Yet at this moment he could not even find the source of a gaze. How could he not be shocked? How could he not be afraid? In the Xinyun realm, within a forbidden area floating in endless void, a middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes. Impudent. Who goes there? The man's eyes flashed with light and a terrifying aura spread outwards. Though he appeared domineering, upon closer inspection it was easy to see that his eyes were filled with fear. Because he could sense it. The gaze that just stared at them was extremely terrifying. So terrifying that even he, a peak powerhouse of the Domain Realm who walked the path of killing, could not help but have the thought of wanting to avoid the sharp edge. The same scene also occurred in 1FA realm. Within a massive palace formed by countless laws, a figure surrounded by myriad laws also opened his eyes. Unlike the previous two, he did not appear shocked or afraid. He simply gazed quietly into the depths of the void, his eyes flickering with complex light. The aura of the Imperial Tao. He murmured, his voice carrying a hint of reverence. I never expected that someone has actually cultivated the Imperial Tao to the domain realm. And even to the peak of the domain realm. Although he did not know who this powerhouse was or where the gaze came from, he could sense it. The aura of the Imperial Tao contained in that gaze was astonishingly similar to a passage he had seen in an ancient book. It was a record about the Imperial Tao laws. It was a legend about dominating all laws and ruling the world. It was about. It seems that this star domain is about to undergo a change. He sighed softly, a hint of complexity flashing in his eyes. At this moment in the depths of the void, Wang Chen's divine sense quietly overlooked all of this. He saw countless powerful worlds. He also saw dozens of peak powerhouses of the domain realm. They were the true overlords of this star domain. They were also the beings that countless lives looked up to. Any one of them could cause an entire star domain to tremble. What is that? Just as Wang Chen's divine sense swept across a void in the very center of the star domain, a strong sense of crisis instantly swept through his entire body. Wang Chen raised his eyebrows, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes. At this moment, under the effect of the domain realm experience card, his strength had already reached the pinnacle of the domain realm. Moreover, he was walking the path of the Emperor, mastering all laws and ruling the world, his true combat power far exceeding that of others at the same level. It is no exaggeration to say so. At this moment he was undoubtedly the existence standing at the very peak of this star domain. Even the peak old monsters of the domain realm from those three super worlds he sensed would be suppressed with a single palm. Yet at this moment merely the sweep of his divine sense over the void made him feel an intense threat. That area. What exactly was hidden there? He did not panic, instead he felt a great deal of curiosity in his heart. Of course this was all based on his immense confidence in his own strength. Although he did not know how strong the realm beyond the domain realm was, his current power definitely surpassed the domain realm. Otherwise, he would not have the confidence to suppress those peak powers within the three super worlds with a single palm. Moreover, he was merely a trace of divine sense, not his true body. Even if there were real dangers, it would only be a loss of a divine sense which he could afford. It was precisely for this reason that he was not worried. He was also very curious. What secrets could lie in a place that even he who had surpassed the pinnacle of the domain realm felt threatened by? After making up his mind, Wang Chen no longer hesitated. With a thought, his vast divine sense began to condense, compress and reshape. In the blink of an eye, an image identical to him, vivid and lifelike, appeared out of thin air in that void. Wang Chen's divine sense stood with his hands behind his back, dressed in a dark black dragon robe, his expression cold, and although no aura leaked from him, he naturally emanated an unparalleled majesty, as if ruling over the world. He stood in the void, his gaze penetrating through layers of space directed at the area that made him feel a sense of crisis. He could clearly feel that it was an extremely special void. On the surface it seemed no different from other places, equally dark, equally silent. However, in Wang Chen's perception, that area resembled a massive vortex quietly devouring everything that came near. Not in the literal sense, but rather a taboo. It was as if that place was a forbidden zone designated by some supreme being. Anyone daring to step in, regardless of what it was, would instantly turn to nothingness. Interesting, this kind of power is indeed somewhat unsettling. Wang Chen murmured softly, a trace of seriousness flashing in his eyes. However, he did not hesitate. With a step forward, he directly approached that void. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With each step, he was able to traverse endless void. As Wang Chen approached step by step, the sense of crisis grew stronger. When he got close enough, the scene before him finally changed. Before his eyes was an extremely vast void space. Within a radius of billions of miles, there were no stars, no meteors, not even the chaos of the void. Only absolute pure death-like emptiness. And in the very center of that void there was quietly suspended a door. Yes, it was a door. A door of immense size, pitch black, as if made of pure darkness. The door stood about tens of thousands of feet tall, quietly erect in the void, like an entrance to another world. The surface of the door was devoid of any carvings, no inscriptions, and even lacked any sheen. It was pure absolute darkness. So dark it seemed capable of swallowing all light, so dark that even divine sense could not penetrate it. The aura that made Wang Chen feel a crisis emanated from this door. What is this thing? Wang Chen squinted slightly, scrutinizing this bizarre door. He could sense that the existence of this door was anything but coincidental, and it was clearly not simple. It appeared in the very center of the star domain at the intersection of the three superworlds, yet not a single domain realm powerhouse dared to approach. This alone indicated many issues. Moreover, Wang Chen could also feel that among the strong from the three superpowers, when they looked this way, their gazes were complex, filled with fear and deep-seated caution. This also indicated that they were aware of this door's existence. They even knew what was behind it. But they did not dare to come. Not even to approach. It seems that the depths of this star domain are deeper than I imagined. Wang Chen did not immediately approach the door. Instead, he stood quietly in the void, his gaze sweeping around. He could feel that the moment he solidified his divine sense incarnation and stepped into this area, several gazes from the three super worlds simultaneously turned toward him. Those gazes carried shock, caution, confusion, and also a hint of imperceptible anticipation. Who is that? How dare he approach the forbidden area of the star core? In the Tianshu realm, the old monster seated in the ancient temple stood up, his eyes filled with shock. Doesn't he know how dangerous that door is? He's truly arrogant. In the Xinyun realm, the middle-aged man who forged his path through killing also widened his eyes, the killing intent on his face replaced by shock. Madman. He's truly a madman. How dare he approach there with a divine sense incarnation? Does he not fear being swallowed by that door? He really does not know the meaning of death. In the Wanfa realm, the figure surrounded by countless laws simply gazed at Wang Chen's back, his eyes shimmering with complex light. The path of the Emperor. The laws of the Emperor. He should have been observing the myriad realms just now. He muttered to himself, his voice carrying an indescribable meaning. Perhaps he is the one from the prophecy. Perhaps he really can. He did not finish, as even he himself did not dare to believe that speculation. At this moment, Wang Chen stood in the void, gazing at the enormous black door, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. There is a saying that Wang Chen felt was quite apt: since I've come this far. Since I've come this far, why not take a look inside? As for danger, even if there is danger, what of it? I am merely a divine sense incarnation. If I lose, it would merely be a loss of a divine sense. It's nothing serious. The most important thing is, curiosity has already been piqued, and if he doesn't take a look inside, it will linger in his mind and he might not sleep well. This is what people commonly refer to as obsessive-compulsive disorder. Wang Chen was like this, with a mild case of OCD. Even with his current strength, he could not change it. This is a flaw in his character, not severe, but it can sometimes be quite bothersome. After thinking this, Wang Chen no longer hesitated. He directly lifted his foot and took a step toward that black door. As Wang Chen drew closer, a terrifying force of devouring energy instantly enveloped his entire being. This force seemed intent on reducing all living beings that stepped into this area to nothingness. Even those peak-level old monsters of the domain realm dared only to glance from afar back, then never daring to approach even a step closer. Yet Wang Chen's footsteps showed no signs of hesitation. He merely raised an eyebrow and continued forward. He could sense it. The devouring force was crazily tearing at his divine consciousness, attempting to pull him into an endless abyss of darkness. But at the same time, his Imperial Tao laws began to operate automatically within him. A faint golden light emanated from Wang Chen's divine consciousness. This golden light was not blinding, in fact one could say it was somewhat gentle, yet it contained an aura of unparalleled supremacy. It was the embodiment of the Imperial Tao laws he cultivated, combined with the ultimate manifestation of Imperial fortune. As Wang Chen stepped closer to the black giant door, the devouring force intensified. But in response, the golden light around him also grew stronger. With each step he took, the golden glow brightened. When he was merely 100 feet away from the black giant door, the golden light enveloping him was already as brilliant as the midday sun, illuminating the entire center of the star domain. What? What is happening? This golden light feels so warm, I actually have an urge to worship it. Me too. I really want to kneel in reverence. At this moment, in the very center of the star domain, countless worlds and beings beheld the golden light illuminating the sky. Countless ordinary beings, although unaware of what was happening, instinctively knelt down, sincerely bowing in the direction of the golden light. At this moment, that golden light seemed to become the center of the entire star domain. Meanwhile, Wang Chen finally stood before the black giant door. However, just as his body was about to touch the giant door, the terrifying devouring force suddenly vanished. Indeed, it had simply disappeared. As if it had never existed. Even Wang Chen paused for a moment, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He could sense that the devouring force was not a natural phenomenon. It felt as if it had been deliberately set up by someone. Its purpose was not to kill those who approached but to prevent their approach. It was as if it was guarding something. Interesting. Wang Chen did not rush to push open the giant door, instead he stood calmly before it, carefully examining this eerie door. Upon closer inspection he could feel that this door was not merely composed of pure darkness. The material was something Wang Chen had never seen before. The aura it emanated was also something Wang Chen had never felt before. It seemed as if it came from another dimension. Just as Wang Chen was about to reach out and push open the giant door before him, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Reminder to the host: the Domain Realm experience card's validity is about to end. Remaining time 1 minute. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow. 1 minute. He glanced at the eerie giant door before him and sensed his divine consciousness incarnation. He had come this far. He had to see what was behind the door. Although there was only 1 minute left for a powerhouse of his caliber, a minute was more than enough time to accomplish a lot. Even if there were real dangers, the worst-case scenario would be losing a portion of his divine consciousness. With this thought in mind, Wang Chen no longer hesitated. He raised his hand and gently pushed against the black giant door. However, just as his palm made contact with the door, boom! The giant door suddenly opened by itself. It was not pushed open by Wang Chen, it opened on its own. Immediately after, a massive hand carrying terrifying power suddenly reached out from within the door. It was not a human hand but rather a beast's claw resembling that of a dragon. The most terrifying aspect was not the size of the claw or the horrifying power it emitted. It was the aura it carried. It was an aura that did not belong to the star domain. An aura that transcended all. An aura that made even Wang Chen's heart tremble. The moment that aura appeared, the entire star domain fell into a standstill. Even time stopped flowing. In the Tianqiu realm, that old monster widened his eyes but could not utter a sound. In the divine destruction realm, the middle-aged man who used killing to achieve Tao turned pale, his eyes filled with despair. Even in the myriad laws realm, the figure surrounded by myriad laws trembled all over, shock appearing in his eyes for the first time. They wanted to flee but found themselves utterly unable to move. They wished to resist only to discover that their proud power of laws was as fragile as that of an ant before that aura. It was an existence they could not comprehend. A height they could not reach. It was a god capable of crushing everything. At this moment, Wang Chen stood before the giant door, gazing at the massive hand coming down towards him, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. But that was all. He was not panicked, nor did he retreat. For he was Wang Chen, the emperor of the Xuan Dynasty, the one who walked the path of the Imperial Tao, ruling the world. Thus he feared nothing and was not afraid of death. Just as the giant hand was about to strike down, Wang Chen moved. He did not retreat but raised his right hand, striking out with the same force. This strike used all the power he could muster at that moment, its might undoubtedly exceeding the realm. Boom! The two giant hands collided in an instant. At that moment it felt as if the entire star domain was about to be torn apart by this terrifying force. The space shattered completely, turning into countless fragments that scattered everywhere. The laws surged wildly like boiling water. And Wang Chen's divine consciousness incarnation in that strike instantly consumed more than half, becoming nearly transparent. Of course, the massive claw that had reached out from the black giant door also retracted back behind the door after the strike. Poof. Interesting. Once my true self descends, I must see what is truly behind this door. After Wang Chen finished speaking, his divine consciousness dissipated as the experience card's time was up. His last words were purely for show, meant to impress the strong ones around him. At this moment, far away in the Xintian continent, deep within the Imperial city, Wang Chen's true self suddenly opened his eyes wide. In his gaze there first flashed a golden light before it returned to calm. An existence that transcends the domain realm. It seems I underestimated this star domain. Even the peak of the domain realm may not be the strongest. There are actually beings of that level behind that door. Interesting. Truly, it is becoming more and more fascinating. The black giant door, the powerful claw, and that aura that transcends everything. All indicate that this star domain has aspects I do not yet understand. Regarding the subsequent plot of the black giant gate, Wang Chen has become powerless to pay attention. Because after the experience card for the domain realm ended, his strength returned to the unity realm. Although he possesses the ability to fight beyond his level as a mere unity realm cultivator, he has no qualification to meddle in the affairs of the domain realm. However, ever since experiencing the power of the domain realm, Wang Chen has become utterly captivated by the control that such power brings. Comparing his current strength in the Unity realm, he has started to feel some disdain for himself. With the arrival of Zhongxian Daozun, the pace of the dynasty can indeed be accelerated. This thought crossed Wang Chen's mind as he surveyed the entire star domain. He has gained a very clear understanding of the entire star domain. Those large worlds are not worth mentioning. After all, they currently do not have the qualifications to compete with them. However, sweeping through those intermediate worlds is something he can completely handle. Speaking of which, keeping Zhongxian Daozun back then was indeed a wise choice. Meanwhile, within the Star Source continent, the atmosphere is incredibly awkward. Real person Yunlan is kneeling on the ground, pale-faced. His whole body trembles and the despair in his eyes is nearly overflowing. Just 15 minutes ago he thought that their Xian Yun sect had been saved. The legendary senior had descended. That terrifying gaze, that overwhelming pressure which caused the entire Star Source continent to tremble, made him believe for a moment that their Xian Yun sect would not only be fine but would also welcome a new beginning. He had even mentally calculated how to leverage the senior's arrival to elevate the Xian Yun sect to its peak. But what was the outcome? That senior appeared quickly after their prayers, which could be considered quite impressive. However, the defeat was even quicker. Before they could react, that senior was casually tossed in front of them like garbage. Such a reversal happened so fast that they couldn't even react. At this moment, Zhongxian Daozun could be said to be the most awkward person on site. After being thrown onto the Star Source continent by Wang Chen, upon seeing the crowd from Xian Yun sect, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. How humiliating. This feeling is something that even those with poor psychological endurance might struggle to bear. Even real person Yunlan did not dare to glance at Zhongxian Daozun again. Because he understood. It was meaningless. Their Xian Yun sect was utterly doomed. No. It should be said that Yunlan was doomed. He was the leader of the anti-alliance and the first to lead the entire Xian Yun sect to pray at Zhongxian Daozun. He was self-aware. The other party would absolutely not let him go. Especially when his gaze fell upon the figure approaching him steadily from not far away. His fate was already sealed. Yun Ming, the former Grand Elder of Xian Yun sect. Yunlan. Yun Ming spoke, his tone calm yet carrying an indescribable complexity. I wonder if you have anything else to say. Upon hearing the sarcastic words, real person Yunlan remained silent. What could he say? Admit his mistakes. Say he shouldn't have let Yun He go unchecked. Acknowledge that he knew of Yun He's actions yet did nothing to stop him. What significance would those words have if spoken now? Besides bringing shame and disgrace, they hold no value. Seeing that the other party remained silent, Yun Ming did not express disappointment but instead turned to look at another person. Real person Yun He. At this moment, real person Yun He was in even worse shape than real person Yunlan. He slumped on the ground, his pants soaked and warm, trembling like a leaf, his face filled with terror and despair. When Yun Ming's gaze fell on him, he seemed to be struck by lightning, shaking violently, and then he began to plead for mercy. Yun Ming. Yun Ming. Spare me. Spare me. He knelt on the ground, banging his head desperately, his forehead hitting the hard jade floor, producing a dull thud. It was my fault. I was bewitched. I wronged you. Please spare me. For the sake of our shared sect, spare me. Yun Ming stood silently looking down at this person who was once high and mighty but now kneeling before him like a lost dog. His face showed no expression. Only a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. Anger. Relief. Sadness. Perhaps all of them. But more than anything, it was an indescribable emptiness. After thousands of years of effort, what he ultimately received was a backstab. At this moment, it was finally time for reckoning. Yet as he stood here watching this person kneel and plead for mercy, he suddenly realized he did not feel as relieved as he had imagined. Yun He. I have toiled for Xian Yun sect for half my life. I handled sect affairs for thousands of years for you. I even gave up my own path to let you cultivate peacefully. And what was the result? You sent me to my death. Do you think you are worthy of me? One should act with a conscience. The last sentence. Yun Ming nearly shouted. Real person Yun He froze completely, his forehead pressed to the ground, trembling all over, yet he did not dare to lift his head. All along Yun He had not revealed the truth. Because he knew. He was absolutely doomed. If the fact that Lin Xiao is his son were to be exposed, it would certainly implicate the other party. This was perhaps the only thing he did that could be considered manly. After witnessing this, Yun Ming no longer wasted words with them. Instead, he directly turned around and bowed deeply towards a certain direction in the void. I have a request for the Supreme Commander. In the void, Gagne stood with his hands behind his back, calmly looking at Yun Ming, slightly nodding. Speak. I wish to personally deal with these two individuals. Yun Ming pointed to the kneeling real person Yun He and real person Yun Lan, his voice carrying a hint of plea. As a newcomer who had just joined the Divine Martial Guard without having achieved any merit to start making demands, to be honest, he had no confidence. And indeed that was the case. Gagne did not respond immediately upon hearing his words. He simply looked at Yun Ming quietly, as if examining something. After a moment, Gagne finally nodded slightly. Approved. Thank you, Supreme Commander. After hearing Gagne's words, Yun Ming himself was taken aback. He did not expect Gagne to agree so readily, which surprised him greatly. After regaining his composure, he respectfully bowed deeply to Gagne. Then he turned around and looked back at real person Yun He and real person Yun Lan. In his eyes there were no longer complex emotions, only a calmness that was nearly cold. Determination. Yun He, Yun Lan. Yun Ming spoke, his voice steady. I will not kill you. Upon hearing this, Yun He and Yun Lan both suddenly raised their heads, a glimmer of hope flashing in their eyes. If they could live, who would wish to die? Especially as strong cultivators in the Unity realm, they were even less inclined to seek death. However, before they could rejoice, Yun Ming's next words extinguished their hopes completely. But I will definitely not let you go. I will strip you of your cultivation and throw you into the Imperial prison. From now on, let you both truly experience what it means to live worse than death. Yun Ming's words left Yun Lan and Yun He utterly stunned on the spot. Revoke their cultivation. These four characters struck their minds like a bolt from a clear blue sky. A bone-deep terror instantly overwhelmed them. For cultivators who had spent millennia refining their arts, standing atop the clouds gazing down upon all mortals, death itself was fearsome. Yet far more terrifying was the loss of cultivation, reduced to insignificant feeble insects in their own eyes, utterly powerless. No. Jinren Yun He let out a piercing guttural shriek, thrashing wildly as if driven mad. You cannot do this, Yun Ming. I am a Unity Attainment Realm expert. I am the sect master of the Xianyun sect. How dare you, how dare you? His voice trembled with despair and raw hysteria, his eyes burned with madness and dread. He desperately channeled the laws within his body, striving to resist, yet the very instant his law energy stirred, 5 overwhelming pressures descended without warning. 5 radiant auras blazed forth simultaneously, crimson, azure, gold, emerald, and violet. The 5 Dharma Kings had acted. They did not even deign to glance directly at Jinren Yun He, merely releasing the faintest trace of their pressure sufficed to pin the Unity Attainment Realm sect master, still in his early stage, motionless where he stood. Yun He felt his entire body sink under immense weight. His law energy froze solid within him, not even a finger could twitch. No, no. He whispered in utter desolation, eyes wide with horror and bitter resignation. Jinren Yun Lan too lay immobilized under that crushing force. Though stronger than Yun He, having reached the mid-stage of the Unity Attainment Realm, he remained as fragile as an ant before the 5 Dharma Kings, each a peerless sovereign at the apex of that realm. His lips parted as if to speak, but no words emerged. He could only watch helplessly as Yun Ming advanced toward them. Yun Ming approached Jinren Yun He, standing tall above the man who had once reigned supreme, commanding his absolute obedience for thousands of years. In his gaze there was no mercy, only a chilling, unshakable calm. Yun He. Even now you still cling to your sect master's arrogance. How utterly senseless. The moment those words faded, Yun Ming struck, his palm descending without hesitation upon Yun He's dantian. Pooh. A muffled hollow sound echoed. Like a bursting bubble. Yun He's eyes bulged wide, a blood-curdling scream tore from his throat. His law energy gushed outward uncontrollably, like air escaping a ruptured bellows. That millennia-spanning Unity Attainment Realm cultivation, the very power that had placed him at the zenith of the Xingyuan continent, was draining from his body at an unstoppable pace. No. My cultivation. My cultivation. Yun Ming, you wretched bastard, you truly dared. His voice cracked with agony and hopelessness. His spine seemed to vanish, he collapsed to the ground like a puppet with severed strings. In that instant he ceased to be the exalted sect master, ceased to be a Unity Attainment Realm powerhouse. He was nothing but a ruined shell, a cultivator stripped bare. Yun Ming did not spare him another glance. Turning away he strode toward Jinren Yun Lan. Yun Lan watched that figure approach, now a grim harbinger of death, and his eyes filled with turmoil. Rage. Terror. Regret. Perhaps all three. Yet he uttered no plea. He knew begging would avail him nothing. Yun Ming. This old man holds no grudge against you. Yun Ming paused mid-step. His gaze met Yun Lan's, fleeting, complex, unreadable. Moments later he raised his hand. Pooh! Another dull thud. Junlan Yun Lan's cultivation too was irrevocably shattered. Doesn't blame me. Sounds like you're the one in the right. Shameless wretch. Ah, phew. Yun Ming rolled his eyes in exasperation and spat a 1,000-year-old loogie straight at him. Only then did Yun Lan grasp the finality of it all. Thousands of years of cultivation, of accumulation, of glory and splendor. All vanished in this single moment. And it had all begun with one fateful misjudgment. Had he restrained Yun He? Had he intervened when it mattered? Had he? But regrets were meaningless. Nearby two elder sect masters, Jinren Yun Tsang and Jinren Yun Kong, stood frozen. Their faces had paled to ash. They dared not imagine what fate awaited them. Would they suffer the same ruin as Yun He and Yun Lan? Or would they simply be executed outright? They dared not dwell on it, yet one truth remained stark and undeniable. They refused to become ruined cultivators. They were Unity Attainment Realm sovereigns, pinnacles of the Xingyuan continent, ancient beings who had lived tens of thousands of years witnessing dynasties rise and fall. They could die. But they could not endure the humiliation of having their hard-won cultivation torn from them by another's hand. Jinren Yun-song lifted his gaze to the five majestic figures suspended in the void, to the lone swordsman standing aloft with hands clasped behind his back, to the million-strong army arrayed below. Then he closed his eyes. Yun Kong. His voice was hoarse yet strangely serene. Let us go. Shinren Yun Kong hesitated, then understood. After a silent pause he nodded slowly. Yes. The next instant, two cataclysmic energies erupted. Not resistance, self-immolation. A final defiant conflagration, their last act of will burning away with the world they once ruled. Dangerous. They're self-destructing. The divine martial guards recoiled inwardly at the sight. A Unity Attainment Realm sovereign self-immolation could threaten even peak-tier cultivators of that realm. Yet those twin surges of annihilation abruptly ceased, as if snuffed out by an unseen hand. Because, once again, the five-colored radiance blazed across the heavens. This time the five Dharma Kings acted in perfect unison. Their five-element laws wove into a colossal seal, locking Yun Tsang and Yun Kong in place, their detonations arrested before ignition. Wish to die. Flame Dharma King sneered, contempt flickering in his eyes. Before us even death requires our permission. Jinren Yun Tsang and Jinren Yun Kong stared in disbelief, straining futilely, unable even to trigger self-annihilation. Their powers were sealed utterly. Their lives and deaths were no longer theirs to command. Take them away. Gai Nie spoke calmly, his voice quiet yet absolute. Confine them alongside the other two, in the death cells. Yes. Several divine martial guards stepped forward, dragging the two former sect masters away like lifeless carcasses. Yun Tsang and Yun Kong's faces fell gray and hollow, eyes drowned in utter despair. They realized at last, when one grows too weak, even the choice to die slips beyond reach. Once these matters were settled, the remaining high-ranking elders of the Xianyun sect faced their own reckoning. Those who refused to submit received no leniency, the divine martial guards executed or crippled them without hesitation. Wang Chen never questioned such decisions. Few begged for mercy, knowing it would be futile. Few resisted, knowing resistance only hastened their heads rolled across the stone. Blood stained the sect's grand plaza crimson. Those who had once lorded over others, tyrants draped in authority, now lay slaughtered like poultry awaiting the butcher's knife. When the final elder's head struck the ground, the Xianyun sect existed in name alone, its essence extinguished. Gai Nie stood aloft, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down upon the kneeling masses, his expression placid, neither sorrowful nor joyful. Proclaimed the imperial edict of the Tianqian Empire. His voice, though soft, carried the resonance of Unity Attainment Realm law energy, spreading across the entire Xingyuan continent in an instant. From this day forth, the Xingyuan continent is annexed into the territory of the Tianqian Empire. All sects and powers shall present themselves at the Xianyun sect to swear fealty within 1 day. Those who fail to appear by the deadline shall be exterminated without mercy. Within the intermediate world, the strength of a Gui realm cultivator is at its peak. Moreover, although the Star Source continent is close to the Central Star region, it still pales in comparison to those worlds surrounding the Central Great World. The strongest cultivator is merely at the late stage of the Gui realm, with no one even at the peak of the Gui realm. As for the Xianyun sect, while it may not be the most powerful force in the Star Source continent, it is certainly among the few formidable powers. Throughout the entire Star Source continent, no force dares to claim superiority over the Xianyun sect. There is a saying that captures this perfectly. The ones who understand you best are not yourself but your enemies. With such a significant event occurring in the Xianyun sect, how could the other powerful forces not be aware? Furthermore, the powerful auras descending upon the Starsource continent just moments ago would leave no one but a fool guessing that something major is happening. Now, upon hearing the voice of Gainye, it merely confirmed their suspicions once again. The Tianxian sect, one of the three top sects of the Starsource continent. Alongside the Xianyun sect and the Tianjian sect, all three have a legacy spanning several 100,000 years with incredibly deep foundations. At this moment within the council hall of the Tianxian sect, the atmosphere was heavy enough to almost drip with tension. The sect leader Jinren Shenji sat at the main seat, his expression as dark as water. Below him over a dozen senior elders of the sect lined the sides, each frowning deeply, their eyes filled with fear and hesitation. Everyone stop pretending to be mute and speak up about what we should do. Jinren Shenji spoke up, his authoritative voice carrying a hint of barely detectable tremor. Did you all hear that voice just now? How should we respond? After he finished speaking, the hall fell into a deathly silence. No one dared to speak first. Because this question was simply too difficult to answer. To suggest submission. But their Tianxian sect, a prestigious top sect with a history of hundreds of thousands of years, when had they ever bowed to anyone? To refuse. The example of the Xianyun sect was right before their eyes, with 5 peak Gui realm masters and an unfathomable swordsman, not to mention a 1,000,000-strong army. Any one of these could crush the Tianxian sect to dust. Therefore, at this moment, no one wanted to be the first to take action. No matter what was said, it would lead to public scorn. After a long silence, seeing that no one had spoken, the senior elder of the Tianxian sect finally broke the silence. Sect leader, in my humble opinion, we should proceed. He sighed, his eyes filled with helplessness. The strength of the Xianyun sect is on par with our Tianxian sect. They have no room to resist. What can we do? Not to mention just those 5 peak Gui realm masters. What do we have to resist? This was stated quite bluntly. Yet it resonated deeply with everyone present. Indeed, what could they use to resist? Their heads. Or their lives. But life is but a single thread. None of them wanted to gamble with their lives. They couldn't afford to, nor did they wish to. But another elder hesitantly spoke up. If we go from now on, we will be under others' thumbs, breathing their air. We will no longer have our current freedom. Being under someone is still better than losing our lives, isn't it? I agree with the elder's words. Since we know we cannot resist, preserving our lives is paramount. Agreed. If we lose our lives, what good is freedom? As long as we can preserve our lives, I would be willing to serve like a beast. Besides, being with such a powerful force may not necessarily be a bad thing. Agreed. They were all cunning foxes of 1,000 years. None of them were fools. Since they knew that resistance would lead to death, how could they take the risk? Hearing the words of the elders, Jinren Xianji was not surprised. Because his thoughts aligned with those elders. As a formidable Gui realm cultivator, he did not wish to die. Send out orders. Pack up and prepare to set out for the Xianyun sect. Sect leader. At that moment, several elders let out exclamations in shock. There was no helping it. At any time and in any force, there would always be a few individuals who were stubbornly obstinate. However, Jinren Xianji did not pay attention to those few elders, merely waving his hand dismissively to interrupt their words. There was no helping it. At any time and in any force, there would always be a few individuals who were stubbornly obstinate. However, Jinren Xianji did not pay attention to those few elders. Merely as the words fell, the hall was engulfed in silence. No one dared to voice any opposition. Because what Jinren Xianji said was the truth. Sect leader is wise. Meanwhile, in the council hall of the Tianjian sect, the atmosphere was equally tense. Sect leader Jianshenzi stood at the window, gazing towards the direction of the Xianyun sect, silent and contemplative. Behind him, a group of elders exchanged glances, but no one dared to interrupt. After a long while, Jianshenzi turned around. His expression was calm, yet a hint of complex emotions flickered in his eyes. Send out orders. All elders within the sect will accompany me to the Xianyun sect. Sect leader. A young elder behind him could no longer hold back and spoke up. Sect leader. Our Tianjian sect has never participated in these disputes. Why must we? No need to say more. Jianshenzi waved his hand, interrupting his words. We all know the strength of the Xianyun sect. They have no room to resist. What can we do? He paused momentarily. A hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. We are indeed sword cultivators, but we are not fools. Rather than be exterminated, it is better to submit willingly. Remember, compared to your lives, nothing else matters. Living is the most important thing, for only by living can there be any possibility. After hearing Jian Kenxi's words, several young elders opened their mouths, but in the end they said nothing. Indeed. If they lost their lives, what was the point of discussing the sword path? Even the Xianyun sect, which was on par with them, had knelt. What could their Tianjin sect do? Resistance. That would be seeking death. And while the two top sects were in discussion on the other side within a hidden valley, an old man was hurriedly packing up his belongings accompanied by two disciples. This person was none other than the sect leader of the Tianji sect, Tianji Z. Hurry up, hurry up. Don't dawdle. Tianji Z urged, stuffing various scriptures and pills into a storage ring with such speed that he bore no semblance to the aloof sage outside the world. Master, do we really have to submit? One of the young disciples hesitantly inquired. Our Tianji sect has always been aloof, never participating in these disputes this time. Shut up. Tianji Z interrupted him without looking back. Aloof. That's what we say to those weaker than us. Against those who could easily wipe us out, what does our aloofness mean? Did you not see the fate of the Xianyun sect? What do we have to resist? Our heads. Seeing their master in such a frantic state, the two disciples awkwardly scratched their heads but still said, But master, even if we go to submit, there's no need to rush. Isn't one day enough? There's still time. You don't understand a thing. Tianji Z turned his head, glaring fiercely at the two disciples, his tone filled with frustration. One day. That's the final deadline. If we are among the last to arrive, what if they think we are not sincere and wipe us out on a whim? The earlier we go, the better we can show our willingness. The earlier we go, the safer we are. Do you understand? The two disciples exchanged glances. At this moment they finally understood their master's point. This is a rush to grab onto a powerful backing. Stop dawdling. Hurry up and pack. Tianji urged his two disciples while busily gathering his belongings. Once we're packed, we need to leave quickly. We must be the first to arrive. No. We must be the first. Tianji declared. And so they resumed their busy preparations. There was no other choice. Though the Tianji sect had very few disciples, with only these two each generation, they had to be diligent. They were after all the most ancient sect of the Xingyuan continent. Their legacy far predated the current three top sects. The depth of their sect's heritage was immeasurable, far more profound than that of any top sect. It was precisely for this reason that they needed to tidy up. Half an hour later the three finally finished packing. They then soared from the valley where the Tianji sect was located, racing towards the direction of the Xianyun sect. At this moment within the Xianyun sect, it had already been fully taken over by the Imperial dynasty. Throughout the inner and outer gates, elite soldiers of the dynasty in dark armor were everywhere, wielding long spears and wearing battle swords at their waists, their gazes sharp as eagles, their auras cold as iron. Every patrol unit that passed by carried an oppressive atmosphere of slaughter. All the important positions that once belonged to the Xianyun sect had now been completely controlled by the Imperial army. The once lofty disciples of the Xianyun sect could only huddle in designated areas, trembling in fear, not daring even to look up. And in the core square of the Xianyun sect, 1,000 divine martial guards had assembled in formation. Clad in unified black outfits, equipped with standard long swords, their auras were solid as a deep abyss, with the weakest among them being at the early stage of the law manifestation realm. The combined presence of the 1,000 men subtly linked together, forming a terrifying momentum capable of changing the color of the heavens and the earth. In the center of the square stood a newly constructed high platform. Gainye sat in the foremost position. He sat quietly, gazing calmly into the distance, exuding a sharpness that made it difficult for others to look directly at him, like a peerless divine blade concealed within its sheath. At his side was Yi Tian, the vice commander of the divine martial guards, a figure of real authority in charge of the daily affairs of the guards. Although young, he sat on the high platform with a demeanor that was equally composed. Behind Gainye and Yi Tian were the 5 elemental kings. They sat quietly, their auras not leaking in the slightest, yet their very presence distorted the surrounding void. Among the 5 elemental laws subtly circulated, forming a perfect cycle, as if the 5 of them together were the most solid barrier in this world as well as the sharpest blade. However, their seating arrangement was after Gainye and Yi Tian. This was the rule. Although the 5 kings were powerful, all at the peak of the unification realm within the system of the divine martial guards, they were merely guest elders. Gainye and Yi Tian, however, were the grand commander and vice commander of the divine martial guards appointed by His Majesty. This was their identity. This was their status. No one could change that. The 5 elemental kings had no objections to it either. Because Gainye and Yi Tian represented not just their own strength but the will of Wang Chen. Across the entire Tianxian dynasty no one dared to question it. Meanwhile in the high skies 100 miles away from the Xianyun sect the void suddenly split open. Following that 3 figures hurriedly stepped out from the spatial rift. The leader wore a white long robe with hair and beard as white as snow, his face thin, exuding a somewhat ethereal air. They were none other than the leader of the Tianji sect, Tianjizi. Behind him were his 2 disciples. Huff! Huff! One disciple gasped for breath, his face pale. There was no choice. Their strength was limited only at the realm of the land immortal. Following Tianjizi through the void for an extended period even with his protection was a considerable burden for them. Master! Master! Have we arrived? Tianjizi ignored him and lifted his gaze towards the towering mountain gate 100 miles away, letting out a long sigh. Fortunately, we made it in time. He murmured to himself, a hint of relief appearing on his face. He had gone to great lengths for this so-called first place. The distance from the Tianji sect to the Xianyun sect was far more than millions of miles. If traveling normally even with his early-stage unification realm cultivation it would take quite a bit of time. But who was Tianjizi? A cunning old fox who had lived for tens of thousands of years. A master of deduction, the most adept at seizing opportunities. From the moment Guyanese voice spread across the Xingyuan continent he knew he must be the first to arrive. He had to show the greatest sincerity before all the other forces. Thus he did not hesitate to take his 2 disciples and tore through the void, expending vast amounts of magical power to rush over. Traveling through the void as an unification realm expert consumed a great deal of energy. No one would do it without necessity. But Tianjizi did not care. No matter the cost, was life not more important? Wasn't it more important to grab hold of a powerful ally? Let's go. Tianjizi took a deep breath, straightened his clothes and tried to present himself as more composed and solemn. From now on we need to walk there. Hearing Tianjizi's words his 2 disciples were left dumbfounded. Walk? Was that something for cultivators to do? Even if their master was a unification realm expert, the 2 of them, mere land immortal lackeys, never walked on foot. If others saw them, wouldn't they be ridiculed? Walk. Master, it's still over 100 miles to the Xianyun sect. Besides, we are dignified cultivators, isn't walking a bit too beneath us? Nonsense. What do you know? Tianjizi glared at the 2 disciples fiercely. If we fly directly over, what if we are seen as provoking? What if we are considered disrespectful? Walking shows our sincerity. It shows our respect. Do you understand? You 2 are still young, there's much you need to learn. Hearing this, the 2 disciples still looked somewhat unnatural. In their view this was a bit too demeaning. They felt quite embarrassed. But they didn't understand, but they still had to listen to their master. So the dignified leader of the Tianji sect, an early-stage unification realm expert accompanied by 2 disciples, obediently walked step by step from over 100 miles away towards the Xianyun sect. Step by step. Step by step again. Each step was taken with utmost reverence and respect. Of course. They were after all powerful cultivators, and even on foot their speed was unmatched by ordinary people. Over 100 kilometers. If they had moved at the speed of ordinary people it would have taken them days. But they arrived at the entrance of the Xianyun sect in just 1 hour. Halt! Who goes there? I don't even want to say anything, I have no mood for it. On that day the 3 of them arrived at the entrance of the Xianyun sect only to be halted by a sudden and stern shout. They looked up. At the entrance of the Xianyun sect they saw a team of elite soldiers clad in dark armor blocking their path. Tianjizi, upon seeing this, dared not delay. He hurriedly bowed in greeting, knowing that even though the other party was merely a soldier at the earth immortal realm in terms of strength, there was little difference in his eyes between them and ants. However, Tianjizi still respectfully bowed to the other party, lowering his posture significantly. This general, I am Tianjizi, the master of the Tianji sect, here to submit. I ask you to inform your superior. The soldier glanced at them, merely nodded slightly but did not go to report, instead directly allowed them to pass. All right. You may enter. Their purpose for coming to the Xingyuan continent was to conquer this realm after all. Thus they had long received orders that they would not refuse those forces coming to submit. Upon hearing this, Tianjizi quickly expressed his gratitude. I thank you, generals. Thank you. Thank you. While expressing his thanks, Tianjizi led his 2 disciples quickly towards the interior of the Xiantian sect. Along the way they saw the solemnly standing Imperial soldiers and numerous patrolling elite squads, which stirred up a tumultuous wave in their hearts. They could tell that these patrolling soldiers were merely ordinary soldiers, not high-ranking generals. Yet their strength had all reached the earth immortal realm, which was somewhat exaggerated. It should be known, such strength even among the three top sects of their Xingyuan continent would be considered the status of direct disciples. Yet here, they could only serve as ordinary soldiers, which could not simply be described as terrifying. It was truly shocking. Finally, amidst their astonishment, they arrived at the square of the Xiantian sect. However, when their gazes fell upon the orderly array of 1,000 divine martial guards, their pupils suddenly constricted. All of them at the law manifestation realm. Moreover, there were also 20 or 30 at the cave heaven realm. This scene made their legs feel somewhat weak. Especially for Tianjizi, the stronger one was, the more one could comprehend the horror of this scene. If it were not for the strong willpower supporting him, he estimated he would have collapsed on the spot. And when his gaze landed on the high platform, his legs began to tremble. It was far too frightening. He saw the foremost figure on the high platform, a grey-robed swordsman whose restrained aura sent a shiver of dread from the depths of his soul. That was the sharpness emanating from the ultimate purity of the sword Dao rules. Beside him stood a young man, though youthful his aura was equally solid, having also reached the cave heaven realm. Behind the two of them 5 figures sat quietly in meditation. Tianjizi merely glanced at them and nearly knelt on the spot. Those were 5 beings at the peak of the unity realm. Moreover, the auras of the 5 were subtly interconnected, as if they could transform into a formidable 5-element formation capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth at any moment. It was too terrifying. Too frightening. Tianjizi took a deep breath, striving to calm himself down. After all, he was also a being of the unity realm and had lived for countless years, possessing a relatively strong mind. After a brief moment of daze, he regained his composure. Then he adjusted his attire and with his 2 disciples slowly walked to the foot of the high platform. He stopped 10 zhang away from the high platform. Then he knelt. Respectfully, he knelt with both knees on the ground, his forehead touching the earth. I am Tianjizi, the master of the Tianji sect. His voice was respectful and sincere, even carrying a hint of just the right amount of tremor. Leading my disciples to pay respects to you, my lord. I wish to lead the Tianji sect to submit to the Imperial court, forever serving as subjects of the Imperial court with no second thoughts. Upon finishing his speech, his 2 disciples behind him quickly followed suit and knelt on the ground, not daring to let out a breath. On the high platform, Guinea's gaze calmly fell upon Tianjizi. That gaze held no emotion, merely observing him with tranquility. It was as if he were looking at a piece of stone, a tree, or an existence completely unrelated to himself. However, this very calmness made Tianjizi's cold sweat instantly break out on his back. He dared not move. He dared not raise his head. Even his breathing was minimized. He knew that his life and death at this moment lay entirely in the thoughts of this supreme commander. Although he was not without strength and was the leader of a faction, considering himself to still possess some trump cards after seeing the 5 peak unity realm existences, he abandoned any unrealistic thoughts. To those 5 wanting to kill him was merely a matter of a moment, and he still had this self-awareness. Otherwise, why would he rush here to submit? Moments later, perhaps just a few breaths, but for Tianjizi it felt like several centuries had passed. Finally, a calm voice resonated from the high platform. Approved. Although it was just a single word, upon hearing it Tianjizi trembled all over. He immediately bowed deeply, his forehead touching the ground, making a dull sound. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. From now on, my subordinates will wholeheartedly serve the Imperial court. Alive, we are subjects of the Imperial court. Dead, we are the ghosts of the Imperial court. For the cause of the Imperial court I shall strive for a lifetime. My lord. From now on, just watch my performance. I will not bring shame to you, Tianjizi said with obvious excitement. However, his voice still carried a hint of choked emotion. It was the relief of surviving a calamity, and also the excitement of having latched onto a powerful ally. Guinia did not look at him again. He merely raised his hand slightly, signaling that he could rise. Tianjizi quickly got up, respectfully retreating to the side, standing obediently with his 2 disciples, not daring to make a sound. Yet in his heart he felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. They were the first force to come and submit. This sincerity, this posture, surely the supreme commander would take notice. From now on, the Tianji sect was safe. Perhaps they could even benefit from the Imperial court. As he thought of this, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. However, he did not notice that just as he made his appearance on the high platform behind the 5 Law Kings, a pair of eyes was fixated on him. Those eyes held scrutiny, vigilance, and a hint of an indescribable hostility. The person was none other than Li Yoming, originally the 3rd in command of the Divine Martial Guards, now the 8th. When he saw Tianjizi for the first time, a powerful sense of crisis surged fiercely in his heart. That feeling was subtle, mysterious, yet exceptionally real. It was as if he had encountered a kindred spirit. Li Yuming squinted his eyes, carefully observing the Tianjizi who had retreated to the side. At this moment, the master of the Tianji sect stood quietly to the side, lowering his head with a humble and grateful demeanor. However, Li Yuming noticed that the corners of the other's eyes were subtly raised and his mouth was twitching slightly. It wasn't fear, it was an effort to suppress the excitement within. Suppressing that kind of smugness after having hitched a ride on a big leg. He was all too familiar with such expressions, for it was one he often wore himself. Upon realizing this, Li Yuming's pupils suddenly constricted. He understood. He finally grasped the source of that sense of crisis. It was a kindred spirit. Moreover, from the words just spoken, it was clear that the other had no shame and possessed the ability to adapt. In fact, he was no less than Li Yuming. Perhaps even better. At this moment, a fine layer of cold sweat broke out on Li Yuming's forehead. He seemed to see a formidable opponent. An opponent who could threaten his position as the first general of the empire. It was important to note. Li Yuming had worked hard to make a name for himself within the Divine Martial Guard, and he couldn't allow anyone to ruin that. Of course. Most importantly, he prided himself on having some experience in the realm of shamelessness. But this old fellow before him, the flattery, the humble posture, the "I'm just here to hitch a ride" demeanor, was simply at a master level. No way. Li Yuming's heart rang alarm bells. This old fellow must not be allowed to steal my thunder. I need to think of a way to suppress him. At that moment, Tianjizi sensed Li Yuming's gaze. After all, he was a being of the Unity realm, and given the unreserved nature of Li Yuming's gaze, it was hard to miss. Thus, it naturally couldn't escape the other's notice. Tianjizi merely tilted his head slightly, and his gaze met Li Yuming's directly. In that instant of eye contact, the corners of Tianjizi's eyes couldn't help but twitch slightly. What did he see? He saw a familiar look, as if gazing into a mirror. The scrutiny in that gaze, the vigilance in that look, the almost imperceptible twitch at the corner of the mouth. Was this not the very expression he often wore himself? His Tianjizi inhaled sharply, and his heart instantly sounded alarms. A kindred spirit. Definitely a damn kindred spirit. Moreover, judging by the other's position, standing behind one of the 5 great law kings, he was evidently a member of the Divine Martial Guard, and his status within should not be low. This was a local tyrant. Tianjizi's mind raced, quickly analyzing the situation. Although he was the first to come and show reverence and his demeanor was sufficiently pious, he was still new and unfamiliar. And the other. He had already established a foothold in the Divine Martial Guard, making him a genuine senior. Offending someone like that would surely make future days difficult. But if he could build a good relationship with such a person, wouldn't that be like a fish in water, like adding wings to a tiger? Upon this realization, the light in Tianjizi's eyes instantly burst forth with fervor. He slightly narrowed his eyes and revealed a meaningful smile towards Li Yuming. In that smile there was flattery, probing, and a hint of brother, we're on the same side. Li Yuming felt uncomfortable upon seeing the lecherous smile on Tianjizi's face. This old fellow. Was he trying to flirt with him? You damn old man, you're not a young lady, isn't this disgusting? Just as he was about to look away and pretend he hadn't seen, he noticed Tianjizi's eyes starting to blink wildly. The left eye blinked 3 times. The right eye blinked twice. Then the left eye blinked twice again, and the right eye 3 times. Li Yuming was stunned. What kind of secret signal was this? Could it be an exclusive secret language of the Tianji sect? He furrowed his brow trying to think, but found he couldn't understand it at all. After all, they weren't from the same school, it was entirely normal not to understand. However, when Tianjizi saw Li Yuming's bewildered expression, he almost jumped up in desperation. He took a deep breath, seriously adjusted his expression, and then he began to speak with his eyes. First he pointed to himself, then raised 1 finger, meaning I was the first to come. Next he pointed at Li Yuming and raised 2 fingers, meaning you are the senior here. Lastly, he pointed to the space between them and made a handshake gesture with both hands, meaning let's cooperate. Li Yuming stared at Tianjizi's eyes, which were moving as if they were having spasms, completely dumbfounded. This old fellow. Did his eyes cramp? But soon he reacted. This was an eye communication. He carefully reflected on Tianjizi's triple eye attack and suddenly had a flash of insight. You mean, let's cooperate? He conveyed this meaning through his own gaze. Upon seeing that Li Yuming finally understood, Tianjizi was so excited that he almost burst into tears. He quickly nodded fervently with his eyes. Though his eyes couldn't nod, he tried to make them oscillate up and down to appear as if he were not. Li Yuming's mouth twitched. This old fellow really had some skills. After pondering for a moment, he began to respond with his eyes. You are a newcomer while I have long been a senior within the Divine Martial Guard. Logically, you should listen to me. Upon seeing this gaze, Tianjizi couldn't help but secretly curse, little brat, you want to ride on my head? But he still maintained a smile on his face, conveying through his eyes. Of course you are the senior and I naturally follow your lead. However, although I'm new, I am also of the Unity Realm. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Li Yuming's heart stirred upon seeing that gaze. Unity Realm. This old fellow is of the Unity Realm. Only then did he recall that when Tianjizi was bowing earlier, he had been too busy admiring the other's fawning posture to notice the other's cultivation level. The Unity Realm. Li Yuming was still only at the Cave Heaven Realm. If he could gain the support of a Unity Realm powerhouse, wouldn't his position in the Divine Martial Guard be even more secure? With this thought, the eagerness in his gaze instantly surged. Senior, you are too polite. What senior and junior, we are all serving the Empire, we are brothers. Tianjizi saw this gaze and felt his heart settle. It worked. The two completed this soul exchange with their eyes across several dozen zhang. In the end, the two even nodded slightly at the same time, their eyes flashing with a hint of understanding that only the other could read. That was the tacit agreement of an alliance being formed. That was an agreement to mix together in the future. On the high platform, Gainia remained in meditation, completely unaware of it all, or perhaps even if he did sense it, he couldn't be bothered. Yi Tian cast a glance at Li Yuming, then at Tianjizi, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. How interesting. These two shameless individuals actually came together. The Divine Martial Guard in the future might just become livelier. After the departure of Tianjizi, soon after, more individuals arrived at the Xiantian sect. However, these newcomers were merely from smaller factions, primarily those closer to the Xiantian sect. To be honest, the arrival of these factions was of little significance, and they were well aware of this themselves. What truly mattered was the attention of others. Only the major forces from the Xingyuan continent, at least those of first-rate status, could catch the eye of others. Nevertheless, whether it was useful or not was a different matter. Whether you come or not is another story. Others might not care about you, but you must not genuinely disregard your own presence. This is a matter of attitude. In the vast square of the Xiantian sect, aside from the individuals on the high platform, there were still some empty seats arranged below. However, after greeting Gainia, those from the smaller factions consciously walked to the edge of the square and did not occupy the empty seats. It was not that they did not want to, but rather that they did not dare. It is important to understand that in any place, strength is paramount. This is true in the Xingyuan continent, and it will remain so even after they submit to the Tianxian dynasty. Everyone understood that only those first-rate forces and above from the Xingyuan continent could occupy those seats, because only they were the decision-makers of this world and only they were of any concern to others. Time passed second by second. More and more major forces began to arrive. The first to reach were the Tianxian sect. Led personally by the Jinren Xuanji, accompanied by over 10 elders from the sect, each exuding a powerful aura above the Dongtian realm. They tore through the void directly from their sect, arriving near the Xianyun sect 100 miles away, and then proceeded on foot step by step towards the Xianyun sect. Their demeanor was extremely humble, comparable to that of Tianjizi from the Tianji sect. Jinren Xuanji walked at the forefront, his expression calm, yet his eyes revealed a hint of complexity that was hard to conceal. Upon stepping into the square, he saw Gainia seated prominently on the high platform and the 5 figures behind him that resembled deities. The hint of complexity in his eyes instantly transformed into profound reverence. In his mind was only one thought: I was truly wise to come, otherwise I would not even know how I would have perished. When Jinren Xuanji reached the front of Gainia, without a trace of hesitation he knelt down on the spot. His movements were flawlessly smooth. I am Xuanji, the sect master of the Tianxian sect, here to pay my respects to you, esteemed one. I pledge that the Tianxian sect will serve the Tianxian dynasty for eternity. Gaini's gaze fell upon him, nodding slightly as he replied approved. Jinren Xuanji deeply bowed, then rose and retreated to the side with the elders. His eyes scanned the empty seats, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately chose to stand beside the seats without sitting down. He knew that those seats were prepared for the major forces like theirs. However, it was not yet the right time for him to sit. At the very least, he had to wait until everyone had arrived before it would be appropriate to take a seat. Following closely behind the Tianxian sect was the Tianjian sect. Jian Chenzi, dressed in white, carried his sword and was followed by over 10 fierce swordsmen. Their steps were steady, their gazes sharp, but the moment they stepped into the square all their sharpness instinctively retracted. This was because the grey-robed swordsman on the high platform merely glanced at them. That glance seemed to freeze all their sword intent. Jian Chenzi's heart trembled. As a fellow swordsman of the Return to One realm, he keenly sensed that the sword intent emanating from the other was far purer than his own. If the two were to battle, he would undoubtedly lose. Though shocked, he quickly composed himself. Subsequently, he respectfully bowed to Guy Nie, saying, "I am Jian Chenzi, the sect master of the Tianjian sect, here to submit. I am willing to serve the dynasty with all my efforts." Guy Nie nodded slightly, calmly uttering a word approved. After receiving permission, Jian Chenzi rose and retreated to the side, standing alongside Jinren Xuanji. The two exchanged glances, seeing the same complexity and helplessness reflected in each other's eyes. Yet more than that was a sense of relief from surviving a calamity. It was only upon witnessing the other that they realized how wise their decision to submit had been. In the time that followed, more forces began to arrive in succession. The Huayan sect from the southern region, the Hanbing Valley from the northern border, the Baipoj from the eastern sea, the Wanzhou Mountain from the western wilderness. One after another, the sect leaders of each first-rate force brought their respective groups, kneeling, respectfully submitting in fear and trepidation. Those who once held high status, who could shake the Xingyuan continent with a mere stomp of their feet, were now all humbly kneeling before the divine martial guards. In the square, all the empty seats were now filled. Tianjian sect, Huayan sect, Hanbing Valley, Baipoj, Wanzhou Mountain. Each seat was occupied by renowned figures from the Xingyuan continent. Meanwhile, more second-rate and third-rate forces stood densely along the edge of the square, not daring to breathe loudly. In the entire square, thousands of people were present, yet it was utterly silent. Only the occasional sounds of new forces kneeling in greeting could be heard. Finally, the designated day set by Guy Nie arrived. At this moment, Yunming Daoist consciously stepped forward. He approached Guy Nie with a fawning expression, respectfully bowing before saying, "I report to you, Supreme Commander. After my verification, there are a total of 3,672 forces of third-rate and above within the Xingyuan continent. All have arrived. Not a single one absent." Upon seeing the fawning demeanor of Yunming Daoist, Li Yuming and Tianjizi exchanged glances, both understanding the meaning in each other's eyes. This person is shameless and a fierce competitor. With Yunming Daoist's words, the entire square fell into a sudden silence. Everyone gasped in shock. 3,672 forces. Not a single one absent. What does this mean? This signifies that within a single day all the forces of note across the Xingyuan continent made the same choice. That is, submission. No exceptions. Even those who are usually the most unruly and stubborn old fellows have obediently come here. On the high platform, a hint of surprise flickered in Guy Nie's eyes. He had not truly expected all forces to arrive within a single day. His real intention was to use this opportunity to make an example of those who dared not show up or who delayed, using blood and death. To make the entire Xingyuan continent thoroughly understand the consequences of defying the dynasty's will. But now, they all came. Not one missing. Not even giving him a chance to establish authority. Faced with such a situation, even the usually calm and composed Guy Nie couldn't help but feel speechless. These people lack too much backbone. Why don't you resist a bit? Not even daring to resist, it's truly embarrassing. And this is a middle-level world. They are even inferior to the forces from their Xintian continent back in the day, which truly disappointed him. Still in progress. Though no reason for his outburst could be found, Guy Nie felt no concern whatsoever. For a strong individual, isn't it as simple as speaking to conjure a reason to unleash their wrath? As for whether the reason was justifiable, who would dare to voice an objection? With that thought, he slowly rose from his seat. At that moment, all eyes in the square converged upon him. Especially the representatives of the smaller factions, who immediately bowed to Guy Nie in a show of respect. Those seated also stood up respectfully, resembling a group of obedient schoolchildren. Guy Nie stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His gaze swept over the tens of thousands of figures below, his voice calm yet resonant, reaching every ear. "Since everyone has arrived, I shall announce the decree of His Majesty of the Tianjian Empire. From this day forth, the Star Source continent shall become history. This realm shall be entirely merged into the Xintian continent, becoming a part of the Tianjian Empire. From henceforth, the Star Source continent shall cease to exist. You all belong to the subjects of the Empire, the subjects of His Majesty." As the words fell, the square fell into a dead silence. Everyone was stunned. This was entirely different from what they had imagined. They had thought that the so-called submission merely meant timely tribute and obedience to orders while still going about their usual business. But they never expected that the other party would directly swallow their entire world. From this point forward, their world would become history. This was completely different from what they had envisioned. If it were truly like this, they would become rootless drifters. This was something many found hard to accept. The representatives of the smaller factions standing at the edge of the square were shocked but dared not show a hint of it. They knew their place. Merely ants. Whatever was said by the powerful, they had to listen. They had no right to voice an opinion. However, the leaders of the first-rate factions seated at the front could not help but furrow their brows. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xuanji Zhenrun's expression shifted subtly. He moved his lips but forcibly held back, remaining silent. Jian Shenzi furrowed his brow tightly, his hand clenching repeatedly, but ultimately kept his silence. At that moment, wait. A sudden voice shattered the silence of the square. Everyone turned in unison towards the sound. Among the first-rate factions, a robust elder with a rosy complexion suddenly stood up. Dressed in a fiery red robe adorned with lifelike flame patterns, he emanated an aura of peak Dongtian realm. He was the leader of the first-rate faction, the Huoyan sect, Lai Yen Daoren. He took a step forward, first cupping his fists towards Guy Nia on the platform, then continued, "My lord, I have something to say." Guy Nia's gaze fell upon him, his expression calm, betraying no joy or anger. "Speak." Lai Yen Daoren took a deep breath and said loudly, "My lord, we come to submit sincerely. From now on, should the Empire have any commands, we shall have no second thoughts." However, he shifted his tone, a hint of unwillingness in his voice. "This continent is our ancestral homeland, the foundation passed down through countless generations. To simply merge us without consideration, to cancel it on a whim. Is it not a bit too unreasonable? I dare to ask my lord to preserve the name of the Star Source continent." As his words fell, several voices in the crowd immediately echoed in agreement. "Indeed. Sect Master Lai Yen speaks rightly. The Star Source continent has a legacy of countless years. How can it just be erased? My lord, please reconsider." The voices of agreement grew louder. Those who originally felt discontent but dared not speak up gained courage upon seeing someone take the lead. In an instant, the square was filled with a cacophony of voices. Guy Nia listened quietly from the platform, his expression still calm. Behind him, Yi Tian wore a faint smirk. Meanwhile, Li Yuming standing beside him flashed a peculiar light in his eyes. Truly a bunch of fools. Even at this moment, they still couldn't see the situation clearly. As expected, there are few in the world as clever as oneself. At this time, seeing many people supporting him, Lai Yen Daoren felt his back straighten. His initial worries were cast aside as he continued to speak with righteous indignation. "My lord, our Huoyan sect has a legacy spanning hundreds of thousands of years. Our ancestors are buried here. If even the name of the world is changed, how shall we face our ancestors? Moreover, since we have already submitted, why must the Empire still concern itself with such trivial matters? I earnestly request my lord to retract the decree." After he finished speaking, he deeply bowed towards Guy Nia. Behind him, the agreeing voices gradually fell silent, awaiting Guy Nia's response. The square again descended into silence, all gazes focused on the figure in grey robes atop the platform. Guy Nia stood quietly for a moment before finally speaking. "Are you finished?" Lai Yen Daoren was taken aback, then nodded. I am finished." "Good." Guy Nia nodded slightly. Then he raised his right hand, extending his fingers like a sword, and gently pointed towards Lai Yen Daoren. Clang! A clear sound of sword ringing suddenly echoed through the heavens and the earth. No one saw the sword light, nor did anyone perceive any fluctuations in the laws. Only Lai Yen Daoren's eyes widened at that moment. He looked down at his chest, where a small, nearly invisible blood hole had appeared. The blood hole pierced through his heart, through his dantian, through all the vitality within him. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But not a single word could escape. And then, bang! His body collapsed straight down, eyes wide open, unable to close. Of course, he was not the only one unable to close his eyes. Behind him, those representatives of factions who had just echoed him. They too had a small blood hole appear in their foreheads. Their bodies also lost all vitality in that instant. Bang, 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 bang. A series of thuds crashing to the ground echoed in everyone's hearts. The entire square was immediately engulfed in a deathly silence. Everyone stood frozen in place, as if paralyzed, unable to move. Those who had wanted to speak moments ago now turned pale, their legs weak, wishing they could slap themselves hard. Those who were relieved not to have spoken buried their heads low, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. On the platform, Guy Nia withdrew his finger. His gaze swept over the tens of thousands of trembling figures below, his voice still calm. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? No one dared to speak. No one dared to move. Many were even too frightened to breathe. Remember. In the Empire, the will of His Majesty is the will of heaven. Only unconditional obedience is permitted. No one has the right to bargain. Those who defy shall be executed without mercy. At that moment, everyone immediately knelt down in unison, voices in perfect harmony. We comply with your decree, my lord. We comply with the will of the Empire. Meanwhile, Li Yoming, seeing the nearly 100 corpses on the ground, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Wow, truly ruthless. Far more ruthless than he had imagined. He knew Guinea would certainly use these people as an example to intimidate others. However, he never thought it would result in outright slaughter. It can only be said. No wonder he is the supreme commander of the Divine Martial Guard. His strikes are indeed tyrannical. In truth, the subjugation of the Xingyuan continent was inevitable, a natural culmination with no room for surprise. Merely the 5 grand lawlords were more than sufficient to suppress the entire continent. Moreover, concealed in the shadows stood Zhangxuan Daozuan, a peerless master at the latest age domain realm, lending overwhelming authority to the operation. With such power, a raid mishaps were virtually impossible. After the Xingyuan continent's submission, Wang Chen had briefly contemplated relocating their Xiantian continent from the Starfield's remote frontier to a position adjacent to Xingyuan. Proximity to the Starfield center meant heightened resonance with cosmic laws, greatly benefiting cultivators' cultivation. Yet upon reflection he abandoned the idea. For most realms, drawing nearer to the Starfield's heart was indeed desirable. But for the Tianxian Imperial Dynasty it held no necessity whatsoever. From its inception to its present ascendancy, the dynasty's growth had been solely propelled by Wang Chen's sovereign manipulation of fortune energy, a force that elevated it beyond natural progression. So long as fortune energy flowed abundantly, even ordinary citizens of the Tianxian Imperial Dynasty could attain formidable strength without cultivation. Thus their paramount objective was no longer geographical positioning, but the conquest and assimilation of ever more realms. Their location within the Starfield mattered not at all. Furthermore, though their current might was formidable, it still fell short of the colossal superrealms anchored at the Starfield's core. Hence the wisest strategy was to bide their time on the frontier, growing stealthily and relentlessly until the dynasty's power rendered it unassailable by any superrealm, whereupon it could descend upon the Starfield's heart with irresistible dominance. And deep within Wang Chen's mind lingered another conviction: once the Tianxian Imperial Dynasty had absorbed every realm within this Starfield, the very locus of their empire would become the Starfield center, rendering relocation utterly superfluous. Thus, as before, under Wang Chen's sovereign command, the Xingyuan continent transformed into a streak of blinding light and hurtled toward the Xiantian continent. Given the immense distance between Xingyuan and the Starfield's frontier, even under Wang Chen's full exertion the journey would require several days. As Wang Chen's divine sense guided the Xingyuan continent through the void at breakneck speed, a familiar voice suddenly resonated deep within his consciousness. Ding, system attendance count refreshed. Does the sovereign wish to attend? At the system's chime, Wang Chen paused, momentarily startled, before a flicker of anticipation gleamed in his eyes. This monthly attendance opportunity was etched clearly in his memory. The last reward, a domain realm trial card, had granted him an unforgettable taste of absolute dominion. That transcendent power still lingered vividly in his senses, its exhilaration intoxicating. He fervently hoped this draw would yield another extraordinary artifact. After all, anyone who has tasted such sublime euphoria cannot help but yearn for its return, even one as mighty as Wang Chen. Indeed, he was no exception. System, attend. Without hesitation he issued the command. Ding, attendance in progress. Attendance successful. Congratulations, Sovereign, you have drawn the Lightning Daozuan. Lightning Daozuan. The 4 characters froze Wang Chen mid-thought. This name. Was it not, rather flamboyant? Instantly recognizing the honorific Daozuan, he deduced the figure must be a domain realm expert. That alone stirred genuine delight. Domain realm masters stood at the apex of this Starfield's hierarchy. With Zhangxuan Daozuan already secured, adding another domain realm powerhouse would dramatically deepen the dynasty's foundational strength. Yet, how could a venerable domain realm sovereign bear so earthy a title? Did he harbor some singular eccentricity? At the thought, Wang Chen's lips twitched involuntarily. System, introduce this Lightning Daozuan. He intended to discern precisely what sort of legend lay behind such an unusually distinctive appellation. Ding, character profile follows. Name Lightning Daozuan, founding patriarch of a parallel realm and realm, latest age domain realm. Cultivation art. Hanyuan Taiji Arn divine ability. Lightning 5 strike whip enables combat beyond one's rank, minimum advantage 1 full tier. Endnote: revered across his native realm as the supreme patriarch, he commands countless disciples and unparalleled prestige. His self-forged Lightning 5 strike whip is legendary, peerless in both renown and destructive potency. Wang Chen fell silent. His eyes widened, steadily, incredulously. His mouth parted slightly. His expression shifted, from calm composure to stunned disbelief, then to profound shock, and finally to something ineffable, layered, complex, deeply unsettled. Hanyuan Taiji art. Lightning 5 strike whip. Combat beyond rank, by at least an entire tier. This was unmistakably him, the fabled paragon of his past life. At that moment Wang Chen involuntarily swore aloud, and nearly lost control of the Xingyuan continent itself, its celestial trajectory wobbling precariously in the void. Fortunately he recovered instantly, steadying his spirit just in time to prevent the colossal realm from tumbling wildly through space. Assassinations. System, confirm this. Are you certain that this Lightning Daozuan is the one I know, the one whose very name echoes like thunder in my memories? Words failed him. The Lightning 5 strike whip. A martial art so iconic in his former world that seekers knelt for decades merely for a glimpse, yet saw only after images. So much so that upon hearing Lightning 5 strike whip, Wang Chen's mind instantly conjured the image: an elderly master in pristine white training robes, silver hair flowing face stern, delivering 5 whip cracks. So much so that upon hearing Lightning 5 strike whip, Wang Chen's mind instantly conjured the image: an elderly master in pristine white training robes, silver hair flowing face stern, delivering 5 whip cracks in rapid succession before the lens. A legendary art, said to embody the ultimate principle of neutralize, redirect, and release. The purest manifestation of the axiom of all martial arts: only speed is invincible. And yet, he had summoned it. Not as myth, but as a living domain realm sovereign. Wang Chen drew a slow, deliberate breath, anchoring himself. System, does this Lightning 5 strike whip truly possess such transcendent power? Ding, affirmative. This divine ability embodies the Lightning Daozuan's lifelong mastery, synthesizing the quintessence of myriad martial traditions within his native realm. It triumphs through velocity and finesse, unleashing devastating force. When unleashed, it manifests 5 terrifying whiplashes infused with fundamental law force, each capable of gravely wounding an opponent of equal rank. When all 5 converge, their power multiplies exponentially, making rank-transcending combat effortless. Wang Chen listened in profound silence, long-waited, reverent. Then he smiled. A smile layered with irony, nostalgia, and quiet, burning anticipation. How intriguing. A figure once known only through digital jests now stands among my vassals. The Lightning 5 strike whip. I shall witness firsthand the true measure of this legendary art. Wang Chen exhaled, calm, resolved, and utterly enthralled. In the past, after every sign-in, the character from the system would appear directly before him. However, this time Wang Chen waited for a long time and nothing appeared before him. With no other options, Wang Chen could only ask the system's system, when will the Lightning Daoist arrive? Ding, the Lightning Daoist is traversing through time and space, expected to arrive in a stick of incense. Wang Chen nodded slightly. A stick of incense is quite fast. He redirected his attention back to the Star Source continent, continuing to control this vast world as it moved towards the Xian continent. However, a hint of barely perceptible anticipation flickered in his eyes. The Lightning Daoist. The Lightning 5 whips. Such a legendary figure. Even now that Wang Chen holds the title of a great world master, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at the thought of meeting him. This was the master of his past life. In his former life, although there were many jokes regarding this master's strength, there was no doubt about his character truly deserving of the title of a Grand Master. He had never had the chance to meet him in his past life. Unexpectedly, in this different world, he actually had the opportunity to meet this illustrious figure. He just wondered, how did this big shot compare to the Zongxian Daoist? Both were at the late stage of their domain realm, and the Zongxian Daoist possessed a killing move he had comprehended for hundreds of thousands of years. Who was stronger, the Lightning Daoist's 5 whips or the Zongxian Daoist's thought of annihilation? He was genuinely curious. However, based on the system's usual nature, the characters it signed in basically had attributes of being invincible at their level. Moreover, the system had specifically emphasized that once the Lightning 5 whips were used, they could at least surpass one small realm to face the enemy. Especially note that the phrase "at least" is quite profound. It is very likely. When the Lightning Daoist unleashed the Lightning 5 whips, the Zongxian Daoist might not even have time to dodge and would be KO'd in one move. After thinking of this, Wang Chen felt a rise of curiosity within him. Immediately he sent a command to the Zongxian Daoist, who was in the Star Source continent. He ordered him to hurry to the Tianxian Dynasty at the fastest speed. As time passed, the stick of incense quickly slipped away. Just as the Star Source continent was steadily advancing towards the Xian Tian continent, the void before Wang Chen suddenly split open a small crack. The fissure wasn't large. It was just enough for one person to pass through. The edges of the crack faintly sparked with tiny arcs of electricity, making a light crackle sound only to vanish in an instant. Immediately after, a figure stepped out from the crack. Wang Chen's gaze instantly focused on that figure. Then, he raised his eyebrows and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. It was a figure he was extremely familiar with yet had never seen with his own eyes. An old man dressed in a snow-white practice outfit with loose robes and slightly rolled-up sleeves revealing thin yet strong wrists. His hair was grizzled, meticulously combed, with a few strands of hair on his forehead gently swaying with his movements. His face was gaunt with slightly high cheekbones and a few sparse whiskers on his chin. Yet his eyes were deep and sharp, carrying a sense of calm that came from seeing through the world. Most striking was his stance. He stood with his feet slightly apart, knees bent, weight lowered, and hands naturally hanging by his sides. This was the standard Tai Chi starting position. Even standing casually, he emanated the feeling that he could strike at any moment. Wang Chen looked at this figure before him. For a moment he felt a bit dazed. So similar. So strikingly alike. It was practically identical to the Grand Master of his past life in his mind. That iconic white practice outfit. That iconic grizzled hair. And that iconic stance. And that iconic aura. Wang Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions within him. He knew. The person before him was the lightning Taoist signed in by the system. He was the one he could only see jokes about online in his past life, yet never had the chance to meet in person. The Grand Master. Your Majesty. The lightning Taoist spoke. His voice was old and deep, carrying a unique charm. That was the confidence possessed only by those who had practiced martial arts for years. He stepped forward, cupping his hands, and deeply bowed to Wang Chen. His posture was respectful yet not servile. Old martial enthusiast pays respects to Your Majesty. Upon hearing the other's self-introduction, Wang Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Old martial enthusiast. Such a familiar title. Without needing to see the person, just by hearing this title, Wang Chen knew who he was. Because apart from this person, he had never heard anyone else use it. At this moment, Wang Chen smiled. This was the first genuine smile he had shown since ascending to the throne. With no other options as one of the four great joys of life, meeting an old friend in a foreign land, how could he not be happy about this encounter? It was a smile that came from seeing a familiar face. Although in his past life he had only seen the other through a screen and the other did not know him. However, at this moment, seeing this familiar face again, Wang Chen felt an indescribable sense of warmth welling up inside him. It should be noted that whether it was Gai Nie or Ji Gang, although both were figures from his past life, they were ultimately ancient figures from hundreds or even thousands of years ago. He had only heard their stories through historical records and legends. But this person before him was different. He was someone from his past life, someone he had once brushed past on the internet, joked about in anecdotes, and even talked about over tea. A familiar person. Your Excellency, please rise. Wang Chen's voice was 100 times gentler than usual. This was a true old acquaintance. It would be strange not to feel close. Wang Chen looked at him, suddenly feeling as though there were many things he wanted to share with the other. However, before he could speak, a voice from outside suddenly interrupted. Your Majesty. There is an old man outside who requests an audience, claiming to be San Xian Daoist. Wang Chen was slightly taken aback, then smiled. He arrived quite promptly. The order he had given to the San Xian Daoist was to hurry over at the fastest speed. It seems this latest age Daoist has quite strong execution skills. Come in. Moments later, a figure hurriedly entered the hall. It was indeed the San Xian Daoist. He was still wearing that dark blue long robe, but his expression was even more respectful than before. Wang Chen smiled after seeing the serious expression on the face of San Xian Daozun. Since both of you are latest age experts in the domain realm, why not have a little exchange and see? His casual words, however, couldn't hide the glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. There was no way around it. The main reason was that he was truly curious about the renowned Lightning Five Whips. In his past life, he could only watch the spectacle through videos. He had seen the crack for a few moments, and before he could make sense of it, it was over, followed by a barrage of teasing comments from viewers. Now having the chance to witness it in person, how could he not be curious? Of course. Wang Chen understood in his heart that this was a fantasy world, not the normal world of his past life. Furthermore, the system had also mentioned it. The lightning 5 whips were an immensely powerful divine ability, surely possessing a terrifying might capable of destroying heaven and earth. It was definitely not like the... Well, in short, he really wanted to see it. After hearing Wang Chen's words, Xian Daozun's expression grew even more serious. As for Lightning Daozun, he remained completely calm throughout, as if he were not about to engage in a spar with a peer-level expert but merely taking a stroll in the park. Wang Chen looked at his composed demeanor and couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Damn it! Truly worthy of being a master of his generation." His unwavering demeanor in the face of calamity was something only extraordinary individuals could achieve. As commanded. Your Majesty. After receiving the command, Xian Daozun turned to Lightning Daozun and cupped his fists, saying, "Friend, please." Lightning Daozun nodded slightly, exuding an air of authority. "Friend, please." After exchanging glances, both of them soared into the air simultaneously, instantly appearing thousands of meters high above. Wang Chen sat on his throne, his gaze penetrating the palace as he locked onto the two figures. In the void, Xian Daozun and the other were separated by 100 zhang, facing each other from afar. "Friend," Xian Daozun spoke solemnly, "we are both late-stage experts in the domain realm. If we were to unleash our full power, I fear this world itself may not withstand it. Instead, why don't we simultaneously raise a domain barrier to contain our powers? What do you think?" "Agreed." With that, both raised their hands at the same time. Buzz. 2 invisible domain barriers instantly spread out from their bodies. Xian Daozun's barrier appeared dark, with faint images of stars collapsing and voids shattering. In contrast, Lightning Daozun's barrier was a chaotic expanse. Although called chaos, it was not pure chaos. There were hints of black and white energies swirling, interweaving yin and yang, forming a perfect unity, as if it contained all things and yet as if everything existed within it. The two barriers collided, intertwined, and ultimately merged into one, completely enveloping the space within a radius of 10,000 zhang. Inside the barrier was their battlefield. Outside the barrier, however, the surroundings remained calm and tranquil. Xian Daozun took a deep breath, feeling his aura begin to surge. He knew that facing the unfathomable old man in white before him, he must go all out. "Friend, be careful," he shouted, his figure flashing as he appeared in front of Lightning Daozun. He struck out with a palm. This palm appeared simple yet contained the essence of Xian Daozun's comprehension of the laws over hundreds of thousands of years. However, Lightning Daozun moved. He merely tilted his body slightly, shifting his foot gently, allowing Xian Daozun's palm to glide past his robe. It was dismissively effortless. It was like lifting a feather. Xian Daozun's pupils constricted, but his movements did not cease. One palm missed and the second followed closely behind. Then the third palm. The fourth palm. His assault became faster and fiercer, each palm carrying enough power to annihilate the heavens. However, Lightning Daozun merely tilted his body slightly, stepped lightly, then raised his hand slowly. His movements seemed slow, yet he always managed to avoid Xian Daozun's attacks precisely. Even at times he would casually brush aside Xian Daozun's palm force, nullifying much of it. Taiji. Using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Leveraging strength against strength. After witnessing this, Wang Chen's eyes lit up. Indeed, this was no longer the Taiji he remembered, though the movement still bore some resemblance to his impressions. However, the way he could invoke the power of the laws with every move was completely beyond his previous understanding of Taiji. Xian Daozun became increasingly alarmed. He had already exerted 80% of his strength, yet he couldn't even touch the corner of his opponent's clothing. The opponent's steps appeared casual, yet each was positioned within his attack's blind spot. Each time the opponent raised his hand, it seemed slow, yet each time he could precisely defuse Xian Daozun's assault. It was as if all of his attacks had been seen through. It felt as if all of his strength had been borrowed away by the opponent. "Friend, try this," he shouted, suddenly changing his tactics. No longer relying on brute force but instead aiming for speed. His figure instantly transformed into countless afterimages, attacking Lightning Daozun from all directions at once. Each afterimage contained real power. Each attack was capable of severely injuring a peer-level expert. This was his other ultimate skill, Phantom 1000 Kills. However, Lightning Daozun's expression remained calm. His steps were still measured and unhurried. His hands continued to move slowly. But oddly enough, no matter from which direction Xian Daozun's afterimages came, he could always turn just in time, raise his hand just in time, and perfectly neutralize them. It was as if his body was the center of the entire universe. Crack! A light sound echoed as one of Xian Daozun's afterimages was casually struck down by Lightning Daozun, instantly dissipating. Crack! Another afterimage was brushed aside, vanishing into nothingness. Crack, crack, crack. In a series of light sounds, countless afterimages of Song Xian Daozun were neutralized one by one. Ultimately his true form materialized, standing 100 zheng away with a solemn expression. He stared at lightning Daozun, his eyes filled with wariness. Friend. May I ask what various divine abilities you just employed? Song Xian Daoyu has learned from you what I just used as my unique divine ability. Borrow. Transform. Evolve. Friend, your talent is astounding, I admire you. Ha ha. You flatter me, my friend. Afterward Song Xian Daozun took a deep breath, his expression suddenly serious. Friend, be careful from here on. As his voice fell, an overwhelming aura erupted from his body. This aura was more than 10 times stronger than before. It was the ultimate killing move he had comprehended after closing himself off for hundreds of thousands of years, annihilation of the world. Boom! Dark light surged from Song Xian Daozun's body, instantly filling the entire barrier. Inside the barrier the void collapsed, laws shattered, everything seemed to be on the verge of being devoured, being destroyed. This was true world-destroying power. A terrifying strike capable of instilling fear in any peer-level expert. At this moment Song Xian Daozun's eyes were filled with confidence. He knew that this move was his strongest trump card. In his mind, even if the opponent was strong, it was absolutely impossible for them to easily block this killing move. However, facing his attack, lightning Daozun moved as well. This time he no longer slowly raised his hand or took slow steps. His aura suddenly became incredibly sharp. He shed the previous gentleness, transforming into a drawn sword like a lightning bolt ready to strike. And then, he struck out. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. It was the first whip of his acclaimed skill, the Lightning 5 Whips. As the first whip was unleashed, a terrifying whip shadow instantly shot out from lightning Daozun's hand. Above the whip shadow it contained the power of laws capable of destroying heaven and earth. As soon as it appeared, it tore through the void, shredding the annihilation force of the Xuan Daozun. Crack! Immediately after the second whip, another whip shadow followed closely behind. This whip was stronger and faster than the first. Even more ferocious. Crack! The third whip. 3 whip shadows overlapped, amplifying the power. Xuan Daozun's single-thought annihilation of the world began to tremble violently the moment the third whip shadow appeared. Crack! The fourth whip. 4 whip shadows overlapped, and that terrifying power exceeded the limits that any late-stage domain realm could withstand. Xuan Daozun's single-thought annihilation of the world also shattered at this moment. Crack! The fifth whip. 5 whip shadows overlapped simultaneously. At that moment the entire barrier shook violently. The 5 whip shadows converged into a torrent capable of destroying heaven and earth, crashing down towards Xuan Daozun. Boom! A loud sound. The domain barrier supported by the two instantly shattered. The terrifying shockwave spread wildly. Fortunately, Wang Chen was prepared and directly utilized the entire fortune of the dynasty to firmly contain the aftermath, ensuring that not a single blade of grass on the Xintian continent was harmed. However, Xuan Daozun at this moment stood in the void, his face pale and his whole body unconsciously trembled slightly. He was shaken back by that powerful force. In fact, he was pushed back for several thousand meters before barely stabilizing his form. What about the lightning Daozun? He remained standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his white robe billowing and his expression calm, as if the earth-shattering 5 consecutive whips were merely a casual act. How is this possible? Xuan Daozun's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the lightning Daozun. His strongest killing move, the single-thought annihilation of the world that he had comprehended for hundreds of thousands of years, was actually broken just like that. Broken just like that after those cracks. Moreover, he could sense that the final whip of the opponent's 5 consecutive whips had been restrained in time, otherwise he would have certainly been, no, not just likely. He would definitely be severely injured. Even possibly perish. A thin layer of cold sweat appeared on Xuan Daozun's forehead. He looked at the lightning Daozun, his eyes filled with awe. Dao, friend, your divine skill Xuan concedes. The lightning Daozun slightly nodded, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Dao friend, I concede. If it weren't for your carelessness not dodging, I wouldn't have been pushed back by you. Damn. Upon hearing those familiar words, even Wang Chen couldn't help but blurt out a classic remark. There was no way. The lethality of that phrase was quite intense. Wang Chen hadn't expected that even after arriving in this world he would still hear that classic phrase. Moreover, the most crucial part was that it was spoken by the person himself. Careless didn't dodge. Wang Chen's mouth twitched madly. He wanted to laugh but felt it inappropriate to do so in front of the two domain realm figures. Not laughing was also painfully uncomfortable. This led to his expression becoming quite spectacular for a moment. After the Lightning Daozuan spoke this line, his expression remained calm as if he had merely stated the most ordinary of remarks. However, Wang Chen clearly saw his eyes twitch slightly. That was a feeling of being the only one awake while everyone else was intoxicated. Meanwhile, Xuan Daozuan stood several thousand meters away, his face pale, still trembling slightly. Upon hearing the words of the Lightning Daozuan, he first froze for a moment, then his expression became even more complex. Careless. Didn't dodge. Why the hell would I dodge? Am I out of my mind? If I could dodge, would I be foolish enough to stand here and be blasted away by you? Did your 5 consecutive whips come so fast that I could dodge? Even though he was constantly cursing in his heart, he didn't dare to speak. Because he knew that the weak had no right to refute the words of the strong. They could only listen obediently. Yet he still felt extremely aggrieved in his heart. After all, he was also a late-stage domain realm existence. The words of the other party sounded correct. However, to his ears it seemed to have a strong flavor of sarcasm. Was he careless? No. It was that his strength was too weak, unable to evade at all. Those 5 whip shadows. Each one was faster and fiercer than the last, and by the time he reacted, the 5th whip had already fallen. Even his prideful single-thought annihilation of the world was effortlessly shattered in front of the other party as if it were a child's play. Faced with such a situation, Xuan Daozuan no longer wished to speak with the other party. He felt that the other party was simply too arrogant. Then the two descended from the void, simultaneously returning to Wang Chen's presence. Wang Chen looked at the two before him. One was in a state of utter disarray, still filled with lingering fears. The other was calm and unhurried, with an unfathomable expression, unable to suppress a slight smile on his face. Yet he still maintained the majesty befitting an emperor. Especially at the arrival of the familiar Lightning Daozuan, Wang Chen genuinely felt happy from the bottom of his heart. Not to mention the other party's strength, the latest domain realm, and when his divine abilities unfolded, he could even match existences above the peak of the domain realm. Just based on the identity of a fellow villager, Wang Chen couldn't possibly treat him poorly. From today onwards, you two shall join the Divine Martial Guard and hold the position of guest elders. In your free time you may cultivate in your respective dwellings or roam freely within the dynasty, but during wartime you must heed the commands of the Grand Commander of the Divine Martial Guard. How about that? The two exchanged glances and simultaneously bowed, saying, "We shall obey." Thank you for your grace, your majesty. This position can be said to be a special benefit granted by the dynasty to these super strong individuals. They don't have to manage anything on a daily basis, enjoy the same benefits, and can move freely without restrictions. Only during wartime do they need to take action. This arrangement couldn't be more suitable for those accustomed to freedom and unwilling to be burdened by mundane affairs. As for Xuan Daozuan, this arrangement was truly excellent, completely beyond his expectations. It must be known. 2 worlds. As time progresses, the distance between them grows ever closer. When the gap shortens to less than 1,000,000 miles, Wang Chen moved. With a flash he appeared at the pinnacle of the Imperial city, then slowly extended his right hand. At that moment the entire Xintian continent began to tremble slightly. The terrifying power of fortune transformed into a golden beam of light, instantly piercing through the barriers of the Xintian continent, stretching into the boundless void. Meanwhile, Wang Chen's divine sense spread like an infinite net, enveloping the entire Xingyuan continent. Stop. With Wang Chen's low shout, his voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the entire world like the decree of heaven. The golden beam of light crashed down, striking the Xingyuan continent. At that moment, heaven and earth changed color. The void trembled. The vast body of the Xingyuan continent began to shake violently with the arrival of the imperial power of fortune. Then, his speed of movement quickly decreased. Merge. Accompanied by another low shout from Wang Chen, the entire Xingyuan continent began to slowly move towards the Xintian continent once more. However, at this moment his speed had become very slow. There was no choice. If the speed were too fast, the collision of the two massive worlds would not result in merging but outright destruction. Under Wang Chen's control, the distance between the two worlds continued to shrink. 1,000,000 miles. 100,000 miles. 10,000 miles. When the distance between the two worlds narrowed to less than 1,000 miles, boom. A sound that defies description exploded within the depths of every soul in the two worlds. It was at this moment that the two worlds collided completely. It was not a destructive collision but a fusion. The barrier of the Xiantian continent opened a massive mouth voluntarily, like a gaping maw slowly devouring the entire Xingyuan continent. The mountains, rivers and sects of the Xingyuan continent wrapped in the golden power of fortune began to merge with the existing landscapes of the Xiantian continent. The scene at that moment was nothing short of spectacular. Countless gazes turned from every corner of the Xiantian continent towards the void. What? What is that? Oh my! Are you really that foolish or just pretending? I even doubt you're from our Xiantian continent. Can't you even see this? Yes. We've seen world fusions countless times before, how can you not know this? You're such a big fool. But this world is so large. Much larger than the previous one. Ha ha. This is great. After the dynasty devours this grand world, our strength will definitely see a significant boost. Indeed, this time I will definitely break through to the Grand Master realm. Sister Wang next door promised me that once I break through to Grand Master I can have meat, and this time I must eat meat. The people of the Xiantian continent were elated. They had seen such scenes many times before, and each time they gained significant benefits. This time, though the scene was much larger than before, they believed the benefits would be even greater. Thus at this moment everyone from the Xiantian continent became extremely excited. As for those from the Xingyuan continent, their feelings were quite complicated at this moment. They initially thought that merging into another world would be a painful process, that their homeland would be destroyed and their heritage erased. However, they were wrong. Wrapped in the golden power of fortune, their homeland remained intact. Their heritage was preserved completely. Moreover, under the nourishment of that power, their cultivation began to slowly rise. Is this the power of the Tianxian dynasty? Some were inexplicably shocked. Such power. Such means. We submit no grievances. What do you mean, no grievances? It's just too good, you know. If I had known joining the Tianxian dynasty could enhance my strength, I would have joined long ago. Yes. Joining the Tianxian dynasty is definitely our wisest choice. At that moment everyone finally let go of their reservations about the Tianxian dynasty. There was no choice. The feeling of strength enhancement was simply too delightful. And the process of merging the two worlds lasted a full day. When the last streak of golden light dissipated, a new world was born. The area of the Xiantian continent had expanded by more than double. Under Wang Chen's control, the two worlds fused together perfectly. New mountains, new rivers and new spiritual veins quietly extended, flowed and spread across this newly born land. Moreover, what surprised Wang Chen the most was not the expansion of the world's area but the change in the world's source power. Although the Xiantian continent had devoured countless small worlds and its area was no less than any intermediate world, its source power still fundamentally belonged to the category of small worlds. The quantity was sufficient but the quality was lacking. However, now it was different. One must know that the Xingyuan continent was a genuine intermediate world. Its source power was pure, powerful and vast, representing the true essence of an intermediate world. When the source power of the Xingyuan continent fused with that of the Xiantian continent, a qualitative change occurred. It happened. Buzz. At that moment the entire Xiantian continent gently trembled. An invisible ripple spread out from the depths of the continent's core, instantly sweeping over every inch of land and every living being. That was the fluctuation generated by the qualitative change of the source power. At that moment all living beings felt an indescribable sense of comfort. It was as if the air had become fresher, as if the power of the laws had become clearer and more active. Many martial artists who had reached a bottleneck even broke through their realms on the spot. Even the 5 great law kings flashed a hint of enlightenment in their eyes at that moment. They could feel that the barriers of the domain realm that had troubled them for countless years were beginning to loosen. Only one opportunity away and they could all break through to the domain realm. As for Wang Chen, his feelings were the most direct. Because at the moment the source power underwent a qualitative change, the fortune power within his body also underwent a qualitative change simultaneously. It was an essential enhancement. It was a leap in level. It was an indescribable, mysterious feeling. And his cultivation at that moment skyrocketed as if riding a rocket. The barrier of the peak of the unity realm was instantly shattered. The threshold of the domain realm was similarly crossed in one step. Moreover, it was not just the initial stage. The fortune power after the qualitative change was too vast and too pure. It surged wildly within him, pushing his cultivation steadily upwards. Initial stage of the domain realm. Peak of the initial stage of the domain realm. Midstage of the domain realm. Until he reached the peak of the midstage of the domain realm with only a thin line separating him from the later stage, that power gradually calmed down. Wang Chen slowly opened his eyes. At that moment his gaze seemed to contain an entire starry cosmos, yet also burned with roaring golden flames. He raised his hand and gently clenched his fist. A power vast enough to shatter heaven and earth surged ceaselessly within his palm. Domain Establishment Realm. He had finally stepped into it, and not merely entered but reached the peak of its middle stage, standing just one step away from the late stage. Yet at this very moment Wang Chen's face bore no overwhelming joy. Instead his brows knitted faintly and a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. "Is this all?" he murmured softly, his tone laced with a subtle disdain he himself had yet to recognize. Admittedly, cultivation at the peak of the Domain Establishment Realm's middle stage would command awe and reverence anywhere in the world. Yet within his heart, an inexplicable lethargy settled over him. He knew full well why. This was no ordinary disillusionment. It stemmed solely from having once experienced the pinnacle of the Domain Establishment Realm through that Domain Establishment Experience talisman, a power that commanded absolute dominion etched so deeply into his soul it still resonated like sacred scripture. Compared to that, this mere mid-stage Domain Establishment power, frankly, fell woefully short. Sigh. Wang Chen exhaled softly. It was akin to a man who had dined upon imperial banquets being suddenly served rustic fare. No matter how bountiful that fare might be, the soul could not help but feel a quiet, inevitable dissonance. Still, he understood this was unavoidable. The talisman granted only fleeting experience, not true cultivation earned through one's own Tao path. What he now possessed, the Domain Establishment Realm's middle stage, was forged entirely by his own will, sustained by the Imperial Dynasty's celestial mandate and solidified through the fusion of worlds. Steadfast. Unshakable. And this was merely the beginning. The assimilation of a single intermediate realm had already catapulted him from the peak of the Unity Attainment Realm to the middle stage of the Domain Establishment Realm. What if he absorbed 10 such realms? 100. What if he devoured every supreme grand realm at the heart of the stellar expanse? At this thought, the glimmer of disappointment in Wang Chen's eyes gradually gave way to a far deeper, more incandescent light: ambition. Desire. A hunger for greater power still. No need to rush. Take it slowly. One day this emperor shall stand atop the absolute summit of the martial Tao. After drawing a deep, steadying breath, Wang Chen swiftly gathered his focus and turned his attention once more to this newly born world before him. The fusion of the two realms had been completed utterly and irrevocably. Gazing down upon the tranquil expanse, Wang Chen nodded, inwardly satisfied. Over recent days they had fused numerous minor realms, each process identical in method, each growing ever more refined under his guidance. Wang Chen had long since mastered the art. Even the Starvane continent, an intermediate realm, yielded effortlessly to his technique. The fusion unfolded with remarkable smoothness. Once assured the world had fully stabilized, he raised his hand once more. Instantly, the boundless celestial mandate of the Imperial Dynasty erupted into blazing fervor. Then golden rain descended anew. Countless luminous motes cascaded from the deepest vaults of the heavens. This time the rain was denser than ever before. For this time the celestial mandate itself had undergone a fundamental transformation. Ha ha! His Majesty bestows the golden rain of mandate once more. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! Upon beholding the celestial downpour, the native inhabitants of the Xiantian continent erupted into jubilant cries. His Majesty grants us the mandate once again. Brothers, seize this moment to cultivate. Ha ha ha! I knew it! Every time a realm is assimilated, His Majesty bestows grace. This rain is extraordinarily dense, hundreds of times richer than any before. I feel my bottleneck loosening. I'm breaking through. Ah, exhilarating. I broke through on my own. Oh, sublime. And those beings newly integrated into the Xiantian continent trembled uncontrollably with elation. This is the legendary mandate baptism. Heavens! My latent injuries are healing, and my cultivation ascends. Exhilarating. Joining the Imperial Dynasty was the wisest choice. I am henceforth its most loyal retainer. No wonder the people here are so formidable, they bathe daily in the mandate. We thank His Majesty for this grace. In that instant the entire Xiantian continent shimmered in golden serenity and vibrant vitality, especially among those who had just sworn fealty to the dynasty. Countless knelt upon the earth, bowing reverently toward the imperial capital. Many wept tears of fervent devotion, ready to lay down their lives without hesitation for the dynasty. To cultivators, strength was their foundation, their very essence, their highest aspiration. How many had willingly courted death's edge, braving 9 deaths for a single chance at advancement? Now all that changed. To follow the dynasty was to ascend effortlessly, safely and unceasingly, a blessing none could resist. Naturally, the greatest beneficiaries were the dynasty's core elites, those summoned by the system Gainye Ji Gang Chu Beixiang Zhuge Dali and others. All had broken through to the unity attainment realm and not just entered but reached its absolute peak. Even Yi Tian, the reincarnated sovereign blessed with immense celestial fortune, received Wang Chen's generous favor through this mandate baptism. He too surged into the unity attainment realm. And the 5 Dharma kings, previously at the peak of the unity attainment realm hovering on the cusp of domain establishment, now shattered through into the domain establishment realm itself. Though only at its initial stage. It marked a decisive, irreversible stride forward. Meanwhile, within a secluded courtyard inside the Divine Martial Guard compound, Dao Zun Lightning sat in serene meditation. Around him there was neither cataclysmic aura nor surging torrents of cosmic law. Yet the golden mandate flowing through the void converged upon him like 1,000 rivers rushing to the sea, frenzied, inexorable, absolute. The speed. The volume. It was staggering beyond belief. If the 5 Dharma kings absorbed mandate like a mighty river and Gainye like a thundering waterfall, then Dao Zun Lightning absorbed it like an endless ocean. Across the entire dynasty, excluding Wang Chen himself, Dao Zun Lightning alone consumed nearly as much mandate as all others combined. There was no alternative. As a master of the late stage of the domain establishment realm, his required accumulation was colossal. And Wang Chen for his part treated this fellow countryman with extraordinary care. During the mandate distribution, he deliberately channeled a significantly larger share toward Dao Zun Lightning, not for any grand strategy but simply for those words, "I underestimated it, I didn't dodge." For the warmth of meeting a compatriot in a distant land. For the simple heartfelt truth that Dao Zun Lightning was a fellow countryman he genuinely admired. A deep resonant vibration echoed from within Dao Zun Lightning's body, the trembling of a domain, the sublimation of cosmic law, the transcendence of a realm. Within mere heartbeats, accompanied by a thunderous internal resonance, his cultivation surged past all barriers, reaching the absolute peak of the domain establishment realm. Upon breakthrough, Dao Zun Lightning rose instantly and bowed deeply toward the imperial capital. Of course, Wang Chen's decision to expend such prodigious mandate upon him was not solely rooted in kinship. Another vital reason existed: he needed to forge a hidden ace for the dynasty, to guard against unforeseen calamity. Once Dao Zun Lightning attained the peak of the domain establishment realm, his divine ability, the Lightning 5-strike whip, would elevate his power to the very zenith possible within that realm. With such strength secured, even the supreme grand realms at the heart of the stellar expanse would no longer inspire dread, only measured resolve. This was foresight made manifest. It need never be used, but readiness against all crises must be absolute. This time the annexation of the Xingyuan continent brought immense gains to the entire Tianxian Empire, surpassing all previous acquisitions from all small worlds combined. Not only did it allow the Lightning Daoists to break through to the peak of the domain realm, it also added a figure of substantial foundation to the empire. Others also achieved significant breakthroughs. Take the Divine Martial Guards as an example. As the spearhead of the empire, their enhancement was the greatest this time. Everyone stepped into the Cave Heaven realm. With 1,000-strong practitioners in the Cave Heaven realm, such a lineup would be considered explosive in any world, and among them, in addition to the guest elders, several dozen Divine Martial Guards also directly broke through to the Unity realm. Furthermore, the army of the Empire led by Chu Badian and several other commanding figures also all broke through to the Unity realm. Among them, Chu Beixian's strength was the most formidable, directly breaking through to the peak of the Unity realm. The other commanding figures were also in the mid or late stages of the Unity realm. As for the ordinary soldiers, even the weakest among them had broken through to the peak of the Earth Immortal realm, and a significant portion had made a leap into the Dharma aspect realm. Many generals had even reached the peak of the Dharma aspect realm and the Cave Heaven realm, and their strength had increased several-fold compared to before. Of course, among the army, the happiest about the enhancement in strength were the two unfortunate individuals, Mo Wendian and Mo Xiaosong. Since joining the army of the Empire, Mo Wendian and his master Mo Xiaosong had been very low-key, fully aware of their circumstances. Bearing deep-seated blood feuds, they knew that only by surviving could they hope for revenge. Therefore, after joining the Imperial army, they had remained very discreet. Their training was even more diligent than anyone else's. While others rested, they cultivated. While others slacked off, they cultivated. During the last fortune baptism, Mo Xiaosong broke through from the Master Realm to the Grand Master Realm. Although Mo Wendian did not break through, the fortune baptism completely healed the hidden injuries he had accumulated over the years. In that moment, Mo Wendian almost shed tears. It was known that those hidden injuries within him had been enough to prevent him from ever breaking through in this life, completely severing his path of cultivation. One could say that the Tianxian Empire had given him a second chance at life. And from that moment on, the gratitude in Mo Wenqian's heart towards the Empire and Wang Chen was etched in his bones. This time, after the fortune baptism, both master and servant had completely taken flight. Mo Xiaosong directly broke through from the Grand Master realm to the Earth Immortal realm. Feeling the elevation of his realm, Mo Xiaocon's eyes sparkled with disbelief. This was the Earth Immortal realm. He had actually broken through to the Earth Immortal realm. Just a few months ago he had still been a minor cultivator in the Master realm. And now he himself had become an Earth Immortal. Although he was only at the early stage of the Earth Immortal realm, making him one of the weakest in the entire army, his progress was indeed the greatest. As for Mo Wentian, he was even more impressive, having directly broken through from the Cave Heaven realm to the Unity realm. Early stage of the Unity realm. Feeling the unprecedented powerful force within him, Mo Wentian trembled slightly. The Unity realm. This was a realm he could only look up to in the past. The enemies of the Mo family, the force that annihilated his main family, was merely a Unity realm force. If he had had his current strength back, then the Mo family would not have been exterminated. Young Master Mo Wentian stepped before Mo Xiaosong, his voice trembling slightly. Mo Xiaosong looked at him, his eyes also glimmering with excitement. Mo La, we. MHM. Mo Wentian nodded, his voice shaking. Young Master, we have now gained the qualification for revenge. After exchanging glances, both of their eyes glistened with tears. Mo uncle, let's go back now. Mo Xiaosong suddenly stood up, blood surging within him. I am now an Earth Immortal and you are in the Unity realm. We can kill our way back and eliminate that group of beasts. Mo Wentian looked at him, a hint of comfort flashing in his eyes, but then shook his head. Young Master, there's no rush. Why? Hearing Mo Wentian's words, Mo Xiaosong looked puzzled. Mo uncle, you are now in the Unity realm. The ancestor of the Xianming sect is just a Unity realm practitioner. We can go back now and completely. Young Master. Mo Wentian interrupted him, his gaze deep as he spoke. Do you think the Blood Ming sect has only one Unity realm ancestor? Mo Xiaosong was stunned. As far as I know, the Xianming sect has at least 2 Unity realm ancestors. Among them, the elder who has been in closed-door meditation for many years is likely already at the mid or even late stage of the Unity realm. I am currently only in the early stage of the Unity realm. Even if I risk my life, I can only deal with one at most. Who will deal with the other one? Mo Xiaosong opened his mouth but found himself momentarily speechless. Moreover, the Xianming sect has a deep foundation built over several millennia. Who knows what hidden cards they may have? If we recklessly return and fail, it doesn't matter if I die, but who will avenge the Mo family's blood feud? Mo Xiaosong fell silent. He knew that Mo Wentian was right. No matter how deep the hatred, one must not act impulsively. Impulsiveness only brings joy to the avenger and pain to the loved ones. Mo Wentian looked at him, a hint of comfort flashing in his eyes. Young Master, don't be hasty. He patted Mo Xiaocon's shoulder, his tone becoming gentler. We have only been in the Empire for a few months. Just a few months ago you were still in the Master realm and I was burdened with hidden injuries with no hope of breaking through. But now, you are an Earth Immortal and I am in the Unity realm. Such a rate of progress, would you have dared to imagine it before? Mo Xiaosong shook his head. I wouldn't have dared to imagine it. Then it's settled. As long as we follow the Empire diligently, how can we not seek revenge? Let's wait a bit longer until our strength advances further. At that time, whether it's 2 Unity realm practitioners or even 100, I will have the confidence to subdue them all. Upon hearing Mo Wentian's words, Mo Xiaocon's fiery blood gradually calmed down. Mo uncle, I understand. Let's follow the Empire and do our best. When our strength is sufficient, I will personally go to the Xianming sect to seek revenge. Mo Wentian smiled with satisfaction. Good, that's the young master of our Mo family. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with determination and anticipation. At this moment, the entire Xiantian continent was immersed in jubilation. The gains from this fortune baptism were simply too immense, exceeding everyone's imagination. The entire Tianxian Empire. Grand Masters were plentiful, and even those in the Heavenly Human realm and Earth Immortal realm were not scarce. Overall strength could be said to have increased by tenfold. Compared to the initial Xingyuan continent, the strength of the Tianxian Empire had completely surpassed the other side, and it was an overwhelming advantage. Just as the Tianxian Empire was caught up in festivities in the very center of the star domain, the star skeleton realm, inside a massive palace, an old man suddenly opened his eyes. Great power, it is time to enter the scene. The star skeleton realm. This is an unimaginably vast world, large enough to accommodate hundreds of star source continents. Surrounding it are countless stars, their faint light illuminating the entire star skeleton realm, making it appear as the center of the universe. Within the star skeleton realm, the power of laws is clearly visible. Even an inconspicuous valley could be regarded as a top-notch cultivation sanctuary in a mid-level world. Ruling over this vast world is a terrifying force that has endured for millions of years, the Star Skeleton Hall. Within the Star Skeleton Hall, strong practitioners abound. There are as many as 10 who are at the domain realm. And the master of the Star Skeleton Hall, Xinghai Daozuan, is an unparalleled powerhouse at the peak of the domain realm, a truly invincible presence standing at the pinnacle of the entire star domain. The 2 deputy hallmasters are also latest-stage domain realm experts. The other 7 elders are at least early-stage domain realm practitioners. Such strength gives the Star Skeleton Hall a significant position at the center of the star domain. Although it cannot compare to those 3 legendary super worlds. In ordinary large worlds, the Star Skeleton Hall is undoubtedly a leading presence. Yuqing Daozuan at the peak of early-stage domain realm is only a step away from the midstage. At this moment he has crossed that line. Huff. Yuqing Daozuan exhaled a deep breath, a satisfied smile involuntarily tugging at the corners of his mouth. He has reached the midstage of the domain realm. From this point forward his ranking among the elders of the Star Skeleton Hall will advance. The 6 elders who originally ranked ahead of him have yet to break through to the midstage. In other words, his current strength allows him to rank among the top 6 of all the elders in the Star Skeleton Hall. Do not underestimate his position just because his ranking is not particularly high. If you think that way, you are completely mistaken. Understand this. The Star Skeleton Realm is a large world and the Star Skeleton Hall rules over the entire realm. His ranking in the Star Skeleton Hall is equivalent to his standing in the entire world. In other words, he ranks among the top 10 in the entire world. Wouldn't you say that's impressive? One can say without exaggeration. Every move he makes and every decision he takes has the power to influence the entire Star Skeleton Hall, or rather the direction of the entire Star Skeleton Realm. He is truly one of the decision makers standing at the pinnacle of the Star Skeleton Realm. Not bad, not bad. Finally broke through to the midstage of the domain realm. After slowly rising to his feet, he first stretched his muscles and then, feeling the surge of power in his body which was dozens of times stronger than before, his mood lifted immensely. It is no easy feat. As a powerhouse in the domain realm, every step up in cultivation is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Just take the domain realm experts of the Star Skeleton Hall as an example. For tens of thousands of years no one has broken through, especially those elders in the early stage of the domain realm who are older than him but have not progressed at all in all these years. He has overtaken them and successfully broken through. How could he not be pleased? However, soon his brow furrowed. Because he recalled another matter. Recently he sensed the plea for help from 3 juniors under his wing. Those 3 juniors are descendants of his lineage separated by several generations. Although their talent is average, they are sensible. He usually does not pay much attention to them, but since they are calling for help he took action. He intended to rescue them from afar and teach that arrogant opponent a lesson. However, his power was blocked. It was forcibly resisted by a strange force. He was shocked at that moment. Because it meant that the opponent's strength could not be underestimated. Even though there was an immeasurable distance, his strength was severely weakened. However, he is still a powerhouse in the domain realm. Even if his strength is diminished to a fraction, not just anyone can withstand it. But at that time he was in the critical moment of his breakthrough and had no time to spare. Moreover, the distance was too great and calculating the position required considerable mental effort, so he temporarily set aside the matter. Now he has successfully broken through. Looking across the entire star domain, there are not many existences that can make him feel apprehensive. It is also time to seek revenge. I want to see who is so bold as to dare to touch my people. Yuqing Daozuan snorted coldly and began to calculate with a wave of his hand. His vast divine sense spread along the hidden threads of fate towards the direction where those 3 juniors had vanished. The star domain is boundless. The process of calculation was not smooth. The aura of those 3 juniors had already become extremely faint, clearly having perished for a while. And the place where they perished seemed to be covered by some powerful force obscuring the heavenly secrets, causing his calculations to be repeatedly obstructed. But Yuqing Daozuan was not in a hurry. Now he is already at the midstage of the domain realm. His strength greatly increased and his ability to calculate much stronger than before. Although he cannot calculate the exact location, he can still determine a general direction. Time passed slowly. After an unknown period, Yuqing Daozuan opened his eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing in them. The edge of the star domain. How could it be such a desolate place? Is it possible for a strong practitioner to exist there? He found it hard to comprehend how it could be related to the edge of the star domain. You must understand. In such a barren and desolate place he would feel like he was wasting time just by glancing at it. Even if he were carried there on a grand palanquin he would never go to such a place. Although I couldn't calculate the exact location, having a general direction makes it easy to find. A trace of killing intent flashed in Yuqing Daozin's eyes. As the elder who is most protective of his own, he does not have many subordinates, though they are just 3 of the lowest level juniors. However, he felt it necessary to seek revenge for them. Of course, the most important thing is to seek revenge for himself. He wants to see who blocked his attack in that desolate place. He is not afraid of danger. With his mid-stage domain realm strength, there are not many who can pose a threat to him in the entire star domain. Those old monsters from the super large worlds do not easily leave their nests. As for others, he does not see them as a concern. Moreover, through the last distant confrontation he has roughly discerned the opponent's details. Although somewhat peculiar, they should not have reached the domain realm. At most they are at the peak of the unity realm, or perhaps using some kind of secret treasure to block his attack. Such people he can easily eliminate. Having thought of this, Yuqing Daozuan no longer hesitated. He tore the air, shred. As if the void were made of paper, creating a massive rift. Yuqing Daozuan stepped through, instantly vanishing from his spot. On the other side of the void lies the direction of the edge of the star domain. At the distant Xiantian continent, Wang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, overlooking this newly birthed land. Suddenly he raised an eyebrow slightly. A vague intention of peeking came from the depths of the void far away. Though it was faint, it could not escape his perception. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. Interesting, someone has already come knocking on the door so soon. If they had come a little earlier they might have caused me some trouble. But now that they're here, all I can say is it's their misfortune.